retorted with a light chuckle, still nonchalant. Lord Thor, you've certainly made an enemy of him. The Spencer family is well regarded even in the Golden Flower Kingdom. I hear their Sky Knight holds sages in high esteem, Isabel remarked meaningfully. Really, I don't see it that way. If he were truly valued, he wouldn't be a frontier lord. He'd be a successor like you, Miss Isabel, wouldn't he? Thor replied with a faint smile. Sky Knight or not, even if sages were a direct descendant, it wouldn't matter. Thor's father was already a Sky Knight, and their territory housed another Sky Knight. This was why Thor remained unfazed. Even if he exhausted the favor of Near Morton once, he still had another chance. In the northern province, as long as he wasn't near the northern front lines, a single Sky Knight was enough to handle anything. That's true, Isabel nodded with a smile, momentarily stunned by his confidence. Their conversation shifted, treating the earlier episode as an insignificant interlude. Meanwhile, Sages Spencer and his companion stormed off, their eyes blazing with fury. Damn it, that bastard deserves to die. Sages Spencer growled, his face dark. Baron Spencer, the roads leading back to your territory aren't safe, Walter remarked coldly, his eyes glinting with malice as he glanced at Thor. Indeed, the north has been particularly treacherous lately. Sages Spencer's expression brightened at Walter's insinuation. Thor, unaware of their plotting, noted the hostility radiating from the other Tulip Kingdom nobles, but he remained indifferent, focusing instead on Isabel as he sought her insights into the current events. Through his daily information system, Thor had learned much, but Isabel, as a top-tier noble heir, knew even more. Her answers proved invaluable. Still, Isabel found herself increasingly intrigued by Thor. While some details escaped him, Thor's knowledge surpassed hers in unexpected ways. This, combined with his confident handling of the powerful Tulip Kingdom nobles, piqued her curiosity. Thor didn't come across as arrogant, but rather as someone with unshakable confidence. She couldn't fathom the source of this assurance, but she kept her questions to herself. Time passed. Hours later, the ominous black mist in the sky thickened, spreading and obscuring the horizon. Look, a noble exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention skyward. Black chains materialized in the sky, stretching from the void into reality. At their center, a massive, ethereal altar began to take shape. A strange, incomprehensible chant echoed across the heavens. As the sound resonated with the world, its meaning became clear. O great Anubis, I am your most loyal servant. Your brilliance shines like the sun, your divine power is as vast as the seas. Accept the sacrifice of countless lives and awaken. The chant reverberated through the air, stirring a primal response within those gathered. Many nobles felt their souls being pulled, compelled to kneel instinctively. Thor's heart raced, and his consciousness blurred momentarily. A ripple of icy energy emanated, and the ice sprite surrounding Thor awoke, snapping him back to clarity. He noticed the dazed expressions around him and prepared to act. Before he could move, a larger ripple spread out. A massive barrier of light enveloped the group, breaking the spell and clearing their minds. Even so, the nobles looked pale, including Isabel, Jas, and Aisha. This power, is this what it means to be divine? Aisha murmured, her eyes gleaming with awe. The oppressive aura of divinity left everyone shaken, though it also kindled a longing for such power. Thor remained focused on the altar, which was now transitioning fully into reality. He knew the divine revelation had begun. The laws of nature were being rewritten, heralding the arrival of a god. Once the altar solidified, Anubis would manifest fully. Whether this was resurrection or descent, Thor didn't know, but the consequences would be catastrophic. Even with his foreknowledge, Thor couldn't help but feel tense, as did everyone else. Tension hung thick in the air as they awaited the inevitable. Suddenly, a phantom river cascaded through the ominous sky, transforming into reality. The river of the Underworld, Jas muttered dryly. Thor recalled legends of the 5 underworld rivers governed by the gods, each a nexus of immense power. The emergence of this projection signified Anubis's nearly full descent, a rare occurrence even for low-ranked deities. Meanwhile, atop the phantom altar, the bloodthirsty werewolf leader chanted fervently, spreading the ominous aura farther afield. It's time to act. If this continues, Anubis will fully descend, a voice urged amidst the tension. Agreed. Surprisingly, the projection of the Underworld River suggests this divine ruins might accommodate Earth Knights, another replied. Despite their calm tones, the figure's expressions turned grave. Even as saints, they couldn't underestimate a descending deity. With that, the figures vanished into the shadows, leaving the stage set for the unfolding confrontation. Beneath the pitch-black sky, an ominous aura spread as the powers of divine laws interwove. The divine force began to permeate the heavens and earth. Splash. The illusory waters of the river Styx flowed, seeming to transition from fantasy to reality. Boom! On the altar, a powerful aura erupted. The bloodthirsty werewolf's body grew taller, and an imposing figure seemed poised to step out from the ethereal past and into the present. The air surrounding the altar was steeped in an even denser, foreboding aura, an unmistakable presence of the underworld. Life itself would wither upon mere contact. "This is it, my lord, the great god Anubis. I shall welcome your descent." The bloodthirsty werewolf spoke in a hoarse voice. Even as his form almost dissipated into a denser black mist, his tone carried an undeniable zeal and excitement. As he reveled in his fervor and anticipation, the interwoven divine laws gained momentum. In the sky, a dark kingdom shaped by death began to emerge. Though still faintly visible, the realm exuded an aura of death and dread, causing even the soul to tremble when gazed upon. The river of the underworld began to solidify, seemingly ready to descend into the mortal world. This was a god's divine kingdom. Once it fully materialized, the god would awaken entirely. At that moment, it was only one step away from completion, but just then, a sacred radiance burst forth from the heavens. The light was vast and majestic, tearing through the darkness in an instant. It shone so brilliantly amidst the ominous black sky that it became the center of all attention. As it descended, the darkness was shredded, and the sinister aura rapidly dissipated. "Look there." A startled voice rose from the ramparts. Someone had noticed something extraordinary in the sky and shouted in astonishment. Soon, many turned their gaze upward, witnessing the miraculous scene. "Is that?" Isabel murmured, her eyes lighting up. Others also began to grasp what they were seeing: the sanctuary. A soft voice broke the silence, and Thor's heart surged with excitement. The holy knights, up until now, he had only heard of them in legends. Finally, he would get a chance to witness their power firsthand. Even though the distance was considerable, the presence of such beings was enough to let him feel their strength. "It's starting. Hopefully it will succeed." Jaws muttered, his heart filled with nervous anticipation. Others shared his tension. Until the final moment, no one could predict the outcome, yet their emotions could not influence the unfolding events. The holy light illuminated the sky, dissolving the encroaching darkness. The initially stabilizing phantom scene began to waver once more. "Damn it, humans, how dare you obstruct the descent of the great god Anubis?" A furious voice roared from within the black mist. The bloodthirsty werewolf leader's voice was filled with hysteria. The mist surged, and a horde of bloodthirsty werewolves emerged from within. Roar. The creatures howled, their scarlet eyes fixed upon the sacred light. "Anubis, not so great, he's merely a lower god." An elderly man chuckled as his figure grew clearer within the holy radiance. In his hand, a knight's spear radiated divine light, scattering the darkness and ominous aura. This knightly weapon, unearthed from ancient ruins, was said to carry fragments of a lower angel's authority. It was the perfect weapon against sinister deities of death. Even within this divine realm, the old man felt no suppression. On the contrary, the unholy aura seemed to fear him, or rather, the holy spear in his hand. "Accursed human, how dare you insult the great god Anubis? You shall die. Your soul will be bound to the river Styx forever. Kill him. Let his flesh and blood be an offering to the great god Anubis. His divine majesty will surely rejoice at the sacrifice of a holy knight." The bloodthirsty werewolf leader's voice commanded. The mist churned violently as more werewolves poured out, their crimson eyes focused on the old man with savage intensity. Divine power corruption, already at this level. The elder's expression grew grave as he tightened his grip on the knight's spear. At that moment, the sky was torn apart once again. 9 beams of light descended from above, each radiating a terrifying aura akin to a blazing sun. Boom, boom, deafening explosions reverberated as the entire altar shook. The projection of the underworld's river wavered and began to blur. The laws etched into the world faltered, and even the eerie divine kingdom grew unstable. "Damn you, damn you." The bloodthirsty werewolf leader's voice wavered between panic and rage as the altar trembled, the heavens shook, and his ritual faced ruin. In his fury, the mist surged again, releasing countless bloodthirsty werewolves directly at the descending figures. What a nuisance. The god's power has already descended halfway. From the 9 beams of light, a figure emerged, speaking calmly. "Let's end this quickly, before Anubis himself takes action." Another figure stepped out, followed by a third, then a fourth. Amid the radiant beams, 10 holy knights stood tall above the sky. Their auras spread, breaking apart the ominous atmosphere. Though the destruction of the unholy power was slower than its spread, the arrival of the 10 knights still shook the entire ritual to its core. At the altar's center, the werewolf leader seethed with violence and madness, desperate to rip the humans apart. From the mist, more bloodthirsty werewolves emerged, numbering in the dozens. Their sheer numbers obscured the sky, and even the noble heirs watching from the ramparts felt an overwhelming dread. Can those knights handle it? No one answered, for none could predict the outcome. Only Thor, with shining eyes, maintained his composure. He alone knew the answer. This would be resolved. His curiosity only deepened as he watched. How would the holy knights overcome such a staggering force of 50-tier werewolves? Thor. Brian the Earth Knight called out nervously, "Don't worry, the kingdom will prevail." Thor's calm response inexplicably reassured the others. As the knights engaged the werewolves, their immense strength became evident. Holy knights had surpassed the limitations of mere mortals. Their personal domains crushed their foes, who dissolved back into black mist. The ominous aura grew thinner, and the divine laws faltered further. Damn humans, you shall pay for this. The werewolf leader's enraged cries echoed as the knights dismantled his forces, one strike at a time. Finally, holy light engulfed the skies, utterly eradicating the darkness. The holy knights, united in strength, brought forth a radiant dawn. A powerful aura of the holy domain spread across the heavens and the earth. The darkness was torn apart, and dazzling holy light engulfed the sky. The newly emerging river Styx began to rapidly collapse. The eerie and ominous aura dissipated swiftly, high above the sky. A vast yet illusory divine kingdom froze at the moment it materialized. Invisible forces intertwined above the heavens, pausing momentarily before the kingdom began to plummet from the skies. Impossible. How could this happen? How could you possibly stop the descent of the great god Anubis? A voice filled with fury and rage echoed through the air. The boundless, ominous aura converged, and the leader of the bloodthirsty werewolves emerged. Its aura flickered, and the ominous energy around it disintegrated. However, it couldn't care less about these changes. Its ferocious face was filled with disbelief. The descent of a god. It had been halted, and by none other than these insignificant humans. This moment dealt an unprecedented blow to the bloodthirsty werewolf. Its faith was on the brink of collapse. In its mind, gods were supreme. Once divine revelation was triggered, the great Anubis would descend upon this land and bring boundless terror. Yet, reality had been utterly overturned. Only 10 humans managed to stop the god's descent. It couldn't accept this. It couldn't face this reality. Its ferocious face twisted in rage and fury. Roar, a guttural roar like that of a wild beast burst forth. In the next moment, its body transformed into dense, ominous energy, charging directly at the 10 holy domain knights. Impressive, bathed in divine power, your strength nearly approaches the 6th tier. Unfortunately, you are not Anubis, and your body cannot bear the power of a god. A light chuckle sounded. One of the 10 knights, holding a knight's lance, raised his weapon. Blinding holy light erupted once more. In an instant, the ominous energy collided with the holy light. Boom! The holy light and the ominous aura intertwined. The ominous energy disintegrated rapidly, revealing the bloodthirsty werewolf's figure. Its pupils dilated as it instinctively looked down. The lance had pierced through its chest. The power of the holy light continued to erode the ominous and dark energy on its body. At that moment, the bloodthirsty werewolf even felt its very soul crumbling. No, a hoarse cry escaped, but it had no chance to react further. Its body rapidly disintegrated, and the dark aura was completely purified by the holy light. The authority of a lower god is indeed effective against deities of the underworld, someone remarked enviously. Many cast subtle glances at the elder among them. Artifacts, even damaged ones, were a significant temptation for those of the holy domain. Gentlemen, now isn't the time to discuss this. If we don't secure the area and accidentally draw out that orc, we have big trouble. The elder scanned the surroundings and coldly reprimanded, fully aware of what these people were thinking. Karenina, you ray exaggerating. The behemoth has no interest in us right now, someone said with a chuckle. Yes, Karenina, there's no need to be so anxious, another added with a laugh. Despite their jesting, everyone quickly took action. After all, this was near the orc territory. While the behemoth was unlikely to show up, they dared not take any chances. Facing such a terrifying creature was the last thing they wanted. The 10 figures spread out. Soon, hum. A ripple spread as a massive magic array rose, enveloping the area. Their domain powers expanded to isolate the space completely. As the array ascended, the illusory divine kingdom above, which had been trembling violently, reached its tipping point. It plummeted toward the earth. The fusion of illusion and reality within the divine kingdom transformed it into a divine ruin as it descended. Once it completely fell to the mortal realm, the kingdom would turn into a divine ruin. Countless eyes were fixed on this scene. The 10 holy domain knights were no exception. On the battlements, numerous nobles' heirs shared the same focus. Success. Isabel's murmured words broke the silence. She exhaled deeply, as did many others. At last, divine revelation had failed. The gods' descent would no longer happen, and their peril was gone. So this is a divine ruin, Brian muttered, his eyes shimmering as he gazed at the falling divine kingdom, off-filling his face. This was his first time witnessing the creation of a divine ruin, the failure of divine revelation, and the might of holy domain powerhouses. The waves in his heart were beyond description. Yes, this is a divine ruin. Once it falls completely, it will automatically draw all living beings in its vicinity, Isabel explained. Prepare yourselves. We're heading out, she added. Miss Isabel, let's wait a little longer. It's not completely safe yet. Thor intervened softly before she could act. Wait. Isabel asked in confusion. Thor nodded, offering no further explanation. Isabel hesitated briefly before deciding to hold back. While they waited, others couldn't groups of people began advancing toward the divine ruin. In less than half an hour, over half the noble heirs at the battlements had departed, with more preparing to leave. Sir Thor, Isabel asked again, her gaze questioning. Half an hour more, Thor replied calmly. Isabel opened her mouth to speak but remained silent. Time ticked by. Only a few groups remained on the battlements, as most had already left. Then it happened. Boom! A deafening explosion shook the earth as the divine ruin crashed into the ground ahead. Black mist engulfed the area, rippling outward. In that moment, a terrifying suction force began to form, before it could take full effect. Roar! A deafening, beastly roar echoed across the heavens, its sheer intensity shaking the world. A surge of overwhelming energy swept toward them. The massive magic array flared, its ripples spreading as it tried to block the roar. Crack! The array shattered in an instant. Blood spurted as the 10 holy domain knights staggered back, their faces pale. The divine ruin halted its suction, while faraway figures running toward it fell into chaos. The leading knights exploded into blood and flesh, and those further back fell to the ground, clutching their chests. What happened? Someone stammered, their voice trembling as they stared at the divine ruin. At the same time, far away in the sky, a colossal shadow emerged, surrounded by golden brilliance. Behemoth, how can this be? The knights were aghast, their expressions filled with disbelief. This is real trouble, someone murmured bitterly. Although they were the kingdom's strongest, they couldn't match a 7th-tier behemoth tribe, a peak existence on this continent. Karenina, all eyes turned to her. She hesitated, unsure whether the kingdom's champion had arrived. Her silence frustrated the others. Meanwhile, the earth trembled as a colossal form approached, its aura suffocating. Even the knights felt their hearts race. Nobody dared move. Sweat dripped as they exchanged uneasy glances. Farther away, retreating figures scrambled back to the battlements. Thor, Isabel whispered, unsure of what to say as she glanced between him and the terrifying scene. Lord Thor. Isabel spoke, her gaze involuntarily fixed on Thor. At this moment, her heart was pounding violently, her expression filled with disbelief. She could hardly fathom the scene unfolding before her. The figure that had first rushed forward met not with glory in the divine ruins, but with their body violently exploding. Even the one who had hesitated only a moment later was now gravely injured. If she hadn't followed Thor's orders just now and instead charged ahead recklessly, the outcome would have been self-evident. Not only Isabel, but also Jas, Aisha, and even Brian were inwardly shaken. As they turned their astonished gazes towards Thor, he gave no reply, his eyes focused on the sky. With access to daily intelligence, Thor had already foreseen this scene in earlier reports. He knew it would happen. Knowing, however, was one thing, facing it directly was another: Behemoth. Thor murmured softly, his eyes taking on a grave look. The Behemoth, the undisputed king of the orcs, hailed from the only 7th-tier orc tribe in all the orc territories. Its terrifying existence was a legend often depicted in countless stories. For Thor, the Behemoth evoked both tension and a sense of anticipation. As his gaze focused ahead, the dust surged, accompanied by deafening roars. Gigantic, terrifying creatures began to appear in the distance. Each of these colossi towered over 10 meters high, their strides causing the earth and heavens to tremble. According to legend, the behemoth's tail was as rigid as a fir tree, its muscles as solid as stone, and its bones as tough as bronze and iron. As the only 7th-tier orc tribe, the behemoths were unimaginably powerful. For most orc tribes, human grand knights could manage 2nd-tier orcs, earth knights could handle 3rd or even 4th-tier orcs, and sky knights could deal with 4th or 5th-tier orcs. Even 6th-tier orcs could be defeated by holy domain knights, but behemoths were a league of their own. Behemoths of the 2nd tier could easily crush grand knights. A 5th-tier behemoth could pose a formidable challenge even for holy domain knights. 6th and 7th-tier behemoths entirely surpassed the limits of holy domain knights, reaching levels beyond comprehension. Roar, humans. A thunderous voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Even the 10 holy domain knights felt as if their domains were about to shatter merely from hearing it. Just as the immense pressure seemed about to crush them completely, a brilliant light suddenly emerged. King of behemoths, don't be so impatient. A gentle laugh resounded as the light intensified. A figure slowly emerged from the void, his gaze locking onto the colossal figures in the distance. More precisely, his eyes focused on the one at the center, a behemoth king seated on an enormous throne, adorned with a crown. The overwhelming pressure that had threatened to obliterate the holy domain knights dissipated instantly. Below, faces that had been pale with terror now revealed expressions of relief. Huff. A collective sigh of relief escaped as the 10 knights looked up at the figure in the sky. In that instant, they had truly thought they were doomed, but to their astonishment, this individual had finally arrived. Tulip King, you dare step into my orc lands unbidden. Do you wish to start a war? From the colossal throne, the fearsome behemoth king fixed its gaze on the figure in the sky. Its rumbling voice spoke not in any other language, but in the common tongue of the continent. King of Behemoths, it is not I who trespassed into your lands, but your subordinate orcs who dared to trigger divine revelation. I do understand that this was done with the consent of your Behemoth clan. High above, the Tulip King, wearing a crown, responded calmly to the Behemoth King's words. However, his statement instantly stoked the Behemoth King's fury. Tulip King, what nonsense are you spouting? We orcs initiated divine revelation. It was purely of our own volition. Do you take me for a fool? The Behemoth King's voice boomed with rage as a baleful aura surged, and a violent light filled its eyes. King of Behemoths, I owe you no explanation. I'll say it only once. The bloodthirsty werewolves attempted to trigger divine revelation to summon Anubis. We stopped them, resulting in the creation of the divine ruins. Believe it or not, that is the truth. If you wish for war, so be it. But whether you can leave here alive is another matter entirely. The Tulip King's tone remained calm, though a terrifying aura began to rise as he fixed his gaze on the Behemoth King. You, courting death. The Behemoth King's eyes turned blood red as a powerful aura erupted. It rose from its throne, an overwhelming domain spreading across the skies, pressing toward the Tulip King. Yet before the domain could fully unfold, the Behemoth King paused, its gaze shifting elsewhere. Two other figures, each crowned, had emerged. Tulip King, no wonder you dare speak so boldly. It seems this was all premeditated. Fine. Let's see if the three of you can keep me here today. The Behemoth King's voice, filled with rage and frustration, rumbled like thunder. King of Behemoths, you've lingered in this world for far too long. This continent has no need for entities outside the covenant of the gods. Sign it today and you may leave. Refuse, and you one leave here alive. The voice came from the figure to the left, crowned like the Tulip King. This was the Violet Flower King. The figure to the right, also crowned, was more direct. A mighty domain had already blanketed the sky, sealing the heavens. Very well, 3 mere mightier domains, and yet you dare to challenge me. It seems you humans have forgotten the terror of the Behemoth clan. The Behemoth King's power surged, intertwining with forces strong enough to tear the sky apart. Its domain spread out, dyeing the heavens blood-red. Is that so? Let's find out. The Tulip King chuckled softly. His domain expanded, intertwining seamlessly with those of the other 2 kings. In an instant, the heavens and earth were divided. The Behemoth King and the other behemoths that had followed it were entirely encased within. Gulp, this. Among the 10 holy domain knights, someone swallowed nervously, their eyes wide with shock. Cardalina, are the 3 kings trying to eliminate that being? Someone asked, turning to Cardalina. This. Cardalina opened her mouth, but couldn't he find the words to answer. How could he admit that even he didn't know? He hadn't even known the Tulip King would come, let alone that the 3 monarchs would unite. His earlier speculation had merely been a guess, but others didn't need his response. The scene unfolding before them was beyond anything they had anticipated. The arrival of the behemoths, the king's appearance, and now their confrontation. No matter the outcome, trouble was inevitable. If the 3 kings failed to defeat the behemoths, a war would surely follow, putting the northern defenses at risk. If the 3 kings fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. Even if the kings triumphed, the matter would remain grave. These behemoths were not the entirety of their kind. Killing the Behemoth King would only ensure war erupted. The 10 holy domain knights exchanged uneasy glances, unsure how to react. One of them began but found no words to continue. Wait. After a moment, someone sighed heavily. Following this sigh, the others fell into silence. At this moment, waiting seemed their only option. Holy domain knights were powerful, but in the face of 3 kings and the behemoths, they were insignificant. Even the noble heirs were at a loss, unsure how to proceed. From the battlements, Thor's voice broke the silence. Let's go. We should head forward. Thor turned toward the city gates without hesitation. Now. Isabel looked at him, astonished. Yes, now is the best chance. Thor nodded, striding forward with no intention of stopping. Behind him, Steve, Pieros, Ryan, Carter, and Brian followed closely. Sister. Jas looked to his elder sister. Aisha hesitated as well. Let's go. Gritting her teeth, Isabel nodded, leading her siblings to follow. Their movement drew the attention of others. What are they doing? Are they insane? That's a domain battle. Some murmured in disbelief. Thor paid them no mind, leading his group swiftly toward the divine ruins. With the behemoths drawn away, the suppressive force on the ruins was collapsing. Soon the ruins would fully erupt. If they didn't enter now, they'd missed their chance. Thor's group quickly left the city and approached the divine ruins. A horrifying power continued to emanate from the ruins, shrouded in rolling black mist and a malevolent aura. As they arrived, the suppression suddenly collapsed. Boom. Black mist surged, its ominous energy enveloping the surroundings. Everyone's vision went dark as their bodies and consciousness were pulled into the ruins. The knights trailing Thor's group met the same fate. Those still hesitating were left stunned. realizing too late what was happening. The divine ruins expanded, stabilizing after consuming those within its reach. The remaining nobles looked on in frustration, realizing they'd have to wait for the second activation 7 to 10 days away. Their opportunities would be significantly diminished. Among them, Siegis Spencer was particularly furious. He had narrowly escaped the behemoth's initial attack, but now watched as Thor's group succeeded in entering first. That wretched Dressrosa brat. How dare a mere count's son claim what is mine? The schemes of the three dukes aimed to exploit the divine ruins, while the three kings sought to eliminate the behemoth king through this gambit. The sky was dim and the setting sun resembled blood. A dark red aura pervaded the entire world, intertwining with an ominous and dark atmosphere. On the land where these auras converged lay mountains of bones, countless remains enough to make one's scalp tingle. Ghostly figures floated above the skeletal remains, creating an eerie and chilling sight. Thor gradually regained consciousness amidst his muddled state. The moment he became fully awake, he was startled. At this instant, he could no longer sense any trace of vital force within him. The seed of life that had resided in his body had completely vanished. Instinctively raising his arm and focusing his gaze, he found he could clearly see objects through his own arm. What's happening to me? Thor's mind was momentarily blank, but memories of the final scene soon surged back into his mind, giving him an understanding of his situation. Unsurprisingly, he had entered the divine ruins. As for his current condition, this was the special state associated with entering the divine ruins. Anubis, the god of death, had a divine realm accessible only to the deceased. For those like Thor, who hadn't even reached the level of a holy knight, there was no way to defy this rule. Thus, when they were drawn into the divine ruins, their souls were stripped from their bodies and entered this place, while their physical forms likely remained in the partially manifested divine kingdom. As fragmented memories quickly returned, Thor's eyes became clearer, and his form started to solidify. The divine ruins are imbued with the law power of deities. To gain from this place, one must either comprehend the law power of the god Anubis within the ruins, or directly absorb it. Murmuring to himself, Thor recalled the daily information briefings and the insights shared by Isabel. As his acquaintance with Isabel deepened, she became more forthcoming about the divine ruins. Being the heir of the Aubi family, her explanations allowed Thor to gain a clearer understanding of them. As he had previously learned, divine ruins typically formed when a divine kingdom failed to fully descend. They existed partly in reality and partly in a virtual state. These ruins usually contained the law power of deities. Those who entered could comprehend or harvest this power. However, stepping into the divine ruins often triggered strong reactions from the divine kingdom, leading to the creation of beings imbued with its law power to attack the intruders. By defeating these manifestations, one could acquire corresponding amounts of law power. The more entities one killed, the greater the amount of law power one could gain. Law power was a significant threshold for advancing from the holy domain to the divine domain. If one could achieve sufficient understanding within the ruins, they would have a high chance of not only reaching the holy knight level, but also progressing toward the divine domain. That said, entering the divine ruins wasn't purely beneficial. These ruins existed at the intersection of reality and illusion. If one died within the ruins, they would perish in the real world as well. The entities imbued with law power weren't easy to defeat, either. As beings carrying law power, their strength greatly exceeded that of similarly ranked opponents. For instance, a second-rank manifestation would far surpass a Grand Knight, and a third-rank one would outclass an Earth Knight. Moreover, the manifestations within the ruins appeared endlessly. If someone couldn't hold on and failed to retreat in time, the result was self-evident. Throughout the continent's history, there had been numerous appearances of divine ruins. While many gained great rewards, even more perished within. What made matters worse was the isolated nature of the ruins. No matter how many people entered, each was confined to their own independent space. Cooperation was nearly impossible. Thus, to gain benefits, one could only rely on their own strength. Fortunately, the challenges within the ruins were balanced according to the individual's rank. Apprentice knights faced only apprentice-level threats, and official knights encountered challenges suited to their own level. Without this balance, weaker entrants would be devoured the moment they stepped inside. Whoosh! The sound of a phantom river echoed as Thor instinctively looked up, seeing a spectral river spanning the dark sky. It was undoubtedly the projection of the river of the Underworld. Though just a projection within the divine ruins, it felt undeniably real. Even gazing upon it, Thor could feel an ominous and deathly aura. Above the river of the Underworld, flowers of the Netherworld bloomed, exuding an alluring power capable of entrapping souls. Thor had no doubt that any soul that fell into it would never escape. Whoosh! As the phantom river flowed once more, Thor felt a subtle change within his soul. Before he could examine it, dark gas began to gather amidst the bone piles below. One by one, spectral werewolves emerged, their eerie green eyes fixating on Thor. 1, 2, 5, 10. The werewolves manifested from various bone piles, spreading an invisible pressure. Just looking into their glowing green eyes was enough to make one's heart tremble. These were not ordinary beasts, but entities born of souls and law power intertwined. Even if Thor could still access his life force, it would be meaningless against such beings, as they existed purely as spiritual entities. They were manifestations of Anubis's divine kingdom. This really feels like a game. Thor chuckled softly. Knowing the workings of the divine ruins made it feel like a video game. Now seeing it for himself, that sensation was even stronger. However, he quickly suppressed this fleeting thought. What he needed to focus on was reaping the benefits of the ruins. The longer he could survive within, the greater his gains would be. Moment later, a knight's lance materialized in Thor's hand, identical to the one he had previously carried. As a spiritual entity, he had lost access to life force and the power of his life seed. But there was an advantage. As long as he had enough soul strength, he could manifest anything he desired, including weapons. A battle of souls, this will be a first for me. Let's give it a try. With that, Thor charged forward, spear in hand, while the werewolves lunged at him. The battle commenced swiftly. In the initial clash, Thor realized the stark contrast between fighting with a physical body and a spiritual one. Without life force, this was purely a contest of soul strength. Fortunately, Thor's soul was exceptionally strong. Having lived 2 lives and shared a contract with an elf, his soul's strength surpassed even that of most Earth Knights. His spear pierced through one werewolf's body, causing it to dissipate into wisps of black mist. A sliver of pure essence merged into Thor, bringing a refreshing clarity to his consciousness. More, Thor shouted, wielding his spear with renewed vigor. One by one, the werewolves fell, their essence merging into Thor and gradually solidifying his spiritual form. As he fought, he became more immersed, forgetting everything else. Time lost meaning in the dim sky, and as Thor fought on, an icy, deathly aura began to coalesce within him. Unknown to him, this aura marked the beginning of a transformation. The ice energy from his contract with the nature spirit was evolving toward the power of laws his own. Though slow, this was a monumental step toward mastery. Meanwhile, others within the ruins were not faring as well. One noble heir, overconfident in his life force, was quickly overwhelmed by werewolves. Defeated and gravely injured, he had no choice but to retreat. Emerging from the ruins, he realized with horror that his arm, though physically intact, was lifeless. His soul had been devoured. Outside, the failures faced ridicule and disdain, adding to their humiliation. Thor, however, remained unaware of these events. Immersed in his battles and growing ever stronger, he stood on the precipice of profound understanding. Figures began to appear one after another as time slowly shifted. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen participants were eliminated from the divine ruins, most of whom were descendants of the powerful marquises from the tulip side. It wasn't until 2 hours later that a descendant of a ducal family was finally eliminated. When that figure emerged, one of the 10 holy domain knights present turned visibly grim. "Ha sent, isn't he that boy from your family?" A faint chuckle broke the silence. The elder, whose expression had darkened, turned even gloomier upon hearing this, his face almost dripping with anger. HMPH. Ultimately, he could only let out a heavy snort in response. Seeing the elder's displeased demeanor, the other 9 knights couldn't help but smirk faintly, feeling the tension around them ease considerably. After all, the divine domain battle was not something they could intervene in, they could only wait for the outcome. Moreover, it was evident that the results wouldn't be decided in a day or two. The 3 kings of the kingdoms had already reached the high-level divine domain tier. Their preparations were clearly meticulous. Although the behemoth king had surpassed the high-level divine domain threshold, the 3 kings' confidence suggested they had countermeasures. Their battle might well escalate into a 1,000-day battle of the divine domain. In comparison, the current focus shifted back to the present. Seeing other holy domain heirs fail was, to many, a source of mild amusement. However, this sense of schadenfreude did not last long. Soon, members of their own families began to be eliminated as well. As time passed, a day went by in the blink of an eye. The atmosphere grew silent. Of the 50 knights who initially entered the divine ruins, more than half had been eliminated in just one day. While most of them were from the marquises' families, a significant number of holy domain heirs were among them as well. What was even more concerning was that those who hadn't been eliminated might not still be alive. Death was a real possibility. This sobering thought gradually wiped the smiles off everyone's faces. Is this divine ruins trial too overwhelming? After a moment of silence, someone couldn't help but voice their concerns. This sparked unease, even among those whose heirs hadn't been eliminated yet. The elimination rate appeared far higher than anticipated, leaving them all worried. While losses were acceptable, they had to remain within manageable limits. If everyone fell this time, it could lead to catastrophic issues for the current generation of many families. Indeed, it seems a bit excessive. The descent of over half of the divine nation's power has formed a divine ruins comparable to an actual divine nation. And this is the death god Anubis. The The difficulty of this trial is undoubtedly extraordinary. Hearing these words, another person spoke with a low tone, their gaze fixed on the distant divine ruins. Following this, many couldn't help but look at Karenina. Ladies and gentlemen, this was not my decision and has nothing to do with me, Karenina said helplessly, sensing their stares. Besides, the greater the difficulty, the greater the rewards. It all depends on who has the opportunity. Karenina felt exasperated. Everyone had agreed to the plan earlier, but now they were looking to place the blame on him for the outcome. However, he held back his frustration, understanding that recent upheavals had left everyone in an unstable state of mind. Shall we wait one more day? If the situation remains dire, should we forcibly suppress the divine ruins? A sudden suggestion broke the silence, drawing everyone's attention. Suppress the divine ruins. Impossible. Even though Anubis is a lower deity, he is still a god. We Holy Domain Knights are far from capable of suppressing such a force. An elderly woman shook her head, her brows furrowed in disapproval. What kind of joke is this? Since when could Holy Domain Knights suppress a divine ruin? Do you think we ray gods? Our strength alone may not suffice, the proposer acknowledged before raising their right hand. A radiant, pure white feather appeared in their palm, emanating a divine light that filled the area with a serene energy. What is that? The sight of the feather shocked everyone present. A feather from a medieval angel. Anubayu, one of them widened their eyes in disbelief. This is something I accidentally acquired on the extraterritorial battlefield. It should still have one use left, enough to temporarily suppress Anubis's divine ruins. The woman named Anubai explained calmly. That will work. With a feather from a medieval angel, it should indeed be possible to suppress the divine ruins briefly. Anubai, how do you suggest we proceed? The group collectively nodded, their worry for their descendants evident. Then it's settled. If no one is eliminated in the next 2 days, we will take action together to suppress the divine ruins, Anubai decided. The others agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, those still within the divine ruins were unaware of the Holy Domain Knight's plans. The waters of the illusory Styx flowed with an aura of death and foreboding. Within one of the spaces of the divine ruins, Thor's figure had become fully materialized. Even the knight's lance in his hand had solidified. At this moment, anyone observing Thor would find him vastly different from before. Cold energy emanated from his body, and a crystalline rhombus adorned his forehead, surrounded by intertwining ice elemental energy. Even his soul bore traces of icy aura. This transformation began after his shared contract with Anna. Under the influence of the nature spirit, his life force started to evolve, incorporating ice elemental energy. However, the transformation had previously been limited to his life force, with no changes to his body. Now, as he continuously defeated wolf-shaped manifestations of the law, streams of primal energy gathered, propelling the ice element within him toward a deeper metamorphosis. Beyond the ice element, a faint aura of death began to envelop him in early grasp of the death law. As the influx of primal energy strengthened his soul, it also granted him a nascent understanding of the death law. Though rudimentary, this comprehension imbued his body with a trace of deathly energy. If Thor were to break through to the holy domain, he would have a significant chance of leveraging this trace of the death law to step into the divine domain, a threshold many holy domain knights could never cross in their lifetimes. The comprehension of laws was a monumental barrier for any holy domain knight. Gaining insight into the laws was the ultimate pursuit of their kind. Yet, aside from the divine ruins, such insights were exceedingly difficult to obtain. For a holy domain knight, stepping into the divine ruins was typically impossible due to the incompatibility of their domain power and the divine ruins' spatial laws. Yet Thor now had an opportunity, one that involved both the death law and the ice elemental law. As Thor continued to hunt, the wolf-shaped manifestations evolved, becoming larger and more infused with deathly energy. Yet despite the increased difficulty, he persevered, growing stronger with each kill. Time passed, and on the 7th day, the holy domain knights outside finally breathed a sigh of relief. Though eliminations continued, they had slowed enough to postpone their plans for intervention. The heirs still within were fighting for survival, each pursuing the chance to claim the laws of the divine ruins. Among them, Thor stood out, wielding both death and ice laws in his relentless hunt. Has he come out? Isabel's thoughts were still a little dazed. In that vast gray space, it seemed all that remained was war, battle, and more fighting. Fight after fight, kill after kill. She couldn't even remember how long she had been fighting or how many werewolves she had slain. All she knew was that she felt better and stronger with every passing moment. That was until the surrounding werewolves were completely wiped out, and the ones that reappeared were so powerful it was beyond her imagination. With just one strike, her freshly consolidated soul had nearly unraveled. It was then that she suddenly snapped back to her senses and swiftly withdrew from the god shroud. The memory of that final terrifying werewolf sent an involuntary shiver through her body. Shaking her head vigorously to banish that sensation, Isabel finally turned her attention inward to assess her current state. But as soon as she did, her body trembled and her eyes widened in disbelief. IV broken through. Isabel muttered to herself, her eyes full of incredulity. Previously, she had just broken through to Mid-Earth Night, and it had only been a few days since then. Yet now she had directly ascended to Late Earth Night. What's more, her senses told her that her foundation at the Late Earth Night level was remarkably stable, so much so that she was only one step away from the Earth Night pinnacle. In this moment, it was almost as though she had made an enormous leap in power. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken her years to reach this point. More importantly, Isabel sensed that her greatest gain wasn't just her increase in strength. There was something else, something mysterious that she seemed to have touched upon. Although she couldn't fully grasp it yet, she knew that once she reached a certain level, this mysterious force would bring her unimaginable benefits. Laws, she whispered softly, fully understanding what this was. Taking a deep breath to calm her excitement, Isabel turned her gaze to the distant black mist-covered area before walking toward the city wall. There, Jas, Aisha, and the others were already waiting. Big sis, big sis. Seeing Isabel emerge, Jas and Aisha ran up to her immediately, along with Steve, Piros, Carter, and Brian. At this moment, everyone's auras had clearly undergone a transformation. Jas had broken through to Mid-Grand Night, while Aisha had also stepped into the Grand Night level. As for Steve and Piros, they had reached Late Grand Night, while Brian had advanced to Mid-Earth Night. Even Carter had reached official night level, and not just its early stage, he had already reached its peak and was only one step away from becoming a Grand Knight. While everyone had improved by at least a small tier, there were still clear differences between them. Isabel could feel a mysterious energy lingering around Steve and Jas, while Aisha and Brian lacked this presence. At their current stage, this distinction might not seem significant, but as their cultivation advanced, the gap would become increasingly evident. Those shrouded in this mysterious aura would find their path much smoother, while those without it would see their gains diminish significantly in the future. Of course, Isabel didn't particularly care. Even when it came to her own sister, she said nothing about it. The God Shroud had opened, and whether one gained something or not depended entirely on themselves. Those who failed to obtain anything had only themselves to blame. For now, she was more focused on another matter. Your lord still hasn't come out. Isabel raised a brow in surprise, looking at the group. Yes, Miss Isabel, our lord and Ryan are both still inside. Steve's voice carried a note of concern as he glanced toward the distance. They've been inside for so long. Isabel was slightly astonished, her gaze following Steve's line of sight. However, she didn't believe for a moment that Thor had met with any mishaps. If he hadn't emerged yet, there was only one possibility. He was still persisting inside. This level of endurance surprised even her. Miss Isabel, Thor won't be in any danger, will he? Unable to contain his worry, Carter finally spoke up. 7 days had passed, and nearly everyone from the first batch had already exited. Only 5 or 6 remained inside, including their lord and Ryan. Carter couldn't help but feel anxious. Don't worry, he should be fine. Isabel shook her head and spoke softly, her gaze still fixed on the distance. As they looked on far away, 10 holy knights wore solemn expressions. Someone is still holding on, one of them spoke with surprise. I recall that the 7th prince of the Tulip Kingdom went in, didn't he? And there's also someone from your family, Karenina. Another knight murmured, turning his gaze toward Karenina. Haha, my boy's talent isn't bad, is it? Karenina wore a faint, satisfied smile, exuding pride. The Godshroud's power this time isn't small. Just because they haven't come out doesn't mean they ray still holding on. Another knight snorted coldly, clearly annoyed. True, but it's still better than being eliminated right at the start. Karenina retorted with a smirk, causing the knight's face to darken instantly. HMPH, he could only respond with a disgruntled snort. Karenina's smile grew even wider. He wasn't concerned about his descendants' safety. With a secret treasure in their possession, they could escape immediately if something went wrong. If they hadn't exited yet, it was because they were still persisting. To be among the last batch still inside, how could he not be satisfied with such a result? Enough, everyone. The first round should be ending soon. Let's have those kids return. Though the Divine Domain battle lasts 1,000 days, if anything unexpected happens and the Godshroud ends early, this place isn't exactly safe. As they conversed, a figure spoke up. Hearing this, the other 9 exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The Divine Domain battle was far beyond what these youngsters could participate in. Once it ended, regardless of the outcome, they would need to leave to avoid potential danger. As for the second batch of entrants, few present paid them any mind. The first batch always gained the most, with the highest chance of comprehending the power of laws. By the time the second wave entered, the remnants of such power would be negligible. For now, they needed to wait for the last batch to emerge. What none of them knew was that significant changes had already occurred within the Godshroud. The few who still remained weren't necessarily stronger than Isabel in soul power or skill. Rather, as time passed, 2 separate spaces had begun siphoning away all the Deathlaw power. The illusionary river of the Underworld almost seemed to solidify. Within these two isolated spaces, massive bloodthirsty werewolves appeared, their auras far surpassing that of typical Earth Knights. Yet despite their strength, two figures stood tall like gods of war. Any werewolf that lunged toward them was instantly pierced through by thunder and death, or ice and death. The concentrated essence of death was continuously drawn out and absorbed into their bodies, nearly condensing into a tangible form of law. This siphoning had even begun to destabilize the Godshroud, its semi-illusory, semi-illusory form becoming increasingly fragile. Boom! A werewolf exploded into fragments, its thick death aura flowing into Thor's body. Phew! Exhaling deeply, Thor's consciousness gradually cleared. Looking up at the Nodem River of the Underworld and the surrounding, nearly annihilated werewolves, he shook his head. At this point, these werewolves no longer provided him any meaningful gains. Fighting further would be pointless and risk drawing unnecessary attention. It's time to go, he murmured softly. With a thought, a beam of light enveloped him and his figure began to blur. Elsewhere, Ryan had come to the same conclusion. As two beams of light illuminated the Godshroud, Thor and Ryan disappeared. Their departure caused the death aura in their two spaces to surge back, drawing in werewolves. They were coming again. The golden-haired youth, who had been frustrated moments earlier, brightened as the werewolves returned. Another youth elsewhere had a similar reaction. Neither realized that something significant had been siphoned away. Meanwhile, outside, two flashes of white light heralded the appearance of Ryan and Thor. As Thor emerged, he immediately sensed a profound transformation in himself. His aura had grown significantly stronger. Within his life seed, icy and deathly energies intertwined, prompting a mysterious metamorphosis. Peak Grand Knight. Muttering to himself, Thor couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in his heart. He hadn't expected that after entering the Divine Ruins, just a few days had allowed him to reach the peak of the Grand Knight level, only a step away from becoming an Earth Knight. He even had a strange feeling that, if not for the Divine Ruins severing all connections to the world, preventing the inflow of elemental power, he might have already broken through to the Earth Knight level while still inside. Right now, he could feel that as long as he wished it, he could advance to Earth Knight at any moment. Taking a deep breath, Thor forcefully suppressed his excitement. It would be far too conspicuous to break through right after exiting the Divine Ruins. In the northern province, it wouldn't matter much, but here, at the northern defensive line, it was better to remain cautious. After all, not long ago, powerful beings from the sanctuary, behemoth kings, and the kings of three kingdoms had shown up one after another. Each of these existences was like an insurmountable gulf to him. Attracting their attention recklessly was by no means a wise choice. Gradually calming himself, Thor glanced around and was about to head back toward the distant battlements. But at that moment, a flash of white light appeared nearby. Ryan emerged. Ryan. Thor raised an eyebrow but quickly smiled. My lord. Ryan was also stunned when he saw Thor and instinctively called out, Come on, let's head back. Thor motioned to Ryan and began walking away. Ryan didn't have time to reflect on his own condition and hurriedly followed along. Their reappearance inevitably drew attention once more, especially from the sanctuary powerhouses. Which house are they from? They lasted so long. An old woman spoke in a surprised tone, glancing at the others present. That insignia. I think it belongs to one of the count families in our kingdom, Karenina remarked with slight surprise. A count. Hearing this, many people present looked surprised. This was the first time they'd seen the scion of a count family emerge from the ruins. Yes, I believe he's a descendant of the Dressrosa family. It seems they were lucky enough to be stationed along the defensive line this time. Karenina smiled. He wasn't too concerned. After all, his own family members were still inside, almost entering at the same time as the seventh prince. Thor's appearance surprised him slightly, but only slightly. A lucky kid, I wonder how much he gained. Listening to Karenina, many couldn't help but sigh. Some of the sanctuary powerhouses even had glints of thought in their eyes. Hey, Aubai, that kid seems to have a good relationship with your family's girl. How about marrying him into your Aubai family? Among the shifting thoughts, someone teased the old woman, glancing at Isabel, who was converging with Thor. Pule, if you are so interested, you can try. Just don't blame me if His Majesty throws you into the abyssal gorge. The old woman's heart skipped a beat, but she quickly understood the implication and snorted coldly. Joking aside, such a figure with potential to reach the sanctuary in the future was not someone she could touch. As a great noble of the Golden Flower Kingdom, she dared not step over the Tulip King to snatch such a person. That would be sheer suicide. Even the Golden Flower King wouldn't be able to protect her then. Haha, our family doesn't have any eligible young ladies, unlike your Aubai family. The man who had spoken froze for a moment before laughing lightly. HMPH. Aubai snorted coldly in response, but her gaze involuntarily shifted toward the distant battlements, recalling a particular figure in her mind. Thor and Ryan had been inside for over 7 days. While others might not know the significance, they understood that typically, reaching the 5th day meant a strong chance of advancing to the sanctuary, and surpassing 7 days even hinted at the possibility of breaking into the divine domain. Though such chances were extremely slim, it still guaranteed at least one sanctuary powerhouse. Even for families like theirs, a holy night was of immense importance. Of course, Abai wasn't the only one having such thoughts. Many others shared similar notions. In particular, the holy knights of the Tulip Kingdom's 3 great noble families looked at Thor with shining eyes. Thor himself was unaware of all this. He and Ryan made their way back to the battlements. Isabel and the others quickly came to meet them. Lord Thor, you ray incredible. Aisha couldn't help but marvel, from her initial indifference to taking him seriously during the Orc War, and now all that remained was admiration. Having entered the divine ruins herself as a grand knight, she knew all too well how difficult it was to last long in there. She had been eliminated before the 3rd day, yet Thor had persisted until the 8th day, longer even than her elder sister, Lord Thor. Jas couldn't help but speak as well, though he was momentarily at a loss for words. Thor, you must have gained a lot this time. It seems the Tulip Kingdom will have a 4th duke in a few decades. Isabel was more straightforward. To others, the Tulip Kingdom's 3 dukes owed their titles to their status as Sky Knights, but the most powerful figures knew the real reason. They were holy knights. A duke's existence was only guaranteed by a holy knight. The replacement of dukes was often tied to the death of a holy knight. With Thor having lasted close to 8 days, it all but guaranteed he would become a holy knight in the future. Miss Isabel, you ray too kind. Thor smiled and shook his head. It seems all of you have gained a lot as well. As he spoke, Thor glanced at the group and, sensing their auras, remarked with a hint of admiration, not as much as you, Lord Thor. Jas admitted with a shake of his head. Indeed, we ray far behind you, Lord Thor. Aisha echoed. The group chatted as they made their way back into the battlements. Seeing Thor alive and well, many people inside the battlements ground their teeth in frustration. Damn it, that guy really didn't die. Sage's Spence couldn't help but slam the wall in irritation. His talent isn't weak. The chances of him dying in the divine ruins were always low, said a knight named Watt with a sigh. He must have gotten quite a few benefits. Maybe he'll even break through to become a Sky Knight in the future, damn it. Why hasn't the 2nd wave of the divine ruins opened yet? Spence grew increasingly agitated, while Watt could only sigh. They indeed missed a massive opportunity. Even though they arrived early, they hadn't been able to enter the 1st wave. While they didn't know much, they faintly understood that the 1st wave yielded the greatest rewards. They weren't the only ones lamenting. Many others felt similarly. While these thoughts lingered, the 8th day quickly passed. Thor and the others didn't leave, but instead remained at the battlements. At the dawn of the 9th day, 2 beams of light finally appeared. 2 young men emerged. As soon as they appeared, their figures vanished. They reappeared before the 10 sanctuary powerhouses. Startled for a moment, the 2 quickly regained their composure upon realizing they were standing before their family's holy knights, grandfather. One of them hurriedly saluted Karenina. The blonde youth beside him curiously looked at one of the holy knights. Your Highness 7th Prince, did you sense any traces of laws? The holy knight spoke with nervous urgency. No. The blonde youth hesitated but furrowed his brows and admitted reluctantly. Traces of laws, what a joke. He had barely managed to gather any law power at all. Farron, what about you? At the 7th Prince's words, Karenina brightened and eagerly turned to his descendant. I didn't either. The youth looked embarrassed but still answered truthfully. What? Karenina's expression froze, and he glanced around blankly before reacting with disbelief. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently. Ripples spread across the land as the entire divine ruins began to collapse, seal the area. The 10 Holy Knight powerhouses instantly reacted, activating their domains to shield the battlements from the devastation. The domain expanded as 10 Holy Domain powerhouses acted in unison. In an instant, they isolated the area of the battlements from the outside world. At the exact moment the space was cut off far away, the divine ruins completely collapsed with a thunderous roar. Illusion and reality intertwined, and a foreboding aura spread out. Everything within the range of the divine ruins began to disintegrate. The divine ruins, as a manifestation of a divine kingdom, were a high-dimensional existence. Once collapsed, nothing could withstand its destruction, not even space. Mountains, trees, and shattered remains of bodies were all annihilated without exception. Within the battlements, countless figures stared wide-eyed, many with throats seemingly constricted, unable to speak as they blankly watched the scene unfold. Even Thor's heart skipped a beat. The others were even more terrified. Fortunately, the domains of the 10 holy domain powerhouses had expanded and completely isolated the collapsing aura. Otherwise, even at this considerable distance, they would have been caught in the collapse of the divine ruins. Merely witnessing the destruction made everyone aware of the consequences of being drawn into it. Not even a Sky Knight could hope to survive such terrifying annihilation, let alone Earth Knights, who were currently the strongest among them. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed as the obliterating aura continuously collided with the protective domains. Even the domains wavered under the pressure. Fortunately, the barrier held, and the collapsing aura eventually subsided after most of the destruction had been wrought. It's over. Looks like we suffered a big loss this time. Among the 10 holy domain powerhouses, one let out a bitter laugh. The others exchanged glances and sighed in resignation. The expected rewards had not materialized, which was undeniably disappointing. Ladies and gentlemen, since the matter here is resolved, I need to report back to the kingdom immediately. I'll take my leave. Amid their reflections, one of the figures spoke up. Indeed, we must report this divine realm battle to our nations swiftly to prevent unforeseen developments, another agreed. Soon after, 4 of the 10 chose to leave. Even the remaining one hesitated for a moment before sighing and disappearing into the distance. However, these individuals were indeed genuinely rushing to inform their nations. With the 3 great kings already working in alliance, preparations had certainly been made. Their haste to leave stemmed from 2 reasons: the lack of desired rewards and their need to return promptly and prepare their families for future developments. The unexpected appearance of the 3 great kings had caught even them off guard. In such a significant matter, delays in reporting could easily lead to information asymmetry and major issues in subsequent actions. 5 departed, and within half a day, many other noble heirs, still shaken, also quickly left the battlements. In the blink of an eye, the battlements were half deserted. With the collapse of the divine ruins, lingering here had become meaningless, prompting most of the other noble heirs to leave in disappointment. What was expected to be a grand opportunity had ended abruptly before it could even begin. Among those who remained were the powerful noble heirs of the Tulip Kingdom, along with a select few like Isabel, Jas, and Aisha. The heirs of the Tulip Kingdom, whether of the 3 Grand Dukes or powerful marquises, were at a loss. They had come to explore the divine ruins, but before even setting foot in them, the ruins had collapsed before their very eyes. This left them unsure of how to proceed. For the heirs of powerful marquises in particular, they had initially come based on vague rumors, only fully understanding the significance after reaching the northern frontlines and exchanging information with the heirs of the dukes. The divine ruins represented the power of the gods. Obtaining even a fraction of this power promised a guaranteed path to becoming Sky Knights, possibly even Holy Domain Knights. As potential heirs or candidates of powerful marquises, they had placed great hope in this. But before they could take action, the ruins had collapsed right before their eyes. Such an outcome was difficult to accept, but there was nothing they could do. The ruins had truly vanished. What should we do? Sages Spencer asked instinctively, looking to his companion for guidance. Even the usually calm Watt was stunned, his mouth agape, unable to respond for a long time. Damn it, Sages Spencer cursed under his breath at Watt's silence, his expression growing darker. That bastard is the only one who gained anything from this. His gaze involuntarily shifted to Thor and his group, filled with unconcealed jealousy. Thor, however, had no time to concern himself with such reactions. He was at the battlements, bidding farewell to Isabel and the others. Sir Thor, if you ever wish to travel across the continent, you are welcome to visit the Golden Flower Kingdom, Isabel said with a smile. Of course. Lady Isabel, Lady Aisha, safe travels to both of you, Thor replied with a nod and wave. The 2 ladies smiled and rode off with their entourage into the distance. Brother Brian, Lord Jas, let's prepare to set out as well, Thor suggested, smiling as he turned to his companions. Understood. Brian and Jas exchanged glances, nodded, and began making preparations. With events concluded and ample gains secured, it was time to leave, especially with the lingering threat of the behemoth that none could afford to ignore. As Thor and his group set out, 2 pairs of eyes locked onto them from a distance. Let's go, Sages Spencer said to his knights, a glint flashing in his eyes. Moments after Thor departed, Sages Spencer and Watt, along with their 2 knight squads, followed closely behind. Many noticed this development. Some smirked, some pondered, and others even followed, their intentions clear. However, the Holy Domain Knights, despite noticing, chose to remain indifferent. The divine ruins had already collapsed, and any notions of helping a potential future Holy Domain had faded. For these lofty figures, they had long ceased meddling in kingdom affairs, let alone minor disputes among noble heirs. Thor, well aware of the trailing presence, smirked coldly. His soul power, vastly enhanced by the divine ruins, allowed him to sense their pursuers with ease even without relying on his golden finger. So confident, are they? Thor chuckled, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. If his enemies sought death, he was more than willing to oblige. That night, as Thor meditated, he decided it was time to break through to Earth Night. The silver moon breathing technique circulated, drawing in threads of life energy. Under the moonlight, a chilling aura emanated from Thor, frost spreading beneath him. A faint, deathly energy interwove with the icy aura, subtle but unmistakable. Thor, focused on his breakthrough, channeled his night-breathing technique to its peak. Within his chest, the seed of life pulsated vigorously. For an Earth Knight, the key lay in finding fertile ground for the seed of life to grow, a task akin to crossing a chasm for most peak Great Knights. But for Thor, with his abundant life energy, the process was seamless. The frost coalesced beneath him, forming an expansive icy ground. The seed of life settled gently upon it, and in that instant an overwhelming aura burst forth. Boom! A terrifying wave of frost surged outward, freezing everything within a radius of dozens of meters. Even roaring flames were extinguished in an instant. Within this icy domain, faint wisps of black energy lingered, erasing the life force of anything caught within. Thor's elemental mastery of ice now carried a touch of death, a chilling harbinger of his growing power. On this continent, the cultivation of knights primarily consists of 3 stages. The first stage is to condense a life seed and become an apprentice knight. The second stage is to condense a life domain and achieve the rank of Earth Knight. Finally, the third stage is to become a holy knight. Each stage signifies a transformation. Condensing the life seed marks the first true step into the extraordinary path, no longer an ordinary person. Achieving the rank of Earth Knight grants one the initial ability to interfere with the outside world. Previously, Thor could emit chilling air, but that was merely due to his contract with the nature spirit, allowing cold energy to spread. He hadn't truly interfered with the external world. It wasn't until this moment, upon becoming an Earth Knight, that Thor could truly accomplish this. Cold air spread, freezing everything around him. The camp stirred and many people were alarmed. Brian in particular was shocked. However, he quickly realized what was happening, his pupils widening. This is a breakthrough, Brian muttered to himself before his figure disappeared from his tent. When he reappeared, he was already outside. Even as an Earth Knight, he felt the biting cold in the air, but at this moment he paid no attention to it. Young Master Brian, Steve, Pierrot, and Carter approached as they saw Brian emerge. Steve and Pierrot quickly saluted. Pass the order to pull everyone back. Your lord has likely broken through. Brian instructed them while trying to hide the shock in his eyes. At this moment, he was nearly 50 years old. By coincidence and luck, he had just broken through to become an Earth Knight, but Thor. He wasn't even 20 years old yet. A 20-year-old Earth Knight, such individuals were extremely rare even across the entire Tulip Kingdom or the 3 northern kingdoms. In the history of the Dressrosa family, this was unprecedented. Even Brian couldn't keep his emotions steady, and as he processed this, boom, another surge of immense life force exploded in the distance. From another tent, an identical aura began to spread, and bolts of lightning crackled, spreading around it. Brian's eyes widened, his breathing becoming heavy. He hadn't expected that just as Thor had broken through, Ryan had broken through as well. It wasn't just Brian, Steve, and Pierrot also couldn't help but twitch their brows. That's Ryan. Pierrot murmured, while Steve remained silent, though his gaze was equally fixed on the scene. Their expressions twitched as they exchanged glances. Thor and Ryan, however, were unaware of the reactions of those outside. At this moment, Thor had fully broken through to become an Earth Knight. Within his heart, a domain entirely covered in snow and ice manifested between illusion and reality. The life seed had taken root in this icy domain. Compared to before, he could clearly feel his life force had grown more than tenfold. Furthermore, the power of cold energy seemed far easier to control. At the same time, he could vaguely sense the traces of laws. Of course, he could only sense it for now. Harnessing that power was something he wouldn't be able to achieve until he became a Sky Knight and his icy domain fully matured, nurturing the life seed. Whoosh. Exhaling a breath of white mist, Thor stretched lazily as the chill gradually withdrew under his control. Then he stepped out of the tent. At the same time, Ryan emerged as well. My lord, seeing Thor, Ryan couldn't help but smile. Well done, Ryan. Thor nodded with a smile. I must thank you, my lord, Ryan said gratefully. Thor smiled and shook his head. At that moment, Brian, Steve, and Pierrot approached. Congratulations, my lord, the 3 spoke in unison. Thor, your talent may very well be the strongest in the 300-year history of the Dressrosa family. I believe you will certainly achieve the rank of Sky Knight in the future. Brian couldn't help but sigh, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Thor. Brother Brian, I'll take your words as a blessing. Thor smiled, neither denying nor confirming it. To him, the rank of Sky Knight wasn't even a barrier anymore. In fact, not just the Sky Knight rank, he was confident even the rank of Holy Knight was within reach. Of course, there was no need to say this. After all, boasting about what hadn't been achieved yet would seem arrogant. Haha, when that time comes, Thor, don't forget to take care of your nephew. Brian laughed. Of course, Thor replied with a smile. By the way, Brother Brian, start preparing. I suspect our pursuers won't sit still much longer. As he spoke, Thor glanced into the distance with a cold smile. Are you sure you want to confront them? The people after you this time aren't just nobodies. We could take a lesser-known route to the right. If we cover our tracks, it will be difficult for them to find us. Brian's smile faded as he spoke seriously. Brother Brian, I don't want to constantly look over my shoulder. Rather than waiting for trouble to find me again, it's better to deal with it all at once. Thor shook his head firmly. This wasn't a joke. Though his daily information system allowed him to avoid 100 of problems, he didn't want unexpected trouble to keep cropping up. Since someone had targeted him, it was better to eliminate them now. Moreover, this time his intelligence system had uncovered an unexpected opportunity. He couldn't let that go. I understand. Brian paused for a moment before nodding. Carter, take this. This should help you break through. Make sure to earn back your merit points afterward. Thor pulled out a divine wood fruit from his pouch and handed it to Carter. Thank you, Brother Thor. Carter accepted it gratefully, his excitement evident. Go, Thor waved him off. After that, Thor began planning. Since he intended to eliminate their pursuers, preparations had to be thorough. The plan was to set their ambush in a narrow canyon ahead, ensuring no one could escape. The next day, under the morning sun, the group departed again. By now, Carter had broken through to become a Grand Knight. At 18 years old, achieving the rank of Grand Knight was terrifying progress. His cultivation speed even surpassed Thor's at the same age, rivaling Ryan's. Of course, this wasn't surprising. Not everyone had the opportunity to enter the Divine Ruins. Carter's gains in the Divine Ruins, combined with abundant resources, naturally allowed for rapid progress. By midday, the group reached the canyon, a narrow gorge flanked by steep cliffs, with a path no more than 10 feet wide. Thor began issuing orders. The knights, including Thor and Brian, quickly got to work. Within half a day, preparations were complete and Thor quietly waited at the canyon's end. Time passed, and as evening fell, rumbling sounds echoed in the distance. Damn it. Those guys were harder to shake off than expected. That bastard hasn't run off, has he? Walter cursed, looking irritated. Unlikely. If we get through here, we should catch up. Sage Spencer's face was grim, but he shook his head. As they talked, both men suddenly froze. In the canyon ahead, figures appeared. Thor and his party waiting leisurely. Thor, Walter muttered, scanning the canyon warily. Thor, I'll give you one chance. Hand over 50,000 gold coins and all the lands your Dressrosa family seized. I can pretend the incident from a month ago never happened. You can leave safely. Sage Spencer spoke coldly. Hand over everything. Lord Sage, you're quite ambitious, but I don't think you have the ability to back that up. Thor smiled lightly. Boom. With a deafening rumble, massive boulders fell from the cliffs behind them, sealing off the path. It seems you've made a very foolish decision. Sage Spencer sneered coldly, glancing at the blocked path. Foolish, I didn't think so, Thor replied calmly. The next moment, a surge of immense life force erupted from him. As he strode forward, gripping his knight's spear, frost spread beneath his feet, freezing everything in its path. This is an Earth Knight, variant life force. Sage Spencer and Walter's expressions changed. But there was no time to think further. Thor had already moved, charging straight at Sage Spencer. By the time the battle ended, the canyon was silent. Thor stood amidst the ice, his voice calm as he declared. Next, when Thor previously broke through to the Grand Knight rank, he was already capable of contending with certain Earth Knights who had ascended through secret techniques. Later, upon advancing to the mid-stage Grand Knight level, he became confident in dealing with even regular Earth Knights. Subsequently, during his time at the Northern Defensive Line, Thor advanced to the late-stage Grand Knight rank. His strength undeniably stepped up another level, making him capable of handling mid-stage Earth Knights with ease. Now, with his breakthrough to the Earth Knight rank, not to mention late-stage Earth Knights, he was even confident enough to confront those at the peak of this rank. Although Sage Spencer had reached the mid-stage Earth Knight rank, he was instantly killed when facing Thor. The two Earth Knights led by Sage Spencer were both late-stage Earth Knights, yet neither had reached the peak. In just a brief moment, two figures were sent flying. One crashed far away, unable to rise again as ice completely froze his breath. The other had his chest pierced, frozen in place by the frigid aura. With a sharp tug, Thor pulled the knight's lance out from the corpse before him, his gaze shifting toward the broader battlefield. By now, the entire battle had stabilized. Not far away, Ryan had just slain one of the Earth Knights, while Watt and another Earth Knight were still struggling to resist. However, both of them emanated the smell of scorched flesh, their complexions pale and strained. As Thor's gaze fell upon them, unease gripped their hearts. Sir Thor, Lord Thor, this is all a misunderstanding. Watt's voice rose in urgency as he fended off Ryan's relentless assault. But before his words finished, a sudden sense of danger struck him. Almost instinctively, he raised his knight's lance, but that was all he could do. Boom. A loud impact followed. Pain erupted in Watt's chest as an overwhelming force sent him flying. Bang, cough, cough. Watt landed heavily, coughing violently as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. yet he ignored his injuries and quickly looked into the distance. What he saw caused his pupils to widen in shock. Ryan's lance had already pierced through the chest of the final Earth Knight, nailing him to the ground. How could this be? Watt was aghast, his expression filled with disbelief. That was a late-stage Earth Knight in existence that even some marquee families would struggle to confront, and yet he had been dispatched so effortlessly. Amid his disbelief, Watt's heart raced, and he hastily tried to plead once more. "Lord Thor, please, this is a misunderstanding. All of this was Sage Spencer's doing. I was trying to stop him." "Yes, that's right, Lord Thor. My father will reward you with gold, plenty of it. 1,000, no, 30,000. Can definitely offer 30,000 gold coins." Watt's frantic voice echoed as he disregarded everything in a desperate attempt to save his life. "Lord," Ryan looked toward Thor, awaiting instructions. "End it." Thor glanced at Watt, paused briefly in thought, and then spoke softly. "Yes." Without hesitation, Ryan strode forward, lance in hand. "Thor, you can do this. I am a noble's son. My father is a marquis." "Damn it, what are you doing?" "No, Lord Thor, I am telling the truth." "Thor, you've gone mad. What are you trying to do?" Watt's voice grew increasingly panicked as Ryan approached, but it was to no avail. At Thor's subtle nod, Ryan acted without delay. Splat! A crackle of lightning accompanied the thrust of the knight's lance, piercing Watt's chest and pinning him to the ground, lifeless. This scene sent waves of terror through the eyes of the remaining knights. Their lord had been slain by Thor's group. The fear spread uncontrollably. One after another, the knights tried to flee instinctively, but it was too late. Thor and Ryan joined the fray, swiftly mopping up the opposition. Half an hour later, all 4 Earth Knights and over 200 formal knights brought by Sages Spencer and Watt were annihilated. Their corpses lay scattered across the battlefield, frozen in fear. Thor's group, however, had suffered minimal losses, with fewer than 10 injured. The sight caused Brian's breath to hitch. "Thor, your strength." Brian glanced at Thor, then at Ryan, at a loss for words. Even though he had witnessed Thor and Ryan's strength before, the power they displayed after their breakthroughs left him utterly shaken. 6 Earth Knights had been dealt with so effortlessly. Thinking of his own mid-stage Earth Knight status, Brian's heart raced. "Brother Brian, thank you for your support this time." Thor smiled, expressing his gratitude toward Brian. Brian had joined Thor's journey partly to visit his son in the northern province and partly to protect Thor and his group. Thor was genuinely appreciative of his assistance. "It seems I am truly getting old." Brian sighed, shaking his head as he walked away, still processing his shock. Watching Brian leave, Thor contemplated briefly before approaching Watt's lifeless body. Squatting down, he began to search the corpse. Before long, Thor found a hard object in Watt's chest pocket. Without hesitation, he retrieved it. It was an unusual metallic pocket watch. Thor's intelligence system had previously reported on this item, a pocket watch of unknown secrets once in the possession of Viscount Morhen from the capital. Thor had intended to investigate this watch, believing it to be of significant importance. However, a series of battles and unforeseen events, such as the Divine Ruins and the Divine Domain, had left him with no time to pursue it. Unexpectedly, this pocket watch reappeared in his intelligence reports just days ago, no longer with Viscount Morhen but now in Watt's possession. Furthermore, it was reported that Watt would carry the watch while attempting to ambush Thor. Faced with an enemy seeking his life and bearing potential treasures, Thor's choice was obvious. After briefly inspecting the pocket watch, Thor found no apparent anomalies. Like the previous Silver Moon breathing technique, it likely required specific conditions to reveal its secrets. Deciding not to investigate further for now, Thor tucked the watch into his pocket. With his intelligence system, he was confident he would eventually uncover its mysteries. Searching Watt further yielded little, just over 10 silver cards, amounting to barely 1,000 gold coins. Similarly, the spoils gathered by Steve and Pierrot's were minimal. Altogether, their loot didn't exceed 3,000 gold coins. For Thor, 3,000 gold coins weren't particularly significant at this stage. Still, the operation had not been about money. Initially, Thor intended to share half of the loot with Brian, but Brian firmly refused, leaving Thor no choice but to keep it all. After wrapping up the battlefield, the group poured thorn juice over the corpses. As they departed, scarlet eyes appeared in the surrounding forest beasts gathering for a feast. No one would know that 2 powerful noble heirs' knight regiments had disappeared silently at the northern front lines. Given the recent casualties among noble heirs, the loss of 2 more would hardly raise suspicion. Even if someone investigated, there might be traces. But Thor didn't care. The Spencer family behind Sage's Spencer or Watt's marquis lineage, they no longer posed a concern. With his father now a Sky Knight and Neil Morton similarly at the Sky Knight rank, Thor felt little pressure. Combined with his and Ryan's strength, they were difficult to threaten, even by Sky Knights. As the moonlight bathed the forest, time quietly passed. The elimination of Watt and Sage's Spencer cleared the path for Thor's group, making their journey much smoother. Encounters with magical beasts were resolved effortlessly, often by Ryan alone. 10 days later, they returned to the Eagle Ridge. Nearly a month had passed since their departure, and the territory had undergone significant changes. Golden wheat fields adorned the land, a product of the newly established Eagle River. Vast areas had been converted into farmland, and the improved seeds developed by Avila promised a bountiful harvest. The sight of busy farmers working happily in the fields astonished Brian. "Thor, is this your territory?" he asked in disbelief. "Of course, brother Brian," Thor replied with a smile. Thor naturally understood Brian's shock. Anyone stepping into the Eagle Ridge for the first time would be astounded. After all, the entire construction of the Eagle Ridge had taken less than 2 years to reach its current scale, a feat almost unimaginable. With a faint smile, Thor led Brian into Eagle Town. No, it might no longer be appropriate to call it a town at this point. Compared to its previous size, Eagle Town had expanded nearly threefold and continued to grow rapidly. Everywhere, one could see busy slaves and goblins shackled in heavy chains going about their tasks. The town's population had also grown several times larger than when Thor had left. In previous operations, they had seized many slaves from the various lords, a considerable portion of which Thor had brought to Eagle Town. Although only a fraction of these slaves remained in the town, they still caused the population to surge. This was enough to leave Brian, entering for the first time, shocked once again. The group returned to the castle. Since it was still early, Thor first had Brian's accommodations arranged. Afterward, he summoned Joseph. Thor needed to understand the current state of the Eagle Ridge after being away for nearly a month. He also wanted to know if the reinforcements from his father had arrived. Joseph soon hurried back, inside the study. Thor quietly reviewed the affairs of the Eagle Ridge over the past month, while Joseph stood nervously and anxiously by his side, not daring to make a sound. This was Joseph's first time serving as chief steward, and Thor had been entirely absent for a month. Many matters had been left to Joseph's discretion. Now that his performance was being evaluated, he couldn't help but feel a wave of tension. Rustle, the sound of documents being flipped filled the room, as if Joseph's heartbeat was in sync with each turn of a page. His breathing involuntarily slowed, and he held his breath. It was unclear how much time had passed or how long this continued. Finally, Thor's hand stopped turning the pages. His thoughts seemed to settle, and his right hand tapped rhythmically on the desk with practiced ease. Knock, knock, the sound of knocking on the desk echoed, and Joseph's heart seemed to pound violently in sync. Just as it felt like his heart might leap into his throat, Thor's voice finally broke the silence. "Not bad, this situation is acceptable for now, but the pace can still be accelerated. If you need manpower, I can allocate another 5,000 goblin slaves to assist you. Additionally, I'll increase the rewards in the merit system appropriately. The development of the territory will proceed at an even faster pace." Thor's calm voice resonated as he looked at Joseph. "Yes, my lord." Hearing Thor's words, Joseph felt his heart settle back into his chest. He quickly responded with deference. "You did well this time. Keep up the good work. Also, there will be a new selection opportunity for the young Eagle Knights next month." Thor nodded as he continued speaking. "Thank you, my lord." Joseph's face lit up with excitement upon hearing Thor's words. He naturally understood their implications, and it was undoubtedly a piece of news that filled him with joy. "By the way, has there been any news from the family?" As if remembering something, Thor turned his gaze back to Joseph and asked in a calm tone, "My lord, 3 days ago, we received a reply from your father. It is in the bookshelf to your right." Joseph replied respectfully. "Good, you may leave." Thor nodded and gestured for Joseph to withdraw. Joseph, still brimming with excitement, slowly retreated, leaving Thor to open the right-side bookshelf. This was where he stored various documents. Thor quickly found the letter and opened it without hesitation. The handwriting of Count Angel appeared before him. "Thor, my son, I am pleased with your growth. The support you requested has been dispatched. Your uncles, Michael and Cheshire, are on their way to assist you, which should be sufficient to resolve your issues. Additionally, I have set off to visit several marquises on your behalf." As Thor carefully read through the lines, a smile appeared on his face. His father had proven reliable once again. Not only had he sent 2 Earth Knights to assist, but one of them was Michael, the Knight Captain of the Angel household. With their arrival, the number of Earth Knights in the Eagle Ridge would surpass 4. If Marshall were to break through, the total would rise to 5. Such strength would make them second only to Marquis Raymond in the entire northern province. With the addition of Neil Morton, even Marquis Raymond would pale in comparison, not to mention the strength of other members of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Furthermore, with Count Angel personally visiting several marquises, any potential threats would likely be minimized. Thor was immensely satisfied, and couldn't he help but marvel at the advantages of a large family. Compared to fighting alone, the protection of a powerful family saved him countless troubles. Without the Dressrosa family, he would have faced far greater challenges in reaching his current position. Smooth expansion, steady development, and his present success were all made possible by the support of his family. Now, I just need to wait for their arrival. Hopefully, they won't disappoint me. Thor chuckled softly as he returned the letter to the drawer. Afterward, he summoned a few people to gain a better understanding of the overall situation in the Eagle Ridge, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Then he called for Christine to discuss the critical matter of the apothecaries. My lord, we can now stably produce 2 bottles of low-grade life potions daily, which amounts to approximately 60 bottles per month. However, this is our current limit unless the 2 apothecaries can open their spiritual seas and become apprentice mages. Christine reported respectfully, 60 bottles, that's acceptable. Thor nodded slightly, unsurprised by the numbers. Apothecaries were merely inferior versions of mages. Whether in terms of potion success rate or quantity, they couldn't compare to true mages. Producing 60 bottles per month was already a pleasant surprise for Thor. After all, even at a conservative valuation of 200 gold coins per bottle, 60 bottles represented a monthly revenue of 12,000 gold coins. Annual production could reach staggering amounts, even considering the seasonal limitations of life herbs. With the forest elf Avila's help, half a year of uninterrupted production was realistic, equating to over 70,000 gold coins annually. While such a vast quantity couldn't all be sold, Thor had already planned how to allocate the potions. A portion for internal use within the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, a smaller portion for external sales, and the majority reserved for strengthening the Eagle Ridge. Thor's young Eagle Knights had expanded from 300 to over 400 members, with further growth anticipated. The demand for life potions would only increase. Christine, how are you progressing? After some thought, Thor turned to Christine and asked, My lord, I have already opened my spiritual sea and reached the peak of an apprentice mage. Christine replied respectfully, The peak of an apprentice mage, very good. I will allocate you 500 merit points. You can exchange them for a spirit tree fruit, which should be sufficient to help you advance to a first-year mage. Thor lightly tapped his desk, contemplating briefly before speaking, My lord. Christine's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew all too well the value of 500 merit points, something she would normally need over a decade of work to earn. Don't celebrate just yet, listen carefully. I will grant you 3 months to return home. Consider this both a vacation and a task. Try to bring more apothecaries here. For every apothecary you bring back, ULL earn 50 merit points. If you can persuade your teacher to join, ULL receive 1,000 merit points. Thor explained his plan calmly. With the Eagle Ridge about to enter a period of rapid development, the demand for talent would soar. Christine, as a student of the renowned apothecary master Senpu, was a valuable asset. Senpu's reputation extended beyond the Tulip Kingdom, as he was the first known apothecary across 3 kingdoms to successfully craft mid-grade life potions without being a mage. If Christine could convince him to join, Thor's territory would truly thrive. Yes, my lord. I will not disappoint you. Christine's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breathing quickening as she bowed in gratitude. Good, prepare yourself and make the necessary arrangements. Thor dismissed Christine, then turned his attention back to handling the affairs of the territory. Days passed. On the 5th day after his return, the long-awaited family support arrived. The reinforcements included Michael and Cheshire, 2 Earth Knights as well as 10 Grand Knights. Michael, the Angel household's Knight Captain, was already at the peak of the Earth Knight rank, a power comparable to the strongest of Count families. Cheshire, too, was at the later stages of the Grand Knight rank. Their arrival not only impressed Thor, but also left Michael and Cheshire deeply shocked by the thriving state of the Eagle Ridge. My goddess, young Master Thor, this is simply unbelievable. Is this really your Eagle Ridge? Michael couldn't contain his astonishment as he looked at Thor. Indeed, it is. Welcome, Uncle Michael and Uncle Cheshire, Thor replied with a smile. Apologies for the reaction. This is simply too extraordinary, Cheshire added, still reeling from the sight. Ha ha ha, please come inside. Dinner has been prepared in your honor, Thor said warmly, leading them into the town. As they entered, the sight before them only deepened their amazement. It was hard to believe this flourishing town belonged to a viscount rather than a count. As they stepped into the territory, the scenes before them left Michael and Cheshire even more stunned. The territory was vast, orderly, and thriving. It now seemed to rival the town of Dressrosa in its development and liveliness. Slaves, freedmen, and knights alike wore broad smiles on their faces. During their journey, Michael and Cheshire had passed through numerous territories in the northern province, but had never encountered such an uplifting sight. The 2 exchanged glances, both inwardly moved. Thor, however, paid no heed to their reactions. Instead, he led everyone into the castle. A grand banquet followed shortly after. When Michael saw Carter, he was shocked yet again. Carter had already reached the rank of Grand Knight. An 18-year-old Grand Knight, this was enough to unsettle even Michael. My goddess, this is nothing short of a miracle. Thor, how did you manage this? Michael stared at Carter, then turned to Thor, his tone filled with disbelief. As someone responsible for the fledgling Falcon Knight Order, Michael was well aware of Carter's talents. Without Thor's support and Carter's own relentless efforts, it would have been impossible for Carter to condense the seed of life and become a trainee knight by the age of 18. Yet here he was, an 18-year-old Grand Knight. Such a talent was shocking even to Michael. He couldn't fathom how Thor had made it happen. Uncle Michael, it's not about what I've done, it's about Carter's diligence and courage, Thor replied with a light smile. Hearing Thor's response, Michael opened his mouth instinctively but found himself at a loss for words. Diligence and courage. Fine, he admitted Carter had these qualities, but knight training required far more than just these traits. Talent and opportunity played a much larger role. Sufficient talent could solve many problems, even without hard work. Uncle Michael, thank you for coming to assist us. I apologize for the trouble, Thor said with a smile, raising his glass. Here's a toast to you and Uncle Cheshire. Master Thor, you are too kind, Michael quickly responded, raising his glass as did Cheshire. No, it's not an exaggeration, Thor said, shaking his head. The territory might face significant challenges ahead. With that, he began discussing matters with the two. Compared to his own experience, Michael and Cheshire's was far more substantial, especially Michael, who was his father's right-hand man and the commander of the Dressrosa Knight Order. He had experienced enough to provide invaluable insights. Thor intended to fully utilize their expertise. Blind arrogance was not his way. You were saying that UV occupied over 80 of the major mines in the western region and the production output of the Danube River. Michael couldn't help but exclaim as Thor spoke, eventually standing up in shock. Yes, perhaps even more. The Danube's output is likely over 80, and major mines are under our control by at least 75, excluding a few remote territories. We've essentially consolidated everything else, Thor nodded. Having recently gained a clearer understanding of the situation, Thor noted that the Eagle Chamber of Commerce had expanded its reach significantly since his departure. Though the monthly revenue hadn't been finalized yet, it was bound to be astronomical. Michael and Cheshire exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. They had known Thor had taken over some mines with the help of the noble heirs who had left, but they hadn't anticipated the scale of this takeover. The northern province's dynamics were clear to them. The western region was its most resource-rich area, and now, their young master Thor had effectively monopolized its resources. At this moment, they finally understood why Thor had requested reinforcements. If he hadn't, Michael and Cheshire believed their young master would likely have been torn apart by the enraged noble heirs. This wasn't just one or two families, but countless households, many more powerful than the Dressrosa family. Among them were heirs of marquis families renowned even among the nobility. After their initial shock, Michael and Cheshire fell into deep contemplation. The situation was more complicated than they had imagined, forcing even them to reassess. Thor waited silently without interrupting. Finally, Michael broke the silence. Master Thor, those powerful noble heirs will likely return within the next month or two. Even with our combined strength, it might not be enough to stop them, Michael said gravely. May I review the scope of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's current control? Of course. Thor nodded. Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, let's head to the study. The two agreed and the three left the dining hall for Thor's study. In the study, a maid quickly unfurled a new map. It wasn't just a map of the Eagle Ridge but the entire northern province. The western region and Eagle Ridge were specifically marked. Seeing the map, Michael and Cheshire exchanged glances, their hearts skipping a beat. Thor's earlier words had already stunned them, but the map brought the magnitude of his actions into focus. Nearly the entire western region had fallen under Thor's jurisdiction, even connecting parts of the east and west. Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, we currently control over 45 mines located here, and here, Thor explained, pointing at the map. Master Thor, how many Grand Knights and Earth Knights does the Eagle Chamber of Commerce currently have? Cheshire suddenly asked. Excluding the two of you and Uncle Marshall, there are currently 4 Earth Knights, Thor replied after some thought. 4. The two looked at each other, visibly startled. Excluding them and the soon-to-break-through Marshall, Thor had 4 Earth Knights under his command. Earth Knights were rare, not something even an average Count's family could muster in such numbers. Indeed, IV recently advanced to Earth Knight, alongside Ryan and 2 others who served the Aubai family in Rachos Assad, Thor explained. What, you too, Master Thor? Michael gasped, his eyes wide with disbelief. Cheshire mirrored his reaction. Thor, however, didn't bother explaining further. Instead, a wave of powerful life energy surged from his body, and layers of frost began spreading from his feet, the icy chill making even Michael and Cheshire instinctively shiver and step back. The two were utterly stunned. At barely 20 years old, Thor was already an Earth Knight. Such talent was unparalleled in the Tulip Kingdom, second only to the Crown Prince. Even the heirs of the 3 great dukes couldn't compare. Even in the Empire, this level of talent was extraordinary. Master Thor. Michael eventually let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. Cheshire remained silent, grappling with the shock. Thor understood their reactions, but said nothing further. After all, his and Ryan's rapid breakthroughs weren't just about talent, they owed much to the divine ruins. Without it, advancing to Earth Knight would have taken at least 3 to 5 more years. Apologies, Master Thor. It's just too much to take in, Michael said, finally regaining composure. How many Grand Knights do we currently have? We have 54 Grand Knights, 32 are directly under Eagle Ridge, while 22 are hired from the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, Thor replied. Michael inhaled sharply, his shock now dulled by sheer repetition. Master Thor, with our current strength, we should consider taking the initiative instead of waiting for retaliation, Michael suggested, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Take the initiative, Thor raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, when those noble heirs return, their first move will undoubtedly be to retaliate, whether through open attacks or direct seizures. Waiting passively will only wear us down, Michael explained. Hearing this, Thor began to seriously consider the proposal. Michael's voice slowly echoed, and as he listened to the explanation, Thor's expression involuntarily grew solemn. Indeed, just as Michael said, even though Thor was powerful enough, if these heirs of the noble families came at him one after another, it would undoubtedly exhaust him. Moreover, another point came to his mind. If someone saw the potential for profit, it wouldn't just be those powerful heirs he'd wronged taking action. The surrounding pioneering lords wouldn't mind acting like bandits a few times either. If things went out of control, he would become the most coveted target in the entire northern province. As for the safeguards Thor had considered, having at least one Grand Knight stationed in each area, they might suffice under normal circumstances. But that was only under normal circumstances, not in a scenario like this. Uncle Michael, what should I do? Taking a deep breath to calm his racing thoughts, Thor once again turned to Michael, his voice heavy with inquiry. Master Thor, to avoid this, you must swiftly demonstrate your strength. On one hand, you need to completely crush the confidence of these powerful noble heirs. On the other, you must deter the other pioneering lords. Hearing Thor's question, Michael nodded and began to speak in a deep tone. Demonstrate my strength, Thor asked instinctively, a hint of confusion in his voice. Yes, demonstrate your strength. Those powerful nobles may have ideas initially, but their likelihood of uniting is slim. What you need to do, Master Thor, is to quickly annihilate one or even several of them, instilling fear in everyone while forcing them to unite. Once they unite, you can then utterly crush them. If you can accomplish this, all these problems will cease to exist. Michael nodded and slowly elaborated. Thor listened carefully, gradually understanding Michael's strategy. The approach was simple. First, instill fear, forcing them to unite, and then destroy them with overwhelming strength. Just as Michael said, if he could pull this off, 90 of the issues would vanish entirely. It could even firmly establish his position in the northern province in one fell swoop. Of course, such benefits came with considerable risks. Many of the powerful noble heirs he had, offended, in the northern province had suffered losses totaling more than several million gold coins. Such a massive amount of wealth would undoubtedly drive them to desperation. If they united, their combined strength would be formidable. Thor fell into deep thought. While this was Michael's idea, Thor couldn't simply act without contemplation. Neither Michael nor Cheshire interrupted his thoughts. Instead, they waited silently. Uncle Michael, this method is indeed feasible, but how should I choose my target? I can just attack someone at random. Even in the kingdom, though this is the northern province, reckless aggression isn't a wise choice. Lightly tapping the table with his right hand, Thor paused for a moment before turning his gaze toward Michael, his voice thoughtful. Even in the kingdom's northern province, basic order existed. Although sudden attacks might not cause significant trouble for now, they would inevitably affect future development, something Thor couldn't afford to ignore. Master Thor, that is indeed not viable. But what if a large iron mine under your control suddenly began producing a significant amount of adamantine? Before Michael could respond, Cheshire spoke up, his words making Thor's brow twitch involuntarily. The price of adamantine was extraordinarily high, and the conditions for its formation were extremely rare. Typically, only superlarge iron mines could possibly produce it, and even then, it wasn't guaranteed. Its uses extended beyond being the main material for golden armor. It was also a critical component in many magical items. A quantity sufficient for crafting a suit of golden armor, even in raw form, rivaled the value of an intermediate life potion. Moreover, like mithril, adamantine was a resource that could be continuously mined. The value of a large iron mine with mithril was already tenfold. If it produced adamantine, its worth would rise to an entirely new level. Even marquis families might struggle to remain indifferent, let alone those powerful noble heirs. The consequences of such a discovery were almost predictable. If it happened, everything discussed earlier would likely unfold as expected. The only question was whether Thor's strength was truly sufficient. I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Michael and Uncle Cheshire. Thor nodded, expressing his gratitude. Master Thor, you flatter us. This is our duty, Michael and Cheshire replied, shaking their heads. Thor smiled and nodded. The three of them then delved into further discussions about the details. As night fully enveloped the land, Thor finally sent Michael and Cheshire off to rest, while he remained in the study, lost in thought. By now, Michael's plan had been thoroughly refined over the course of the day. Gazing at the significantly updated map before him, Thor's expression carried a trace of anticipation. It seemed like a real opportunity had presented itself. If he could stabilize the situation, he could soar to new heights before the kingdom's wars erupted. Night passed quietly. Stars gradually adorned the night sky. The familiar mechanical sound rang out. After a final round of checks, Thor finally drifted into slumber. As a new day arrived, the Eagle Ridge bustled with activity. Figures moved about swiftly, immersing themselves in their tasks. Having returned to his territory, Thor also began to busy himself. While Joseph managed most of the Eagle Ridge's affairs and Lajos Assad handled the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Thor still had plenty to do. These included overseeing the merit point system, the Night Order, and future development plans. Meanwhile, Michael and Cheshire fully integrated into the Eagle Ridge. Cheshire led the Eagle Knights in clearing out goblins, beastmen, and magical creatures nearby, while Michael took up the task of training the fledgling knights. Their efforts elevated both training and clearance efficiency to a whole new level. Previously, the lack of top-tier fighters had slowed their progress, but now things had accelerated significantly. Even the newly-breeding goblins were thoroughly eradicated, with no magical beasts spared. In the midst of their efforts, another piece of good news reached Thor. Marshall was preparing to break through. After months of preparation, he was finally ready to attempt advancing to the rank of Grand Knight. As one of the three major transformations in a knight's cultivation, the breakthrough to Grand Knight was no easy feat. For those with mediocre talent, it might remain unattainable for a lifetime, but Marshall was clearly different. At just over 40 years old, his potential breakthrough would make him a rare standout among Dressrosa's heirs, second only to Thor. To support Marshall, Thor generously provided him with 3 divine wood fruits and 3 bottles of intermediate life potions. "Thank you, Master Thor." Marshall expressed his gratitude. After arranging for Marshall, Thor turned his attention to Lajos Assad, who brought updates regarding the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. The busy days stretched into a week before Thor finally had some respite. During that week, the Eagle Ridge remained relatively stable, with no major incidents. Even the northern defensive line seemed devoid of new developments. The Divine Realm War appeared to have faded from memory, and none of the powerful noble heirs had returned to the northern province. This was unsurprising. The Divine Realm War was far from over, and the heirs had either suffered losses in intense battles or returned to their family territories. This period was a rare opportunity for the Eagle Ridge to develop. In his study, Thor handled some tasks before taking out a seemingly ordinary pocket watch. What exactly is this? Examining the watch, Thor muttered to himself. Half a month had passed, yet he couldn't discern any abnormalities with the pocket watch. Even the daily information reports offered no insights. He remained curious about this item, trying various methods to test it: moonlight exposure, blood, life force, and even magic via Anna. None elicited any reaction. It truly seemed like an ordinary, albeit slightly old, pocket watch, but Thor was certain it wasn't ordinary. Having appeared in the daily information with a special marker, it must hold significance, perhaps information he or the intelligence network hadn't yet uncovered. Thor set it aside when a knock came at the door. "Come in." The door opened and Steve entered. "My lord," Steve greeted respectfully. "What's the situation? Any new information from the northern defensive line?" Thor asked, having instructed Steve to monitor developments in the north and the completion of merit point calculations. He was eager to secure the Baron's title and anticipated significant upcoming events. Despite the Divine Realm War dragging on, his vigilance proved justified. "My lord, the Northern Front reports that all behemoths have mobilized. Additionally, several 6th-tier beastmen tribes have emerged. Both the Golden Flower Kingdom and the Tulip Kingdom have dispatched large reinforcements to the northern defensive line." Steve's grave tone reflected the weight of the news. "What, are you certain?" Thor asked, startled. "Yes, my lord," Steve confirmed. "This information came from Western territories where several pioneering lords returned yesterday. It seems preparations began about 7 days ago. The kingdom is reportedly preparing for a 3rd wave of reinforcements." Steve's words deepened Thor's concerns. The situation in the north was growing dire. A full-scale war with the beastmen could devastate the northern province, turning all current progress into ruins. Thor's brow furrowed as he considered the implications. Several days earlier, the Northern Front. Nearly a week had passed since the Divine Realm battle began. During this time, most of the powerful noble offspring who had come to the Northern Front had already left. Even the 10 holo-level powerhouses had departed, leaving only one holo-level expert to stay behind, awaiting the final outcome of the battle. Although this raised some concerns, divine realm battles typically lasted for thousands of days, making it nearly impossible to see results in a short period. Moreover, with the alliance of the three kingdoms, there was confidence that adequate preparations had been made. Everyone quickly suppressed their anxiety and returned to normalcy. However, just as the northern front was gradually stabilizing, shocking news arrived. What? All the other behemoths in the northern region have descended from the mountains. Upon hearing the report, Duke Karenina couldn't help but be startled, and the other two dukes also showed signs of shock. Yes, more than 20 confirmed behemoths have appeared. Additionally, 3 other 6th-rank orc tribes from the Beastmen clans are also advancing toward the northern front. The knight reporting the situation spoke respectfully, but even his eyes carried a hint of panic. Hearing the knight's report, the 3 dukes grew visibly tense. While the forces at the northern front were strong, especially with the presence of a high-level expert, they were now facing not only the entirety of the behemoths, but also 3 6th-rank orc tribes. This was far beyond what they could handle. Even if the entire Tulip Kingdom mobilized, they might still struggle to manage. Damn it, didn't the 3 kings prepare for this? This shouldn't be happening. Duke Karenina muttered to herself, her anxiety rising. The other 2 dukes were equally unsettled. They had not previously worried about an orc uprising, believing that the 3 kings had adequately prepared for any situation. But now the orcs' unexpected movements had shaken their confidence. Had the 3 kings truly prepared for this? After all, even if the northern front fell and the orc army invaded the 3 kingdoms, as long as the behemoth king was dealt with, the losses might still be acceptable. Fortunately, their fears were somewhat alleviated when reinforcements began arriving. The 3 kingdoms had indeed prepared. Instead of directly confronting the Beastmen clans, they had mobilized most of their forces to the northern front. Among the reinforcements were several dukes and many hollow-level knights, even more than before. Previously, the Tulip Kingdom had sent 5 hollow-level knights. The other 2 kingdoms had done the same. Now, the Tulip Kingdom alone had dispatched over 10 hollow-level knights. The Violet Golden Flower Kingdom had sent 15, and the Scarlet Flame Kingdom 7. In total, there were now over 30 hollow-level knights gathered. Such a concentration of power was rare even in kingdom-wide wars. Additionally, the elite knight orders of the 3 kingdoms had also joined. The Tulip Kingdom's Earth Dragon Knights, the Violet Golden Flower Kingdom's Anter Knights, the Scarlet Flame Kingdom's Flame Knights. Each of these orders numbered over 1,000. This combined force represented nearly half the strength of the 3 kingdoms. With these reinforcements, the 3 dukes breathed a sigh of relief. Though outright defeating the Beastmen clan seemed unlikely, they believed they could at least hold the line. The northern front became a hub of preparation. As the Beastmen forces advanced, the 3 kingdoms' elite knight orders replaced the original defensive units, which were retained as reserves. High-grade magic crystal cannons were installed, and large quantities of magic cores were delivered. The atmosphere grew tense as war seemed imminent. Even the reinforcements felt the weight of the situation. A full-scale war against the Beastmen would be devastating for all 3 kingdoms. Knights of all ranks, ordinary, earth, sky, and even hollow level, felt a palpable tension. 3 days passed, and on the 4th day, the ground trembled violently. In the distance, dust rose as an oppressive aura spread across the heavens and earth. A thunderous roar echoed. Humans, hand over our king. Over 10 massive behemoths appeared, their crimson eyes fixed on the northern front. The sheer power they exuded caused space to collapse. In response, several figures emerged from the human camp, their expressions grave. Trouble. 3 7th-rank behemoths and an even greater number of 6th-rank ones, including over a dozen 6th-rank behemoths, one person muttered, his tone heavy. While human Earth Knights could handle 4th-rank Beastmen and Sky Knights could barely manage 5th-rank ones, 6th-rank behemoths were on par with Divine Realm experts. Despite the tension, one elderly hollow-level knight, stationed by the Empire in the Violet Golden Flower Kingdom, remained composed. Houston, can you hold off one of the 7th-rank behemoths? Someone asked. Even if I could, what about the other 2 7th-rank behemoths and the 6th-rank ones? Do you expect to sacrifice hollow-level knights like fodder? Are you mad? Houston retorted, his voice trembling with frustration. Then came a revelation. Only 3 days, that's all we need, said a Tulip Kingdom royal. Another royal added, the 3 kings have discovered a way to banish the Behemoth King to another realm. They only need 3 more days to complete the process. Reassured, the defenders prepared to hold out. Suddenly, 3 terrifying auras descended from the skies. The 3 kings appeared, their crowns missing, their clothes in tatters, and their bodies drenched in blood. Yet their return ignited hope among the humans and fear among the Beastmen. The Behemoth King had not emerged, leaving the Beastmen visibly shaken. 3 terrifying auras swept across the heavens. Despite the poor conditions of the 3 figures, the moment they appeared, an uproar of overwhelming excitement erupted along the northern defensive line. King, king, king. The deafening shouts drowned the entire northern front. Relief spread across everyone's faces, and joy became an unstoppable tide. Even the dozen divine domain experts couldn't help but reveal smiles. On the other side, however, the expressions of the orcs, especially the behemoth giants, drastically changed. Humans were as our king. A furious roar from one of the behemoth giants sent a violent wave of energy crashing through the void, causing it to collapse layer by layer. 3 behemoth giants appeared high in the sky, their massive bodies looming over heaven and earth. Scarlet pupils locked onto the 3 kings. The behemoth king, naturally, he was slain. The king of the violet golden flower kingdom chuckled lightly. His face was pale, blood dripping down, but his aura remained terrifying. Oh, and a few other behemoths were killed too, he added casually. Perhaps it's this one, the king of the tulip kingdom said with a similar smile as if recalling something. Raising his hand, a colossal shadow plummeted from the sky. Boom. The massive body crashed down. It was a gigantic behemoth. However, this 7th-rank behemoth lay lifeless, devoid of any aura. Roar, humans, you will pay for this. The 3 7th-rank behemoth giants roared in unison, their powerful auras spreading across the heavens and earth. In their rage, they charged at the 3 kings, their enormous bodies swelling as their blood energy filled the skies. They were determined to tear the humans apart, but just as they moved, the 3 kings acted as well. Buzz. The terrifying power of the divine domain erupted, intertwining with the surrounding heavens and earth in an instant. The kings attacked simultaneously. The forces of the divine domain spread, and the overwhelming energy of high-level divine domain experts surged. In the next moment, a spear, a fist, and a knight's sword struck down. The charging behemoth giants barely had time to react before a devastating force slammed into them, sending their massive bodies flying backward as if grievously injured. Boom. Booms, boom. Their crashing bodies tore through space, leaving collapsing voids in their wake. In just one strike, all 3 behemoth giants were heavily wounded. Cough, cough, cough. You didn't seriously think that mere 7th-rank strength would be enough, did you? The laughing voice of the king of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom rang out. The 3 kings stood tall in the void, unmoving, but an invisible oppressive force enveloped the entire orc tribe. Even the enraged behemoths dared not speak, while 6th-rank orc tribes instinctively retreated. With the behemoth king gone and the other peak 7th-rank behemoths dead, the remaining orc forces were no match for the 3 kings, even in their weakened state. The 3 behemoth giants struggled to stand, their massive bodies riddled with the destructive remnants of divine power that continued to erode them. Retreat. The largest behemoth among the 3 looked at the kings, its massive pupils filled with rage, yet it knew they had no choice but to retreat. Even though the human kings were severely injured and likely incapable of further action, the risk was too great. They had already lost a behemoth king and several peak 7th-rank behemoths. To lose more here would mean the end of the behemoths. They had to retreat to the Holy Mountain, where they could rely on the power of the Titan God for another chance. Deguri. A behemoth roared in frustration. Retreat to the Holy Mountain. A hoarse voice echoed again. One by one, the behemoth giants retreated, their fierce gazes lingering on the humans before pulling back. With the behemoths retreating, the 6th-rank orc tribes quickly followed. The thunderous sounds of their retreat filled the air, even faster than when they had come. Whoosh. Watching the orcs withdraw, the king of the Tulip Kingdom exhaled deeply, his body swaying slightly before being steadied by the king of the Violet Golden Flower Kingdom. That one was nearly 8th rank. I almost had to meet the goddess of life, the Tulip King sighed. Let's go. Now it's our chance, the Violet Golden Flower King said with a smile. Even though the cost had been enormous, 3 artifacts destroyed, all 3 of them gravely injured and requiring over a decade to recover the gains were immense. The Behemoth King was banished, a peak 7th-rank orc was killed, and the orc forces had to withdraw further north. This allowed the northern provinces to expand further into enemy territory. Such expansion would significantly strengthen their kingdoms, providing greater advantages in future wars and beyond. The 3 kings exchanged smiles before issuing swift orders. The northern defensive line mobilized rapidly. The Knights of the Violet Golden Flower Kingdom and the Scarlet Flame Kingdom withdrew to their homelands, while the Tulip Kingdom began expanding further north. Knights moved out in groups, joined by divine domain experts. Over the next few months, the other 2 kingdoms would undoubtedly act in tandem. A new province was about to be born, bringing boundless opportunities for those stationed on the northern front. Titles of barons, viscounts, earls, and even marquises were now within reach. Meanwhile, powerful orc tribes retreated, but many lesser tribes 2nd to 5th rank remained unaware. Human knights soon clashed with these orcs, sparking prolonged battles. The northern situation was undergoing a seismic shift. In Eagle Ridge, Thor received accurate news over 10 days later. The earlier reports from Steve had already shocked him, but now the confirmed details left him stunned. The Behemoth King was dead. Even the bodies of the seventh-rank behemoths had been recovered. The three human kings returned safely. This outcome completely upended the northern situation and the balance of power. In his study, Thor paced back and forth, thoughts racing. The ramifications were enormous, not just for him, but for the entire northern province. Steve, summon Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, and Uncle Marshall, Thor ordered after a deep breath. Yes, Steve responded promptly and left. As the three men arrived, Thor shared the developments. Shock and excitement spread across their faces as they grasped the implications. Young Master Thor, this is both an opportunity and a challenge for the northern province, Michael concluded. The other two nodded, understanding that the vast new territory would attract nobles from across the kingdom. The northern situation was about to change forever. The conversation gradually unfolded. Listening to Cheshire's words, Thor's expression inevitably took on a hint of solemnity. As Cheshire had mentioned, with the orc tribes retracting, the northern province would inevitably expand further northward. A larger territory and more abundant resources would undoubtedly attract the offspring of more powerful nobles. Over the past 20 years of development in the northern province, most resource points had already been occupied. If not for the divine revelation that temporarily forced these powerful nobles to abandon many territories, it would have been challenging even for Thor to expand, let alone for other noble heirs. Under such circumstances, the number of noble lords heading to the northern province for development had already declined significantly in recent years. However, if the northern province expanded once again, the situation would be entirely different. A larger region with richer resources would make it impossible for the offspring of counts or even marquises to remain indifferent. Even viscounts, barons, and those with only the title of knight would not miss such an opportunity, and this would undoubtedly bring a problem. Some noble heirs who previously paid no attention to the northern province would now set their sights on it. By then, Thor's dominance over most of the western resources would inevitably provoke envy from many. Compared to developing new territories, plundering was undoubtedly much simpler. By that time, those eyeing Thor's lands would not just be the powerful noble heirs he had already offended, but also more influential ones. As both men pointed out, this was certainly not a favorable situation for Thor. After all, the troubles he already faced were significant, and this would undoubtedly escalate them further. Currently in the Tulip Kingdom, aside from the three Grand Dukes, there are 10 prominent marquises, and their families all have indications of possessing Sky Knights. And this time they will likely increase their focus on the northern province's development. Seeing Thor grasp the situation, Michael nodded slightly and spoke in a deep tone. Listening to Michael's words, Thor nodded. His right hand tapped on the table. Moments later, a smile crept onto his face. His sudden smile surprised the three present. But Thor did not leave them wondering for long. His voice soon rang out. Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, I understand. However, this is also an opportunity for us. With more powerful noble heirs and more pioneering lords arriving, the northern province will inevitably be quickly populated. With our current scale, we can amass a fortune throughout the northern province. As long as we can resolve this crisis, the rewards awaiting us will be immense. How many nobles are there in the kingdom? Tens of thousands, perhaps even more. How many will head to the northern province to develop this time? 8,000, 10,000, or perhaps even more. And how many gold coins will such a massive pioneering knight's contingent bring? Thor's voice was calm, but his words sent shivers down the spines of the three men present. Their expressions fluctuated. As Thor said, the crisis was indeed significant, but the potential rewards were equally staggering. Currently, the only entity in the northern province with an established structure and system was the Eagle Ridge. With its current capabilities, even capturing just 1/10 or even 1/100th of the subsequent pioneering knight's wealth would yield an astronomical sum. Even the three of them couldn't help but feel their hearts race at this prospect. Uncle Michael, Uncle Cheshire, Uncle Marshall, I am afraid I'll have to trouble you next. Mid their racing thoughts, Thor stood up and bowed slightly to the three men. Master Thor, you are too kind. Marshall immediately responded. Yes, Master Thor, we are here to follow your arrangements. Michael and Cheshire also chimed in. No, this isn't an overstatement. This crisis might be even greater than we anticipate. Even though my father has become a Sky Knight, I am afraid he might struggle to stabilize the situation. Therefore, I must rely on the three of you. Thor shook his head. He understood that previously, with his father stepping in as a newly promoted Sky Knight, they could quell 50 of the issues. Now it was doubtful whether they could even resolve 30. After all, the expanded northern province was bound to attract every noble. The crisis he would face would be even more severe. Master Thor, the three men's emotions were complex, but they eventually nodded. Master Thor, should we request assistance from the family? I believe the family would dispatch additional forces. Marshall suggested, his gaze fixed on Thor. My father likely cannot spare additional forces, but I have already written to my cousin and my uncle should arrive soon. Thor nodded slightly. After understanding the situation, he had naturally mobilized all possible forces. It was difficult for his father to send reinforcements. However, he thought of his cousin Lubai and his uncle. His cousin had long expressed interest in having his descendants become pioneering knights, and now was the perfect opportunity. Although his cousin couldn't come, his uncle a land knight could. Lubai, indeed he could help. Hearing Thor's words, the three men nodded. They were familiar with Lubai Dressrosa. The Dressrosa family had 2 land knights, making them stronger than some weaker counts. The forces Lubai could mobilize would not be insignificant. Uncles, if your heirs are interested, they are welcome to come. The Northern Province now holds unlimited opportunities, and I can even offer them dividends from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, provided they bring sufficient strength. Thor smiled as he spoke, his words making the 3 men's eyes light up. Master Thor, isn't this inappropriate? Cheshire hesitated, voicing his concerns. As he spoke, the other 2 also looked at Thor. There's nothing inappropriate about it. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce will always welcome them. Thor smiled. This idea had just occurred to him. The best way to unite everyone was to form a community of shared interests. Including new members in the Eagle Chamber of Commerce posed no issue. Thor's ultimate goal was to become the uncrowned king of the Northern Province. Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall, though vassals, would contribute significantly by aligning their interests with his. Thank you, Master Thor. Marshall and Cheshire quickly expressed their gratitude, their excitement evident. Even Michael's face bore a smile. No need to thank me. We all belong to the Dressrosa family, do we not? Thor's words carried a smile. Yes, we are part of the Dressrosa family. The 3 men nodded, smiling as well. After more discussions, the 3 men finally left the study. Watching them depart, Thor fell into deep thought again. He pondered whether there were other forces he could mobilize. The upcoming era of rapid development in the Northern Province was bound to be turbulent. Greater territories and more pioneering lords brought infinite possibilities, but would also destabilize the existing order. Without thorough preparation, both the Eagle Ridge and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would face significant challenges. These were matters he needed to address. Meanwhile, as Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall left, their hearts surged with anticipation. They could vaguely see the infinite possibilities ahead. Master Thor is truly generous. Marshall, are you considering letting Jessica join him? Cheshire asked with a smile, glancing at Marshall. Yes, Jessica is already an official knight. This is a perfect opportunity for her to follow Master Thor. And you, I recall Ferenc recently advanced to Grand Knight. Marshall responded with a nod, then looked at Cheshire. He broke through 3 months ago. I do have similar thoughts. Cheshire smiled, nodding in agreement. As the 2 conversed, neither asked Michael for his plans. Unlike them, Michael was the captain of the Dressrosa Knight Regiment and served directly under Count Angel. His allegiance lay with the future Count Dressrosa, not Thor. Especially since Michael had only 1 son, it was even less likely. Let's take a stroll. It's rare to have free time today. The group continued chatting as they strolled through the Eagle Ridge. Even though they had been in the territory for several days, the sight of its bustling streets and the cheerful, busy inhabitants still stirred emotions within them. With the Eagle Ridge developing at such a pace, it won't be long before Master Thor is promoted to Viscount. Cheshire sighed as he observed the lively streets. Viscount? No, Cheshire, you ray unaware. Master Thor has likely already earned the merits required for promotion. Once the northern situation stabilizes, he'll probably become a Viscount. Marshall shook his head with a smile, speaking with a hint of admiration. Among the 3, he had spent the most time in the Northern Province and knew the Eagle Ridge and Thor best. The impact of Thor's actions on him had been the most profound. While others might not know, Marshall was aware that Thor had recently participated in battles against the orcs at the northern front lines. For Thor, achieving the rank of Viscount wasn't as challenging as it might be for others. Marshall, my goddess, are you joking? Hearing Marshall's words, Michael and Cheshire widened their eyes, with Cheshire unable to suppress an exclamation. This is no joke. Have you heard of the Divine Ruins recently? Marshall's tone was calm as his gaze shifted to the castle. Divine Ruins. Michael and Cheshire's expressions grew serious as they instinctively responded. Yes, the Divine Ruins. This time the opening of the ruins didn't yield much for most, but I believe Master Thor entered it. Marshall's voice was quiet but firm. Although he didn't have all the details, the breakthroughs of Thor, Ryan, and Carter were enough evidence. Are you certain? Master Thor entered the Divine Ruins. Michael's breath quickened as he fixed his gaze on Marshall. I am not certain, but don't you think it's strange how quickly Master Thor, Ryan, and Carter have advanced in their training? Carter was only an apprentice knight when he arrived at the Eagle Ridge. In just a month, he's become a Grand Knight. Besides the Divine Ruins, I can think of any other explanation. Marshall's voice was calm yet firm. Even without concrete evidence, he could infer the truth from what he had observed. Michael and Cheshire exchanged glances, their breathing growing heavier. If Thor's future had already been promising, entering the Divine Ruins elevated it to a whole new level. The Divine Ruins were a legendary place. Even though they didn't fully understand what it entailed, they knew Thor's potential had now extended far beyond the realm of Sky Knights. Holy. The thought of Thor reaching the holy level arose unbidden in their minds. As soon as the thought took root, their hearts threatened to leap out of their chests. This matter is still uncertain, Marshall. You know what I mean. Michael took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement as he spoke in a solemn tone. Understood, Marshall nodded. Michael then turned to Cheshire, who also nodded lightly. Over a month had passed. Under Joseph's administration, the entire Eagle Town embarked on an ambitious construction endeavor. Compared to its previous state, Eagle Town had expanded over tenfold. The extensive use of goblin slaves as laborers, a cheap and efficient workforce, had brought remarkable progress. Eagle Town, or rather, Eagle City as it should now be called, was beginning to take shape. The influx of population further accelerated the city's transformation, making Eagle City a place of constant development and growth. As Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall strolled through the city, they each experienced a renewed sense of awe. Young Master Thor is truly a natural-born lord, Cheshire exclaimed with admiration. Even if the Count himself were to witness this, he probably wouldn't believe this was accomplished in less than 2 years. Michael added with equal astonishment. Ha ha ha, if you stay here long enough, you'll realize this is just the tip of the iceberg. Young Master Thor's extraordinary abilities go far beyond this, Marshall said with a hearty laugh. Having witnessed much more during his time here, he understood Thor's brilliance better than anyone. Is that so? Cheshire chuckled. Hearing you say that makes me want to stay a little longer. If you do, young Master Thor certainly won't disappoint you, Marshall assured him. The three continued their conversation while walking along Eagle City's bustling streets. The sight of happy freemen, slaves, and knights brought a sense of peace to their hearts. By the way, Marshall, Michael began, seemingly recalling something I heard that Ryan has been training under a teacher. Is that true? Michael had previously seen Ryan, who had already broken through to become a Knight of the Earth. He was curious about the teacher who could guide someone as skilled as Ryan. Marshall paused for a moment before nodding. Yes, it's true. However, I am not very familiar with the gentleman. I've only heard that he hails from the Empire. The Empire, Michael and Cheshire exclaimed in unison. The Empire was an exalted existence compared to the kingdom. For most people in the kingdom, the Empire was little more than a legend. The gentleman should be at Training Ground 1, instructing Ryan, Marshall suggested, checking the time and inviting the others along. With their curiosity piqued, Michael and Cheshire agreed. Half an hour later, the trio arrived at Training Ground 1. Ryan was indeed practicing, and an elderly man was teaching him. From a distance, they could hear his stern voice. Ryan, how many times have I told you? The most important aspect of the knight's breathing technique is maintaining a calm mind. With such a restless state, how can you expect the technique to work effectively? Even in battle, you must avoid breaking the rhythm. Yes, just like that. Now spar with me. I'll suppress my strength to that of an early Knight of the Earth. The old man's voice was firm, yet Ryan listened attentively. As the sparring began, Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall stopped to watch. What surprised Michael wasn't Ryan's struggle against someone of the same rank, but rather the elderly man's technique. The man wasn't using any complex moves or powerful life force abilities, but his mastery of the basic knight swordsmanship was unparalleled. He easily blocked all of Ryan's attacks, even countering the lightning-like life force that Ryan unleashed. What incredible control over life force, Michael muttered, visibly shaken. Cheshire, who had reached the late stage of Knight of the Earth, could also sense the depth of the old man's skills, though not as clearly as Michael. Marshall, on the other hand, was less aware but still impressed. This gentleman is indeed strong. He must be at least a late-stage Knight of the Earth. No, Michael corrected him gravely. This isn't just a late-stage Knight of the Earth. He must be at the pinnacle. The pinnacle. Cheshire asked, stunned. Michael nodded. Even a pinnacle Knight of the Earth shouldn't be able to suppress the strange life force Ryan possesses so effortlessly. His words made Cheshire and Marshall exchange nervous glances. Michael continued, his aura reminds me of the Count. The Count, Cheshire's eyes widened in disbelief. Michael sighed. I am not entirely certain. Let's go over and find out. Meanwhile, the elderly man, Neil Morton, continued to correct Ryan's techniques. Pay attention to this and this. What are you doing? Do you want to lose your arm? Your lightning-based life force is strong, but it won't stand a chance against a Lordoval variant life force. Despite Neil's gruff demeanor, Ryan took his advice to heart. His skills and life force control improved noticeably under Neil's guidance. Eventually, Neil waved his hand. That's enough for today. Focus on stabilizing your foundation over the next few days. Your recent breakthrough was too rushed, and it has affected your roots. Yes, teacher, Ryan replied respectfully, his face lighting up with gratitude. Noticing Michael and the others, Ryan greeted them warmly. Lord Michael, Lord Cheshire, Lord Marshall. Michael nodded before turning his attention to Neil. Ryan, who is this gentleman? I am Neil Morton, the old man replied gruffly. "Mr. Neil, may I ask about your current knight rank?" Cheshire asked cautiously. "Sky Knight," Neil answered flatly. The revelation stunned Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall. A Sky Knight. In the kingdom, a Sky Knight was an apex existence. Such an individual could elevate a noble family to marquis status. Michael composed himself first and asked carefully, "Mr. Neil, is it true that you are from the Empire?" Neil rolled his eyes. "There's no need for speculation. I owe Lord Thor a favor, so I agreed to stay here for a while. As for my identity, I am a lecturer at the Imperial Academy." Trio exchanged glances, their minds racing. A Sky Knight and a lecturer from the Empire. Eagle City was becoming far more extraordinary than they had ever imagined. On the training field, the sunset gradually fell. As they watched Neil Morton leave, the three of them could not calm down. Canaan Academy, could it be that Imperial Academy? Gulp. Cheshire spoke instinctively, his lips feeling dry. It should be. In the entire Empire, no other academy would dare call itself Canaan apart from that one. Michael murmured to himself, unable to suppress the ripples in his heart. Just moments ago, he was still pondering the identity of the mysterious figure in front of him, but he hadn't expected the other to drop such an explosive piece of news. Canaan Academy, the Empire's premier knight academy, where the most talented individuals from across the Empire and its affiliated duchies and kingdoms converged. It was said that even reaching the rank of Grand Knight by the age of 20 might not qualify one to enter Canaan Academy and become its student. Never did he imagine that the mysterious person appearing in the Eagle Ridge was not only a Sky Knight, but also a lecturer at Canaan Academy. Hearing Michael's words, Cheshire found himself at a loss for what to say. "Let's go." Michael withdrew his gaze, forcibly suppressing his emotions, and spoke to the other two. But deep down, ripples continued to spread. Everything that had happened since entering the Eagle Ridge had been astonishing. What he thought was already beyond belief turned out to be just the beginning. He had clearly underestimated young Master Thor. Even a Canaan Academy lecturer had chosen to remain in the Eagle Ridge for young Master Thor's sake. The familiar young master he had once known now seemed enshrouded in mystery, completely unfamiliar. The image of the dull, reticent boy in his memory was slowly replaced by the decisive and resolute young man he saw today. A smile gradually appeared on Michael's face. The other two were still immersed in shock, unable to focus on anything else as they wandered aimlessly. Time flowed on. In the blink of an eye, another week passed peacefully. Nothing major occurred. The Eagle Ridge remained actively under construction. At the same time, the expansion of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce progressed steadily. With the territory stabilizing, it was now harvest season. If everything went as expected, by the end of the month, the Chamber's revenues would rise to a new level. Of course, Thor hadn't forgotten the potential events looming ahead. During this time, he focused on preparations for any contingencies. But as he planned, news from the Northern Front had already spread like a whirlwind throughout the Tulip Kingdom over the past 2 weeks. The fall of the Behemoth King and the complete retreat of the Beastmen. This news was nothing short of an unprecedented bombshell. For centuries, since the very founding of the Tulip Kingdom, the Northern Beastmen had always been a threat. Under such immense pressure, the kingdom invested vast resources into the northern border each year. Many powerful figures had fallen in the process. Even the recent Beastmen conflict, which wasn't a full-scale war, claimed the lives of over 20 earls, though most were court-appointed earls. And that was merely a conflict, not an all-out war. If a Beastmen war truly erupted, the loss of titled marquises would be inevitable, something that had indeed happened before. During the last Beastmen War, the Tulip Kingdom mobilized nearly all its strength. While the result was the creation of the Northern Province, the losses were unforgettable. A holy knight was gravely injured, and 3 fief marquises, 10 sky knights, and over 30 earls perished. The total number of fallen knights was staggering. Yet now, what were they hearing? The Behemoth King had fallen, and the Beastmen had fully retreated, pushing the northern border further forward. Currently, the Tulip Kingdom's forces had expanded beyond the original northern defensive line by over 1,000 miles. And this was just the current data. As the kingdom's 2 major knight regiments continued their advance, the expansion could well reach 2,000, even 3,000 miles. Even a mere 1,000 miles of land was enough to make countless nobles breathe heavily with excitement. As news spread throughout the capital and various provinces, nobles across the kingdom were unable to sit still. The 3 great dukes remained relatively unperturbed. For them, the value of the northern province paled in comparison to the outer battlefields. They paid little attention unless it involved less promising heirs. But for the nobles below the dukes, the situation was vastly different. Even powerful marquises were restless. Such a vast expanse of land could potentially create a new marquis family. Even if that didn't happen, dozens of earldoms could easily be carved out, presenting immense value for existing marquis families. For earls, the opportunities were even more enticing. Court nobles in the capital were also drawn in. Before long, countless nobles began taking action. the news spread further, reaching nobles in other provinces, who, after confirming its validity, were equally stirred and excited. In Pat City, Frostmoon Province was among the first to receive the news. From 3 days ago, large quantities of supplies were being mobilized, causing material prices across Pat City to skyrocket. With the constraints of Marquis Raymond now gone, the northern province expansion created a demand for massive supplies, making local procurement the most favorable option. During this time, the Assad family had made an enormous fortune. The smile never left Count Assad's face. Naturally, Pat City wasn't the only place taking action. Across Frostmoon Province, nobles everywhere were on the move. This included the Dressrosa family. After 3 centuries of history, the Dressrosa family was vast and influential. While portions of the family had branched out over time, the core family still retained significant numbers. Traditionally, most descendants were placed in various family industries to ensure the family's continued prosperity. But now, a new opportunity had emerged. Did you hear? The Count said he'd give Dressrosa's fledglings a chance. If they meet the requirements, they can become pioneer knights and head north to claim land. North, are you sure? Of course I am sure. Lord Moss told me this personally. This is a chance to become a pioneer knight. You know young Master Thor, right? He became a pioneer knight less than 2 years ago, and now he's already a baron. I know. I saw him when he returned last time. Did he really become a baron? Of course it's true. Why would anyone lie about that? Conversations buzzed through the Dressrosa castle. Even members of the Dressrosa Knight Order were growing restless. Count Angel soon confirmed the news himself. He offered everyone an opportunity, but only one. Any Grand Knight under 40 years old or anyone of equivalent strength could receive the family's support to become a pioneer knight. For everyone else, the family would provide no more than 50 gold coins as support. Beyond that, they'd have to rely on their own efforts, much like wandering knights. At the same time, Angel ensured that the risks of the northern frontier were made clear to everyone. This sobering announcement tempered many people's enthusiasm, yet others remained determined. Morris was one such individual. The day he saw Thor, ripples had stirred within him. Now that his father had granted this opportunity, Morris gritted his teeth and decided to try. In the study, he cautiously approached. You ray here. Count Angel put down his book and looked at his son. Father. Morris began to speak but hesitated halfway. If you have a desire, then go for it, Angel said, smiling faintly. I will reappoint you as a knight and give you 10 official knights and 5,000 gold coins. Thank you, father. Morris bowed, his voice trembling with gratitude. Such support wasn't as much as Thor's, but it was significant especially since, as a family guardian knight, he technically had no right to pioneer land. Not only had his father granted him this opportunity, but he had also provided substantial backing. Go, Angel said. If you face problems, consult your younger brother. The north is far more dangerous than Frostmoon Province. I understand, father. Morris nodded respectfully. All right, go see Charlie later. He'll give you what's on the 3rd row, 2nd slot of counter 4. Next time we meet, I hope you'll bring me good news like Thor did. Yes, Morris bowed deeply and left. In the following days, more individuals stepped forward to seize the chance to become pioneer knights. 7 people from the Dressrosa family ultimately set out 3 grand knights and 4 official knights. Across the Tulip Kingdom, noble heirs moved northward. From above, one could see knights' parties steadily advancing. Similar movements occurred in the Golden Flower Kingdom and the Scarlet Flame Kingdom. The northern front expansion was monumental, promising an inevitable upheaval across the north. The Tulip Kingdom, the Golden Flower Kingdom, and the Scarlet Flame Kingdom were all on the move. The northern front lines of the 3 kingdoms were swiftly expanding northward, converting more territories into their domains. Among these kingdoms, a large number of noble heirs were also making moves. Tulip Kingdom. Massive contingents of knight orders were making their way toward the northern province. While some headed directly for the northern frontiers, many others arrived at the northern province itself. Over the course of a month, Lauren City had once again become much livelier than before. A large number of noble heirs had gathered here. Among them were even exceptionally powerful noble heirs. In fact, Lauren City was even busier now compared to previous occasions. For a time, the prices of various goods in Lauren City saw a significant rise, and it was expected that prices would continue to increase further in the coming days. For the people of Lauren City, this was undoubtedly another grand spectacle. Many people were excitedly discussing this turn of events. The powerful noble heirs arriving in the northern province were no less excited. Even though they had already learned much about the northern province, it was only upon arriving that they realized the enormous opportunities here, far beyond their expectations. In the core western region of the northern province, 70–80 of the assets were controlled by the Dressrosa family. The Dressrosa family, what were they? Just a countable family, yet they controlled such a vast amount of resources. The result shocked many, but after the initial shock, the powerful noble heirs became thrilled. In their eyes, those resources essentially prepared for them. Such massive resource points, even obtaining a small portion, would be enough to rapidly develop their territories. If they could carve out a large share, ascending to the rank of count would not be a distant dream. Many noble heirs harbored ambitions. Several days later, one after another, powerful noble heirs led their pioneering knight orders toward the western regions, where they had already claimed their designated territories. However, their true targets were not the barren lands but the resource points occupied by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Eagle Ridge. Thor had already received news of the arrival of these powerful noble heirs in Lauren City. In the study, his expression was serious as his right hand gently tapped on the desk. After a moment, knock knock, a knock at the door brought his attention back. Come in. The door opened, and Michael, Cheshire, and Marshall entered. Over the past half-month, Marshall's unstable aura had gradually settled. Michael and Cheshire, however, hadn't changed much after all. Their cultivation had already reached the peak and late stages of Earth Knight, respectively. Breaking through was no easy feat. Lord Thor, the three greeted him as they approached. News has arrived from Lauren City. Among the powerful noble heirs currently there, 7 top-level marquis families are represented, including Spencer, Campbell, and Watt. Additionally, 3 other families are expected to arrive within the month. Besides them, several powerful count families such as the Assad family and the Emerson family have also sent their heirs to Lauren City. Their chosen targets are all in the western resource points occupied by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Thor dismissed their formalities with a wave of his hand, his voice carrying a note of seriousness as he relayed the information. Although he had already anticipated a large number of powerful noble heirs would come, the figures of the first arrivals still made his brow twitch. 7 powerful marquis heirs had arrived, each leading knight orders that included at least 1 Earth Knight. That meant 7 Earth Knights. On top of that, several Count heirs also had Earth Knights accompanying them. The total number of Earth Knights was likely no less than 10. In comparison, Thor's current forces included only himself, Michael, Cheshire, Marshall, Ryan, Ratchos, and Jas, by 7 Earth Knights in total. Though among them one was at the peak stage, one at the late stage, and Thor himself had strength comparable to a peak Earth Knight, the vast territory controlled by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce posed a serious challenge. If these powerful noble heirs joined forces to target him, as Michael had previously noted, Thor would quickly find himself overwhelmed. Even the strongest forces would eventually collapse under such strain, and even if he didn't collapse, any sign of weakness would encourage other pioneering lords in the northern province and even nobles venturing into the northern frontiers to bite off a piece of his territory. By that time, unless Thor was willing to rely on Neil Morton, the situation would be very difficult to resolve. As Thor spoke, the expressions of the 3 men became more serious. Even though they had been somewhat prepared for this, hearing about such a massive force of pioneering knight orders still shocked them. Such a force was already equivalent to launching a small-scale war against the Beastmen, and this was only the vanguard of the pioneering knight orders. It was foreseeable that in the coming days, even more pioneering knight orders would enter the northern frontiers. Even if only a tenth of them chose the northern province, it would still raise the number of pioneering knights in the region by another level. All 3 felt an increasing sense of unease. Lord Thor, this may only be the beginning. Over the next 6 months, the number of pioneering knight orders in the northern province could multiply several times, and the northern frontiers will only see even more arrivals. The existence of the Danube River who could resist such temptation. Lord Thor, I must ask, how much support can Mr. Neil provide you? Michael asked seriously. As one of the key ingredients for Lodier life potions, the now from the Danube River was crucial for both powerful Count and Marquis heirs. Controlling such a resource meant having a constant output of Lodier life potions, which could significantly aid their future growth. Currently, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce controlled 70-80% of its production. This benefit was so enormous that no powerful noble heir could resist. As mentioned before, even a Marquis family might struggle to hold onto such a resource, let alone the Dressrosa family, which was only at the Count level. Michael had thus asked the key question: how much could the Sky Knight, Neil Morton, help Thor? Thor looked at Michael, understanding his concern, but shook his head and replied calmly, Michael, I did save Mr. Neil once, but this time I don't want to rely on his strength. Michael was stunned. Lord Thor, both Cheshire and Marshall were equally shocked. Seeing their reactions, Thor stood up. He exhaled deeply, knowing he needed to instill confidence in the 3 of them and clarify the situation. Michael, Cheshire, perhaps you aren't fully aware of my strength. Although I've only recently broken through to the Earth Knight level, my strength is far beyond the early stage of an Earth Knight. His words made the 3 men pause in confusion. Lord Thor, what do you mean? Cheshire asked instinctively. Michael's gaze narrowed slightly. Michael, do you doubt my strength? Thor chuckled softly. At that moment, a massive surge of life energy erupted from Thor's body. Cold air spread across the training field, lowering the temperature rapidly. Even Michael's expression changed. This is. His pupils contracted as he felt his blood and life energy begin to freeze under the oppressive chill. Cheshire and Marshall instinctively stepped back. What terrifying life energy. How can this be? Thor smiled faintly. Michael cared to test it. Michael's shock turned into a serious expression as he gripped his knight's sword tightly. Lord Thor, I may have underestimated you. Be careful. Thor's body disappeared into the cold air, becoming one with the freezing storm. The next moment. Boom, an overwhelming surge of life energy collided with Michael's sword, instantly freezing his arm with a bone-chilling cold. Michael was sent flying across the field as if struck by a giant boulder. Bang, bang, a dull sound echoed as Michael's figure stabilized himself with difficulty after crashing down. Yet the terrifying force still forced him to step back. Every step he took left a faint layer of frost spreading beneath his feet. Not just the ground, but cold energy was also emanating from his body. Only his powerful life source energy managed to gradually dispel the frigid force. Michael's pupils widened and disbelief filled his expression. It wasn't just him, both Cheshire and Marshall had also widened their eyes in shock, their expressions deeply shaken. By the goddess of life, what did they just witness? Michael, a peak Earth Knight, had been pushed back by young Master Thor in a direct confrontation. How was this possible? How could this have happened? Yet the truth unfolded before their eyes. The two subconsciously glanced at Thor, then back at Michael, completely at a loss for words. But neither Thor nor Michael paid attention to the shock of the two onlookers. Michael was still immersed in disbelief. Thor, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow. Even though he hadn't used his death aura and had only unleashed his frost aura, such power should have far surpassed a typical peak Earth Knight. Logically, Michael shouldn't have been able to simply take a few steps back. Being frozen for several breaths would have been normal. Uncle Michael, it seems you are far stronger than I imagined, Thor said with a smile, his surprise gradually fading. Hearing Thor's words, Michael's lips twitched slightly, but his eyes soon brightened. Again, with a low shout, a vast surge of life source energy erupted, and Michael charged at Thor again with his knight's longsword in hand. The battle between the two restarted. Michael's speed was astonishing, and his life source energy was immense. It was clear that he hadn't just recently broken through to the peak of Earth Knight. He was likely close to the Sky Knight level, on par with Count Angel. Such strength made him one of the strongest among Earth Knights. But as the fight continued, Michael's shock deepened. He wasn't holding back in the slightest, yet he was still being suppressed. Thor's speed was faster, his life source energy even more overwhelming, and most terrifying of all, his life source energy carried a bone-chilling frost aura. Michael had to be fully focused. Even a small mistake would result in him being frozen solid. It was unimaginable. Thor had only just broken through to the Earth Knight rank, so how could his strength be this terrifying? While Michael was shocked, Cheshire and Marshall were utterly numb. The two stared blankly at the ongoing clash. Cheshire, hit me, Marshall muttered, turning to the man beside him. Am I dreaming? However, the words had barely left his mouth when. Bang! Marshall's body was sent flying, crashing into a distant rockery. Boom! The rockery crumbled. Cheshire looked at his own hand, then at the distant battle, his face even more dazed. It's not a dream, he muttered. Cheshire, I didn't ask you to actually hit me. Marshall's voice rang out furiously as he crawled out of the rubble, disheveled and cursing. You felt pain, didn't you? Cheshire said absent-mindedly, still processing what had happened. Of course I felt pain, you. Marshall's anger abruptly halted. He suddenly realized what Cheshire was implying and turned his gaze to the training ground. It's real, Marshall murmured. Yes, it's real, Cheshire nodded. Young Master Thor. Marshall opened his mouth, but halfway through, he couldn't find the right words. It was too shocking. Young Master Thor, who had only just become an Earth Knight, was evenly matched with Michael, a peak Earth Knight. It seems we all underestimated young Master Thor. I finally understand why that lecturer from Canaan Academy chose to stay in Eagle Ridge, Cheshire sighed, his tone tinged with melancholy. You're right, Marshall responded, his expression complex. Clearly, the two had come to the same realization. But Michael's feelings at this moment were far more intense than theirs. Through the clash, he understood Thor's strength better than anyone else. To him, Thor's life source energy was like the icy glaciers of the north, endless and unimaginably cold. Even after such a short fight, his blood and life source energy already showed signs of freezing. No, it wasn't just a sign they were starting to freeze. If this continued, it wouldn't take long before he was completely encased in ice. Michael tried to unleash his full power, initially worried he might harm Thor, but he quickly realized that his concerns were completely unnecessary. No matter how he erupted, Thor was able to handle it. Boom, the two clashed again. Michael's life source energy surged, generating waves of heat to dispel the cold. But in the next moment, frost spread from under his feet and his body stiffened in place. In an instant, his body was frozen, but the ice only lasted for a brief moment. Crack. A sharp cracking sound rang out as the ice surrounding Michael shattered and fell away. A wave of heat surged, quickly dispersing the frost. When the ice finally receded, Michael gasped for breath. After a long pause, he looked at Thor with a bitter smile and an expression full of awe. "You really are a monster, young Master Thor," Michael said, finally breaking the silence. He chose not to continue fighting. He had already accepted his defeat. The moment he was frozen, he knew he had lost. Even though he had immediately broken free of the ice, that brief moment was enough for his head to be separated from his body. The outcome was clear, but even so, Michael found it hard to accept. He had been at the peak of Earth Knight for over a decade. As for reaching Earth Knight, it had been several decades. He prided himself on being one of the few who could stand at the top of the Earth Knight rank in the kingdom, second only to Count Angel. Yet against Thor, he had been defeated so easily. Yes, easily. Thor's aura had already stabilized, and he didn't even look flushed, as if the fight had cost him nothing. This result left Michael speechless. Of course, Michael didn't yet know that Thor hadn't even used his full power. If he had unleashed both the Death Aura and the Frost Aura, Michael wouldn't merely be gasping for breath. He might have already been defeated, or worse, killed. But Thor wouldn't say that it would be disrespectful. "Uncle Michael, how do you rate my strength?" Thor asked with a smile. "Your strength is more than sufficient. Honestly, you might even match some weaker Sky Knights. Aside from flight at the Earth Knight level, I dare say there's no one in the Tulip Kingdom who can match you," Michael admitted seriously. "As for holding our ground, we should be able to retain at least 50 of our current assets." "Only 50? Thor raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised. "Yes, 50. You don't understand the Tulip Kingdom's nobles. Among the 10 strongest marquises, nearly all possess Sky Knights. The top 3 even have multiple Sky Knights under their command. Previously, the northern provinces were the territory of Marquis Raymond, so other major noble heirs didn't act much. But now that the northern frontier is expanding, these powerful nobles will inevitably intervene. Their involvement is on a completely different scale." Michael sighed. "When those top noble heirs finally act, it will be the most critical moment. If they concentrate their forces here, you may not even retain 50-30 would be a miracle." "I see." Thor nodded, a smile forming on his lips. The top noble heirs hadn't moved yet, but Thor wasn't concerned. If they delayed any longer, they wouldn't have any opportunities left. Thor had gone from an apprentice knight to his current level in less than 2 years. A few more months would allow him to rise even higher. For now, he couldn't match Sky Knights. But once he reached mid-stage Earth Knight, the situation would change. As Thor returned to the castle, Cheshire and Marshall stared after him in awe. "Young Master Thor's strength may already surpass the entire Tulip Kingdom," Cheshire murmured, his eyes gleaming. "Perhaps," Michael said gravely, "but for now, prepare yourselves. The coming days will be anything but peaceful." "Yes," the two replied in unison. Meanwhile, Thor received a report from Steve upon his return. The first wave of noble heirs and their knight battalions had already reached the western frontier. Additionally, unknown knights had been spotted near key resource points. Clearly, those nobles had begun their actions. Over the past few days, the heirs of various powerful noble families have gradually arrived at their respective territories. However, upon arrival, these individuals did not choose to settle down and immediately begin developing their lands and other frontier tasks. Instead, their attention turned toward the resource points under the control of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Compared to the barren territories, the resource points controlled by Thor seemed like the most delicious cake, tempting everyone, especially since Thor was merely the heir of a count's family. This time, those who could set foot in the northern province and act so swiftly were at least heirs of powerful count families. Among them were even heirs of marquis families, both ordinary and powerful. Naturally, these individuals could not tolerate Thor monopolizing such vast resources. Of course, they were not foolish and refrained from rashly taking action. Almost all of them chose the same first step, reconnaissance. Night squads began appearing at various resource points. Through their scouting efforts, they gained a better understanding of the situation at these locations. The information they gathered undoubtedly filled them with excitement. Each of these resource points was guarded by strong individuals dispatched by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. However, in most cases, the defense only consisted of 1 Grand Knight and about a dozen official knights. While such strength was sufficient to handle ordinary frontier lords and beasts, it was far from adequate to face them. If they wished, capturing these resource points would be exceedingly easy. This realization made their eyes light up with excitement. Some pioneer lords in particular could hardly contain themselves. About 50 miles west of the Babros territory, there was a newly established pioneer lord's domain. 3 days ago, this lord and his knights regiment had entered the area. With their powerful forces, they easily cleared the region of magical beasts and orcs, allowing them to settle down. However, the environment here clearly did not satisfy Ryan Watt, the third son of the Watt family. As the heir of a powerful marquis family, even though he could not inherit the marquis title as a third son, his maternal family's influence ensured that he enjoyed significant privileges. This time, being assigned to the northern province for frontier development, he brought along a formidable force. This included 3 Grand Knights, hundreds of official knights, and most importantly, 1 peak-level Grand Knight among them. Even within a marquee family, a peak-level Grand Knight was an invaluable asset. Yet Ryan now had one under his command. With such strength, he was brimming with ambition. Originally, he planned to head directly to the Northern Territory to develop it and earn rapid promotions to Baron or Viscount. However, upon learning about the vast wealth within the Northern Province, he could not resist coming here first, and the results did not disappoint him. One piece of information after another made him realize the current situation in the Northern Province. The withdrawal of the three great heirs Campbell, Spencer, and others had left a massive vacuum across the province. Even now, this vacuum had yet to be completely filled. If he could seize the opportunity, relying on the Northern Province alone might rival or even surpass the Northern Territory in value. After all, in any era, resources were of utmost importance. A large influx of gold coins could significantly accelerate his strength's growth. And with sufficient strength, 99 of problems could be resolved. Forget becoming a Viscount, even a promotion to Count might not be out of reach. Such a prospect thrilled him. Sir, it has been confirmed. 50 miles to our right lies a resource point under the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. The lord there is Babros, a Grand Knight. Additionally, he has another Grand Knight, 50 official knights, and over 200 squire knights under his command. Currently, the resource point includes a large iron mine, 3 sources of naorite, and a small copper mine. Furthermore, the territory previously belonging to the Spencer family seems to have been merged under his jurisdiction, with farmland exceeding 5,000 acres. In the camp, a knight respectfully reported to Ryan Watt, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke. Hearing the knight's report, Ryan Watt was similarly delighted. By the goddess, this is truly joyous news. It seems the heavens are on my side. Ryan Watt laughed, standing up with excitement. He paced back and forth, his thoughts racing. Moments later, he spoke decisively. Trafa, I need more precise information. Additionally, investigate the other powerful heirs who have arrived in the vicinity. Can you do this within 7 days? Yes, my lord, I guarantee it will be done. The knight immediately responded to Ryan Watt's orders. Further reconnaissance began promptly. Of course, Ryan Watt was not the only one taking action at this time. The other powerful heirs who had arrived in the Northern Province were all doing the same. Figures moved in the shadows. These powerful heirs looked at the resource points of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce with eyes full of greed. What they did not know, however, was that while they were investigating, a large knight's regiment had already arrived in the western region. Thor did not act ostentatiously, but deliberately concealed his movements. He did not even visit his territory in Tono, but stationed himself in an abandoned frontier domain in the west. At this moment, no one knew of his arrival. Of course, even if they knew, these powerful heirs might not care much. After all, based on their understanding, Thor was merely the heir of a count's family. How strong could he possibly be? The Dressrosa family was nothing significant in their eyes. Among the pioneer knights' regiments arriving in the northern province, most had greater strength than the Dressrosa family. As night fell, campfires flickered in the abandoned domain. Stars gradually filled the sky, illuminating the vast firmament. Daily information updated. Would you like to open it? Yes, daily information updated. 7 days from now, Ryan Watt from the Watt family will launch an attack on the resource point west of Babros, under Eagle Chamber jurisdiction. 300 miles north of your position lies a stream. In 3 hours, a group of venomous ground-boiling fish will swim by. Their toxins are fatal even to Grand Knights. 3. Cold winds from the northern territories will sweep through the Abyss Canyon in 3 hours. 4 hours from now will be your only opportunity to enter. You must exit within 1 hour, otherwise you will be lost forever. 4. 8 days from now, Fesson Campbell from the Campbell family will attack the resource point west of Bayan under Eagle Chamber jurisdiction. 9 days from now, Worrell Spencer will attack 3 resource points north of Eagle Chamber territory. 6. 30 miles west of your position, a herd of wild boar beasts will pass by in 2 hours. Lines of text appeared. Despite having read countless such updates over the past few days, Thor couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. It was clear he had become a coveted prize. Among the dense intelligence, at least a string of them pertained to individuals planning to target Eagle Chamber's resource points. The Watt family, Spencer family, Campbell family, Emerson family, names he had heard or not heard all appeared among them. Several of these were powerful marquee families, and this was just the first wave. If this wave could not be repelled, the attacks to follow would be far worse. Even 10 daily information updates might not suffice to contain the list of attackers. This was no exaggeration, it was a scenario that could unfold at any moment. For this reason, Thor had assembled his forces and converged early. The simplest and most direct way to prevent such an outcome was to make everyone understand his strength. Only then could he prevent further incidents. Thor's gaze scanned the daily information before finally focusing on Ryan Watt. Ryan Watt, he muttered, a faint smile forming on his lips. Ryan Watt, heir of the Watt family, was the first to act according to the intelligence. As a son of a powerful marquis family, he was the perfect first target for Thor to strike, strong enough and foolish enough. Thor felt it would be a disservice to Ryan's impatience if he didn't give him some attention. A smile spread across Thor's face as night gave way to day. The next day, Thor summoned Steve and instructed him to scout Ryan Watts. Meanwhile, Thor and his knights remained stationed in the abandoned domain, resting and preparing. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Steve returned with information on Ryan Watt's Knights regiment. 4 Grand Knights, including Ryan Watt himself, with the others being 3 Grand Knights, one of whom was at the peak level. Additionally, there were hundreds of official knights. This force was undoubtedly formidable, even stronger than that of Stein Campbell. However, Thor merely raised an eyebrow. His current strength was no weaker than theirs. Thor had brought only around 50 official knights this time, but he had over 20 Grand Knights and 7 Earth Knights. Notably, among the Earth Knights, 3 were at the peak level, making his forces more than capable of overwhelming Ryan Watt's regiment. Thor had mobilized nearly all his high-end combat strength, including Ryan, Michael, Cheshire, Marshall, and the Earth Knights. This time, he intended to give the powerful heirs of the northern province a taste of its true strength. The morning sun gradually spread its rays, heralding the arrival of a new day. During this period, the entire western region was enveloped in an eerie silence, with minimal disturbances. However, countless gazes inevitably converged on the newly emerging pioneer lords and the various lords of the Eagle Ridge. Some looked on with anticipation, others with unease. Some merely wanted to watch the drama unfold. Some were envious. Expressions varied, reflecting different inner thoughts. Everyone foresaw the imminent upheaval. As for the upcoming situation, they all awaited it with bated breath. In their view, if the Dressrosa family couldn't hold their ground, they could step in to claim a piece of the spoils enough to drive rapid development in their territories. Previously, the Dressrosa family had taken advantage of an opportunity to amass a vast amount of assets, leaving many pioneer lords green with envy. But faced with the overwhelming power of the Dressrosa family, they had been unable to act. Now, with someone seemingly ready to take the lead, their greed was naturally stirred. Compared to these opportunists, the lords of Eagle Ridge appeared visibly anxious and concerned. The gathering of unfamiliar knights within their territories and around resource sites filled them with an ever-growing unease. Inside Tono's castle, Tono paced back and forth restlessly. Still no word from Thor. Tono asked in a deep voice, his gaze turning toward his knight commander. No news from Lord Thor yet. The knight commander replied respectfully, his face etched with worry. Tono, Thor might have been held up as well. We're in for a lot of trouble, said Babros in a low voice. He already found out that the ones scouting near us are likely members of the Walter family's knight regiment. The direct heir of the Walter family this time is much stronger than the last generation, Babros continued, his tone laced with concern. One piece of news after another had made it clear to Babros just how strong the pioneer knights arriving this time truly were. Although they had made rapid advancements recently by leveraging the vast amount of gold provided by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce and the low-grade life elixirs from Thor, it still wasn't not enough to contend with so many powerful noble scions. Damn it, those bastards. Bang. Tono slammed his right fist heavily onto the desk, his expression shifting repeatedly before finally settling into a dark, foreboding look. Just as his fist struck, however, there was an urgent knock at the door. Enter. Tono's voice rang out. Soon, the door was pushed open, and a knight hurried in. What happened? Seeing the knight's anxious demeanor, Tono frowned and asked in confusion, My lord, a knight from Lord Babros' territory is requesting an urgent audience. He says something major has occurred in the domain. The knight reported respectfully, What? Hearing this, both Tono and Babros were startled. Bring him in immediately. Tono couldn't help but exclaim, Yes, my lord. The knight bowed and quickly retreated. Before long, a dust-covered knight was ushered in. My lord, an emergency report from outside the territory. A group of knights is attacking the large iron mine on the western side of the domain. The knight's voice was hoarse, but he urgently conveyed the situation. What? The large iron mine is under attack. Babros' face changed instantly at the news. Damn it, those bastards have finally lost their patience. Babros, I'll go with you to see who has the audacity to pull this off. Tono stood abruptly, his voice filled with anger, and moved towards the door. However, Babros stopped him. Babros. Tono looked at his friend with confusion. Tono, you can't leave. The group attacking may not be the only one targeting us. If you leave, several other resource points in the area might also be affected. I'll go and assess the situation first. Then we can decide our next course of action. Babros spoke seriously. Although he was both anxious and furious, he remained clear-headed and well aware of the broader situation in the western region. Tono accompanying him might not resolve the issue and could expose Tono's managed resources to attacks. Instead, it would be better for Babros to scout the situation first and gather more precise information before acting. This. Hearing Babro's reasoning, Tono hesitated, his expression shifting. "All right, Tono, I'll head back first. Wait for my report." Babros said no more. Without hesitation, he quickly left the study. Before long, Babros had left Tono's domain, rushing back toward his own territory. Meanwhile, in the western region of Babro's domain, at the large iron mine, a battle was already underway. Ryan Watt, having evaluated the situation, finally decided to strike today, targeting the large iron mine. Capturing this large iron mine would allow him to dominate 3 adjacent resource points, and subsequently, Babro's entire domain. He envisioned using these resources as a foundation to expand outward, eventually becoming the undisputed powerful lord of the northern province. Standing at the foot of the mine, Ryan Watt seemed to glimpse his glorious future. As for the ongoing skirmish, he didn't concern himself much. The mine's defenses consisted of just 1 grand knight and a dozen formal knights. The only reason the defenders still held on was because Ryan Watt wanted to use them to sharpen his knights. Otherwise, the battle would have long been over. Liverpool, all right, the game ends here. Go deal with them. Ryan Watt ordered, glancing at the nearby Earth Knight. "Yes, young Master Ryan." The Earth Knight responded respectfully and stepped forward, but just then, "Watch out." A familiar voice rang out from behind. Before Ryan Watt could react, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. While he was still stunned, a terrifying burst of lightning erupted, spreading rapidly through his knights. Boom, rumble. Explosions rang out one after another, accompanied by devastating lightning surging across the battlefield. Enhanced by a 3rd-tier magic core, the power of the magic crystal cannon had reached an unprecedented level, creating an overwhelming force that even Grand Knights struggled to withstand. Fortunately, a protective surge of life energy shielded Ryan Watt from severe harm, though his knights weren't so lucky. The lightning blast tore through the ranks, instantly overwhelming 2 Earth Knights nearby. "This bird." Blood sprayed as the 2 knights were sent flying. Attempting to stabilize midair, they were struck again by successive bolts of lightning, their figures flung back amidst the chaotic roar of thunder. The battlefield transformed into a sea of lightning, annihilating swathes of knights. Even Grand Knights risked dismemberment, while the 2 Earth Knights emerged heavily injured and disheveled, their armor scorched and bodies marred by lightning. Magic crystal cannon. Who is it? Ryan Watt stepped forward with a grim expression, his eyes blazing with fury. Looking at the devastated remains of his knight forces his precious resources in the northern province, Ryan Watt felt as if his heart was being torn apart. Nearly a third of his forces had been obliterated in an instant. While he raged, the defenders of the iron mine, including the Grand Knight and the dozen formal knights, breathed sighs of relief. Previously resigned to their grim fate, they were now stunned by this unexpected turn of events. Who could it be? The Grand Knight murmured, baffled. The rest of the defenders were equally astonished, as hope had seemed completely out of reach. For the Grand Knight, earning a mere 1,000 gold coins annually was hardly worth risking his life for Thor or the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Running had seemed the only option, yet against all odds, the tide had suddenly turned. Meanwhile, Ryan Watt and his knights were left shocked and disoriented by the lightning attack. The destructive power of the magic crystal cannon, fueled by a 3rd-tier magic core, exceeded that of a 2nd-tier core by far. The initial, unanticipated strike had obliterated a third of Ryan Watt's knights. Now, as energy gathered for a second strike, the remaining forces faced impending annihilation. Manchester. Ryan Watt's voice rang out, understood. The Earth Knight responded hoarsely, disappearing in a flash. With the speed of a peak Earth Knight, his life energy locked onto a distant group Thor and his entourage. As Ryan Watt launched his assault, Thor moved as well. He had refrained from initiating combat earlier, adhering to noble decorum. Though chaos reigned in the northern province, the nobility maintained a veneer of propriety. Killing everyone outright would invite collective retaliation and complicate future negotiations. By letting Ryan Watt strike first, Thor gained leverage for the inevitable talks. Here they come. Hidden in the forest, Thor smirked and glanced at Michael. Understood. Michael nodded and vanished. Moments later, a ferocious clash erupted as Michael, a peak Earth Knight, engaged Manchester. The forest shook as trees toppled and waves of life energy collided. Boom, rumble. Simultaneously, the magic crystal cannon unleashed its second round of energy. Watching his knights being annihilated, Ryan Watt's expression darkened further. Damn it, how could this happen? Life energy erupted from him as another bolt of lightning struck his ranks. This time, while the blast's area was smaller, it inflicted severe losses on the knights, leaving many injured or dead. Scattered limbs, charred flesh, and anguished screams filled the battlefield, turning it into a scene of carnage. Seeing the devastation, Ryan Watt could no longer suppress his rage. Liverpool, Farron. His hoarse voice rang out as he charged toward the magic crystal cannon. Behind him, the two Earth Knights exchanged uneasy glances before reluctantly following, their swords in hand. At their speed, they rapidly closed the distance to Thor's group. However, before they could engage, three figures blocked their path: Cheshire, Ratchos, and two Earth Knights from the territories. The clash between the groups was immediate, filling the air with the sound of swords clashing and life energy surging. Meanwhile, Thor, Ryan, and Marshall stood by, observing. Though Thor had brought nearly 90 of his forces, he held back many during the initial skirmish. Such strength was already formidable enough to instill a sense of awe in all the new pioneer lords, though not an overwhelming intimidation. Since these people had taken an interest in his territory, Thor had no intention of scaring them all away. Otherwise, when the three powerful Marquis heirs arrived, his troubles would only grow worse. If they were to join forces, he might not even be able to deal with them. The best approach was the one Michael had suggested earlier, seizing this opportunity to clear the slate in one sweep. By the time the three Marquis heirs arrived, he would already have methods in place to handle them. Boom, rumble, the battle erupted, waves of life energy surging wildly. A powerful aura spread across the entire heavens and earth. In the distance, large sections of mountains collapsed, forests trembled, and ahead, Ryan Watt and the two Earth Knights he had brought were locked in combat with Cheshire and his group of three. Meanwhile, in front of Thor, the magical crystal cannon began gathering immense energy once again. Thor stood before the magical crystal cannon, quietly observing the scene. His expression was incomparably calm. Boom, rumble. Terrifying thunder roared through the air, and an immense torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing the Night Order led by Ryan Watt in a sea of lightning. Thor had previously acquired numerous third-tier magic cores from the Minotaur tribe. Over this period, he had also deliberately collected even more. This time, he brought 10 magical crystal cannons. 3 volleys meant 30 bombardments in total. Even the defensive forces of the northern front lines couldn't muster such power. Under the onslaught of this terrifying force, with no Earth Knights to shield them, Ryan's knights collapsed entirely after only a short resistance. By contrast, the battle involving the Earth Knights dragged on slightly longer. Thor chose not to intervene in this fight, but waited quietly for its conclusion. As the sun began to set, the battle on Ryan Watt's side ended first. With Cheshire and Earth Knight in the late stage, leading the fight even though the Earth Knight brought by Ratchos had only recently broken through 3 against 3, quickly tipped the scales. Slash! Blood sprayed into the air as the head of an Earth Knight flew off, his wide eyes frozen in disbelief. His lifeless body thudded heavily onto the ground beside Ryan Watt. Farron. A horrified cry escaped the lips of the last remaining Earth Knight, his expression changing drastically. The next moment he felt a sharp pain in his chest. Boom! A spear pierced through his chest, the tremendous force hurling him far away. Thud! A dull sound echoed as his body slammed into the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, another searing pain struck his chest. A figure holding a knight's spear loomed over him, looking down with a chilling gaze. If you don't want to die, don't move. Otherwise, I can guarantee that I won't rip your heart apart in the next moment. The calm yet threatening words made the figure freeze in place. Soon, Ryan Watt himself was subdued by 2 others, his body pressed against the ground as a knight's longsword rested against his throat. Feeling the cold blade against his neck, Ryan's body stiffened, and he too stopped resisting. At this moment, the distant battlefield also came to a halt. Michael emerged, dragging a figure that resembled a lifeless dog. A massive wound that nearly bisected the figure's body continuously oozed blood. The man's breathing was faint, almost imperceptible. Seeing this scene, Thor couldn't help but smile as he walked forward. Dressrosa, IV lost, but do you think you can swallow such a massive gain? 1 peak Earth Knight, 3 Earth Knights, impressive strength. But with just that, you'll be devoured by other noble heirs. Even with the bloodstained knight, you won't be able to hold on to it. Glaring at Thor, who was approaching, and then at Michael emerging from the distance, Ryan Watt's face twisted in frustration as he spoke in a low voice. Lord Ryan, you needn't worry about that. For now, why don't you rest at my eagle's domain for a while? Thor shook his head with a smile, clearly unconcerned about Ryan Watt's words. His strength extended far beyond what Ryan could perceive. Not only did Thor himself hold back, but so did Rain and Marshall. Moreover, several Earth Knights from the Dressrosa family were on their way to join him. There was no need to share these details with Ryan Watt. HMPH, I hope you can keep that smile a few days from now. Ryan Watt's face darkened further upon hearing Thor's words, and he let out a cold snort. Thor merely chuckled and ordered the knights to escort the prisoners to the rear. Steve, have the miners coordinate in cleaning up the battlefield. Also, reward all knights still holding the mine. 10 gold coins for each official knight, 50 for every grand knight. Thor glanced at the distance and instructed Steve, who stood beside him. Yes, Steve responded respectfully and quickly rode off. Meanwhile, the knights in the mines had already begun commanding the goblins to clear the battlefield, even without Thor's explicit instructions. When Steve and his team arrived, the knights' gazes toward them had changed. They had witnessed the earlier battle firsthand. The overwhelming surge of energy had left them terrified, even upon reflection. Even the hired Grand Knight couldn't hide his nervousness. My lord, when the Grand Knight saw Steve, he took the initiative to salute. By the Lord's decree, those who defended the mine are rewarded. 10 gold coins for official knights and 50 for Grand Knights, Steve announced calmly. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. The knights, previously filled with unease, now broke into joyous smiles, their gratitude echoing loudly. Thank you, my lord. Even the Grand Knight's eyes gleamed with excitement. 50 gold coins were no small reward, even for someone of his rank. He hadn't expected such a significant gain for merely holding out momentarily with no substantial losses incurred. All right, let's clean up quickly, Steve said once the cheers subsided. Yes, yes. The knights' voices grew even louder, filled with newfound morale. After issuing instructions, Steve returned to Thor's side, while Thor and his group prepared to head back. The scattered knights from Ryan Watt's forces would carry the news Thor wanted to spread. There was no reason to linger in the west any longer. However, just as Thor was about to leave, a rumbling sound echoed from afar. A night order soon appeared within view. The sudden arrival startled everyone, but they quickly noticed the towering emblem of the Hawk Chamber of Commerce. Elsewhere, Babros, who had hurried over, spotted Thor and his group as well. At first, Babros was alarmed, but upon recognizing Thor, he was stunned. He had previously been unable to contact Thor and assumed he was caught up in something. Unexpectedly, Thor was here, and clearly, a battle had recently taken place. Judging by the captured figures in the distance, Babros could guess the parties involved. Despite his astonishment, Babros dismounted and greeted Thor respectfully. Lord Thor. Babros's tone was deferential, though his eyes kept darting to the captives. Babros, your reaction time is lacking. By the time you arrived, it was all over, Thor said sternly. I understand. This oversight is my fault. I'll request my monthly share from the chamber be deducted as punishment, Babros replied softly. No need. No losses were incurred this time. Just be more vigilant next time. Also, the coming turmoil will be significant. Stay within the domain as much as possible to avoid mishaps, Thor said, fixing Babros with a meaningful look before continuing in a serious tone. Yes, Babros nodded, accepting the admonition without protest. After delegating the cleanup and inventory of spoils to Babros, Thor led his group back to the eagle's domain. Unlike their discreet departure, their return was bold and attention-grabbing, drawing the eyes of many pioneer lords. Questions arose among them about Thor's unexpected arrival. Soon, however, some noticed the captured prisoners bearing the Watt family crest. Shock spread like wildfire across the western region. As news of the battle circulated, what began as ripples of surprise turned into waves of astonishment. Many doubted the initial reports. How could the Watt family's heir, Ryan Watt, have fallen so easily to Thor? However, as more escaped knights corroborated the story, disbelief turned to acceptance. Further shocking was the revelation that Count Angel had sent Michael and Cheshire to support Thor. Michael's reputation as a peak Earth Knight was well known among his peers, and his presence alongside Thor left many pioneer lords trembling. 7 days later, Thor returned to the Eagle's domain with his captives, immediately beginning preparations for the next phase of his plans. This was just the beginning. Inside the study, Thor summoned Rachos. Sir, you were looking for me. Rachos appeared slightly travel-worn, his face weathered by time and effort. Over the past stretch of time, he had been busy networking with the various pioneer knights. After a month of tireless effort, he had finally managed to carve out a brief moment to catch his breath. He hadn't even been able to spare much thought for managing his own territory during this period. Rachos, have the people from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce assist those fleeing members of the Knight Corps and help spread the message further. Tora tapped lightly on the table. After Rachos spoke, Tora paused for a moment, then gave his instructions. Yes, my lord. In the study, Rachos Assad responded respectfully. Even though he had planned to rest for a few days, if Thor had instructions, he would never slack off. By the way, regarding your Assad family, you can try reaching out. If they are willing to cooperate, our Eagle Chamber of Commerce can establish a direct partnership with them to develop trade. If not, then forget it. Thor nodded, then paused for a moment before speaking in a low tone. Due to his connection with Rachos, Thor didn't mind giving the Assad family, who were pioneer knights, a chance. However, whether they could seize it depended on themselves. Thank you, my lord. Rachos was momentarily stunned, but quickly expressed his gratitude. Compared to outsiders, he had a much deeper understanding of the strength of the Eagle Ridge. Unless the heirs of those 3 powerful marquises came in person, targeting Thor would be nearly impossible in Rachos' view. For Thor to remember the Assad family at a time like this was truly commendable. Go now. Oh, and after next month, you can come to the Eagle Ridge to exchange for a bottle of intermediate life potion. From now on, you'll have the chance to exchange for one every year. Thor nodded, but midway through his words, he seemed to think of something and added another sentence. Yes, my lord. Ratchos's expression revealed a trace of surprise, but he quickly nodded and retreated. After leaving the castle, Ratchos looked at the flourishing Eagle Ridge and couldn't he help but feel emotional. Clearly, his previous decision had been correct. In just 2 years, the Eagle Ridge had grown to such a scale. If it could overcome this crisis, the Eagle Ridge would undoubtedly rise to another level. More importantly, Thor Dressrosa's abilities were remarkable. In just a few months, he had advanced from being able to provide low-level life potions to now offering intermediate life potions. Given another 2 years, even Ratchos couldn't he help but feel a surge of excitement. With the sunset in the background, he walked into the distance. In the study, Thor was busy handling various matters. Time passed quietly, and within days, Thor's life remained relatively calm. The only difference was the arrival of 3 Earth Knights from the Dressrosa family, Thor's cousin Lubai's father, Burton Dressrosa, along with 2 other knights. With their addition, Thor's number of Earth Knights increased to 10, making the Eagle Chamber of Commerce the undisputed titan of the northern province. Of course, the outside world was unaware of this development. Most only knew of Michael, the Blood Knight Cheshire, the Shadow Knight Ratchos Assad, and the 2 Earth Knights under Jas Aubai. Now, with the arrival of Burton Dressrosa and the other 2 Earth Knights, a few may have taken notice. However, this information was not widespread. The ambiguity was strategic. Thor and Ryan had only showcased their power twice, once when returning to the territory and dealing with sages Spencer and Watt, whose knights were buried in the canyon, their remains likely devoured by beasts, and once when Thor clashed with Michael. This lack of clarity about their strength was potentially devastating for the outside world. Thor's abilities, enhanced by 2 rule marks, particularly his mastery of the ice and snow rule mark, had reached an astounding level. His power now rivaled even newly ascended Sky Knights, save for the inability to fly. This kind of strength was unparalleled in the northern province. Unaware of Thor's advancements, many nobles began devising plans. Western region, 100 miles from burned Dressrosa's territory. In a previously abandoned stronghold, Moravi Spencer, a powerful Marquis heir, had set up base. Moravi brought a formidable force, 1 Peak Earth Knight and 4 others, aiming to secure a foothold in the northern province and advance into the northern lands for merit points. However, his plans hit an unexpected roadblock. Thinking the Dressrosa family was weak, Moravi planned to seize 1/3 of its resources. To play it safe, he investigated thoroughly before making a move. But just as he was about to act, shocking news broke. Lane Watt, another noble heir of equal standing, had attacked the Eagle Ridge's resource point and suffered a crushing defeat. Not only was his knight group annihilated, but Lane himself was captured. The Dressrosa family responded aggressively, even dispatching the Blood Knight and Shadow Knight. The Blood Knight's reputation, forged in the northern lands, terrified Moravi. His Peak Earth Knight couldn't he possibly match that strength. Within days, news came that Dressrosa had sent 3 more Earth Knights to the northern province. Moravi was both astonished and enraged. Was Count Angel insane? Did the Dressrosa family plan to relocate entirely to the northern province? The situation had completely flipped. Moravi could no longer contend with the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Even if he sought his family's help, support would be limited, as he was not the heir. The growing urgency prompted Moravi to act. 5 days ago, he sent invitations to allied noble heirs for a meeting. Within days, 27 heirs arrived at his castle, including 17 Marquis heirs, 8 Count heirs, and 2 Baron heirs. In the castle, Moravi inquired has the Assad family responded. No, my lord, his attendant replied nervously. Forget it then. Inform everyone to head to the banquet hall, Moravi ordered, rising. In the banquet hall, heirs exchanged greetings. When Moravi entered, many addressed him respectfully. Lord Moravi. Ladies and gentlemen, Moravi began, you must have heard the news from 10 days ago. The mention of Lane Watt's defeat elicited mixed reactions. Some mocked his incompetence, but most remained silent, reflecting the gravity of the situation. Moravi frowned but refrained from rebuking anyone. The Dressrosa family's actions are baffling. Sending the Blood Knight to the northern province is almost as if they intend to establish dominance here, one heir remarked. Enough, Moravi interrupted. Our goal is clear. Reclaim what the Dressrosa family took. It won't be easy, but together we stand a chance. Moravi Spencer's words slowly resonated through the hall, and with his voice the entire banquet hall fell silent. One by one, the heirs of powerful noble families furrowed their brows, their expressions growing solemn. They understood the implications of Moravi Spencer's statement. Prior to this, the Ryan Watt family was not the only one who considered the Eagle Chamber of Commerce and the Dressrosa family to be weak. In fact, every family present here had, at some point, regarded them as easy targets. After all, compared to the Dressrosa family, these attendees hailed from marquis families, or even the offspring of powerful marquis houses. The Dressrosa family, merely an earl family, naturally didn't warrant their serious attention. But now the situation had changed completely. With the arrival of the Bloody Knight, the Shadow Knight, and the 3 Earth Knights dispatched by the Dressrosa family, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce now had more Earth Knights than any of their families. Their strength, especially with the Bloody Knight's arrival, had far surpassed theirs. No single family, or even a few together, could hope to take down the Eagle Chamber of Commerce anymore. Lord Moravy Spencer, you didn't summon us here just to say this, did you? Breaking the heavy silence, a voice suddenly spoke up. As the voice echoed, the other noble heirs turned their gazes toward Moravy Spencer, some with doubt, some thoughtfully, and some with intense focus. Facing these stares, Moravy Spencer let out a soft breath, scanning the 20-some individuals present before withdrawing his gaze. His voice rose once more. Indeed, I did not summon you all here just to say this. I have an idea I would like to propose and see if you find it feasible. Moravy Spencer's voice was not loud, but as it rang out, the entire hall grew quiet once again. Lord Moravy, please go ahead, someone said solemnly after a moment of silence. The others frowned slightly but still nodded in agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, my proposal is that we unite. Although we cannot determine what exactly the Dressrosa family intends to do, even if they are planning to expand into the northern province, if we combine our forces, there will be no need for concern. Together, we can not only seize the resource points currently occupied by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, but also go beyond that. As Moravy Spencer spoke again, the content of his proposal caused everyone present to react. Even those who had expected something were surprised. An alliance? Someone muttered instinctively, while others frowned deeper. Yes, an alliance, Moravy confirmed. Individually, any single family or even 2 or 3 of us together would struggle to match the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, let alone the entire Dressrosa family. You have all come to the northern province for various reasons, but one fact is certain. None of you are heirs to your respective families. We all know that our family's support has likely reached its limit and will not continue indefinitely. From here on, we must forge our own paths. Moreover, many of you may already be aware, heirs from 3 major families are rumored to have set their sights on the northern province. Once they arrive, our opportunities may disappear entirely. Moravy Spencer's somber tone sent a wave of tension through the hall. Many people even stood up involuntarily. Lord Moravy, are you certain? Heirs from those 3 families are coming. Someone couldn't help but ask, his gaze fixed on Moravy Spencer. As his question hung in the air, many others became visibly nervous. The concerns that troubled Moravy also weighed heavily on them. If the heirs from those 3 families arrived, the entire landscape of the northern province would change, leaving them with little to no chance. This is absolutely true. Among the 3, Steele Adams from the Adams family is already en route to the northern province. He should arrive in no more than 2 months, Moravy Spencer said, nodding as he looked at their anxious expressions. His confirmation instantly stirred an uproar among the pioneers in the hall. Voices overlapped, and expressions shifted rapidly. After a while, the noise gradually subsided. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you now understand that time is no longer on our side. If the Eagle Chamber of Commerce can forge alliances with other lords, so can we. United, we can not only secure the resource points, but also stand a chance against the powerful heirs of those 3 families when they arrive. Moravy Spencer's words seemed to carry a magnetic pull, drawing everyone's thoughts toward the future scenario he painted. Some began breathing heavily. Yes, while the heirs of the 3 top marquis families were indeed formidable, their combined forces, united, would be even more powerful. After all, none of them were heirs to their own families either, and as long as they were not heirs, their resources would be limited. This collective realization dawned upon the group of 27 pioneering nobles, most of whom were from marquis families. Each of them had at least 1 Earth Knight, and the total number of Earth Knights present exceeded 40, a massive force rivaling even some marquis families. In the midst of this excitement, someone raised a critical question. Lord Moravy, how exactly should we form this alliance? Yes, Lord Moravy, how do we unite? And how will the resources we obtain be distributed? Indeed, Lord Moravy. Voices filled the room as everyone turned their attention back to Moravy Spencer. Ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. Prepared for such inquiries, Moravy Spencer gestured to his attendants, who quickly distributed a detailed alliance proposal to each of the pioneers. What's this? Curious but cautious, everyone took a copy. Their attention quickly shifted to the content, and as they read, various expressions appeared. Some narrowed their eyes, shooting Moravy Spencer strange looks. Others became deeply engrossed. Moravy ignored the odd glances, he knew the reason behind them. Clearly, some had realized his alliance proposal was modeled after the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. But so what? This approach wasn't exclusive to them. Remaining composed, Moravi waited for everyone to finish reading before speaking again. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you think of this alliance proposal? Although some frowned, most nodded slightly in agreement. Of course, there were dissenting voices as well. Lord Moravi, isn't he allocating only 1/10,000th to Grand Knights too little? Yes, Lord Moravi, the allocation seems unfair. Such objections mostly came from weaker Marquis families and the two Earl families present. After all, the proposal allocated 2 to Earth Knights, but only a minuscule fraction to Grand Knights, which seemed disproportionately low. HMPH, Grand Knights are lucky to even get 1/10,000th. This operation will be led by Earth Knights. Before Moravi could respond, someone snorted coldly. Exactly, Earth Knights are the key to this operation. Super's point is entirely valid. Voices of dissent were quickly countered, and arguments erupted across the hall, until boom, a massive wave of life energy suddenly burst forth, silencing the entire hall in an instant. Everyone looked up at Moravi in shock. Moravi, did you advance? Sensing the overwhelming life force, someone murmured in disbelief. Moravi Spencer, now a late-stage Earth Knight, seemed only one step away from the pinnacle of this rank, and he was only in his early 40s. Such talent was rare, enough to elicit awe from everyone present. Amid their stunned expressions, Moravi's calm voice broke the silence. That's enough, this is my proposal. If anyone disagrees, you may choose not to join. There's no compulsion here. His icy gaze swept across the room, forcing even those who had objections to lower their heads. Lord Moravi, we have no objections. Let's follow Lord Moravi's plan. Yes, we'll listen to Lord Moravi. One by one, voices of agreement echoed, and the hall grew harmonious. Under Moravi Spencer's leadership, the preliminary framework for the Pioneer Lords Alliance was established. 27 pioneering nobles had united, forming a force that surpassed the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. This alliance boasted 42 Earth Knights and over 100 Grand Knights, a strength rivaling the mightiest noble houses. Such immense power is utterly unmatched, even by Marquis Raymond. After all, although Marquis Raymond holds the title of Marquis as a newly appointed one, his strength is undoubtedly among the weakest of all Marquises. The number of Earth Knights under his command may not even rival that of some powerful Count families. Although Marquis Raymond himself has reached the pinnacle of Earth Knight strength and even boasts a record of defeating a Tier 4 orc in battle, he still pales in comparison to the current Moravi alliance. The alliance was quickly formed, and soon after, Moravi and others began formulating corresponding plans within the castle. With 42 Earth Knights, the group was theoretically strong enough to sweep through any opposition. However, Moravi Spencer was well aware that such an alliance was extremely loose. Without preplanning the distribution of benefits, significant problems could easily arise. Even with the allocation of shares, it still wasn't enough. More detailed distribution and arrangements were necessary. This indeed proved to be the case. It took the 27 Pioneer Lords 2 full days to argue over just the name of the alliance. In the end, it was Moravi Spencer who couldn't hold back and set the tone. Finally, the alliance was officially named the Northern Frontier Alliance. But even after deciding the name, the division of interests proved to be another major hurdle. This dispute lasted 10 days in the castle before they reached a relatively agreeable resolution. By this time, 17 days had passed since Moravi Spencer convened the Pioneer Lords, and 12 days since the alliance was formed. Such an inefficient process was almost maddening. However, the Pioneer Lords were quite satisfied with the results. In less than half a month, they had formed an alliance that now made them a behemoth in the northern province. Everyone could foresee the massive benefits awaiting them. So what if the Dressrosa family dispatched more Earth Knights? Even if the entire Dressrosa family relocated to the northern province, they no longer posed a threat. With 42 Earth Knights, they could face any Count's family. Even when facing certain Marquis families, they had sufficient strength. After all, not all 42 Earth Knights were newly advanced. There were over 6 Earth Knights at the pinnacle of their power, and 12 more in the late stages. This strength surpassed many Marquis families, falling short of the most powerful only by the lack of a single Sky Knight. With such power, they had every reason to be confident. In the castle, 27 Pioneer Lords gathered around a massive map of the northern province, their eyes gleaming. Gentlemen, it has been confirmed that the core of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce is the Eagle Ridge, whose lord is Thor Dressrosa, the 9th son of Count Angel of the Dressrosa family. As for their strength, they currently have 5 Earth Knights, including Michael the Blood Knight, Cheshire the Shadow Knight, and 3 other Earth Knights sent by the Dressrosa family. However, these 3 are all early-stage Earth Knights. Additionally, the baronial lords Rachos Assad and Jas Abai have 1 Earth Knight under their command, bringing their total to 7 Earth Knights. Based on the information I've gathered, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce controls 12 large iron mines, 7 large copper mines, 1 silver mine, and 17 jadeite production sites, totaling 37 mining areas. Securing these would yield profits exceeding hundreds of thousands of gold coins, potentially reaching millions. More resource points could lead to even greater returns. Moravi Spencer spoke slowly, and his words caused the breathing of the 27 pioneer lords to grow heavier. The sheer magnitude of these numbers made their throats dry and their imaginations run wild. How should we proceed, Lord Moravi? A voice asked, hoarse and trembling with excitement, its owner nervously licking his lips. Moravi Spencer's response was measured and decisive. My plan is to begin by harassing their resource points, then concentrate our forces to break through Eagle Ridge. Once Eagle Ridge falls, the entire Eagle Chamber of Commerce will collapse. At that point, the Alliance can absorb all the resource points under their control. Not only will the resource points be ours, but we can also eliminate the other lords within the Chamber of Commerce, further increasing our gains. His words stirred a frenzy of anticipation among the lords. Looking around, Moravi began assigning tasks. Jose Lapp, Giancarlo Blancard, Enerlit Stephen. As he called out names, those named visibly tensed, some instinctively preparing to protest. Before they could, Moravi cut them off. You 7 will lead your forces to harass the surrounding resource points. The rest will have 3 days to organize their Night Corps and follow me in the attack on Eagle Ridge. The named lords hesitated, faces tinged with anxiety, but Moravi's expression left no room for dissent. If anyone has objections, he added coldly, the Alliance 1T mind being short a few members. This blunt statement silenced all protests. Other lords even jeered, suggesting fewer members would mean greater shares for the rest. The Alliance's forces quickly mobilized, and the commotion could not be concealed. News soon reached the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, throwing its lords into panic. In Tono territory, Tono was visibly distressed. Still no confirmation on their plans. Not yet, my lord. Their forces are still assembling. Damn it, what are they up to? Tono cursed, his frustration growing. Like Tono, other lords of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce were equally unnerved. The union of 27 powerful noble heirs was a devastating blow to the northern province. Initially, they had believed such a union impossible, yet it had come to fruition. 3 days later, new information arrived. The Alliance forces were heading east. Many were baffled, but Tono quickly realized their target. Damn it, it's me. Summon the Night Corps immediately. Tono's urgent orders were echoed by other lords. While they knew they might not be able to stop the Alliance, they mobilized nonetheless, determined to defend their territory. As the Alliance advanced, the northern province buzzed with activity. Lords either watched anxiously or gloated from a distance, unwilling to get involved. The Alliance forces pressed onward, their sights set on Eagle Ridge, their confidence unshaken. But unknown to them, waiting ahead was not victory, but a devil. In Eagle Ridge, Thor had long been prepared. Even before the Alliance's formation, he had been gathering intelligence and fortifying his defenses. By sunrise, Thor and his Night Corps had already positioned themselves in a strategic location, a battlefield chosen for its openness and proximity to water defenses. Lord Thor, they are less than 300 miles away and will arrive within 5 days, reported a knight. Good, Thor replied. His preparations were complete, and he awaited the coming storm. On the hillside, all 15 magical crystal cannons under the control of the Eagle Ridge had been transported here. In addition, Thor had prepared over 100 third-tier magic cores, enough to allow the 15 magical crystal cannons to fire nearly 10 consecutive rounds. Thor also mobilized all the forces of the Eagle Ridge. Thor himself, along with Ryan, Michael, Cheshire, Marshall Ratchazasad, Jas Abai, 2 Earth Knights from the Dressrosa family, Steve, Piros, Mark, and more than 10 Grand Knights and over 100 official knights had all gathered here. In addition, Anna and Avila were also present. Currently, apart from Neil Morton, Thor had mobilized all high-level combat power in the Eagle Ridge. What he intended to do was annihilate the entire Northern Alliance in one decisive battle. If he could achieve that, there would be no obstacles left for him in the entire northern province. Even if the 3 major noble families joined forces, he wouldn't need to worry anymore. In the forest, after hearing Steve's report, Thor quickly issued one order after another. Time passed slowly amidst the group's actions, and in the blink of an eye, several days had gone by. During these few days, Thor had finished setting up the entire battlefield in the surrounding area. Ahead of them, large amounts of flammable oil were spread. Since Marquis Raymond had lost complete control over the northern province, transporting the oil no longer had to be done secretly. Thor had directly instructed Ratchazasad to purchase over 10,000 pounds. At this moment, over 5,000 pounds of flammable oil had been poured in the area ahead. Once someone stepped in, coupled with the roar of the magical crystal cannons, the outcome would be self-evident. 10 miles away, the massive Northern Alliance set off in full force. After a few days, they finally crossed the northern region and reached the eastern border. On their way, their overwhelming presence startled every pioneer lord they passed. However, the Northern Alliance paid no heed to this, even though such actions would inevitably alert Thor. But so what? Their immense strength, 42 Earth Knights, even with a few missing, was still enough to crush everything. Even if Thor received the news, there would be no different outcome. If Thor fled upon hearing the news, that would be even better. Without Thor and the Eagle Ridge, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would cease to exist. My lord, we are now at the eastern border. Once we pass this area, it will take at most a day to reach the Eagle Ridge, a knight respectfully reported to Moravi Spencer at the front of the Alliance. One day, we ray almost there. I wonder if that Thor fellow has fled already or is waiting for us, prepared to meet his end. Ha ha ha. By the goddess of life, I suspect that Thor has probably already wet his pants in fear. Ha, speaking of which, I am really looking forward to mocking Ryan Watt. As the son of a mighty marquis, he was captured by a mere count's offspring. It's an embarrassment to all noble marquis households. Absolutely. Hearing this, the surrounding frontier lords chuckled, their faces full of smugness and mockery. In their view, the outcome was already decided, and there was no need to consider anything else. By the way, have those foolish lords from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce stopped following us? A noble descendant asked with a sneer. Most have left. It seems those folks have some sense. Oh, there are still some who haven't tea left. Yes, there are still 3 knight orders remaining. Should we take care of them first? Forget it. Let them witness our power. The LLC clearly that a count and a marquis are worlds apart. The group laughed even louder at this. Even Moravi Spencer wore a satisfied expression. No one present believed they would lose. However, just as they were all smiling and envisioning their victory, their feet stepped into an area Thor had meticulously prepared. At first, they noticed nothing unusual, but as they ventured deeper, a strange smell wafted into their noses. What's that smell? Strange. Some noble descendants muttered, looking around with puzzled expressions. Suddenly, Moravi Spencer's face darkened. Retreat, get out of here. Moravi shouted, urging his horse to lead the group out. However, the confusion among the allied forces caused delays, making it impossible for Moravi to withdraw smoothly. Anxiety crept onto his face. In that moment of chaos. Boom, boom, boom. In the distance, the sky was illuminated as 15 bolts of thunder roared through the twilight, instantly blanketing the area. It's the magical crystal cannons. Stop them, someone shouted urgently. Several Earth Knights stepped forward, their powerful life energy erupting as they countered the thunderbolts. Although third-tier magical crystal cannons could threaten Earth Knights, their threat wasn't insurmountable. With preparation, the Earth Knights managed to tear apart the thunderbolts, but the fragmented energy still fell to the ground. Boom! As the energy hit, the high temperatures ignited the flammable oil, causing massive fires to erupt across the battlefield. Damn it, so much flammable oil. The raging inferno covered knights caught off guard, and even their life energy couldn't fully dispel the flames. Meanwhile, the magical crystal cannons were recharged, and another barrage of thunderbolts rained down. The flames grew fiercer as trebuchets from afar launched additional barrels of flammable oil into the Alliance's ranks. Moravi Spencer, enveloped in a life energy shield, gritted his teeth in anger. Deploy the Earth Knights. Eliminate those bastards. More than 20 Earth Knights charged forward, but Thor, prepared for this, mounted his unicorn Nia and led his forces to meet them head-on. Within moments, Thor's spear struck, killing an Earth Knight with a single blow. The sight sent shockwaves through the Northern Alliance. Moravi Spencer's face turned pale as he realized Thor's overwhelming strength was far beyond his expectations. The battle had just begun, but the balance had already tipped. The Dressrosa family is indeed strong, at least among the ranks of Count families. On the surface, the Dressrosa family has only 2 Earth Knights, Count Angel and Michael. However, even these 2 are enough to support the family's formidable reputation. The Eagle Knight and the Blood Knight are names that stand out prominently, even among marquis families. Yet such a reputation is only remarkable to ordinary marquis families. For powerful marquis families like theirs, even with the hidden strength of the Dressrosa family taken into account, it still pales in comparison. After all, the resources and opportunities available to Sky Knight are leagues beyond what Earth Knights could dream of. Typically, a marquis family with a Sky Knight is considered a strong marquis family. Such a presence also makes it significantly easier to cultivate more Earth Knights. For a Count family, having 2 or 3 Earth Knights is considered good, while a powerful Count family might have a dozen at most. In contrast, a strong marquis family would easily boast at least 20 Earth Knights, with many at the peak level. Moravi Spencer came to the frontier with a peak-level Earth Knight under his command. This alone illustrates the disparity. Other powerful marquis heirs also have similar subordinates, further proving the strength gap. This time their confidence was overwhelming. On one hand, they greatly outnumbered the Eagle Ridge's Earth Knights. Dressrosa's information reported only 6 or 7 Earth Knights in the Eagle Ridge, while they brought 35. On the other hand, they had 6 peak-level Earth Knights, giving them full confidence. Even if Count Angel himself showed up, they believed they could handle him. But now Moravi was utterly shocked. The Eagle Ridge's Earth Knights had increased to 9. More importantly, Thor Dressrosa, the Lord of the Frontier, had reached the peak of Earth Knight strength, and then, amidst his astonishment, boom. A thunderous roar echoed. In the distance, a figure was flung backward by lightning, landing heavily in the fiery sea. In Moravi's sight, the life force of the fallen figure dissipated completely. How is this possible? Moravi instinctively froze, his expression changing drastically. His eyes darted towards the source of the scene, and a young figure entered his view. His heart trembled, his expression fluctuating wildly. Of course, Moravi wasn't the only one shocked. The other Earth Knights charging alongside him were also stunned. In mere moments, 2 Earth Knights had been slain instantly. It took less than a single breath's time. The sheer speed of the event left the lower-level Earth Knights shivering, their bodies stopping instinctively. Even peak-level Earth Knights narrowed their eyes, staring intently at Thor and Ryan. The entire battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Behind the Tweniplus Knights, flames roared violently. In front of them stood Thor and the Earth Knights he led, Thor Dressrosa. Moravi Spencer muttered under his breath, his gaze shifting to Ryan before returning to Thor. His heart trembled uncontrollably. How old was Thor? Moravi didn't know for certain, but based on the Dressrosa family's tradition, Thor couldn't be older than 20, a 20-year-old peak-level Earth Knight. At this moment, even someone as proud as Moravi didn't know how to react, but he understood one thing: there was no retreat now. Mepodes, you handle the Blood Knight. Knights Lerwar and Andur, take down Thor Dressrosa. Arukius and Mensa, your men handle that other knight. Taking a deep breath, Moravi quickly issued his orders, his eyes flashing with a cold determination. Yes, understood. The knights responded swiftly. 4 figures immediately charged toward Thor, Ryan, and Michael. Among them, 1 peak-level Earth Knight targeted Michael directly. Boom. The clash erupted instantly. In midair, Michael fell to the ground while his opponent staggered back slightly. Frost Knight Mepode, Michael muttered cautiously as he recognized his opponent. He was well acquainted with this name. In the kingdom, few Earth Knights, especially peak-level ones, could boast such a renowned title. Mepode was one of the exceptions. Compared to the previous peak-level Earth Knight, this one wouldn't be as easy to deal with. Blood Knight, you might as well stop for now. While I am no match for you, I can ensure you won't escape unscathed, Mepode said with a light chuckle. Perhaps you are right, but approaching me may not have been your wisest choice, Michael replied with a peculiar tone, glancing at Mepode and then at the distant battlefield. Oh, I doubt that, Mepode said nonchalantly. He, like Moravi, didn't believe the Eagle Ridge had any real chance. Don't be so sure, Michael said with a faint smile, recalling the terrifying strength of Thor and Ryan. When Michael first witnessed Thor's immense power, he was curious about Ryan's abilities as well. The result: Ryan was indeed weaker than Thor, but only slightly. Ryan was still stronger than Michael himself. Michael couldn't help but feel a tinge of disbelief. He had fought on countless battlefields in the northern region for years to reach his current strength. Yet Thor and Ryan had undergone such a drastic transformation in less than 2 years. Meanwhile, Mepode frowned, puzzled by Michael's words. But he quickly dismissed the thought, focusing instead on his task of restraining the Blood Knight. He didn't believe anything unexpected could happen after all. They had 4 peak-level Earth Knights. However, neither Mepode nor Moravi realized that Thor and Ryan couldn't be measured by conventional standards. Moravi had taken every precaution, sending 5 peak-level Earth Knights against them. Nearly half of their Tweniplus Earth Knight forces had been mobilized, but even that wasn't enough. Lord Moravi, sending only 2 knights, are you looking down on me? Thor's calm voice carried a chilling undertone. A terrifying icy power emanated from his body, a faint snowflake mark appearing on his forehead. The freezing aura seemed to engulf the entire battlefield. With each step Thor took, frost spread beneath his feet, rapidly lowering the surrounding temperature. Snow and ice began to swirl faintly in the air. The 2 Earth Knights charging toward him hesitated momentarily, their faces paling as they felt the overwhelming cold. What a terrifying icy aura this is. One of them muttered, his pupils shrinking in shock. Before he could process the thought, Thor suddenly appeared before him. Not good. The knight raised his sword instinctively, channeling his life force, but it was futile. Boom. A powerful force struck his arm like the charge of a behemoth beast. An icy chill spread through his body, nearly freezing even his life force. Crash. The knight's body was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ground. Thor stood where the knight had been moments ago, the icy aura around him continuing to expand, so fast. The other peak-level Earth Knight finally reacted, his face filled with unprecedented shock. The speed of Thor's attack left him stunned. In the distance, amidst roaring thunder, boom, 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 boom. A knight with a lightning-infused spear slammed into the ground, leaving the area around him in ruins. The air fell silent. 2 more peak-level Earth Knights had been utterly defeated, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. The remaining knights hesitated, their faces pale with fear. Even Moravi couldn't hide his shock. Impossible. This must be a joke, someone muttered, but no one responded. Moravi's expression twisted in disbelief. Meanwhile, Mapodi, distracted by the unfolding chaos, failed to dodge an attack from Michael and was sent flying. The strength Thor and Ryan displayed far exceeded anyone's expectations. Even Michael, who knew their potential, was momentarily overwhelmed. So this is the power of Lord Thor and Ryan, he murmured. But neither Thor nor Ryan stopped. Their mission was clear, to reduce the enemy's numbers and turn the tide of battle. Though their power was extraordinary, it wasn't a result of deception. Both had mastered their respective rule imprints, Thor's Ice Law and Ryan's Thunder Law. Though not fully wielded, the added strength was beyond what Earth Knights could withstand. Boom. The two charged at the remaining peak-level Earth Knights. Desperate, Moravi ordered reinforcements to step forward, yet none of the knights moved. Fear had frozen them in place. The Northern Alliance was fundamentally different from the Eagle Alliance. The Eagle Alliance was built upon the foundation of the Dressrosa family, which Thor belonged to, though it also included outsiders such as Jas Aubai, Rachos Assad, Babros, and Pape Lawrence. Among these individuals, Rachos Assad had already completely submitted to Thor. After their journey to the Northern Lands, Jas Aubai had also come to obey Thor unconditionally. As for Babros and Pape Lawrence, the former shared a life-and-death bond with Tono, while the latter's experiences left him with no objections toward Thor. Additionally, Thor held a 50 stake in the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, granting him absolute authority. On the other hand, the Northern Alliance presented a stark contrast. While Moravi Spencer had a significant share, it was only 18. More importantly, he lacked the strength to dominate everyone, leaving him without true authority. Under normal circumstances, this might not have mattered, but in a crisis like this, his words carried far less weight. As his voice fell, no one in the crowd moved. Even those who hesitated suppressed their instincts. Thor and Ryan's immense power had deeply shocked them, rendering them too intimidated to act rashly. This outcome left Moravi Spencer visibly displeased. He turned to the Earth Knights he had just called out, Greg Cassers, Jurgen Vincent. Grinding his teeth, Moravi Spencer called out with barely concealed anger, Lord Moravi. Facing his murderous gaze, one individual, though trembling slightly, reluctantly stepped forward to speak. Greg, if you don't block him, once they finish off those 4 Earth Knights, do you think we have any chance left? If we strike together now, he may defeat 1 peak Earth Knight, but he can possibly handle 5, 7, or even 10 of them. I'll charge ahead soon and your men will follow. 20 of us will deal with them, while 11 handle the other Earth Knights. Moravi Spencer's voice turned cold as he raised his knightly longsword, unleashing a surge of overwhelming life energy. He understood that he had to act decisively now. If this continued, their 35 Earth Knights might even lose to the Eagle Ridge's 9 Earth Knights. If they lost the 4 peak Earth Knights, the Lucent Northern Alliance would inevitably collapse. The consequences were obvious. In fact, a trace of fear crept into Moravi Spencer's heart. He realized that if they failed to defeat the Eagle Chamber of Commerce today, there would be no place for them in the Northern Province afterward. As for negotiations, Moravi Spencer had known from the moment he formed the alliance that peace was impossible. The Northern Province wasn't big enough for 2 alliances. Either they would perish or the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would fall. If they failed, their destruction was certain with no alternatives. Even retreating to the far north would carry grave consequences. Boom! A powerful aura erupted as Moravi Spencer charged toward Thor. Following his lead, others began to react. Moravi Spencer's reasoning was straightforward, and the noble heirs understood it clearly. Their intellect rivaled Moravi Spencer's, and some even saw beyond his reasoning. Overcoming their earlier shock, they quickly made their move. Moments later, flames were torn apart as figures emerged. Of the 35 Earth Knights initially present, 2 had been slain, and 2 peak Earth Knights had been severely injured. The Northern Alliance still had 31 Earth Knights left, a terrifying force. All 31 knights mobilized, abandoning those caught in the flames, including the Grand Knights, official knights, and apprentices. It was foreseeable that while the Grand Knights might survive, the official and apprentice knights faced certain doom. However, there was no time to worry about them now. The 31 Earth Knights, including powerful noble lords, charged directly toward the Eagle Ridge's knights. They targeted Thor, Ryan, and Michael with their Earth Knights, while the noble lords engaged Thor's Earth Knights. The battle quickly intensified. Moravi Spencer led 11 Earth Knights against the Eagle Ridge's 6, fighting 2-on battles. Meanwhile, 20 Earth Knights surrounded Thor, Ryan, and Michael. Even Michael became a target. Thor and Ryan each faced 6 Earth Knights, while Michael dealt with 3. The pressure mounted. Thor, though as strong as a newly advanced Sky Knight, couldn't fly. Confronting 7 Earth Knights, including a peak-level one, was a monumental challenge. However, Thor was prepared. While the Northern Alliance had committed all its forces, the Eagle Ridge still held reserves. Avila and Anna, 2 mages, possessed power far beyond ordinary knights. Especially Avila, her involvement could potentially end the battle swiftly. Thor, however, chose not to involve Avila yet. She was his contingency plan. Unless absolutely necessary, Thor preferred not to expose the elven girl, avoiding further complications. More importantly, Thor still had options. So far, he had only used the ice and snow law imprint. He had yet to activate the death law imprint. With the dual imprints of ice and death, his strength would multiply. Boom! A surge of life energy erupted as a dark aura began to emanate from the icy blue imprint on Thor's forehead. Death's mark awakened. The ice blue life energy around Thor darkened, exuding an aura of death. Careful, his life energy is unusual. The peak Earth Knight shouted warnings as he noticed Thor's transformation. The 6 other Earth Knights instinctively prepared themselves, surrounding Thor with weapons at the ready. Then an icy chill swept across the battlefield. What's happening? One Earth Knight hesitated, sensing the cold, a rarity for someone of his rank. Retreat. The peak Earth Knight's alarmed voice echoed as frost rapidly spread, freezing everything in its path. Within seconds, an area tens of meters wide turned into a frozen wasteland, as snow and ice dominated the surroundings. Farther away, battles raged on. Michael struggled against 4 Earth Knights, including 1 Frost Knight, while Ryan, fighting 7, barely held his ground. Elsewhere, 11 Earth Knights overwhelmed the Eagle Ridge's 6, forcing them into a defensive position. Just as the Northern Alliance's leaders began to rejoice, a devastating surge of icy energy swept across the battlefield. The source was Thor. His battlefield had transformed into a frozen wasteland, with 7 Earth Knights reduced to lifeless ice sculptures. At the heart of the icy domain, Thor leaned on his knightly spear, gasping for air. The life energy drawn from his enemies began replenishing his depleted reserves. This scene left everyone stunned, halting battles across the battlefield. Even Moravi Spencer's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief. In that frozen wasteland, Thor stood victorious, surrounded by icy silence. The power of laws is the path to divinity. To reach the divine realm, one must master their own unique power of laws and construct their divine kingdom using it. This step is undoubtedly the key that blocks countless saints. A mark of laws signifies traces of contact with the power of laws. This is highly beneficial for mastering the power of laws in the future. Those who wield the power of laws can slightly manipulate them. While such an ability is insignificant in the divine realm and even against saints who can extend their domains to counter it, it is terrifyingly effective against those below the saint level. At this moment, Thor invoked the power of the frost and death laws. The resulting clash of laws froze 7 peak Earth Knights in an instant, including one at the very pinnacle of their rank. The surrounding area, spanning hundreds of meters, transformed into a world of ice and snow. These figures had no chance to resist. However, the cost was enormous. The life energy within Thor's life seed was almost entirely drained, and even the icy terrain he created began to fade. If the frozen land were to shatter, his rank would inevitably fall back to that of a Grand Knight. Fortunately, the frozen figures radiated death energy, and Thor began extracting their life energy continuously. His strength was slowly recovering. The previously unstable icy terrain began to stabilize, and the depleted life seed started to replenish. The pallor on his face gradually gave way to color. Phew, that was truly terrifying. Thor exhaled a long breath, rising slowly with a smile on his face. In one explosive move, he had eliminated 7 Earth Knights and resolved the greatest crisis faced by the Eagle Ridge and its merchant association. As he took a step forward, frost energy entwined around him. At this moment, Thor seemed to become the center of the world. Countless gazes instinctively converged on him. The Earth Knights on the Eagle Ridge's side flushed with excitement, while those from the Northern Alliance felt their scalps tingle, particularly the pioneering lords of the Northern Alliance, who involuntarily stepped back as they watched Thor approach. Even the Earth Knights surrounding Ryan and Michael in the distance felt waves of dread. The entire battlefield grew eerily silent. No one spoke. No one made a sound. In everyone's eyes, only Thor's advancing figure and the spreading frost energy remained. Gulp, a sound of someone swallowing broke the silence, unusually conspicuous in the stillness. Yet no one paid attention to who it was as all eyes remained fixed on Thor. Thor soon reached Ryan's side. Blood trickled from Ryan's mouth and his pale face betrayed a sense of shame. Sir, Ryan felt embarrassed. Thor had eliminated 7 opponents, but he could barely resist them and had nearly been killed. Rest and recover. Leave the rest to me, Thor said softly, nodding at Ryan before turning his gaze to the remaining 7 opponents. To them, Thor was like an overwhelming behemoth. Their hearts pounded furiously, and when Thor looked their way, they instinctively took a step back. One of them tried to speak, his throat tightening, but Thor's calm gaze left him speechless. Looking at Thor, then at the frozen battlefield in the distance, cold sweat broke out on his forehead amidst his rapid heartbeat. The pressure was immense, an unimaginable weight. Even though Thor stood alone and appeared pale and weak, the pressure he exuded reached unprecedented levels. Not only the 7 present, but every Earth Knight and pioneering lord of the Northern Alliance felt Thor's terrifying presence. Clang, Lord Thor. One night couldn't he bear the pressure any longer. His weapon fell as he stammered with a forced smile. Thor's gaze shifted toward him. Under Thor's calm eyes, the noble scion hastily explained with a strained smile, Lord Thor, this is a misunderstanding. Moravi was the one who planned this attack. We were only here to assist you. Why yes, Lord Thor, you've misunderstood us. We mean no harm. This is all Moravi's doing. Once one person spoke, others followed, each blaming Moravi. Their earlier refusal to negotiate stemmed from the belief that the northern province couldn't sustain two alliances. With the Eagle Chamber of Commerce around, there was no room for the Northern Alliance, but that was only if they could win. Now, seeing no chance of victory, they quickly sought to surrender. This was, after all, a noble's most practical trait. At worst, they pay some compensation. Why risk everything for an alliance? It wasn't worth dying over. As more voices joined in, Moravi's expression darkened. Oh, Lord Moravi, is that what they mean? Thor asked, his amused gaze settling on the silent Moravi. Moravi's face grew grim, but he said nothing. Indeed, Lord Thor, this is all Moravi's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Lord Thor. As more voices spoke up, Thor's smile deepened, and his tone became less serious. The pioneering lords breathed a sigh of relief, believing the conflict had ended peacefully. However, just as smiles appeared on their faces, Thor's forehead lit up with the marks of the death and frost laws. The life energy he had been gathering during the delay was drained again, and the icy terrain trembled violently. A surge of cold and death energy erupted once more. This time, the invoked power of laws was weaker than before due to Thor's incomplete recovery, but it was still enough to terrify the Peak Earth Knight among them. Not good. The Peak Earth Knight grabbed a nearby ally and retreated frantically. Though he moved quickly, the frost energy moved faster, freezing several figures in an instant. Their expressions of relief were frozen on their faces as they turned into ice sculptures. The frost spread rapidly, reaching the fleeing Earth Knight. Ah! The ally he was dragging screamed as frost consumed his leg and spread to his body. In desperation, the Peak Earth Knight struck his ally, propelling himself further away while his companion was thrown back. Midair, the ally was completely frozen and shattered upon impact, his terrified expression preserved in death. Once again, Thor's terrifying power claimed lives. The one managed to escape, the others were frozen, leaving everyone horrified. Out of the original 35 Earth Knights, only 20 remained, their numbers now comparable to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's 9 knights, including the formidable Ryan and the Blood Knight. Lord Thor, someone tried to speak but faltered under Thor's calm gaze. Lay down your arms and I will give you a chance to pay ransom. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your safety in the next battle, Thor declared calmly, his words causing visible turmoil among the Northern Alliance members. Before anyone could respond, Moravi's cold voice rang out. HMPH, Thor Dressrosa, do you truly dare to kill us? Don't forget, your family is merely a count's household. You cannot withstand our wrath. Also, the power you're using is from the laws of divine force. Your talent is exceptional, but you've only just become an Earth Knight. How many more times can you invoke such power? Maintaining your current level must already be difficult. Moravi's words struck at the heart of the matter, Thor's potential reluctance to kill and his limited ability to wield the power of laws. Hearing this, the wavering pioneering lords began to reconsider. Oh, Thor chuckled and began walking toward Moravi, frost spreading with each step. Despite his pale face, his smile remained calm. Suddenly, a ripple spread out and a halo enveloped Thor, rapidly replenishing his depleted life energy. Swish, Thor vanished, reappearing beside Moravi. Before Moravi could react, Thor's hand pierced his chest. Blood froze before it could flow, and Moravi's entire body turned to ice from within. As his consciousness faded, Thor's calm voice echoed in his mind. It seems you still don't understand, Lord Moravi. This is the northern province, not your family's domain. Many noble scions die here every year. Frost spread as Moravi's body froze stiff. In his final moments, only one thought lingered in his mind. How could Thor Dressrosa dare to act against him? After all, he was the scion of a powerful marquis, and his grandfather was a Sky Knight. But no matter what thoughts swirled in his mind, his heart was pierced, and the frost power froze everything about him. Death's aura intertwined, completely snuffing out his life force. Bang. His body fell, shattering into fragments in an instant. The scene turned utterly silent. No one had expected Thor to act so suddenly, killing Moravi Spencer in just one strike. Gulp. Someone couldn't help but swallow, their heartbeat accelerating again. The thoughts they had entertained moments earlier vanished entirely. To be honest, Moravi Spencer's provocations had made them restless. Thor's condition seemed poor, and they assumed he might not dare to kill them. They even believed they might have a chance. But at this moment, Thor's actions clearly conveyed a message. Not daring to kill them, that was absolutely impossible. If Moravi Spencer could be killed, so could they. I said, lay down your resistance, and I will give you a chance to ransom yourselves. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety in the ensuing battle. Thor's words remained the same as he faced the tense, uneasy gazes of the crowd. This time, however, no one dared to harbor any rebellious thoughts. Clang. The sound of weapons hitting the ground echoed. Someone actually dropped their weapon, and with the first person surrendering, a second and a third soon followed. One by one, the Earth Knights gave up their resistance entirely. Only one figure stood with blood-red eyes, bursting with immense life force. A frost-laden knight's greatsword emanated cold energy as he charged directly at Thor, but Michael intercepted him. Ryan, finish him off. Thor glanced over and spoke calmly. Understood. Ryan responded respectfully, and in the next instant his figure moved. He dashed into the distant battlefield. With Ryan's arrival, the other three Earth Knights withdrew. The fight ended in just a few breaths. Boom. The mangled body fell, creating a collapse in the ground below. The Frost Knight's charred corpse lay stiffly in the crater, lifeless. Witnessing this, many felt a sense of resignation but dared not act. Moments later, a pioneering lord braced himself and spoke up. Lord Thor, this is truly a misunderstanding. Everything was orchestrated by Moravi Spencer, as you just saw. Yes, Lord Thor, this is definitely a misunderstanding, Lord Thor. Following the first pioneer lord's plea, others chimed in one after another. These once-proud nobles now behaved with extreme politeness, even humility. Thor's strength in the current situation left them no choice but to tread carefully. Thor smiled faintly as he observed them. When their voices died down, he finally spoke. Gentlemen, the northern province welcomes your presence. However, this is not a matter of misunderstanding, but as fellow tulip nobles, I am willing to give you a chance. Head to my Eagle Ridge for a temporary stay. Once your families provide the appropriate ransom, you may return to your lands. Thor's calm words left the pioneering lords visibly awkward, yet they dared not object. Yes, that is reasonable. We will follow Lord Thor's arrangements, absolutely. One by one, they forced smiles and nodded. Moravi Spencer's corpse still lay silently, a stark reminder that no one wished to become the next victim, Uncle Cheshire. Thor smiled, shifting his gaze to Cheshire, young Master Thor. Still shaken by earlier events, Cheshire quickly stepped forward. Uncle Cheshire, please ensure these individuals are controlled. Lady Avila will assist in sealing their life forces. Thor gave his instructions. Understood. Cheshire nodded without hesitation. Uncle Marshall. Thor then turned to Marshall, young Master Thor. Marshall also stepped forward promptly. Uncle Marshall, notify the rear. Yes. One command after another followed as Thor began organizing the battlefield. When Thor decided to use fire attacks earlier, he had already planned how to extinguish the flames. With a gesture, a magical crystal cannon unleashed thunderous energy into the sky. Boom. The thunder exploded above. At the second dam, built downstream of the previous one to rear Tilapia, preparations were already underway. The reservoir, though smaller, still held significant capacity. As thunder roared in the sky, Mark ordered the dam's gates to be opened. Boom, rumble. Massive torrents of water surged down, covering hundreds of meters in moments. Within an hour, the water engulfed the sea of flames, extinguishing it instantly while sweeping countless knights into the currents. This inevitably caused heavy losses. Some pioneering lords flinched at the sight, but none dared voice complaints. They had no authority to object. Thor had extinguished the fire, and that alone was enough of a favor. Thor's overwhelming display of power, including killing Moravi Spencer, left the remaining lords subdued. By nightfall, all enemies were subdued, and the battlefield was cleared. Among the 27 invading pioneering lords, only 19 survived, with 18 Earth Knights remaining. Casualties reached nearly half. Some nobles had lost their knights and troops entirely, left as lone figures. On the way to Eagle Ridge, some looked despondent, others smiled bitterly, while a few had calculating eyes. None had anticipated such a disastrous defeat. Thor, however, remained unbothered by their schemes. The Dressrosa family was no mere count household. Even as whispers spread among the captives, Thor knew well that his family's true strength lay in their hidden depths. In the Tulip Kingdom, the royal family and dukes are exalted figures, rarely involving themselves in the affairs of the kingdom. Even in the frontier territories, their influence is minimal. The real power in the kingdom lies with the Marquises, particularly the 10 most powerful ones, each boasting a Sky Knight in their family. Only with the presence of a Sky Knight can a Marquis family be considered truly formidable. Among these, families with more than 3 Sky Knights, including one at the peak of this rank, are regarded as top-tier Marquis families. In the entire Tulip Kingdom, there are only 3 such families. These top-tier Marquis families are significantly stronger and hold a higher status than the other 7 powerful Marquis families, leaving the latter far behind in comparison. This disparity explains why Moravi Spencer could not contain his anxiety upon learning that a descendant of a top-tier marquis family was coming. If these families stepped in, they would have no chance at all. Hence, they needed to secure resources in advance to reap any potential benefits. For Thor, there was also a stark distinction between top-tier and regular powerful marquis families. While he had to tread carefully around the former, he could afford to disregard the latter entirely. The powerful marquis families typically had only one or, at most, two Sky Knights, and most of them were only at the early stage of this rank. Such strength was no match for Thor's father, Count Angel. Though Angel had just broken through to the rank of Sky Knight, he was already at the pinnacle of the Earth Knight level as an Eagle Knight, even stronger than Michael. His breakthrough to Sky Knight only further amplified his power. Moreover, he possessed the Silver Moon breathing technique, a top-tier technique that provided terrifying boosts to combat ability and life energy. Even without formal verification, Thor was confident that his father's strength had reached an extraordinary level. As night fell, Thor returned to Eagle Ridge with a large number of captives, handing them over to Joseph for processing before retreating to his study. Sitting down, Thor pondered for a moment before picking up a quill to write, "Honored Father. I, Thor Dressrosa, your son, under the blessing of the goddess of life, have had some success in the development of my territory. However, as you may know, the kingdom's borders have expanded several times due to the absence of divine revelation and the chaos in the northern frontier. This has drawn the attention of many. A few months ago, a large number of nobles arrived in the northern province, and to my dismay, they have set their sights on Eagle Ridge. I engaged them in battle and with the blessing of the goddess of life, defeated them and captured many. I now intend to demand ransom from their families." Line by line, Thor swiftly completed the letter. Half an hour later, he set down his quill and reviewed his writing. After confirming its accuracy, he called out, "Someone come." A maid quickly entered the room and respectfully said, "Master, deliver this letter to Lauren City and have it mailed to my father," Thor instructed. "Yes, master." The maid responded and promptly left. Watching her depart, Thor's eyes glimmered. The purpose of the letter was simple: to have his father, Count Angel Dressrosa, demand ransom payments. Thor would offer half the gold coins as compensation to his father. The reason was straightforward. Thor, with his current strength and status, was not on equal footing with the powerful nobles. Personally demanding ransom could lead to complications. However, his father, a Sky Knight and a noble count, carried the necessary weight. Angel Dressrosa's involvement would be far more effective. As for the compensation, since Thor had become a pioneer lord, their domains were relatively independent, making it reasonable for him to pay a portion of the ransom. Furthermore, this opportunity would also allow his father to profit significantly. With 20 noble scions, including knights of varying ranks, the total ransom would amount to around 400,000 gold coins. Half of that 200,000 would be an invaluable gift to the Dressrosa family, especially as they sought expansion after Angel's breakthrough to Sky Knight. While this amount wouldn't solve all their problems, it would address many pressing needs. Thor was confident the nobles would pay. The Dressrosa family, with Angel as a Sky Knight, was now in a completely different position, capable of commanding such sums. Thor calculated that it would take about a month for the letter to reach its destination. In the meantime, his focus would be on consolidating control over the northern province. With the alliance of noble scions defeated, there was little to fear before the arrival of the top-tier marquis scions. Even then, Thor doubted they would come after hearing of his victory. 3 days later, Ratchos hurried back to Eagle Ridge. Upon receiving news of the battle, he had sent reinforcements, only for them to be blocked by other nobles. To his surprise, those blocking him abruptly withdrew. Confused but undeterred, Ratchos arrived at Eagle Ridge 3 days later, only to find it unscathed, a stark contrast to the battle he had expected. "Ratchos," a voice called out, and he turned to see two familiar figures, Lord Tono, Lord Babros. Ratchos greeted, still puzzled by the intact state of Eagle Ridge. "Aren't you curious about what happened?" Tono asked. "Yes, the nobles attacked, but..." Ratchos began, only for a nearby knight to interject with a smile. "They were defeated by Lord Thor. Look, those are the Spencer family's Earth Knights," the knight said, pointing to captives. The three men followed his gaze, their eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of chained, burly men. Thor actually defeated them. Tono muttered, struggling to process the scale of the victory. "This changes everything," Babros whispered, realizing Thor's strength would greatly benefit them and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Determined to support Thor, the three men soon met him in the castle. After brief discussions, Thor instructed them to summon the remaining 7 lords to Eagle Ridge. His tone made it clear this was not a request but a veiled threat. The 3 men, recognizing Thor's newfound authority, quickly agreed. Thor's dominance over the northern province was now undeniable, and his next steps would only further cement his position. The 3 individuals departed, and soon the entire Eagle Chamber of Commerce began to take action. First, they delivered Thor's message to the various frontier lords. As they relayed the news, the results of the war swept through the entire northern province like a whirlwind. When people heard the news, disbelief was written all over their faces. They had won. The Eagle Ridge had actually won. Such an outcome was beyond the expectations of every other pioneer lord. Whether it was the 7 remaining frontier lords of the Northern Alliance, the newly arrived lords in the northern province, or those who had already been established there, they were all left utterly stunned by the news. It had been 20 newly established frontier lords. Unlike them, these were the offspring of powerful marquises of the kingdom. Their combined strength alone would have been sufficient to challenge Marquis Raymond. No one had expected failure. Even those most confident in Thor's abilities thought he wouldn't stand a chance this time. Yet in just a few days, the Northern Alliance led by Moravi that had ventured into the eastern region was effortlessly wiped out. Thor had destroyed them with ease. How could they possibly believe such news? At first, they all remained skeptical. However, the knights dispatched to investigate soon returned, and when they saw the Eagle Ridge completely intact while knights from the Northern Alliance toiled away at heavy labor, they had no choice but to accept the truth. The 7 frontier lords of the Northern Alliance, however, were not merely shocked, they were panicked. In an abandoned territory. Bang, useless, all of you are useless. Damn it, how could this happen? A voice roared as a noble lord, his face dark with anger and panic, slammed his fist on a table. Indeed, he was truly panicked at this moment. For him, the Northern Alliance's invasion of the Eagle Ridge offered limited benefits even if successful. But failure, the consequences would fall squarely on his shoulders. From the information received, the Northern Alliance had been reduced to just 7 members. Now they faced the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, whose strength was still an enigma. Panic and fear inevitably spread through him. As he was consumed by fear and unease, a gentle knock came at the door. "Come in," his hoarse voice commanded. The door opened and a figure stepped in. "What's going on?" Seeing the knight who entered, the noble's bloodshot eyes locked onto him, his voice low and heavy. The sight made the knight tremble involuntarily, but he quickly responded. "My lord, Lord Thor of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce has sent a letter." The knight quickly handed over a letter. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Thor. The noble's expression changed drastically. When he opened the letter and read its contents, his face turned ashen. The remaining 6 frontier lords soon received similar letters from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Upon reading them, their reactions varied. Some were angry, others anxious, and some restless. Regardless of their emotions, none dared refuse Thor's demands. That very day, one of the frontier lords set off for the eastern region, and over the next few days, the remaining 6 followed. Half a month later. In the Eagle Ridge, the 7 frontier lords arrived one after another. Upon seeing the once-powerful knights from noble families working like slaves, their faces grew even paler, and their movements became more cautious. When they finally met Thor, they instinctively lowered their heads. Thor observed them with a hint of satisfaction. Initially, he had planned to deal with the 7 Northern Alliance lords as well, but upon reconsideration, he decided against it. These lords had not directly participated in the attack on the Eagle Ridge. Though they had been obstacles, they had clearly been marginalized. As the offspring of powerful noble families, they could still contribute significantly to the development of the northern province. Eliminating them might deter others from coming to the northern province to establish territories. Instead, leaving them alive could serve as a warning to others without causing excessive alarm. Of course, the 7 lords had no knowledge of Thor's reasoning. All they felt was unease and tension. Lord Thor, they greeted him cautiously, stealing glances at his expression. "I called you here for one simple reason. The matter with the Northern Alliance is resolved. Since you didn't directly participate in the attack, I can pretend it never happened." Thor tapped the table, his calm voice addressing the anxious lords. "Thank you, Lord Thor, Lord Thor." Their tense expressions immediately lightened, and a hint of joy appeared on their faces. "Don't thank me yet. While I can overlook your involvement, you still need to compensate for your actions." Thor waved his hand, his voice turning cold as he dismissed their premature gratitude. "Lord Thor, please tell us your terms." "Yes, Lord Thor, how much compensation do you require?" The 7 lords hurriedly responded, already prepared for a significant loss. The surviving 19 frontier lords of the Northern Alliance must pay 10,000 gold coins each. Earth Knights will pay 10,000, Grand Knights 1,000, regular Knights 100, and Apprentice Knights 50. Since you didn't invade, each of you only needs to pay 5,000 gold coins. Additionally, each of you must provide 1 Earth Knight and 3 Grand Knights to serve the Eagle Chamber of Commerce for 6 months. If you cannot provide knights, you must pay an additional 5,000 gold coins for each Earth Knight and 500 for each Grand Knight. Thor's words made their brows twitch uncontrollably. "Lord Thor, this is too much." One of them couldn't help but protest, his voice tinged with urgency. "Right, Lord Thor, we don't have that many coins. If we lose our knights, we won't be able to manage our territories." Another added, their tone filled with concern. But halfway through their words, they felt the air grow chillingly cold, forcing them to stop mid-sentence. Gentlemen, I am not negotiating with you. You are in no position to negotiate with me. You can either accept my terms or leave now. Thor's calm voice carried a weight that seemed to grip their hearts. Lord Thor, you misunderstand. We didn't mean that. Yes, Lord Thor, we comply with your terms. Cold sweat broke out on their foreheads as they hurried to agree, their minds recalling the chilling fate of others who had defied Thor. Now that's more like it. Thor smiled. You can even take out loans from the Eagle Chamber of Commerce to cover the costs. We offer loans for materials and resources, and night rentals similar to the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce. Thank you, Lord Thor, thank you. Hearing Thor's words, the group exchanged glances, a trace of helplessness flashing in their eyes. At this moment, however, they could only express their gratitude. They knew very well that they had no other choice. This was already the best outcome, far better than what the 20 pioneering lords had faced. After a war, the 20 pioneering lords had suffered significant losses in power and had to pay a substantial amount of gold coins. In comparison, their gold coin expenditure was less than half of that. Even without providing night forces, they only needed to pay 11,500 gold coins. However, the thought of paying over 10,000 gold coins still made them feel a sharp pain in their hearts, especially for some of them, whose families had only allocated about 10,000 gold coins for their northern province expansion. This payment essentially wiped out their initial capital. But what could they do? If they refused, even someone like Moravi Spencer could die. There was no guarantee that they wouldn't be wiped out as well. At least their status wasn't comparable to Moravi Spencer's. Moravi Spencer was the offspring of a powerful marquis, whereas the strongest among them were merely children of ordinary marquises, whose families might not even surpass Marquis Raymond in strength. Haha, no need to thank me. As a senior, I welcome you all. Anna, see our 7 lordly guests off. Thor smiled and nodded, then turned to Anna beside him. No need, Lord Thor, we are truly grateful this time. The 7 were on the verge of tears but quickly expressed their thanks before departing. Under the escort of maids, the 7 left the Eagle Castle. As they exited the Eagle Ridge and looked back at the vast domain behind them, they exchanged glances, helplessness evident in their eyes. Let's go. We've suffered a loss this time. Yes, who would have thought the Dressrosa family possessed such power? They sighed softly and left the Eagle Ridge with bitter smiles, returning to their own lands. Soon, the required gold coins were transferred to the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Additionally, their knights and grand knights were dispatched to join the chamber. 6,500 gold coins. Almost all 7 pioneering lords chose to have their knights join the chamber. After all, earning 6,500 gold coins wasn't an easy feat, especially within half a year. They understood what choice to make. When Thor finally received this sum, half a month had passed. With the influx of gold coins and the addition of 7 Earth Knights and over 20 Grand Knights, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's expansion efforts were undoubtedly further accelerated. Thor then engaged in several days of discussions with Ratchos Assad. Eventually, they finalized the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's development plan. Under the new plan, the chamber would fully expand throughout the northern province. With Marquis Raymond having lost control of the northern province, the chamber would further diversify its operations, including loan services and partnerships with the Assad family to open more businesses. This also included the slave trade. Previously, Thor hadn't dared to venture into this due to insufficient strength in Marquis Raymond's presence. Now, those obstacles were gone. As the most profitable trade in the northern province, the slave trade was something Thor naturally wanted a hand in. Once the plan was fully executed, the Eagle Ridge would undoubtedly become the true overlord of the northern province. At that point, even if Thor were merely a viscount or baron, his sphere of influence would rival, if not surpass, that of a typical marquis. However, achieving this would require significant effort and time, far from being completed overnight. Even half a year might not suffice, it could take 2 to 3 years, but Thor wasn't in a rush. He could take his time. This moment, no force in the northern province could threaten him. As Thor busied himself, time quickly passed and a month went by. His letter finally reached the Frostmoon province. Compared to the turmoil in the northern province, the Frostmoon province remained peaceful. Months had passed without any significant changes. Even the unrest in the northern province only slightly affected the Frostmoon province. Once the turmoil subsided, life there returned to tranquility. Dressrosa Castle, in the study. Count Angel flipped through the book in his hands. After a while, he finally put it down, his brows furrowing slightly. Only 2 years remain. I wonder if I can seize this opportunity, Count Angel muttered to himself, a trace of seriousness flashing in his eyes. The Dressrosa family, as a Count family, needed more than just him advancing to a Sky Knight to progress further. It also required a significant amount of merit points, which couldn't simply be earned through the current war against the Beastmen. After all, the Beastmen today were not what they used to be. Without their Behemoth King, the Behemoth Beasts had retreated to the Holy Mountain, greatly reducing the difficulty of the conflict, and correspondingly the merit points available. The only way to gain a large number of merit points was through a kingdom war. However, even as a Sky Knight, earning enough merit points in a kingdom war was no small feat. His strength was formidable, especially after mastering the silver moon breathing technique. Count Angel felt confident even against a mid-stage Sky Knight, but kingdom wars often involved more than just mid-stage Sky Knights. There could be peak Sky Knights, or even those who had formed domains entities far beyond his ability to contend with. Knock, knock. As he pondered, a soft knock came at the door. "Come in," Count Angel said, pulling his thoughts back and directing his gaze toward the wooden door. "Master." Butler Charlie entered respectfully. "What is it?" Count Angel asked, his tone carrying a hint of curiosity. "Master, young Master Thor has sent a letter," Charlie replied respectfully, presenting a letter sealed with wax. "A letter from Thor." Count Angel was slightly surprised, then a smile spread across his face. He had not paid much attention to this son in the past, but recently Count Angel had become exceedingly satisfied with Thor. Especially Thor's actions not long ago, which had even left Count Angel astounded. Thor had returned to the northern province. In just a few months, he not only unified all the Dressrosa family territories in the province, but also, leveraging the Divine Revelation event, took over many resource points from the powerful nobles in the northern province. In terms of courage, tactics, and determination, Thor had displayed them all to the fullest. Though still somewhat lacking in foresight, his achievements were nothing short of extraordinary. After all, Thor had even leveraged his own advancement to Sky Knight to the fullest extent, maximizing the returns on the resources he had. Even if the children of other noble families later arrived to claim their stakes, Thor's status as a Sky Knight would ensure he retained at least 30 of the resource points. For Thor, this was invaluable. Send Michael to assist him. "Seems Thor has some news," Count Angel mused, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I hope it's not bad news. This time I didn't showcase my Sky Knight strength as he had planned. He might face quite a bit of trouble," Count Angel remarked, amused. Count Angel was well aware of the situation in the northern province. The Behemoth King had been exiled, the Behemoth beasts had retreated to the Holy Mountain, and the territories of the three great kingdoms had expanded by more than 3,000 miles. Such vast territories had triggered a frenzy among the nobles of the three kingdoms. Numerous heirs of powerful noble families had ventured into the northern province. From what he knew, families of counts and above had already begun taking action. Even the heirs of the three top marquis families were making moves. With such formidable forces, even with Michael and Cheshire aiding Thor, their strength was unlikely to make much of a difference against those marquis families. Not to mention, this time, it wasn't just one family but many. Occupying a large number of resource points in the northern province, Thor was undoubtedly a shining target. Count Angel could already imagine the troubles Thor would face. Although he wasn't worried about Thor's safety due to the presence of Michael and Cheshire, he was curious about how Thor would handle the situation. "Young Master Thor is highly capable, and with the help of Michael and Cheshire, I am sure it's good news," Charlie said with a smile. "Ha ha ha. Then I look forward to it," Count Angel replied, opening the wax-sealed letter in his hand. His gaze fell on the letter, and soon the words on the paper came into view. "To my esteemed father. I, Thor Dressrosa, your son, under the blessing of the goddess of life, write to inform you that the development in my territory has been relatively smooth. However, as you might be aware, the absence of a divine revelation and the turmoil in the northern territory, combined with the kingdom's expansion by several dozen times, have drawn the attention of many. Several months ago, numerous nobles had already arrived in the northern province. My goddess, they have set their sights on Eagle Ridge." As Count Angel read Thor's letter, a smile appeared on his face. "Hahaha, as expected, Thor has become a target. This time he'll have to pay a hefty price," Count Angel chuckled. He wasn't gloating but saw this as a valuable trial for Thor. "Oh, our Dressrosa fledgling has clashed with them. This is not a wise choice. Wait, he won? Excellent, excellent. That brat from the Water family was even captured. Ha ha ha." Count Angel's smile grew broader. But as he read further, his expression became increasingly serious. "The Northern Alliance, they've actually united." Count Angel muttered, his smile fading. He wasn't concerned about Thor's safety because of Michael and Cheshire, as well as the fact that the threats were mainly from the noble heirs. But if those noble heirs had truly united, the situation would be entirely different. Thor's safety could no longer be guaranteed. Yet, as he continued reading, Count Angel froze. They won. What? They actually won. Count Angel's eyes widened in disbelief, and he abruptly stood up. "Master." Charlie's expression changed as he called out instinctively, but Count Angel paid him no heed. "Impossible. How could this happen?" Count Angel muttered, utterly shaken. The letter described how Thor had faced an alliance of 27 powerful noble lords and emerged victorious. Not only that, but Thor had also captured 19 noble heirs and killed one from the Spencer family. Count Angel reread the letter, ensuring he hadn't misread. The alliance had been completely wiped out. Thor's achievement was nothing short of miraculous. "Charlie." "Yes, master." Prepare no, I'll handle this myself. You may leave, Count Angel said after a moment of contemplation. Understood, Charlie replied, leaving the study. As the door closed, Count Angel sat back down, his gaze fixed on the letter. Thor, you've truly given me a huge surprise, he murmured. He didn't know how Thor had managed it, but one thing was certain: Thor had exceeded all expectations. Meanwhile, in the Spencer family's territory, crash, a teacup shattered. What did you say? A middle-aged man stood abruptly, his face filled with shock as he stared at the knight reporting to him. Lord Marquis, young Master Moravi. The knight stammered, trembling. Speak. What happened to Moravi? Lord Marquis, young Master Moravi was killed by Thor Dressrosa in the northern province. Boom, the desk shattered under the Marquis' grip, and a powerful life force erupted, overwhelming the knight. The Marquis' face darkened instantly. Marquis Spencer didn't particularly value his son, Moravis Spencer, but his father certainly did. As the only Sky Knight in the Spencer family, his father deeply cherished this son. If not for the rigid traditions of nobility, Moravis would have been the next heir. Precisely because of this, to prevent any major issues, Marquis Spencer had sent his son to the northern provinces to pioneer new territories. He had even provided substantial resources for the endeavor. Not only did he assign the titled Frost Knight as his guardian knight, but he also dispatched several Earth Knights to protect him. And yet, what was the outcome? His son had barely arrived in the northern provinces before meeting his demise. The result was nearly unbearable for Marquis Spencer. His body trembled involuntarily at the thought of his father learning of this incident. It would spell trouble for him. Damn it, how could this happen? Have the Dressrosa family gone mad? Marquis Spencer muttered, pacing back and forth in agitation. His mind was in turmoil, alternating between anger and worry, and his expression changed constantly. Finally, his thoughts settled. The Dressrosa family. Marquis Spencer muttered, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes as a plan formed in his mind. Meanwhile, Count Angel remained unaware that Marquis Spencer had received the news. After reading Thor's letter and recovering from the initial shock, Count Angel began planning his next steps. Initially, he hadn't intended to reveal himself so soon. Even when visiting the Marquises' families, he had maintained a low profile. But the current situation was entirely different. With the allure of hundreds of thousands of gold coins, exposing his status as a Sky Knight didn't seem like a big deal anymore. In his study, Count Angel sat down, picked up a quill, and after some contemplation began writing. Time passed, and soon a letter was completed. Charlie, Count Angel called. The door opened, and his butler, Charlie, entered. My lord, Charlie greeted respectfully. Deliver this letter to the Spencer family. Additionally, draft 19 compensation letters for me. Inform them that their reckless attack on Eagle Ridge has tarnished the nobility's cherished reputation. However, considering our shared status as nobles of the Tulip Kingdom, the Dressrosa family is willing to release their pioneer knights on the condition of a monetary payment. As for the compensation amount, follow the details in this letter. Count Angel handed 2 sheets of paper to Charlie and instructed calmly. Yes, my lord. Charlie nodded and accepted the documents. However, when his gaze accidentally landed on the first letter and saw the compensation details, his eyebrows twitched involuntarily. My lord, this, Charlie asked in shock, looking at Count Angel. Just do as I've instructed. You don't need to concern yourself with the rest. Yes, despite the turmoil in his heart, Charlie quickly withdrew. Watching Charlie leave, Count Angel couldn't help but smile. Thor, my son, let me teach you another lesson. If you've already offended someone, the best solution is to eliminate them entirely. His tone was light, but his eyes gleamed coldly. Of the 2 letters given to Charlie, one was for the 19 powerful noble families. However, contrary to Thor's demands, Count Angel had halved the compensation amounts. These nobles hadn't crossed the line too much, so there was no need to push them excessively. 3,000 to 5,000 gold coins were manageable sums for these families. Demanding more would strain relations unnecessarily. While he was lenient with these families, his focus remained on the Spencer family. Moravis Spencer, as the leader of the Northern Alliance, was already dead. Given this, Count Angel saw no issue in extracting as much as possible from the Spencer family. For a prominent Marquis family's heir, tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of gold coins should be attainable. As for angering the Spencer family, Count Angel wasn't worried. If the Spencers couldn't restrain themselves and acted against him, he could use their aggression to his advantage. After all, the kingdom forbade noble conflicts but permitted self-defense. Soon, knights departed from the Dressrosa castle, carrying letters to the territories of 20 powerful noble families. When the letters arrived, many of these nobles were stunned. Southern Moon Province. Crash, the sound of a plate shattering echoed as a figure suddenly stood up. How could this happen? The figure's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Marquis, this letter was sent by my lord. If you have any questions, you may visit Dressrosa Castle, the knight explained respectfully. I understand. You may leave. The Marquis waved his hand, his face grim, but he had no choice but to nod. The reaction of the 19 noble families was largely the same, disbelief. After all, the strength of their dispatched heirs should have been sufficient to dominate the northern provinces. Yet Count Angel's letter suggested otherwise. To confirm the claims, some nobles sent investigators to verify the situation. The results were undeniable. Their heirs had indeed been captured. Even more shocking, the coalition of dozens of pioneering lords had been utterly defeated by Thor's family alone. This revelation was almost surreal. The alliance, composed of forces rivaling or exceeding some noble families, had been defeated by a single household. Unless a Sky Knight was involved, this outcome seemed impossible. Dressrosa family, Thor Dressrosa. The name became etched in the minds of the noble families. While some families decided to pay the ransom promptly, others hesitated, their eyes flickering with hidden intentions. The death of Moravis Spencer complicated matters, as it was unlikely the Spencer family would let the incident slide. Spencer territory. In the study, a loud bang echoed. Dressrosa family. Excellent. Marquis Spencer growled, his expression dark as part of his desk turned to dust. Before he could act, Count Angel's compensation letter had already arrived. The demand was straightforward. As reparation for Moravis Spencer's attack on Eagle Ridge, the Spencer family was to pay 300,000 gold coins. 300,000 gold coins, Marquis Spencer sneered. Even for a powerful Marquis family, an annual income of 5,000 to 8,000 gold coins was typical. A demand for 300,000 gold coins equivalent to several years' revenue was absurd. Excellent. Dressrosa family, send for my father, Marquis Spencer ordered grimly, and a servant quickly delivered the letter to his father. Days later, a Sky Knight soared into the skies from Spencer Castle, heading toward Dressrosa. His presence immediately drew attention from other noble families, who eagerly awaited the outcome. Dressrosa territory. The time Count Angel received news of the approaching Sky Knight, the night was only days away. In his study, Count Angel gazed at the distant sky with a hint of anticipation. Zaporov Spencer, a Middleville Sky Knight, perfect. Calm and confident, Count Angel awaited the confrontation, ready to display his own power. The approaching Sky Knight was formidable, but Count Angel remained unfazed. Elsewhere, nobles watched the unfolding events with a mix of curiosity, excitement, and trepidation. Boom. A powerful aura swept across the sky, instantly drawing the attention of countless nobles to this figure. Pat City, an elderly figure, suddenly opened his eyes. Has it come? He murmured softly, his gaze carrying a trace of solemnity. Grandfather, do we really not need to intervene? Beside him, Marquis Pat nervously glanced at the sky, then hesitantly looked at his grandfather for confirmation. No need, that one go too far. Dressrosa has indeed overstepped this time. The old man shook his head, clearly not intending to intervene, that was impossible. Although his strength had also reached the level of a Sky Knight, he was obviously no match for that individual. But grandfather, is the Spencer family really here to cause trouble for the Dressrosa family? There are quite a few powerful Marquis families eyeing the Frost Moon province, especially the two strong Marquis families in the West Moon province who have always had their sights set on it. Hearing his father's words, Marquis Pat couldn't help but express his concerns. Compared to other provinces, the Frost Moon province was immensely lucrative. As a province developed for less than 200 years, its resources tempted even the most powerful Marquis families. In such a situation, even Marquis Pat couldn't be certain that the Spencer family was genuinely here just to trouble the Dressrosa family. You were right as well. Let's do this, have your second uncle go over to keep an eye on that one. If the Dressrosa family is willing to offer some compensation, let this matter go. The old man frowned slightly, clearly considering this point as well. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally spoke again. Understood. Marquis Pat nodded slightly, letting out a sigh of relief. He then exited the room. Half an hour later, a team from Pat City set off swiftly toward the Dressrosa family. Like the Pat family, many other top families in the surrounding area also sent people to the Dressrosa family. Emerson family, did you hear? That idiot from the Dressrosa family seems to have offended the Spencer family. My lord, this time the Dressrosa family is doomed. Inside the castle, a middle-aged noblewoman spoke with a hint of delight. A series of previous encounters had left the middle-aged woman full of resentment toward the Dressrosa family. First, her son Colin Emerson's territory was seized by a Dressrosa descendant, forcing her son to pay an exorbitant ransom. Then her second son was humiliated by another Dressrosa descendant in Pat City. Now, hearing that the Dressrosa family was in big trouble, the noblewoman couldn't hide her glee. In contrast, Count Emerson frowned slightly. My lord, aren't you happy about this? Noticing her husband's expression, the noblewoman couldn't help but scoff. What do you know? the Spencer family's arrival in the Frost Moon province might not be solely to trouble the Dressrosa family. If the Spencer family uses this as an excuse to intervene in the Frost Moon province, it'll spell trouble for all of us. Count Emerson spoke coldly, his patience with his foolish wife clearly wearing thin. My lord, you. Hearing her husband's words, the noblewoman quickly fell silent. Someone come. Ignoring his wife, Count Emerson called out toward the door. A servant quickly entered. Notify Vittorio and have him send people to the Dressrosa territory. After a brief pause, Count Emerson issued his order. Yes. The servant promptly responded, and soon, a knightly regiment from the Emerson family headed toward the Dressrosa castle. At this moment, across the Frost Moon province, the various Count families took similar actions. No one was foolish enough to celebrate the Dressrosa family's plight. After all, anyone with sense understood the implications of a powerful marquis arriving in the province. If the Spencer family inserted themselves into the Frost Moon province, the local family's interests would undoubtedly suffer significant damage. The Spencer family was different from the Pat family. Although the Pat family was a marquis family, their power was relatively weak, and most of the Frost Moon province's resources were divided among the strong Count families. This arrangement allowed the Frost Moon province's top counts to enjoy far more wealth than their counterparts elsewhere. No one wanted a strong marquis family to suddenly descend upon the province. Even if the Spencer family appeared to be targeting the Dressrosa family, no one could be sure whether their true goal was to seize the Frost Moon province's wealth. Preparations had to be made. Time passed, and numerous knightly regiments converged on the Dressrosa castle. After days of travel, Zaporov Spencer finally arrived at the Dressrosa territory. Looking down at the bustling town below and the castle standing tall in the distance, Zaporov's eyes burned with fury. Angel, get out here. A thunderous voice resounded, amplified by life force sweeping across the surroundings. The sky filled with an oppressive aura and dark clouds gathered. The immense pressure caused those below to tremble. Even knights began to sweat under the strain. The voice reached every corner of the Dressrosa castle and the nearby town, plunging the populace into panic. What is that? Someone is flying in the sky. Did I hear right? They were calling for Lord Angel. Did they just tell Lord Angel to get out? The townsfolk whispered in fear and disbelief, their hearts pounding. Just then, the old marquis is as irritable as ever. A calm voice broke through the chaos. From the castle, a figure slowly emerged, a commanding presence. The moment he appeared, he seemed to become the center of the world. The Count, it's Lord Angel. The knights exclaimed in excitement. Angel, your descendants attacked my family's frontier territory and killed one of my sons. How do you plan to account for this? In the sky, Zaporov's cold voice boomed as he glared at Angel. A wave of life force surged forward, but to his surprise, it dissipated like water into the sea. Old Marquis, shouldn't I be asking you this instead? Angel smiled calmly. It wasn't my descendants who attacked your territory, but rather your sons who attacked ours. If you visit the northern province, you'll find countless pioneer knights who can testify to this. And what are you trying to do here? Kingdom law prohibits nobles from killing each other. You refuse to admit it then. Fine, I'll give you a choice. Have your son kill himself as an apology, surrender the Sahara mines to us, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, Angel, your peak Earth Knight abilities won't save you. Zaporov's voice was cold, his fury barely contained. Hearing this, the knightly regiments rushing toward the Dressrosa castle all paled. Damn it, the Spencer family is indeed targeting the Frost Moon province. Amid the tension, Angel suddenly stepped into the air. He's flying. Shock spread across Zaporov's face, mirrored by the stunned onlookers. Lord Angel has broken through. He's a Sky Knight. Cheers erupted as the Dressrosa territory celebrated their lord's ascension. Far away, the knightly regiments halted, their riders frozen in disbelief. For Angel to ascend to Sky Knight status was beyond their wildest expectations. In the Frost Moon province, such a breakthrough was monumental, but Angel ignored their shock, his gaze fixed on Zaporov, his smile unwavering. Count Angel ascended into the sky, his figure stepping into the air as he reached the same altitude as Zaporov Spencer. At that moment, the shocked expression on Zaporov's face darkened further. He had not anticipated that Count Angel would break through to the rank of Sky Knight. As a Sky Knight himself, Zaporov was well aware of how difficult this step was to achieve. Yet now, Angel had successfully crossed that threshold. You actually broke through. However, don't think that just because you've newly become a Sky Knight, you can compare yourself to the Spencer family. A Sky Knight is not the same as a Sky Knight. His voice was low, and the next moment, a torrent of life force erupted from him without reservation. Boom. A powerful oppressive force spread across the heavens. Rumble. Dark clouds thickened and expanded, and Zaporov Spencer's aura grew stronger and more oppressive, suffocating all in its reach. However, Count Angel remained calm, unaffected by the terrifying aura. Zaporov's expression shifted subtly, and a sense of unease gripped his heart. Angel's serene demeanor amidst the oppressive aura made his heart skip a beat. Boom. An even more formidable surge of life force exploded. The surrounding dark clouds seemed ready to be torn apart, yet Angel's expression remained steady and unperturbed. Lord Zaporov, Angel's voice carried softly, it's true that a Sky Knight is not the same as a Sky Knight. With his words, boom. A majestic life force erupted from Count Angel, sweeping across the sky and instantly tearing through the dark clouds. The immense aura clashed head-on with Zaporov Spencer's, and the collision of the two forces caused a tempestuous upheaval over the surrounding miles. At the epicenter of their confrontation, the air was entirely displaced, and the two figures stood as if gods among mortals, awe-inspiring to all who gazed upward. Even the knights from distant cavalry units rushing to the scene widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed the battle above. It seems I underestimated you, Angel, Zaporov finally spoke, his tone icy. But mere presence doesn't equate to strength. I'll give you one last chance. I want to demand an apology from your son. Withdraw the Dressrosa family from the Sahara mines and compensate the Spencer family with 100,000 gold coins, and I'll consider this matter settled. What? Despite Angel's newfound power, Zaporov knew it would be impossible to demand a blood price from Dressrosa. Instead, he aimed to maximize the Spencer family's benefits, prioritizing control over the Sahara mines, a critical foothold in the Frostmoon province for their future expansion. Lord Zaporov, Angel chuckled coldly, his eyes glinting with icy resolve. You've misunderstood. Perhaps you didn't hear me clearly. Allow me to repeat, I owe you no explanation, nor do I need to respond to your demands. As for the Sahara mines, that's even less likely. And today, for trespassing into Dressrosa territory and causing significant damage, Lord Zaporov, you'll need to compensate us. How does 100,000 gold coins sound? Including earlier reparations, the total comes to 400,000. Zaporov's expression darkened further. You. The demand left him fuming. He hadn't expected Angel to not only refuse his concession, but also demand reparations. You brat, even your father wouldn't dare speak to me this way. It seems breaking through to Sky Knight has made you overconfident. Perhaps, Angel replied with a faint smile. Lord Zaporov, please grant me your guidance. The next moment, a knight's lance flew from Dressrosa Castle, landing in Angel's hand. Boom. With the lance in hand, Angel's aura surged even further. Without another word, he moved, disappearing in an instant. Not good. Zaporov's instincts screamed danger. Reacting on instinct, he retreated rapidly. Boom. Angel reappeared suddenly, his lance striking down with immense force. The air shattered under the blow, and a shockwave swept outward. Before Zaporov could make his next move, Angel's lance swept toward his waist. Clang. Zaporov barely managed to parry with his own lance, but the clash sent him stumbling backward. His face paled as he struggled to stabilize himself after retreating 3 steps. Impossible. In mere moments, Zaporov found himself completely suppressed. Despite being newly ascended, Angel surpassed him in speed, strength, and even life force, defying logic. Zaporov, a mid-stage Sky Knight with decades of experience, couldn't accept being outmatched by a beginner. The spectators below were equally stunned. Even those rushing to the scene found it hard to believe that Count Angel had so thoroughly suppressed Zaporov. Quickly, faster, get there immediately. The knights hastened their pace, eager to witness the unfolding battle. Meanwhile, in Dressrosa's territory, citizens and knights alike gazed upward in awe. That's our lord. Our lord is so powerful. The excitement among the people reached a fever pitch, their morale bolstered by Angel's display of strength. Above, Angel continued to dominate. The silver moon breathing technique, a high-grade knight's breathing method, gave him a significant advantage over the more common techniques used by Zaporov. Despite his mid-stage Sky Knight level, Zaporov's aura grew increasingly unstable under Angel's relentless assault. Boom. Another clash forced Zaporov to retreat once more, his expression grim. Damn it, how can he be this strong? Zaporov's confidence faltered. Before he could devise a plan, Angel appeared behind him, a fiery phantom materializing around his figure. What is that? Zaporov exclaimed, but before he could react, a searing wave of life force crushed him. Boom. Zaporov plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the ground and forming a massive crater. Blood dripped from his mouth as he struggled to rise, only to freeze as Angel's lance pierced the ground beside his head. Lord Zaporov, Angel said calmly, it's true, a Sky Knight is not the same as a Sky Knight. Zaporov opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. I lost. Zaporov Spencer's expression shifted repeatedly before he finally closed his eyes and spoke with a heavy tone. Lord Zaporov, take this time to rest well in our Dressrosa castle. I believe the Spencer family will give me a satisfactory response. Oh, and due to our battle, Dressrosa town has suffered some damage. 200,000 gold coins, 1 tea suffice, make it 500,000. In total, 500,000 gold coins. Additionally, there should be no problem with the Spencer family granting us a share in the blue salt business. Count Angel withdrew his knight's lance and spoke with a faint smile. Impossible. Zaporov Spencer, who had closed his eyes in pain, suddenly opened them, his face filled with fury upon hearing Angel's demands. 500,000 gold coins. Fine, as the loser, he was obligated to pay compensation. Even though 500,000 gold coins would nearly deplete the Spencer family's 10 years of savings, he could accept it. However, he had not expected that the Dressrosa family would demand more than just gold coins. They also wanted a share of the blue salt business. For a powerful marquis family, having an independent industry was essential. Blue salt was a unique product of the Spencer family. Since the Tulip Kingdom was not a coastal nation, its salt supply mainly came from well and lake salts. In the Spencer family's region near Frostmoon Province lay the Blue Sea Lake, which produced lake salt. This salt generated over 300,000 gold coins in annual revenue for the family. Even the other 2 major marquis families in the Western Moon Province had been unable to interfere in this business. Lord Zaporov, this is not for you to decide. I believe Marquis Spencer will make the right choice. Faced with Zaporov's anger, Count Angel remained indifferent. He had long set his sights on Blue Sea Lake. Even if the Spencer family hadn't made a move, his next expansion would have targeted it. As a newly advanced Sky Knight, he needed significant merit points to consolidate his position. Expanding his family's power through new industries and more gold coins was a necessity. The lake was less than 50 miles from the Dressrosa territory. Securing its ownership was undoubtedly the best option. Coincidentally, the Spencer family had delivered themselves to his doorstep. With Zaporov Spencer being the Spencer family's sole Sky Knight, the family would undoubtedly prioritize his ransom. After all, Sky Knights were vastly different from Earth Knights. While a Count family like Dressrosa might occasionally produce Earth Knights, the birth of Sky Knights, even in powerful marquis families, was not guaranteed. Losing their Sky Knight would mean the Spencer family's premature exit from any future kingdom wars. Maintaining their current status as a powerful marquis family would become nearly impossible. Zaporov's face twisted in fury, and he instinctively wanted to speak, but Count Angel no longer paid him any attention. Angel took a step forward as his knights, who had long since arrived, swiftly restrained Zaporov. This scene played out in full view of the knights who had just arrived at Dressrosa town.
There's
One knight muttered, but he seemed at a loss for words. Zaporov, the Sky Knight of the powerful Spencer family and rumored to be in the midstage of his rank, had been easily subdued by Count Angel. The massive crater left from their battle and the restrained figure within shocked the onlookers as much as Angel's revealed strength as a Sky Knight. Gulp. After a long silence, one knight from the Pat Knight Order swallowed hard. Hurry, Mike. Return to Pat City immediately and inform the Marquis. Suddenly, a knight seemed to snap out of his daze and barked orders. Yes, one knight quickly obeyed, leading his horsemen back toward the city at full speed. Similar reactions unfolded among the other knight orders present. In no time, the news would undoubtedly shake the entire kingdom. The emergence of a Sky Knight was an event of great significance, capable of stirring the entire nation. For Frostmoon Province, the implications were even more profound. This signaled the rise of a new powerful marquis family. Dressrosa could no longer be regarded as a mere Count family. After dispatching their messengers, the Knight Orders advanced toward Count Angel's location. Upon arriving in Dressrosa town, they could clearly see the massive crater. Each passerby felt their heart pound with unease. Particularly the knights from the Pat family, they were both tense and apprehensive. Angel's breakthrough had undoubtedly disrupted the balance of power in Frostmoon Province. Yet, regardless of their feelings, the visiting knights all presented their calling cards to Count Angel. Unlike his stern attitude toward the Spencer family, Count Angel welcomed these visitors warmly, regardless of their intentions. The Pat family, in particular, was reassured by Angel's promise not to disrupt the current balance of interests in Frostmoon Province. This put the Pat family's emissary at ease, and other visiting families felt their anxiety dissipate. Even families seeking compensation swiftly promised to deliver the gold coins without delay. Count Angel accepted their promises with a smile, indifferent to whether their excuses for the delay were genuine or not. Having served as a count for decades, Angel understood that while his breakthrough had elevated Dressrosa's status, the family's overall strength still matched that of a Count family. Expansion required time. The family needed time. For now, maintaining the status quo was the wisest choice. The addition of Blue Sea Lake and the influx of compensation gold coins would ensure Dressrosa's financial stability for the foreseeable future. Meanwhile, news of the event spread like wildfire. The story of Zaporov Spencer seeking trouble in Dressrosa, only to be easily defeated and captured by Count Angel, shocked the entire Frostmoon province and even the Tulip Kingdom, in Pat City. What Count Angel broke through, Marquis Pat stood up abruptly, his expression changing drastically. Yes, my lord, Count Angel has indeed broken through. He fought Zaporov Spencer in Dressrosa and emerged victorious, capturing him. Seth has already gone to pay his respects to Count Angel, and I have returned to report. The knight's respectful report left Marquis Pat utterly shaken. At that moment the door opened and an elderly figure entered, grandfather. Marquis Pat immediately greeted the newcomer respectfully. To think Dressrosa has produced an eagle. Go to them at once. Grant Dressrosa an additional 20 share of the Sahara mine. The Pat family will relinquish 8, and the remaining 12 will come from other Count families. The elder's voice was low but decisive. But Marquis Pat hesitated, his face conflicted. Do as I say. Even if you don't give it, Dressrosa will eventually take it and more. The elder's cold snort brooked no argument. Yes, though reluctant, Marquis Pat obeyed without further protest. By the way, tell Lubai Dressrosa that the Pat family is ready to grant him his freedom. If he wishes, he may head to the northern frontier. Marquis Pat quickly agreed to this as well. Soon, the Pat family prepared a grand gift to congratulate Count Angel on his breakthrough. Similar scenes played out across the kingdom. Even the 3 ducal families took note of the news. In the southern province, at the Lepor family estate. So he broke through. This is the first Count family to produce a Sky Knight in 50 years. Joseph, prepare a gift to offer my congratulations. Yes, father. The young man bowed respectfully. The Tulip Kingdom's nobles scrambled to adjust to the rise of Dressrosa, while the Spencer family reeled from the devastating news a metaphorical meteor had struck their family. How could this be? Marquis Spencer abruptly stood up, his pupils dilated with disbelief. A blood-red hue clouded his eyes in an instant. Panic and a trace of fear surged in his heart. Zaporov Spencer was the sole Sky Knight of the Spencer family. His existence alone was the reason the family enjoyed their current vast wealth and status as one of the prominent Marquis families. Without Zaporov Spencer, their family would be reduced to an ordinary Marquis family. Father. The trembling figure spoke instinctively, unable to suppress his agitation, yet not knowing how to continue. Whoosh, what did they say? Or rather, what are their demands? Pacing back and forth, Marquis Spencer's bloodshot eyes locked onto the knight before him as he spoke in a trembling voice. The Dressrosa family demands 300,000 gold coins as compensation for Moravi's invasion of their scions, another 200,000 gold coins for the destruction of their town caused by grandfather, and in addition, they require the Spencer family to cede Qinghai Lake to them. Taking a deep breath, the figure conveyed the demands from the Dressrosa family while glancing at his father. Bang, impossible, damn it, they must be insane. 500,000 gold coins, why don't they just rob us, and Qinghai Lake too? Absolutely not. The blood in Marquis Spencer's eyes deepened, and he roared in fury. Facing his father's outburst, the figure opened his mouth but ultimately fell silent. After a moment, Marquis Spencer slumped into his chair. Harold, what should we do? Despair was evident in his voice. Father, we have no choice. Grandfather is in their hands. If we don't comply, the kingdom's war is less than 2 years away. We won't even be able to protect our current interests. The figure forced a bitter smile as he looked at his father. His words offered no solution because in truth they were already an answer. As he had said, the Spencer family had no choice. Either they paid the ransom, or they awaited the devastating losses from the kingdom's war. In such a scenario, they might even lose their existing assets. By comparison, the loss of 500,000 gold coins and Qinghai Lake seemed much smaller. Listening to his son's words, Marquis Spencer opened his mouth but found himself speechless. He understood his son's reasoning. In fact, he had anticipated it before asking. But 500,000 gold coins, this was their family's accumulation over 10 years, or realistically, over a century without spending a penny. Not to mention Qinghai Lake, a source of continuous income exceeding 30,000 gold coins annually, to simply hand it over. He was reluctant, but it was clear they had no alternative. With a heavy sigh, Marquis Spencer finally made his decision. He dispatched emissaries to the Dressrosa family for negotiations. The discussions and journey took roughly half a month. Finally, an agreement was reached between the two families. The Spencer family agreed to pay 500,000 gold coins as compensation for the attack. 300,000 were for the assault on Eagle Ridge, and 200,000 for damages to Dressrosa town. In addition, the Spencer family ceded Qinghai Lake at the western border to Dressrosa for their management and agreed not to interfere. However, the Dressrosa family would provide the Spencer family with 10,000 pounds of blue salt annually. The terms were nearly identical to the original demands, with the sole addition being the blue salt, a minor concession. This was unsurprising, as Zaporov Spencer was in their hands, leaving the Spencer family with no real negotiating power. Had Count Angel insisted on refusing all changes, the Spencer family would still have had to comply. The northern province, as a newly established region, lacks many things but cannot do without two crucial elements. The first is weapons. Without weapons, it would be difficult to manage the complexities of the northern province. The second, naturally, is population. The entire northern province is a desolate wilderness. To develop it, a substantial population is indispensable. In fact, the importance of population outweighs that of weapons. This is why Marquis Raymond is relatively lenient with weapons, but strictly controls the slave trade. Despite the restrictions, the slave trade alone generates over 100,000 gold coins annually for the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce, making it the primary source of its revenue. It is also the key reason Marquis Raymond's income far surpasses that of most marquises and even some powerful marquis families. Thor has always been interested in this lucrative slave trade. Unfortunately, circumstances previously prevented him from taking action, be it the restrictions imposed by Marquis Raymond or his own lack of power. The northern province, as Marquis Raymond's fiefdom, will remain under his absolute control for at least 10 years barring unforeseen events. Even powerful noble families cannot interfere. Maintain this control, Marquis Raymond also serves as the first line of defense against the Orc borders. Even families like the Dressrosa or other powerful marquises cannot meddle. Second, Thor lacked the strength needed to participate in the trade. The demand for involvement in the slave trade is high, yet the entities truly controlling it number only 4. Yes, only 4. These are the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, controlled by the Tulip royal family, and the trading companies owned by the 3 ducal families. Including indirect participants and intermediaries, there are a total of 9. The other 5 are comprised of the 3 top noble families, Marquis Raymond and the Assad family. The 3 top noble families are tied to the 3 ducal families. Marquis Raymond relies on the Tulip Chamber of Commerce, while the Assad family depends on the Karenina family. Even the weakest among these 9, the Assad family, surpasses ordinary powerful earldoms and is on par with some marquis families. Given this dynamic, it was nearly impossible for Thor, with his previous strength, to get involved, but progress can be made step by step. Although he cannot yet directly intervene like Marquis Raymond or the Assad family, he can rely on them as intermediaries. While Marquis Raymond is out of reach, the Assad family is a viable option. Although this means sharing profits with a middleman, the benefits of the slave trade are immense. Even after accounting for intermediary costs, it would still satisfy his needs. As for whether the Assad family would agree, Thor was not overly concerned. With the Orcs retreating and the northern expansion underway, Marquis Raymond's special privileges will inevitably be revoked. The vast northern province is brimming with opportunities. The 3 ducal families and the royal family might not be interested, but powerful marquises, top noble families, and trading families will certainly be. Even just the Danube River is enough to attract them. In such a scenario, offering the Assad family a chance to collaborate will likely entice them, especially now that Thor has demonstrated his strength. If nothing unexpected occurs, Thor's Eagle Ridge will undoubtedly become the true uncrowned king of the northern province, making it even less likely for the Assad family to refuse. Inside the study, Thor tapped his desk lightly as thoughts raced through his mind. He was constructing the development plan for the Eagle Ridge and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Although his immediate crisis had been resolved, new competition was on the horizon. There was still some time, but preparations needed to be made in advance. As Thor pondered, Ratchos Assad had already returned to the Frost Moon province with the mission Thor had entrusted to him, the Assad family's territory. Compared to the Dressrosa territory, the Assad family's land lies in the east and occupies over 1/5 of the Frost Moon province. In the entire province, the Assad family was only slightly weaker than the Pat family, primarily because the Pat family has a Sky Knight. Otherwise, the Assad family might have been even stronger. As such, the Assad family holds over 25 of the shares in the Sahara mines, second only to the Pat family's 30. Previously, the Assad family far surpassed the Dressrosa family in strength. With a lineage spanning nearly 700 years, the Assad family currently has 5 known Earth Knights, with the actual number exceeding 10. At least 3 are at the pinnacle of Earth Knight strength. Even the Pat family may not compare to such a powerhouse. However, the sudden rise of Count Angel has shocked the Assad family. Inside the study, holding a detailed report delivered by his subordinates, a blond man could not calm his heart even after more than half a month. He really broke through. Murmuring to himself, the blond man recalled the purple-gold grass purchased by a Dressrosa family scion. It seemed that Count Angel used this rare herb to achieve his breakthrough. What had once seemed impossible had now become reality, leaving the man deeply shaken. The Sky Knight rank had eluded the Assad family for 200 years since the death of their last Sky Knight ancestor. Without one, the Assad family had fallen from a powerful marquis family to an earldom. Now, however, the Dressrosa family had crossed that threshold. This left him feeling deeply conflicted. The sound of a knock broke his reverie. "Come in." Taking a deep breath, the blond man calmed his emotions and spoke softly. A servant entered. "Master, young Master Rachos requests an audience." Rachos, why has he returned? Curious, the blond man was slightly surprised. Rachos, a mere illegitimate son, had once been of little interest to him. A few years ago, he had casually handed Rachos a small shop in Lauren City, but within a few short years, Rachos had transformed dramatically. Having aligned himself with a Dressrosa scion, Rachos found opportunities to shine. This earned him more attention, and the blond man granted him additional resources. Surprisingly, Rachos's returns exceeded expectations, contributing significantly to the fledgling Eagle Chamber of Commerce. "Let him in." Moments later, Rachos entered the study and greeted his father respectfully. After exchanging pleasantries, Rachos presented Thor's proposal for cooperation, emphasizing the benefits for the Assad family. The blond man listened intently, his interest growing as the discussion unfolded. Finally, after a thoughtful pause, he agreed to the partnership on one condition. The Assad family would demand 35 of the shares in the slave trade segment. Rachos was instructed to relay this term to Thor, with an emissary prepared to accompany him for swift negotiations. As Rachos discussed the slave trade with his father, elsewhere in the Tulip Kingdom's capital, a convoy quietly entered the city. The convoy appeared unremarkable, merely an ordinary knight's procession, with only a single high knight as its escort. Such a convoy, under normal circumstances, would not attract any attention in the capital. However, as it entered, many gazes were drawn to it. This was because the eagle insignia on the convoy clearly indicated its identity, Dressrosa. Over the past half-month, this family, once unremarkable among the nobility, had become the talk of the entire capital. Even the renowned Spencer family, known far and wide within the capital, had been effortlessly defeated by the Dressrosa family. Dressrosa also became the first Count family in a century to have a Sky Knight within its ranks. This feat naturally filled the nobles of the capital with curiosity. Inside the convoy, Christine couldn't help but recall the instructions given to her by her lord. Her lord had asked her to bring back more alchemists. Initially, she was brimming with confidence. However, during the return journey, she received troubling news. Her mentor, Master Alchemist Semper, had already been invited by the powerful Campbell family. The Campbell family, a prominent Marquis family, was much stronger than the Dressrosa family and far superior to her lord's territory. "Farinal, let's head to the North Academy first," Christine instructed after some deliberation. "Yes." A knight outside nodded and steered the carriage toward the North Academy. Farinal was familiar with the capital, having visited it before with the Count. Navigating the streets, he led the convoy toward their destination based on his memory. Yet Farinal noticed something peculiar about the capital today. Normally, as a vehicle belonging to Count's family, they would often have to yield to other, more prominent nobles. But today, this did not happen even once. On the contrary, many nobles, even those from Marquis families, actively made way for them upon seeing the eagle insignia on their convoy. This left Farinal puzzled. However, now was not the time for questions. The convoy pressed on and soon reached the North Academy. The capital of the Tulip Kingdom was vast and divided into 4 sections: east, south, west, and north, each housing an academy corresponding to the empire's educational system. The 4 academies, East Academy, West Academy, North Academy, and South Academy, primarily catered to the children of nobility. The largest was East Academy, attended mainly by royal family members and the children of powerful dukes. By comparison, the other 3 academies were somewhat inferior, with North Academy being the lowest ranked. Most of its students were children of counts, barons, viscounts, or court nobles. Master Alchemist Semper was a lecturer at North Academy. The convoy halted at the gates of North Academy, and a knight quickly stepped forward to report their presence. "You wish to see Master Semper. Please wait here." A guard glanced at the Dressrosa insignia and nodded respectfully before heading into the academy. Meanwhile, the convoy waited outside. At the center of North Academy stood a large teaching building, housing a sizable laboratory. It was filled with test tubes and various strange potions. Inside, a middle-aged man tried to persuade an elderly alchemist. "Teacher, the Campbell family has more resources and even a Tier 3 magician. If you join them, you'll be greatly valued. The Marquis has even promised to grant your descendants a chance to become pioneering knights. This is an exceedingly generous offer, far better than staying at this academy." The old man, however, remained indifferent, focusing solely on the potion he was concocting. "Teacher." The middle-aged man raised his voice in frustration, but before he could say more, a gentle knock interrupted him. Both men turned toward the door. "Come in," the old man said softly, without sparing the middle-aged man another glance. This made the latter's face darken with anger. A figure entered the room, respectfully addressing the elderly alchemist. "Master Semper, someone wishes to see you. It's your student, Christine." Hearing the familiar name, a smile spread across Semper's face. Christine was his most talented student, possessing remarkable potential, perhaps even surpassing his own. "Let her in," Semper said warmly. "Yes, sir," the figure replied, retreating to relay the message. The middle-aged man clenched his fists, trying to suppress his frustration. "Teacher. I've told you before, Hegel, I have no interest in serving under vassal nobles. Don't make me repeat myself." The old man's cold gaze silenced Hegel. Reluctantly, Hegel left the room, only to encounter Christine outside. "Senior Hegel," Christine greeted him politely, noting his grim expression. "Christine, it's been a while," Hegel replied, forcing a smile. "Senior, are you here to see our teacher as well?" "Yes. The Campbell family has extended an invitation to our teacher. I believe it's a great opportunity for him, so I came to persuade him. You should try to convince him too." "Wait, you mean teacher hasn't he agreed yet?" Christine asked, her excitement barely contained. "That's right. He's still refusing," Hegel confirmed, puzzled by her reaction. "Understood. Thank you, Senior. I must see our teacher now." Without waiting for a reply, Christine hurried inside. Hegel stood there, stunned, unable to comprehend her urgency. In the laboratory, Semper's eyes lit up when he saw Christine. "Christine, what brings you here after all these years?" "You haven't visited in ages," he said with a laugh, but as he looked closer, his expression changed dramatically. "Christine, have you opened your mental sea?" "Yes, teacher. I've successfully opened my mental sea and am now an apprentice magician," Christine replied with a smile. Semper chuckled. "Excellent. I was worried about you heading to the northern province, but it seems my concern was unnecessary. Thank you for your care, teacher. The northern province has been an excellent choice for me." As they worked together on potions, Semper couldn't help but notice her improved skills. "Becoming a magician has greatly enhanced your abilities. You're even better than me now," he remarked, though his tone was filled with pride. Christine shook her head. "Teacher, you flatter me. I could never surpass you." Laughing, Semper finally asked, "So what brings you here? You must have a reason." Christine hesitated, then began explaining her purpose. Achoo. In the room, Christine suddenly burst into a fit of coughing, momentarily at a loss for words. The old man's words directly stifled what she had intended to say. "Little Christine, even you have been corrupted. You've come to act as a lobbyist too. Have you forgotten what I said? I will not join those filthy nobles." The old man, observing Christine's reaction, withdrew his previous smile, furrowed his brow, and spoke in a deep voice. "Teacher, you've misunderstood. It's not like that. It's different." Startled, Christine hurried to explain. She didn't want her teacher to get the wrong idea. If the teacher were to equate Thor with those nobles, inviting him would become nearly impossible. "Misunderstanding? I don't think so. Don't you know what those damn nobles have done? Basic life potions could already be made widely available. With enough promotion, they wouldn't cost 50 gold coins, the price might even drop to 20. But what's the reality now? Even the cheapest potion costs over 100 gold coins. Damn it, does a baronial family even earn 100 gold coins annually, let alone the families of knights? And as for intermediate life potions, my god, a product with a cost of less than 100 gold coins is being sold for 1,000. That northern province Marquis layman is even charging 3,000. By the goddess, they might as well just resort to robbery." Hearing Christine's words, the old man's expression turned furious. Over the decades, he had witnessed the depths of the nobles' darkness. The so-called knightly virtues had long turned into trash. They were filthy, arrogant, greedy, and unscrupulous, a group of devils straight from hell. Though he could not change them, he also refused to serve them. "Teacher, the Lord is different. He is nothing like other nobles, you must believe that." Waiting for the old man's anger to subside, Christine took a deep breath before speaking softly. "Different? Tell me, how is he different? Isn't he just as filthy, greedy, and arrogant as the rest?" The old man, growing angrier at Christine's defense, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. "Teacher, within the Lord's territory, even the serfs, let alone the commoners and knights, wear smiles. They are all full of hope. The Lord even assigned a Tier 3 mage to personally teach us magic. Moreover, he's planning to establish a school in the territory, giving all children the opportunity to learn. He hopes you'll come and teach the children." Christine looked at the old man, paused briefly in thought, and then spoke. As she explained, the old man's angry expression gradually softened into one of contemplation, then into confusion. "Christine, you're not joking, are you? How is this even possible?" When Christine finally finished, the old man frowned and asked, "Teacher, it's true. If you don't believe me, you can visit the Lord's territory. Once you're there, you'll see things even more astonishing." Christine nodded earnestly. Seeing Christine's sincere expression, the old man hesitated. While it seemed impossible, he trusted Christine wouldn't lie to him. She was his most cherished and valued student. What's the name of this lord? Which family is he from? After a moment of silence, the old man suddenly asked, Thor Dressrosa, from the Dressrosa family. Christine's expression lit up, and she immediately replied, the Dressrosa family. The old man raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing Christine's response. He had, of course, heard of the Dressrosa family, or rather, he was familiar with them. This wasn't just because of the recent reputation of the Dressrosa royal city, but because he had known them for years. More than 20 years ago, he had even visited the Dressrosa territory. He had to admit that their domain was more stable and harmonious than 99 of the noble territories he had seen. They were among the few nobles who genuinely cared about their people. At this moment, the resistance in his heart softened slightly. After a brief contemplation, the old man spoke again. Christine, are you sure this Thor Dressrosa is willing to educate ordinary children, even those of commoners and low-ranking knights? His tone was inquisitive as his gaze fixed on Christine. Yes, teacher, the Lord himself has agreed, though there are certain conditions. Christine's face brightened with joy as she quickly answered. However, she hesitated briefly before adding something. Conditions. The old man raised his eyebrows, but didn't he seem too concerned? Not having conditions would have been even stranger. In the Lord's territory, everything operates on a merit-based system. Merit points can be earned through daily labor. Even slaves can earn them. With enough merit, slaves can become commoners, and commoners can elevate their children into the Knight Order. Similarly, attending the academy likely requires merit points. Christine explained earnestly. She wanted her teacher to come along, but she wouldn't resort to deception to convince him. Of course, she believed her teacher wouldn't mind such terms, and indeed he didn't. Merit-based, a good system, that's acceptable. The old man nodded slightly, then, teacher. Christine couldn't suppress her excitement and asked again, I'll go with you to take a look, but if it isn't as you said, I'll leave. After a brief thought, the old man nodded. Living in the academy had increasingly left him feeling stifled. He had already been considering leaving, and this gave him the perfect opportunity. Wonderful, teacher. You won't regret this decision. Christine exclaimed with relief and excitement. She hadn't expected things to go so smoothly. When the old man initially spoke, her heart had sunk. Fortunately, everything turned out well. 3 days later, the Dressrosa convoy set off once more, with Grand Alchemist Semper and his dozen students following Christine toward the northern province's Eagle Ridge. The news spread quickly. Some were not happy about it. Bang, damn it. That old guy actually left with Christine. Wasn't he the one who swore never to serve nobles? Hegel's face was dark. He had promised to bring Grand Alchemist Semper into the Campbell family, even securing a knight squire position and 1,000 gold coins as rewards. If Semper left, all his plans would fall apart. This can happen. I won't let them go, Dressrosa family. Hegel's eyes flickered with malice as he rushed toward a certain noble mansion in the royal city. The caravan set off in grand fashion, journeying from the royal capital to the northern province. It would take a full 2 to 3 months to reach the Eagle Ridge. Thor, however, was still unaware of the grand gift from the alchemist coming his way. All his focus was directed at the development and expansion of the Eagle Ridge. A month later, he was the first to welcome Assad's forces, brought over by Rachos. Inside the study. Listening to Rachos Assad's report, Thor fell into deep thought, his right hand lightly tapping the table. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound echoed in the room, making Rachos Assad somewhat anxious. He wasn't sure if Thor would agree to his father's request. Truthfully, he hoped his family and the Lord could deepen their cooperation, as it would greatly benefit both parties. However, all he could do was relay the message. The decision ultimately rested with Thor. All right, Thor finally said, nodding with a smile. You can inform Steward Deli that I agree to this request. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce will split off the slave trade to be jointly operated by our two families. As for the shares, as Count Assad proposed, 30. Relieved, Rachos nodded eagerly. Thor had initially wanted to refuse. Splitting off even a part of the slave trade meant tying himself to the Assad family, which might hinder future developments. In theory, if he avoided this partnership, he could eventually push the Assad family aside and fully take over the slave trade. However, this idea was quickly dismissed. Despite his current rate of growth, it was uncertain how long it would take for him to truly enter the slave trade independently. Presently, only the Tulip Chamber of Commerce and the 3 ducal families dealt in this trade, with the ducal families themselves relying heavily on the Tulip Chamber. In the short term, Thor saw no other viable path forward. Partnering with the Assad family had its advantages, reducing intermediary costs. Previously, both the Karenina and Assad families served as middlemen. Cutting out one middleman would significantly lower expenses, while also ensuring a larger supply of slaves. As for the profit sharing, that was secondary. Thor's true focus wasn't the profitability of the trade, but securing population growth key to the development of the northern province. Understood, my lord. I'll handle it immediately. Rachos saluted before leaving to implement Thor's instructions. A new trade partnership. Thor's consent, the negotiations between Rachos and the Assad family concluded quickly. A new trading entity was established, independent of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, specializing in the slave trade. The Assad family committed to supplying slaves every 3 months at cost price. Sales revenue would be split 70 to the Eagle Ridge and 30 to the Assad family. Additionally, the Assad family would build a slave market in Eagle City, with construction costs equally shared between the two parties. Thor entrusted all responsibilities to Rachos, who had proven trustworthy despite his lineage. News from the northern frontier. Meanwhile, news from the northern frontier finally arrived. Thor greeted Steve, who reported with a smile, "Sir, the verification process is complete. I thought we'd have to wait longer. It seems the northern frontier has stabilized." Thor sighed in relief, so the kingdom has stopped expanding. Steve nodded, "Yes, my lord. The 3 kingdoms have ceased their advance and began tallying merit points a few days ago. Yours and other nobles' achievements were finalized 7 or 8 days ago." Thor nodded. "And how many merit points did I earn this time?" 2,700 points, my lord, Steve said excitedly. When this was announced in Lauren City, it caused an uproar. With that many points, you were eligible for a Viscount title, with plenty left over. Thor, however, frowned slightly. Despite killing numerous Tier 3 beastmen and even a Tier 7 behemoth, his merit points hadn't surpassed 3,000. This underscored the difficulty of earning merit. He attributed this partly to relying on defensive positions during the campaign. Had he fought independently, his points might have doubled or even tripled, but the risks would have been significantly higher. "Does the kingdom wish to know if you'll exchange your merit points for a Viscount title or save them?" Steve asked. "I'll exchange for the title," Thor decided after a moment of thought. "Prepare to accompany me to Lauren City in a few days." The first Viscount. A few days later, Thor arrived in Lauren City to undergo the ennoblement ceremony. As the first Viscount of the northern province in 2 decades, Thor's promotion caused a sensation. Nobles and commoners alike gathered in droves, making this event even more grand than his baronial ennoblement. Amid music, flowers, and the release of white doves, Thor rode a white horse along a red carpet leading to the city center. 5 court earls, including Marquis Raymond and 2 others returning from the northern frontier, presided over the ceremony. Kneeling before the goddess of life statue, Thor solemnly swore, "I will wield my knight's sword to uphold my virtues and spread the kingdom's glory across every land. I will ensure my people bask in the light of the goddess of life." As his voice echoed, rays of sunlight seemed to cast an ethereal glow upon him. The crowd erupted into cheers, inspired by the first Viscount of the northern province. With the ceremony complete, Thor officially became a Viscount, further solidifying his influence in both the northern province and the kingdom. The enfeoffment of Thor as a Viscount caused a significant stir throughout the northern province. The most direct manifestation of this was the sudden influx of pioneering lords heading toward the northern frontier. After all, earning 1,000 merit points within the northern province, especially under its current circumstances, was nearly impossible. With the orcs retreating to the north, the northern province faced almost no further impact. To gain merit points, one could only venture into the northern territories. 7 days later, Thor returned to Eagle Ridge with Steve and the others. He officially became a qualified Viscount. The entire Eagle Ridge erupted in a 3-day celebration. Many nobles from across the northern province arrived in Eagle Ridge to congratulate Thor. To mark the occasion, Thor announced a 30% discount on all goods sold by the Eagle Chamber of Commerce during these 3 days. This generous offer brought smiles to the faces of many pioneering lords, especially the newly established ones, who found it difficult to conceal their joy. As newly established pioneering lords, they needed to purchase a significant amount of supplies. The 30% discount helped them save a great deal of money. From provisions to people, these expenses constituted a massive amount of gold coins. Over the following days, the majority of nobles in the northern province wore cheerful expressions. For the lords under the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, their joy was even more pronounced. On the day Thor became a Viscount, he announced that every lord within Eagle Ridge would be entitled to redeem 1 bottle of intermediate life potion per year. That's right, an intermediate life potion. Many lords couldn't believe their ears at first. It was only after Thor repeated the announcement several times that they were convinced they hadn't misheard. This news sent waves of excitement through the crowd. Intermediate life potions were a rarity even for some powerful count families. The fact that they could now obtain one every year was monumental. Even Ratchozasad couldn't remain unmoved by the announcement. Of course, Thor paid little mind to their shock and excitement. Over the months, the giant viperfish bred in the reservoir had multiplied significantly. With the help of the forest elves and Alan's enhancements, the population of viperfish had grown to over 100. At least 30 could be harvested annually. Even accounting for production success rates, 20 fish could yield about 15 bottles of intermediate life potion, this with Christine conducting the alchemical attempts instead of Avila and Anna. If the latter two were involved, 20 fish could guarantee 18 bottles, or even 20 with a bit of luck. Thor estimated that producing around 20 bottles annually would not be an issue. Among the lords of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, aside from Thor himself, there were only 11 founding members, along with the newly joined Stuk Dressrosa and Saul Dressrosa. 13 bottles were sufficient to meet their annual needs, leaving Thor with at least 7 surplus bottles to either keep or sell. This plan not only met the demands of Eagle Ridge, but also provided additional resources for trade. Thor even began implementing some ideas he'd previously only considered. The initial business model of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, designed by Thor, revolved around trading caravans. While this model was indeed more efficient than those of the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce or the Spencer and Campbell families, it didn't mean those other models lacked advantages. The auction house model, for instance, could draw crowds, strengthen territorial development, and foster growth in population and infrastructure. The frequent gatherings of people could lead to exponential development over time. Take Lauren City, for example. Its growth as the largest city in the northern province wasn't solely due to the presence of the administrative center. After all, the administrative center might host you once but not again for a long while. Instead, the Habsburg Chamber of Commerce and its quarterly auctions were what truly brought life and prosperity to the city. Even attracting just a fraction of the pioneering lords in the northern province, say 1/10th, 1/20th, or even 100th, was enough to boost Lauren City's development over time. Thor had always planned to establish an auction house, but Eagle Ridge hadn't been ready before. Back then, the only noteworthy commodity they could offer was silver armor. Later, even with the addition of the low-grade life potion, Eagle Town wasn't equipped to handle such a venture. But over the past few months, the construction of Eagle City had progressed significantly. The massive city now stood tall in the main valley, capable of hosting up to 100,000 people with room for expansion. Combined with the allure of the intermediate life potion, the auction house project was now feasible. This wasn't all other plans, such as establishing a school, were also coming to fruition. Thor's discussions with Christine about setting up an academy were no idle talk. As a transmigrator, Thor's greatest advantage wasn't just his cheat-like abilities, but also the knowledge from his previous life. Compared to the training systems of this era, the education system of his past life was far more advanced. Thor had always intended to leverage this knowledge, though earlier opportunities were scarce due to limited population and resources. Now, however, he could begin to implement his vision. Especially after receiving a letter from Christine a few days ago, informing him that she had brought the Master Alchemist Semper to Eagle Ridge, Thor was more determined than ever. For the next few days, Thor focused all his energy on planning the academy. Meanwhile, he entrusted Ratchos with overseeing the auction house. As a descendant of the Assad family, Ratchos was undoubtedly the most qualified to handle auction-related matters in Eagle Ridge. In just a few days, Ratchos presented a comprehensive construction report. Thor reviewed the report in his study, his eyes lighting up as he read. Though he had expected to make adjustments himself based on his past life experiences, the report from Ratchos exceeded his expectations in both detail and feasibility. Excellent, as expected of an Assad family scion. Proceed as outlined in the report. I'll have Joseph hand over the eastern area to you. Can you complete the construction within 3 months? Thor asked, his tone firm yet approving. My lord, it will be done. Ratchos replied enthusiastically, his expression brightening. Good, if you need additional manpower or resources, coordinate with Joseph, but ensure the project is completed within 3 months, Thor instructed. Yes, after dismissing Ratchos, Thor called for Joseph, who entered the study with beads of sweat on his forehead. My lord, you summon me. Joseph asked respectfully, clearly preoccupied with the ongoing construction of Eagle City. Thor regarded Joseph with satisfaction. As his chief administrator, Joseph had managed various tasks competently over the past months, maintaining smooth operations and overseeing the city's rapid development. Joseph, transfer the eastern area to Ratchos. Support him fully in his auction house project. Also, what's the status of the housing construction on the central right side? How much longer until completion? Understood, my lord. I'll handle it immediately. As for the central area, the construction should be completed the day after tomorrow, Joseph reported. Good, progress is satisfactory. I'll allocate 5,000 goblin slaves to accelerate the development further. Use them as needed, they ray expendable, Thor said matter-of-factly. Goblin slaves had become a staple labor force in the northern province, sourced from ongoing purges in the region. They were cheap, expendable, and ideal for demanding tasks. Yes, my lord, Joseph replied, taking note of the instructions. After delegating additional tasks, Thor turned his attention back to the academy plans. The initial curriculum for the academy comprised 3 disciplines. 1. Knight training. Free citizens with 50 merit points could join the academy to train as knights. Only graduates could enter the fledgling Eagle Knights, ensuring better quality control. 2. Administrative studies. Open to free citizens' children without the need for merit points. A modest tuition fee would suffice. 3. Alchemy. Open to those who passed aptitude tests, requiring no tuition but a demonstrated talent for alchemy. Thor planned to refine the academy's structure over time as Eagle Ridge continued to grow. For now, the focus was on laying a solid foundation. 2 days later, construction was complete. The newly built Hawk Academy, with its grand architecture reminiscent of a medieval magic school, became the center of attention. The unveiling of its stone plaque drew large crowds of curious citizens, many of whom were overjoyed at the prospect of their children receiving an education. My goddess. Is this truly an academy built by the Lord? Does this mean our children can attend? The crowd buzzed with excitement as the news spread like wildfire. As the academy was established and Ratchos busied himself with the auction's construction, 2 caravans were traveling toward the northern province, or more specifically, the Eagle Ridge. Leading the way was the caravan from Dressrosa. Count Angel had sent a large shipment of supplies to the Eagle Ridge. On the journey to the northern province, Lubai Dressrosa happened to join up with this convoy, and they arrived together. 10 days ago, the group reached Lauren City. After departing Lauren City, it took 10 days for the convoy to finally arrive at the Eagle Ridge. However, upon arrival, not only were the people Count Angel had sent to transport the supplies shocked, but even Lubai Dressrosa himself wondered if he was hallucinating. Before their eyes, there was no dilapidated domain. Stretching fields of farmland filled the horizon, with canals weaving through them, transforming the surroundings into fertile land. In the fields, newly sprouted wheat basked in the sunlight, exuding vitality. In the distance, a towering city gradually came into view. Although it was still under construction compared to Lauren City, its scale and grandeur were far beyond anything Lauren City could compare to. Lubai Dressrosa even vaguely saw a resemblance to Pat City. But this was the northern province, his cousin's domain. Did we take a wrong turn? Lubai Dressrosa muttered to himself, instinctively looking at the knight captain of the Dressrosa family who was responsible for delivering the supplies. Young Master Lubai, we did not. This is indeed Lord Thor's domain. The last time I came here, it was nothing like this. I can't believe such changes have occurred in less than a year. The knight captain sighed with emotion, unable to hide his inner astonishment. He was not exaggerating. Half a year ago, he had visited this place to escort some supplies. At that time, the Eagle Ridge had already left a deep impression on him. Thor had managed to develop the domain significantly in under 2 years, but he hadn't expected that in just half a year, the Eagle Ridge would transform even more dramatically than during his first visit. The scale of development now made it seem like even the Dressrosa family's own domain was inferior. This is unbelievable. Hearing the knight captain's words, Lubai Dressrosa was left speechless, his mind consumed by shock. As a member of a knightly vassal family affiliated with the Pat family, he had no idea that his cousin had accomplished such remarkable feats in the northern province. To his knowledge, his cousin had only been here for 2 years. Even being granted the title of Baron due to military merits was already astonishing. But that recognition came from achievements in battle, not territorial development. In his mind, developing a territory within just 2 years was unlikely to yield substantial results. It would be a challenge to establish even a small town in such a short time. Yet now, what stood before him was not a small town, but a massive city that almost rivaled Pat City. This left his thoughts in disarray. While he was lost in shock, a plume of dust rose in the distance. A large knight contingent quickly appeared in their line of sight. Thor led the knights to personally welcome them. Thor placed great importance on his elder cousin. He even came in person to greet him, brother Lubai. Thor dismounted and greeted him with a smile. Thor, you truly surprised me. Lubai, suppressing his amazement, spoke with admiration. The 2 brothers embraced. Under Thor's guidance, the group entered the Eagle City. Once inside, Lubai and his companions were even more astonished. The city was not only taking shape, but was fully operational. It housed a substantial population, and while it was still smaller than Lauren City, it exuded far greater vitality. Thor guided his cousin through the city, explaining the current situation of the Eagle Ridge, the northern province, and the northern frontier. In turn, Lubai recounted recent events and his reasons for coming. Thor was surprised to learn about his father's remarkable feat defeating a mid-stage Sky Knight from the Spencer family. This feat made it clear why the Pat family had been willing to let Lubai leave. Normally, the Pat family would not agree so easily. However, with such strength demonstrated by the Dressrosa family, the Pat family likely wanted to avoid any potential issues. The credit goes to Count Angel. Without him, I might not have been able to leave, Lubai remarked emotionally. He understood that even though the Pat Marquis had promised him an opportunity during the Kingdom's War, it was merely a promise. To truly seize it, both he and his father would have had to risk their lives. Breaking away from a knightly vassal family was almost impossible without the main family's consent. This time, it was truly thanks to Count Angel's intervention that he got the chance. Brother Lubai, we are all descendants of Dressrosa. There's no need for such gratitude, Thor replied with a smile. Their conversation continued as they entered the castle, where a banquet awaited. The two brothers, along with the knights who escorted the supplies, were warmly entertained. The next day, Thor saw Lubai off. Since Lubai needed to report to the northern frontier, he couldn't stay long in the Eagle Ridge. But this wasn't a problem, as the proximity of the northern province ensured they could meet again soon. After sending Lubai off, Thor began inventorying the supplies and gold his father had sent. Upon completion, Thor's eyes lit up with excitement. This time, his father had sent over 250,000 gold coins, along with supplies worth over 50,000 gold coins in the Frostmoon province, or over 100,000 gold coins in the northern province. Altogether, the value reached an astounding 350,000 gold coins, a sum that could sustain even the wealthiest nobles for years. For the Eagle Ridge, this wealth was transformative. Meanwhile, a few days later, another caravan arrived at the Eagle Ridge, this time carrying Grand Alchemist Semper and his students. Even Christine, who had been away for only a few months, was astonished by the rapid development of the Eagle Ridge. Grand Alchemist Semper marveled at the clean streets, orderly governance, and the prosperous atmosphere. When informed about the establishment of the Alchemist Academy, his dim old eyes lit up with a gleam of hope. With genuine admiration, he remarked, Baron Thor, your virtues shine as brightly as the sun. This declaration cemented his decision to stay and contribute to the development of the Eagle Ridge. On the journey to the Eagle Ridge, Semper learned a lot about Torder's Rosa from his students' descriptions. From shock to astonishment to confusion, he experienced a myriad of emotions. It wasn't until this moment that his thoughts finally settled. In Semper's eyes, Thor's arrangements were simply incredible. Even in the worst of the 4 royal academies in the capital, North City Academy, children of freemen weren't allowed to enroll. Forget commoners, even the offspring of knights lacked eligibility. Only nobles could enter, and that too required exorbitant tuition fees, which even some barons found difficult to afford. Yet here in Thor's territory, not only was tuition negligible, but even the children of freemen could attend the academy. To Semper, this far exceeded his imagination. Master Semper, you overpraise me. This is my territory, and it's my duty to ensure my people live better lives. Hearing the old man's praise, Thor chuckled and shook his head. No. While it may indeed be your duty, truthfully, you are the first noble I've seen in decades with such a broad mind, Semper said with genuine solemnity. Thor merely smiled, avoiding further debate. For many nobles in this world, such endeavors were almost unthinkable, but for Thor, a transmigrator, it was no big deal. This was merely the beginning. The changes he could bring as a transmigrator extended far beyond this. However, there was no need to elaborate on these matters to the elder before him. Their conversation continued briefly before transitioning to Thor arranging positions for Master Semper and the dozen students he had brought along. Master Semper was appointed as the Dean of the Alchemy Academy, while the dozen students became academy instructors. Semper's salary was set at 10 gold coins and 50 merit points per month, while the students received 5 merit points and 10 silver coins monthly. The pay wasn't exorbitant, but it was certainly decent. Moreover, this only covered their teaching duties. Participating in the pharmaceutical tasks of the Eagle Ridge offered separate compensation. As Thor explained this, many students couldn't help but brighten up. Contributing to the territory's alchemical efforts not only enhanced their skills, but also provided additional income. Coupled with their teaching earnings, it amounted to a considerable sum. More importantly, joining the Eagle Ridge opened up opportunities for their offspring to enter the Knight Academy, formally stepping into the knightly class. Most of the students following Semper were from low-ranking noble families or even commoners adopted by the Master Alchemist. Regardless of their background, even the offspring of minor nobles held only the status of knight attendants, not knights themselves. If their children could become knights, it was an enticing prospect. And if luck favored them, their descendants might even serve under Lord Thor, paving a promising future. Thor was only around 20 years old, yet already a viscount. No one could guarantee he'd remain one for long. If he ascended to the rank of count, those who became his vassal knight families would secure a bright and stable future, even if they didn't achieve noble status. Thor understood their enthusiasm. Both the merit system and the academy structure were deliberate designs, aimed at giving everyone in the territory hope. This hope was a crucial driving force for the rapid development of the Eagle Ridge. Other nobles didn't care much about such efforts. In this extraordinary world, bloodlines often played a decisive role. Noble children were naturally knights, while farmers' children were likely to remain farmers, but even slim odds were still odds. By mobilizing the strength of all his subjects, Thor believed even a minuscule success rate was worthwhile, and if he managed to unearth a few extraordinary talents, the benefits would far outweigh the costs. Moreover, giving his subjects hope encouraged a thriving and united territory. Under the Starry Night, the integration of Master Semper and his students into the Eagle Ridge quickly boosted the production of life potions. The territory's monthly output of low-grade life potions doubled from less than 100 bottles to 200. This was despite limited supplies of life grass. Otherwise, production could have increased even further. With the increased output, not only were the territory's needs met, but even the Eagle Chamber of Commerce had an adequate supply. As a result, Thor adjusted the merit points required to exchange for potions and began selling them externally. This move rapidly elevated the reputation of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce. Low-grade life potions were universally sought after by pioneering lords. Before reaching the rank of Grand Knight, these potions were invaluable to everyone. In no time, the guild's expansion became much easier. Meanwhile, the other two academies, Knight Academy and Administrative Academy, were also quickly established. Knight Academy, headed by Marshall, with Steve, Pierrot, and Mark as instructors, freemen could enroll their children for 50 merit points. 3-year program graduates could join the fledgling Eagle Knights or pursue other roles such as knight attendants or academy instructors. Administrative Academy, led by Joseph and a team of officials, open to all freemen for an annual fee of 5 silver coins. Graduates became apprentice administrators, the only academy with explicit tuition, though actual costs existed for all 3 academies. Even with these hidden costs, Thor's academies were revolutionary within the Tulip Kingdom, providing opportunities previously unavailable to commoners. The entire Eagle Ridge buzzed with excitement. Freemen saw hope, and even slaves envisioned brighter futures. Over the next year, the Eagle Ridge experienced unprecedented growth. Merchants Guild expanded to cover 70 of the northern province. Revenue, monthly earnings reached 200,000 gold coins at peak. Military, knight numbers soared. Apprentice knights grew from 150 to 270, and official knights from 50 to 102. In the dead of night, Thor reviewed a letter from Count Angel. Kingdom War. His fingers tapped the desk lightly. Despite preparations, the reality of the impending conflict weighed heavily. Though his strength was formidable, the scale of the Kingdom War encompassed countless kingdoms and duchies. The Tulip Kingdom was but one player in a much larger game. This volume ends with Thor poised for his true rise. The battles ahead will shape not only his future but also that of the entire Eagle Ridge. The vast continent was dominated by 2 great empires, each standing tall on opposite ends, overlooking the entirety of the land. Beneath these empires lay countless kingdoms and duchies. Whether the 2 empires clashed was unknown. However, one thing was certain: the friction between kingdoms was significant. This friction, combined with the kingdom's need for development and expansion, gave rise to kingdom wars. Every century, kingdoms and duchies would engage in a kingdom war to secure and expand their interests. The rise of the Dressrosa family was attributed to one such war. During a previous kingdom war, the Dressrosa family leveraged their merits to ascend to the rank of count, demonstrating the fastest path for nobles to advance their titles. The story of Marquis Raymond, however, was a miracle unlikely to be replicated. Throughout the kingdom, the majority of nobles ranging from dukes to viscounts and barons emerged during kingdom wars. Currently, Thor had already advanced to the rank of viscount. To further ascend to count, however, was a monumental challenge, one that couldn't be achieved through ordinary means. Aside from the Orc War, the Kingdom War was the only opportunity. To achieve such a feat required an astounding 100,000 merit points. Killing a second-tier Minotaur was worth just 10 points. This meant 10,000 second-tier Minotaurs were needed to amass 100,000 points. In theory, this seemed possible. In practice, however, both second-tier and higher-tier Minotaurs had a cap on how many merit points could be earned from them, preventing excessive farming. This limitation significantly increased the difficulty. Even during the recent northern expansion spanning thousands of miles, it was unlikely that a new Count family could emerge. At best, a few Viscount families might arise. Thor's fingers rhythmically tapped the table as he contemplated, his gaze fixed on the letter before him. This letter, sent by Count Angel, not only informed Thor about the impending Kingdom War, but also provided detailed information about it. For Thor, this information was invaluable. Even though he had read many books, details about kingdom wars were scarce, and his understanding of them was limited. The contents of Count Engel's letter filled many of these gaps. Thor's gaze scanned the text as his tapping fingers gradually stilled, his mind fully immersed. After a long while, he exhaled deeply, feeling a mix of shock and awe. The Kingdom War was not what he had imagined. He had assumed it to be similar to the wars of the spring and autumn period, where kingdoms sent troops to contest specific territories. In some ways, this era did resemble the spring and autumn period, but the reality was vastly different. The Kingdom War wouldn't take place on the continent, but in a separate world, yes, an entirely different world. When Thor first read this, he thought it was a mistake or a trick of his eyes. However, repeated confirmations and further details proved otherwise. The Kingdom War indeed unfolded in another realm. The nobles of various kingdoms and duchies would battle in this alien world. The more victories achieved, the more merit points earned. Additionally, kingdoms would gain greater benefits, including land, population, and resources. There were also other unknown advantages, but neither Count Engel nor the Dressrosa family were aware of them. This revelation left Thor's mind reeling. Another world. There was actually another world. Thor had already thought this world was vast, as even the Tulip Kingdom alone exceeded the size of his previous life's China. The combined area of the three northern kingdoms was about half the size of Earth. Adding in the northern Orc territories and the icy northern glaciers, the total area rivaled Earth's size. And yet, this immense territory represented less than a fifth of the continent. The entire continent itself was at least 5 times the size of Earth. Now, Thor was told there were more worlds beyond this one. The ability to designate a world as the battleground for kingdom wars suggested the continent's rulers controlled numerous worlds. Thor, a transmigrator, couldn't fathom the scope of this reality. Adding to this were the mysteries of divine ruins, divine revelations, heretical cults, the 3 kings of the 3 great kingdoms, and the numerous holy domains. This world was far more complex than Thor had ever imagined. After a long period of thought, Thor calmed himself. These grand mysteries were still beyond his reach. For now, his focus needed to be on preparing for the Kingdom War. According to his father's letter, the Kingdom War was 3 months away. With their journey starting 2 months early, Thor had less than a month to prepare. Thor had initially planned to bring Ryan and 20 knights, but with the new information, this plan had to change. A new world presented unprecedented opportunities for Thor, unlike exploring an unfamiliar region on the continent. Every Kingdom War took place in a different world, meaning the resources and rewards would also be unique. Bringing more manpower was a clear advantage. "Someone come here," Thor called out toward the door, and a maid quickly entered. "Master," the maid asked respectfully, "summon Anna and Avila for me." Thor hesitated briefly. "No, just Anna." "Yes, master," the maid replied and exited promptly. Moments later, Anna entered the room. "Master?" Anna inquired respectfully, though her expression held curiosity. In the past year, Anna had advanced to a 3rd-tier mage, nearing mid-tier. "Pause your current tasks for now. The Kingdom War is approaching, and I intend for you to accompany me," Thor said. Anna's face lit up with joy. "Understood, master." To her, staying by Thor's side was the greatest happiness. As for Avila, let her remain in the territory until after the Kingdom War. "Afterward, I'll take both of you to the forest of nature," Thor continued. Anna nodded eagerly. Her curiosity about the elves' homeland was matched only by her unwillingness to leave Thor. With preparations underway, Thor expanded his initial team to include Ryan, Marshall, Anna, and 54 knights, doubling his original numbers. Their combined strength now rivaled that of a Marquis family, and even many top-tier Marquis families lacked a 3rd-tier mage like Anna. Thor ensured Anna remained disguised and instructed her not to act unless absolutely necessary. Her presence was both a precaution and a potential trump card in the unknown world. Thor also allocated resources for his team, ensuring they were well-equipped. All participating knights received 500 merit points, which they could use freely. Over the next 2 weeks, Thor focused on territory management and preparations for the Kingdom War, ensuring both his lands and the Eagle Chamber of Commerce would continue to operate smoothly in his absence. Finally, the time came. As the nobles and their forces gathered at Eagle City, the scale and strength of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's allied territories had grown immensely. Thor's forces, more formidable than ever, were ready to face the challenges of the Kingdom War. Over the course of a year, with a continuous supply of life potions, even the pioneering lords of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce received their fair share. In this time, not only did their strength improve, but their statuses also transformed. At this moment, apart from Stuke and Saul, everyone had ascended to the rank of Baron. Such an outcome was unimaginable to most. For Thor, they felt nothing but gratitude. Without Thor, they didn't know how long it would take to reach this stage or if it was even possible. After all, the northern province was filled with infinite opportunities, but also countless dangers. Beasts, magical creatures, rival pioneering lords each posed significant threats. Without Thor and his establishment of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, their current success would have been impossible. Thor, not bad. Your vitality seems to have surpassed mine, Byrne said with a sigh. Uncle Byrne, you overpraise me. I am still far behind you, Thor replied with a smile, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, this is no overstatement. Your vitality must have reached the peak of a grand knight. Keep at it, and aim to break through to Earth Knight status before 50, Zeely encouraged him. Uncle Zeely, I will do my best. Pat Lord Jas, Rachos, haha, long time no see. Been busy with your auction. This time I've been eagerly anticipating it. Once the kingdom's war ends, ILL definitely attend, someone chimed in. Good, ILL be waiting for you. Inside the castle, the pioneering lords of the Eagle Chamber of Commerce chatted animatedly, their faces brimming with smiles. When Thor emerged, the group quieted down, turning their attention to him. Gentlemen, you all seem eager. Thor smiled as he addressed them. Thor, cousin Thor, Lord Thor, voices called out and smiles broke out among the lords. Are you all ready? If so, let's set out now. Thor nodded as he inquired. We ready, all set. With a wave of Thor's hand, the group mobilized. 12 pioneering lords gathered, and even though they didn't deploy their full forces, the collective power was still massive. In fact, most of them had committed 30 to 50 of their strength to the upcoming Kingdom War. For Jas Aubai and Babros, they had mobilized almost 80 of their forces, determined to seize this opportunity. As the massive knightly contingent departed from Eagle City amidst the nervous and hopeful farewells of the citizens, they began their journey to Loren City. From Loren City, they would traverse the northern province, cross into Frost Moon province, and finally reach the royal capital. The journey would take over a month, even for knights. Fortunately, with over 2 months remaining until the war, there was no rush. 7 days later, they reached Loren City. The sight of the massive knightly contingent sent shockwaves through the city. Many pioneering lords were taken aback until they noticed the Eagle Chamber of Commerce's high-flying banner emblazoned with the sigil of Dressrosa. Some were astounded, while others were enlightened. Good heavens, who commands such a vast force? Dante, you know. This is one of the most prominent powers in the northern province. The most prominent? I thought Marquis Raymond was the strongest here. Not anymore. The Eagle Chamber of Commerce has risen to be the true uncrowned king of the northern province, even surpassing Marquis Raymond. Impossible, it's true. The Spencer and Campbell families joined forces against the Eagle Chamber a year ago. The result? A crushing defeat, with many lords forced to retreat from the northern province. As these discussions spread, the shock among the people grew. In the heart of Loren City, atop a grand manor, Marquis Raymond sipped wine as he gazed at the knights below. A knight beside him spoke cautiously, beads of cold sweat forming on his back. He feared an outburst, but none came. Prepare for departure. It's time for us to leave as well, Raymond ordered softly. Yes, my lord. The knight saluted and retreated hastily. Dressrosa Thor, the Eagle Chamber of Commerce, Raymond murmured with a faint smile. Impressive preparations. Fortunately, my ambitions lie beyond the northern province. Otherwise, I'd be in deep trouble. Shaking his head, the Marquis vanished from his spot. Thor, riding among his knights, sensed something and glanced toward the distant high tower where Raymond had stood moments earlier. Marquis Raymond, Thor frowned in thought. This Marquis, unlike others, had always been shrouded in mystery. His meteoric rise from a mere viscount to a Marquis was far too rapid to be normal. Additionally, his close ties with the Tulip royal family raised further questions. Despite seizing significant interest in Loren City, Thor had not encountered any resistance from Raymond, a puzzling scenario. Daily information reports indicate no unusual activity, Thor mused, dismissing his suspicions for the time being. The massive convoy left Loren City and continued southward. After another 10 days, they reached the border between the northern and Frost Moon provinces. Previously guarded by knights dispatched by Marquis Raymond, the border was now completely abandoned. Crossing into Frost Moon province, Thor chose not to detour to Dressrosa, as Count Angel had already departed for the capital. The journey through Frost Moon province was unexpectedly fruitful. Within 10 days, Thor's group acquired rare magical plants, including 3 divine wood fruits and a single star moon fruit, an exceptional find. After another 10 days, they finally arrived at the royal capital. The towering cityscape left Thor in awe. Even as a modern-day traveler, he couldn't help but feel humbled by the sheer scale and magnificence of the capital. We've arrived, Thor murmured as he drew back the carriage curtains, gazing at the majestic city ahead. The Tulip Kingdom's capital was a massive city, at least 4 times the size of Pat City. The moment the group entered, the grandeur and magnificence of the place became immediately evident. At this moment, possibly due to the impending kingdom-wide war, a large number of troops and people had gathered at the capital's gates. Just like Loren City, the capital also had special entryways designated for nobility. However, with so many nobles converging here, even the aristocratic passageways were packed with long lines. When Thor's group arrived, they could do no better than to join the end of the queue. Still, their massive contingent of knights drew plenty of attention from other nobles. An eagle emblem, Dressrosa, As they spotted the high-flying banner, many of the onlooking nobles were startled, especially those from prominent families. Although a year had passed since then, the Dressrosa family's rapid expansion had made this newly risen count's family increasingly well-known. Anyone even slightly informed knew that Count Angel of Dressrosa had broken through to become a Sky Knight and had even decisively subdued the powerful and long-established Spencer Marquis family. So that's the Dressrosa family. It must be a branch. I heard Count Angel has already arrived in the capital. The Dressrosa family is really lucky. With this kingdom war, they'll likely ascend to the rank of Marquis. Indeed, a Sky Knight if only our family had a Sky Knight too. Whispers spread through the crowd as numerous gazes turned toward Thor's group. Thor, however, paid little attention to this. Having traversed the Northern Province, Frostmoon Province, and parts of the Western Moon Province, he was already somewhat familiar with the growing reputation of the Dressrosa family throughout the kingdom. So this is the capital. It's massive. Ryan murmured in awe. Thor chuckled but found his thoughts wandering to a memory. Back then, he had accompanied his father here along with his 7th and 4th brothers to visit their eldest brother. It had been nearly 10 years since he'd last seen that elder brother, the heir of the Dressrosa family. Sent to the capital at the age of 12, his brother had studied at the East City Academy and later apprenticed under a court count to learn aristocratic affairs. Even the memories left behind by the original body were now somewhat blurred. Well, it's a good opportunity to visit. Muttering to himself, Thor recalled how his elder brother had treated him rather well during their brief encounters, leaving a deep impression on the original owner of his body. While Thor was lost in thought, a commotion broke out within the knightly ranks. What's going on? Snapping back to reality, Thor frowned and asked. Lord Thor, a noble by the name of German Vieira, has requested to meet you. He claims to be your elder brother, a knight reported respectfully. German Vieira, Thor raised an eyebrow, his expression showing surprise. It wasn't the name itself that he remembered, but the surname Vieira, his mother Renee's Vieira's family name. Let him come over. After a moment's thought, Thor nodded and instructed the knight to lead the visitor in. Soon, 2 figures appeared in Thor's line of sight, a 15 or 16-year-old girl and a young man in his late 20s. Both had light blue hair and sapphire-like eyes that exuded an incredibly soothing presence. The girl in particular bore a striking resemblance to Thor's memory of his mother. It really is you, Thor, my dear little brother. It's been ages since we last met. As the two approached, German Vieira exclaimed with enthusiasm. And you are? Thor was a bit embarrassed but curious as he asked. In his memories, there was no such person. Oh my goddess, Thor, you wound me. I am your elder brother. 10 years ago, when you visited the Vieira territory, I gave you my most treasured Tsar. German Vieira cried in mock heartbreak. Greetings, Thor. This is my elder brother, German Vieira, and I am Erica Vieira. Our father is Senior Vieira, the young girl said with a polite bow, her voice gentle yet formal. Uncle Senior, my apologies. It's been so long that my memory has faded, Thor replied awkwardly. Senior Vieira, his mother's brother, was the current count of the Vieira family in the Southern Moon Province. Haha, Thor, my dear brother, I was only joking. It's been so many years that I almost didn't recognize you. If not for spotting that knight's longsword and hearing about your heroic deeds, I wouldn't have dared approach, German said with a hearty laugh. German, Erica, come aboard, Thor invited with a smile, gesturing for the two to enter his carriage. Inside, the three engaged in conversation. Thor soon learned that German was here to join their father in preparation for the Kingdom War, while Erica had accompanied him to enroll in the East City Academy. What surprised Thor was Erica's knightly cultivation. At just 16, she had already reached the peak of the official knight level, a truly astonishing talent. Conversely, German and Erica were filled with curiosity about Thor. Over the past year, they had frequently heard praise for their uncle and Thor, often feeling overshadowed by comparisons to him. After some time, the group finally reached the gates of the capital, where German and Erica chose to part ways. See you later, Thor. Goodbye. After waving them off, Thor continued toward the Dressrosa family's designated area in the northern part of the city. Before that, however, he needed to visit the capital's administrative office to complete his registration. As an independent noble, even within the Dressrosa family, Thor's status required separate documentation. Thanks to the Kingdom War, the office operated around the clock, allowing Thor to finish his tasks before nightfall. By the time he arrived at the Dressrosa gathering point, the night sky had already darkened. Father, Thor greeted Count Angel respectfully upon seeing him. Not bad. You seem to have grown significantly, Angel said with satisfaction. Did you meet Erica? Thor's expression froze. Despite having transmigrated and risen to the rank of Viscount, it seemed he couldn't escape the topic of marriage arrangements. As he suspected, this had been pre-planned all along. Haha, you are not a child anymore. As a member of the Dressrosa family, you must contribute to our lineage, Angel said, chuckling. When I was your age, I already had your elder brother. Father, isn't Erica technically my cousin? Thor asked helplessly. What does it matter? Her talent is extraordinary, as is yours. A child born of your union would surely inherit both your strengths, Angel replied nonchalantly. Thor shook his head, quickly changing the subject to the Kingdom War. Angel, fortunately, took the bait and began discussing war preparations. Things seemed different this time. Here, take a look at this, Angel said, handing Thor a blank parchment. Use your mental energy to read it, Angel instructed, confident in his son's ability. As Thor complied, he couldn't help but recall the awe he had inspired a year ago when he had defeated multiple Earth Knights with ease. His extraordinary talents continued to surprise even now. What level of strength had Thor reached? Even Count Angel couldn't determine that for sure. That was the case a year ago. Now, after a full year had passed, if Thor were to tell him he had already broken through to become a Sky Knight, Count Angel felt he wouldn't be too surprised. A hum echoed. Of course, Thor had no idea what his father was thinking. In that instant, his spiritual energy touched the sheepskin scroll in his hand. Ripples spread in his consciousness, and waves of information surged into his mind. What appeared were vivid scenes. A vast and primitive world unfolded in his mind: jungles, mountains, rivers, and a plethora of creatures. This is... Thor murmured, somewhat surprised. However, as more scenes unfolded, he quickly understood what his father had meant by something different. In the past, kingdom wars resembled guild wars from his previous life. The strength of the major kingdoms was projected onto new worlds where they would engage in wars against each other. The more victories a kingdom achieved, the greater the rewards it reaped. But this time, instead of the kingdoms projecting their power as a whole, it was individual nobles who were scattered across the world. This meant that every noble's team would be dispersed, and no one could guarantee that they would have allies nearby. Even nobles from the same Tulip Kingdom could end up fighting each other, let alone those from other kingdoms. Compared to previous kingdom wars, this one was far more dangerous. The difficulty had also increased significantly. Since kingdoms couldn't consolidate their forces, reuniting scattered allies across an expansive world, one no smaller than their current vast domain, was almost a pipe dream. This was especially true without royal participation. Thor slowly set down the sheepskin scroll, his expression grave. Seeing Thor's reaction, Count Angel sighed. You understand now, Don Tu. This time it will likely be the most brutal conflict. His tone was somber. For Count Angel, or rather the entire Dressrosa family, this was far from good news. Under the previous format, with Thor's strength and Count Angel's breakthrough to Sky Knight, along with the Dressrosa family's expanded influence and the might of the Eagle Ridge, the upcoming Kingdom War would have been their stage to shine. But now, with all the nobles scattered, even branches of the Dressrosa family would be separated. In such a scenario, the Dressrosa family branches could suffer heavy losses instead of gaining rewards. The Dressrosa family's rise had been so prominent recently that they had become a target of envy. Although their encroachment on others' interests hadn't yet been fully realized, no one wanted their own benefits seized. Count Angel had no doubt that many families, even within the Tulip Kingdom, would target them if they crossed paths. Thor remained silent. Count Angel's simple statement made the underlying issue clear to him as well. He wasn't overly worried about himself. After all, even if his strength was insufficient, he had his daily information system, which made it difficult for anyone to trap him. However, just because he wasn't worried didn't mean the other branches of the Dressrosa family could afford not to be. The Dressrosa family was enormous. Over the past 2 centuries, it had expanded to hold 59 territories. Despite some turbulence due to divine revelations and other events, the family now controlled 59 territories, with 38 nobles and pioneering lords required to participate in the Kingdom War. Among these 38 lords, not all were as strong as Thor or Count Angel. Most barons and viscounts didn't even have an Earth Knight in their ranks. We can only provide support where possible, Thor said with a sigh, shaking his head. Beyond that, there's little we can do. Given the random distribution, even helping others would be a challenge unless they could somehow gather everyone in one place. But his daily information system wasn't a real-time communication tool. Finding people on such a vast map was next to impossible. Hearing Thor's conclusion, Count Angel sighed again. No one had expected such a sudden change in the Kingdom Wars format. All his previous preparations had gone to waste. At this point, it was no longer about advancing the family to marquis status. Avoiding heavy losses would already be a blessing. Father and son discussed the matter further before Thor retired with his team to a designated rest area arranged by Count Angel. As night fell and a new day dawned, Thor found himself grimacing at an all-too-familiar sight. Thor, brother. Erica greeted him with a sweet smile. Despite her delicate and beautiful features, Thor felt a headache coming on. It wasn't that he couldn't accept a 15 or 16-year-old girl, but the issue was, she was his sister. In his previous life, this would have landed him in prison. Erica, don't you have school today? Thor forced a smile, trying to change the subject. Not yet. The academy won't start until after the Kingdom War begins, Erica replied. I came to ask for advice on knightly training techniques, Thor. Her warm and innocent smile made her look especially endearing. Knight training techniques. All right then, Thor replied reluctantly, taking Erica to the training grounds to teach her breathing exercises for knights. What Thor hadn't expected was that Erica would come to him every day for the next month, always finding new excuses to meet with him. This left him feeling helpless, but her approaches were always such that he couldn't refuse. After a month, he grew somewhat used to it. Thankfully, Erica always behaved as a younger sister, which made the situation more tolerable. During this time, Thor also explored the capital city thoroughly, meeting numerous nobles and gaining a deeper understanding of the city. As night fell once more, the capital city was bustling with people. The influx of nobles and their knightly entourages had made the city crowded, though not chaotic. After all, in the capital, no one dared to cause trouble, not even with 90 of the Tulip Kingdom's nobles gathered here. The capital's true strength lay with the royal family and the 3 Grand Dukes. Their power alone was enough to deter any unrest. With this deterrent in place, all nobles behaved themselves. Even the direct descendants of marquises could end up in the royal prison for causing trouble, not to mention the hefty fines. Dawn, nobles began to gather at the central plaza for the start of the Kingdom War. The Tulip Kingdom's nearly 10,000 nobles and pioneering lords were divided into 3 waves for transmission into the otherworldly realm. Thor and his family were part of the second wave. As he prepared, Erica handed him a pendant with a blush before running off. Moments later, golden scrolls appeared in the sky, and radiant white light enveloped the plaza as nobles began to vanish, one after another. Thor's adventure was about to begin. As a series of white lights enveloped the area, silhouettes began to disappear. Thor only felt his vision overwhelmed by pure whiteness in an instant. Shortly after, a sensation of weightlessness crept over him, reminiscent of a roller coaster ride from his past life. However, the feeling didn't last long, just a few breaths. The white world faded away, and the weightlessness vanished. His vision began to focus again, revealing a dense forest. Sunlight filtered through the tall trees, casting dappled patterns on the ground. The air was rich with the earthy scent of soil, mixed with the faint smell of decaying leaves and branches. Lord, Master, young Master Thor. Voices called out one after another as Thor's consciousness returned. Surrounding him were knights, all regaining their senses. Among them were Ryan, Anna, Marshall, and several other official knights who quickly gathered around him. Ryan, take a few men and scout the right side, Thor instructed Ryan calmly. At this moment, Thor guessed that they had indeed arrived in the foreign realm. The first task was to assess the situation. Even though the scroll had briefly introduced this alien world, it hadn't detailed its true nature. Yes, Ryan responded respectfully before swiftly retreating with a small group. Uncle Marshall, lead a team to scout the left side, Thor continued, turning to Marshall. Understood. Marshall nodded and led a few knights to the left. With the 2 teams dispatched, Thor began organizing the remaining knights to cut down trees and set up camp. Having just arrived, Thor had no intention of rushing into action. He planned to rest for a few days, allowing the daily information system to update several times before making any significant moves. After all, opportunities and dangers in an alien world were both unknowns. Acting hastily without understanding the risks was asking for trouble. The knights quickly began their work. With their extraordinary strength, setting up camp took less than 2 hours. Soon they had constructed a livable encampment. By this time, both Ryan and Marshall had returned from their scouting missions, each bringing back some magical beasts. How is it? Thor asked curiously, looking at the 2 of them. Lord, the right side leads deeper into the forest. The trees there grow increasingly tall, some appearing to be over 1,000 years old. We encountered some magical beasts, most of which were first and second tier. However, I sensed an extremely dangerous presence deeper in the forest, likely a hightier magical beast, Ryan reported respectfully. Magical beasts, huh? Thor nodded, not particularly surprised. Although he didn't know much about this world, he was familiar with countless novels from his past life. He instinctively understood that alien worlds tied to the continent would likely share some connections. Thor then turned his attention to Marshall. To the left, about 10 miles away, there's a wide river much broader than the main river. The current is turbulent, making it difficult to cross. We also encountered magical beasts, but their levels were higher than those Ryan described. I saw several third-tier beasts, Marshall explained seriously. All right, Thor acknowledged with a thoughtful nod. Ryan, Uncle Marshall, continue scouting around the camp and map out the surrounding 10-mile radius. Yes, Ryan and Marshall responded without hesitation and set off again. Thor, on the other hand, organized the others to gather wood and start cooking. As night fell, Ryan and Marshall returned. By this time, Thor had a rough map of the area in front of him. While the map was simplistic, Thor wasn't in a hurry. He planned to stay for a few more days, allowing Ryan and Marshall to create a more detailed version. The night sky in this realm was different from the continent. There was no moon, only a scattering of stars. Seated around a massive bonfire, Thor, Ryan, Marshall, Anna, and the knights enjoyed a feast. The magical beasts hunted earlier were quickly roasted and consumed. "Lord, the meat of these magical beasts is delicious," Ryan exclaimed while eating enthusiastically. "Yes, Lord. The beasts here taste better than those in the northern province," another knight added with bright eyes and a smile. "Ha ha ha, it's probably because they raid a different species," Thor replied with a laugh, chatting with the group. After the meal, the group took turns standing watch while Thor prepared for the daily information system's first update in the alien world. "Ding, daily information has been updated. Would you like to view it?" A familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind as midnight struck. "View." Thor responded eagerly, his tone filled with anticipation. With his command, a ripple of energy spread from his body, faintly linking him to the alien world. "What's this?" Thor's eyes flickered, sensing the connection. However, before he could delve deeper, lines of text appeared before him, daily information updated. In 3 hours, a group of Earth dragons will pass 300 miles north of your location. Their leader is at the peak of Tier 4-2. In 12 hours, a group of Griffin River monsters will appear 10 miles to the left. Their meat is delicious and possesses a slight, permanent ability to enhance personal talent. These creatures resemble griffins but have duck-like heads. 3. In 2 days, the king of the Leam Forest, a mother earth bear, will be mating deep in the forest. 4. In 3 days, your camp will be attacked by a group of violent dwarves due to your prolonged stay. 5. In 10 days, the abyssal gale of the world's malice will sweep across the continent. You must find a suitable shelter. 6. 20 miles to your right are 5 ancient trees bearing divine wood fruit. 7. 2,000 miles away, in the Silver Moon Forest, a group of ethereal dragons will appear. These dragons, mostly Tier 5, will go berserk when a noble team from the Hadon Kingdom accidentally steals one of their eggs. 8. 3,000 miles away, a sea monster from the depths of the Aegean Sea will land on the continent tomorrow, destroying 3 noble knight regiments. Thor immersed himself in the content of the update. For the first time, the information covered a range beyond the previous 1,000 miles, extending to 2,000 and even 3,000 miles. The range has expanded. "Is it because this world is different?" Thor murmured, deep in thought. Although puzzled, he set aside his questions. Now was not the time to explore the nature of his golden finger. The information hinted at opportunities nearby: Divinewood fruit and Griffin River monsters. Tomorrow, I'll collect the Divinewood fruit and have Ryan investigate the Griffin River monsters level, Thor decided. The ability to enhance Knight's talent was too valuable to miss. Even if the creatures were Tier 3 or Tier 4, Thor was determined to acquire them. Morning arrived and Thor promptly issued new orders. The deep forest exploration was paused due to its dangers. Instead, Ryan and Marshall were tasked with investigating the river. "Ryan, observe whether these river demons appear. Confirm their levels if possible," Thor instructed, handing him a detailed description. "Yes," Ryan responded respectfully, departing swiftly. Thor watched as his 2 teams set off for the river. While Thor's group was busy, nobles from various kingdoms descended upon the expansive alien world. The Tulip Kingdom alone boasted over 10,000 nobles and pioneer lords. Across the vast northern 3 kingdoms, this number exceeded 30,000. The continent was dotted with kingdoms and duchies of varying strength, some weaker than the northern 3 kingdoms, others far stronger. Each kingdom had its share of nobles and pioneer lords. As the kingdom war commenced, these individuals were thrown onto this uncharted continent. Forests, plains, tranquil valleys, and rivers all became landing sites for these nobles. When a flash of white light signaled their arrival, Count Angel's group found themselves in a river valley. Unlike Thor's group, Count Angel's team was less fortunate, landing directly among a pack of magical beasts. A fierce battle ensued. This scene was not unique to Count Angel. Many nobles entering this foreign realm faced similar scenarios. Some, like Count Angel, were powerful enough to fend off the magical beasts. However, many weaker nobles and lords were quickly devoured. Survival became the foremost priority for these pioneer lords in the vast alien world. This realm was teeming with magical beasts, ranging from low-level creatures to terrifying ones at the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or even 5th tier. Even the strongest participants in the Kingdom War Peak Sky Knights found themselves struggling against 5th-tier magical beasts. A single encounter with a pack of such beasts often spelled doom, westward despair. In the westernmost region, a knight order led by a Duke of the Sapphire Kingdom encountered a 5th-tier peak magical beast. The entire order was wiped out within an hour, leaving only a few survivors. Meanwhile, in the north, the Crispo Kingdom's marquee family, which included 3 Sky Knights, 1 at peak level, faced a group of 5th-tier beasts. Not a single member of their massive order of knights survived, a glimmer of fortune. Despite such tragedies, there were also strokes of luck. On their first day in the alien world, some nobles and pioneer lords experienced breakthroughs. This new world, fraught with unknown dangers, also presented unprecedented opportunities. Among the lucky ones were those blessed by the goddess of life, rare individuals whose fortunes aligned with the opportunities this world provided. For them, this alien world might be the chance of a lifetime. Thor's perspective. Thor, however, was unaware of these developments, nor would he have cared much even if he knew. While others relied on the goddess of life for blessings, Thor had his daily information system. For him, this alien world was an inexhaustible treasure trove. His potential harvests were beyond imagination, the daily routine. As sunlight bathed the landscape, Thor practiced his night breathing technique, while Anna sat cross-legged nearby, meditating. Magical elements swirled around her, exuding a cold aura that intensified her already frosty demeanor. Similarly, cold energy surrounded Thor, now thicker than before. Previously reliant solely on the ice sprite's power, Thor now wielded the ice elemental law imprint, making him less dependent on the ice sprite. Even without the ice sprite's support, Thor's mastery of cold energy remained formidable. However, the ice sprite's influence had been instrumental in his initial grasp of the law imprint. Without it, defeating those Earth Knights back then would have been a pipe dream. Even now, the ice sprite accelerated his mastery of the laws, though it no longer enhanced his ice-based powers directly, a breakthrough on the horizon. Exhaling deeply, Thor ended his training. Just a few more days and I should reach mid-Earth Knight level, he muttered, a smile forming on his face. Thor's current cultivation speed was unparalleled. What once seemed an unattainable dream, a breakthrough to Earth Knight, was now a reality. In just over a year, he was on the verge of mid-Earth Knight level. At this pace, he could reach late Earth Knight within 3 years, peak level within 5, and Sky Knight within 10. By then, he would barely be 30 years old, a prodigious feat even within the Empire, signifying a near-certain breakthrough to Holy Knight, or possibly even Divine Knight, before the age of 100. Such talent was rare, even in the Empire, let alone among the kingdoms. An unexpected discovery. Amidst his musings, Thor noticed Marshall and his team returning, further refining the terrain map of the surrounding area. Shortly after, Ryan also returned, bringing with him several strange magical beasts resembling griffins with duck-like heads, Griffin River monsters. "Oh, you caught them. How strong are they?" Thor asked, intrigued. Ryan replied, "Master, these creatures are around the 3rd tier, not very powerful, but incredibly agile. They dive into rivers at the slightest hint of danger, making them hard to catch." Hearing this, Thor's eyes lit up, a treasure trove. The group prepared to capture more Griffin River monsters the next day, recognizing their unique ability to enhance night cultivation talents similar to the sting butterfly fish, but potentially more potent. That night, around the campfire, Thor and his companions feasted on the Griffin River monsters' meat. As the blood-infused meat settled in their stomachs, a warm energy spread throughout their bodies. Even Thor, with his already exceptional talent, noticed subtle improvements. Other knights experienced even more significant effects, with several breaking through their current levels. One peak official knight even ascended to Grand Knight. Thor's group rejoiced at the discovery, realizing the transformative potential of these creatures. The daily information system. As dawn approached, the familiar mechanical prompt echoed in Thor's mind. Daily information updated. Open now. The morning sunlight spilled across the land, ushering in a new day. This marked the 3rd day since Thor and his party stepped into this foreign world. Unlike usual, Thor did not send Marshall and Ryan out to scout first thing in the morning. Instead, he led everyone directly toward the great river they had discovered. Having witnessed the immense value of the Griffin River monsters, he had no intention of letting this opportunity slip away. The 10-mile journey took the group, who were all at least official knights, only about an hour before the sound of rushing water reached their ears. Shortly after passing through a forest, the group finally caught sight of the immense, wide river in the distance. The river was indeed far larger than the main river. Even during the main river's flood season, its width was not half of this one. The current was incredibly swift, and with just one glance, Thor understood why Ryan had said that once the Griffin River monsters entered the water, it would be nearly impossible to capture them. With such a vast river and such a rapid current, it would be challenging even for a Sky Knight, let alone Ryan, who was merely an Earth Knight. "Sir," Ryan cautiously spoke, his gaze fixed on several figures on the distant riverbank. The striking figures were unmistakably Griffin River monsters. There were about 17 or 18 of them on the riverbank, pecking at food. Further out in the rushing river, the shadows of more Griffin River monsters could be faintly seen. Judging by their numbers, there were likely more than 23. Even Thor, who maintained his composure, felt a surge of excitement in his heart. As for the others, their eyes gleamed as they stared at the Griffin River monsters. Young Master Thor, capturing them all might be too difficult. "The river is too close," Marshall said in a low voice, furrowing his brow. With such a wide river and such turbulent waters, if anything went wrong, the Griffin River monsters could instantly retreat into the river. Capturing one or two might not be an issue, but capturing them all seemed nearly impossible. Marshall frowned, and Ryan's expression showed similar contemplation. Having experienced capturing them yesterday, he knew firsthand just how difficult it was. Yesterday's success was due to catching them off guard, allowing them to capture a few. Today, if asked to do the same, Ryan doubted he could even capture one. While the two were still deep in thought, Thor spoke up. "Leave the river to me. Uncle Marshall, Ryan, when I descend later, act immediately and catch as many as you can." Thor's firm words caused Ryan and Marshall to exchange glances. After a moment, they both nodded. Turning to Anna, Thor asked, "Anna, can you enable me to briefly fly above the river?" Anna thought for a moment, frowning slightly. "I think so, but I won't be able to sustain it for long. I've only just broken through to Tier 3 mage." "Good," Thor said. "When the time comes, take me above the river. Once we descend, use your Tier 3 blizzard spell and I'll assist you with everything I've got." Thor's plan was simple. Since the Griffin River monsters relied on the river for escape, they wouldn't be given the chance to retreat into the water. Although freezing the entire river would be nearly impossible, even a brief ice block over a small area would suffice. When the Griffin River monsters could no longer escape, he, Anna, Ryan, and Marshall would take action. They might not capture them all, but taking down the majority wouldn't be a problem, and that would be enough. Anna began chanting a spell, and wind elements began gathering around her staff. Thor and Anna's figures slowly ascended into the air, carried by the wind. Soon they were flying above the river, heading toward its center. The sight of strangers in the sky caused a stir among the Griffin River monsters. Some dove back into the river, while others remained vigilant, ready to flee at a moment's notice. However, Thor and Anna did nothing but fly over the monsters' heads, heading toward the river's center. The Griffin River monsters, momentarily confused, returned to the riverbank one by one, resuming their feeding. Gradually, more Griffin River monsters appeared on the shore. When most of the Griffin River monsters had left the water, Thor gave the order. Now the two plunged down, and as Anna raised her staff, she chanted a spell. Frost and snow gathered in the air, and terrifying ice energy erupted around them. Thor activated his ice elemental lawmark, releasing a chilling wave of frost. The river beneath them froze rapidly, and the ice extended outward, engulfing everything in its path. By the time the Griffin River monsters realized what was happening, it was too late. The river was entirely frozen. Ryan and Marshall moved swiftly, launching a coordinated attack from the shore while Thor and Anna flanked the monsters from the river. In the ensuing chaos, 19 Griffin River monsters were captured. That evening, a roaring bonfire illuminated the camp. 19 Griffin River monsters were divided among the group. 2 knights broke through to the Grand Knight level, and 5 others reached the peak of their current stage. Even Ryan advanced to the Mid-Earth Knight level, and Marshall showed signs of a similar breakthrough. The group's power grew visibly stronger with each passing day. The resources and opportunities in this foreign world were unparalleled, far exceeding those of their homeland. However, not everyone in this world was as fortunate. Danger lurked everywhere, and most lacked Thor's daily information system to guide them. Amidst the chaos, whispers of an impending abyssal gale began to circulate, a disaster that could only be survived by reaching a safe haven. Thor, having foreseen this through his system, understood the urgency of preparing for what lay ahead. Time gradually passed, and the presence of the abyssal gale continued to spread. The aura of destruction began to intertwine across the heavens and earth. This was the malice of the world itself. From the moment they stepped into this foreign land, they were warned. 10 days later, the abyssal gale would fully mature and sweep across the entire world. Nobles had only 10 days to reach the core area and locate a safe haven. Otherwise, the terrifying abyssal gale would drag them into the abyss. As mentioned earlier, some were aware of this information, while others were not. However, this had little to do with Thor. On the 3rd day after capturing the Griffin River monster and thoroughly scouting the surroundings, he led the entire knight regiment toward the core area. For others, pinpointing the core might be challenging. But for Thor, equipped with daily information, locating the core was not too difficult. After several days of gathering information, and with the investigations conducted by Marshall and Ryan, Thor had essentially confirmed the core's location. The group set off toward the north. Along the way, the daily information continued to update, and their gains seemed to increase as they approached the core. Although they did not encounter another Griffin River monster creatures capable of permanently enhancing knightly talents, they did find numerous magical plants and other valuable resources. Thor even discovered a peculiar fruit tree in a cave. Based on the daily information, it was identified as a Troy fruit tree, which could enhance spiritual power and improve a mage's talents. Even ordinary people who consumed the fruit had a chance of awakening magical talents and permanently increasing their spiritual power. For mages, the improvement was even more pronounced. This Troy fruit tree bore 3 fruits. However, the tree was gradually withering, perhaps due to damaged roots, insufficient nutrients, or the fact that it was nearing the end of its fruit-bearing cycle. With the 3 fruits nearing maturity, Thor harvested them and left. Their journey continued to yield results. Finally, the group arrived at the core area, with less than 3 days remaining before the abyssal gale would sweep through. After a few days of action, Thor and his group finally reached the first safe haven mentioned in the daily information. This refuge was located within a crevice in a mountain valley, nestled in a cliff face. The peculiar cliff appeared as if it had been chiseled by axes and knives. Inside the massive cave, there was enough space to accommodate hundreds of people. Despite the relatively hot weather outside, the cave was refreshingly cool. The cave was not deep, and its end could be seen at a glance. At the center lay a small pool of water with a steady flow indicating its connection to an underground river. As the campfire blazed, illuminating the cave as brightly as day, Thor glanced around and then turned to Ryan and Marshall. Ryan, Uncle Marshall. Both men stepped forward, slightly puzzled but attentive. Uncle Marshall, head to the right. There's a herd of flame elephants there. Hunt as many as you can today. Ryan, head east. A group of magic ape elephants is there. Do the same, hunt as many as possible. Thor issued his orders with a calm demeanor. The abyssal gale would last for 15 days, during which they would have to remain in this cave. Preparing enough food was the top priority, even for Earth Knights who required sustenance. Understood. The two exchanged glances and quickly nodded before taking action. 54 knights accompanied Thor. Marshall and Ryan each led 20 knights, leaving Thor with 14 to oversee the preparations. Since they would be staying in the cave for half a month, careful planning was essential. They began chopping wood from the mountain to build shelters and stockpile firewood. By nightfall, the shelters were completed, and both Ryan and Marshall returned. The 40 knights accompanying them carried ample prey. Although they didn't understand why so much was needed, Thor's orders were absolute. The next day, Thor repeated his instructions. The knights hunted while Thor continued preparations. Only on the 3rd day did Thor cease their hunting expeditions, gathering everyone back in the cave. The empty cave was now filled with supplies. Makeshift shelters had been constructed, and the corpses of numerous magical beasts were piled around, filling the air with a thick stench of blood. Lord Thor. Ryan, unable to contain his curiosity, approached Thor. It's starting, Thor murmured as he gazed at the distant sky. At the world's edge, deep abysses divided the land, as if cleaving the world apart. The massive chasms exuded an oppressive aura that sent shivers down one's soul. Suddenly, buzz. A ripple spread. From the abyss, the abyssal gale had reached its peak. Boom, rumble. A deafening roar erupted as dark clouds blanketed the sky. A terrifying gale, imbued with unparalleled force, began sweeping across the foreign land. From every direction, the wind surged, uprooting trees and scattering them into radiant particles. Creatures caught beneath the trees began disintegrating under the gale, their flesh and bones dissolving into nothingness. Even magical beasts were not spared. Many humans also fell victim, their bodies disintegrating as they failed to escape in time. Nobles who witnessed this from afar were struck with terror and fled desperately toward the core area. Fortunately, the gale's speed allowed for escape, but chaos erupted as both beasts and humans raced for survival. Worry, Thor assured Ryan, who stood watch at the cave entrance. The magical beasts won't reach here. The cave can't accommodate them. Thor explained the situation, urging everyone to rest and absorb the resources they had gathered to strengthen themselves. The abyssal gale was just the beginning of a larger conflict. Once the gale subsided, nobles would flood the core, vying for limited space and resources. Tensions would rise, inevitably leading to conflict. The true kingdom war would begin when fragments of laws descended from the heavens. These fragments would determine the outcome of the war, offering power and prestige to those who claimed them. Thor knew their current strength was insufficient to secure a significant share. He resolved to use all resources to bolster his team's capabilities. Handing a Troy fruit to Anna, Thor encouraged her to consume it and improve her magical talent. He consumed the remaining fruits himself, hoping to unlock his potential as a mage. Despite feeling his spiritual power grow, he fell short of opening a spiritual sea. Frustrated but undeterred, Thor pressed on, determined to rise above and prepare for the challenges ahead. Exhaling a deep breath, Thor shook his head. Despite his mental preparations, he still felt disappointed that consuming 2 Roy fruits had failed to unlock his spiritual sea. If he could unlock his spiritual sea with the enhancement of the Law Imprint's power, his strength would surge far beyond its current level. Facing powerful Sky Knights, as long as they were T-Peak Sky Knights or half-step Holy Domain entities, he would have a way to handle them. Clearly, his luck didn't favor him this time. Shaking off the disappointment, Thor refocused his thoughts and began directing the group. Time passed slowly. Night gradually descended, and the rumbling on the ground never ceased. From a bird's-eye view, it was clear that violent winds had swept through 99 of the vast outer territories of this continent. the abyssal energy invaded everything, causing living beings, excluding plants, to dissolve upon contact flesh, bones, and blood alike. Even peak Tier 4 magical beasts couldn't resist the abyssal winds. Even Tier 5 beasts had to seal themselves in their domain powers to avoid the invasion. A massive bonfire roared to life. Beast carcasses were cleared and placed onto the flames. The group began enjoying their first meal since arriving at the shelter. Listening to the persistent rumbling outside, they couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. However, Thor distributed the spoils of their earlier efforts, transforming their anxiety into excitement. Especially when they realized the gains significantly boosted their personal strength, many eyes lit up with fervor. This was exactly what Thor wanted. As he mentioned before, he needed to strengthen the Night Core as quickly as possible, for their current strength was still insufficient. Though Thor and Ryan were strong, the others were lacking. The strongest among them, Marshall, was only at the early stage of Earth Knight. The group also included 3 newly advanced Grand Knights and 51 official Knights, most of whom had just broken through. Such limited strength couldn't compare with the Night Core of other kingdoms, and wasn't even notable within the Tulip Kingdom. The Tulip Kingdom had nobles led by 3 dukes and 3 top-tier marquises, whose power undoubtedly surpassed Thor's group. Even the Night Core led by the 7 powerful marquises were likely stronger. Considering the enmity between the Dressrosa family and these nobles, the consequences of an encounter were predictable. Uncle Marshall, this is for you. After distributing the supplies, Thor brought a wooden box to Marshall. What's this? Marshall opened the box curiously. The moment he did, his pupils contracted violently. This is, Marshall felt his heart pounding wildly. Uncle Marshall, take it quickly and see if you can advance to high-level Earth Knight. Thor's tone was calm as he encouraged the stunned Marshall. This is too precious. Marshall's voice was dry and he instinctively declined. It's a critical time. You ray the most suitable recipient, Thor insisted, pushing the box into Marshall's hands. This, Marshall stared at the wooden box in his hands, his thoughts in chaos. He knew exactly what was inside, a life fruit, one of the main ingredients for high-grade life potions. In the Tulip Kingdom, such an item was priceless and could incite a frenzy among nobles if news of its existence spread. The only known way to obtain it was through military merit. The cost, over 1 million merit points. Yes, more than 1 million, 10,000 merit points could grant a family the rank of Count. 10 times that amount could exchange for a single life fruit. Its value was astronomical. Now this priceless fruit was in his hands. How could he not be shaken? Thor, however, had already walked away. For others, the life fruit was a treasure. But for Thor, it was a stable resource. The life tree he transplanted had taken root and thrived with the help of Alan and Avila. With the blessing of the nature spirit, the tree could now produce a fruit annually, instead of taking 5 to 10 years. Though the tree's current grade limited its annual yield to 1 fruit, this was just the beginning. As the tree grew stronger, its output would gradually increase. 1 fruit no longer meant much to Thor. The fruit he gave Marshall had been last year's harvest, kept for emergencies. Given the growing risks ahead, Thor saw the need to maximize its value now. He chose Marshall because, among the 3 Earth Knights, Marshall had the best chance of breaking through. A standard Earth Knight like him had a high probability of advancing to high-level Earth Knight within half a month after consuming the fruit. In contrast, Thor and Ryan faced greater difficulties in advancing, and mere level increases would no longer significantly enhance their strength. Thor needed to further comprehend the power of the law imprint, while Ryan had to attempt mastering it. Only then could they truly enhance their capabilities. For now, boosting their vitality would only extend their endurance, offering no meaningful increase in their upper strength limits. Marshall wasn't aware of these considerations. All he felt was overwhelming gratitude and exhilaration. He knew how much the fruit could change his life. Without it, he'd be stuck at peak Earth Knight, unable to ascend to Sky Knight. At his current age of 60, his chances of advancing before his vitality waned at 90 were slim. But now, things were different. If the fruit elevated him to high-level Earth Knight, he could reach peak Earth Knight before 70 and even have a slim chance of becoming a Sky Knight. This was a transformative change. Even the mere possibility of becoming a Sky Knight filled Marshall with excitement. Taking a deep breath, he bowed slightly toward Thor's retreating figure before sitting cross-legged to adjust his state. He understood Thor's intention in giving him the fruit and would not waste the opportunity. After Marshall consumed the fruit, other members also began using the supplies Thor had distributed, as well as resources gathered from nearby. As time passed, many auras surged with life force. When dawn arrived, a new notification echoed. Daily information updated. Open. Daily information updated. 1 abyssal winds will ravage the world in 12 hours. Your shelter will be attacked by a group of wild boar tigers. Though you repel them, their meat is unsuitable for humans. Abandoned outside your cave, their remains attract new beasts Tier 4 abyssal blackhorn elephants, which inflict heavy losses on your Night Core. 2 in 15 hours, a herd of silverhorn stag horses, whose meat enhances vitality, will appear 30 miles from your shelter. 3 days later, a group of nobles from the purple tulip family will pass nearby, seeking refuge from the abyssal winds. Half of their night core will perish. 4 in 5 days, 5 in 7 days, 6 in 12 days, an earth-violent bear will give birth in a forest 100 miles from the large tree near your shelter. Severely weakened, it will fight a group of earth dragons to protect its cubs. 7 in 13 days, the first law fragments will descend upon this otherworldly realm. One fragment will fall into the earth-violent bear's lair, where it will be discovered by a Macedonian duke's offspring, who will contract the bear and experience a surge in power. 8 in 15 days, the abyssal winds will cease, and news of the law fragments will spread among the nobles. Battles will erupt, and your shelter will be attacked by knights from the Spencer family. The new information revealed far more dangers than before. From the very first entry, the Knight Corps faced severe threats, described as heavy losses. And beyond that, entries 4, 5, and 8 all indicated further risks ranging from magical beasts to conflicts with nobles. The Spencer family's retaliation was particularly concerning. Having eliminated a core member of their lineage, Thor knew he was now a target. Despite these dangers, 2 opportunities stood out: the Earth-Violent Bear and the Law Fragment. A newborn Earth-Violent Bear, a Tier 5 beast, and potentially Tier 6 in the future, was comparable to a dragon. Capturing or contracting it could significantly enhance their strength, and the Law Fragment represented the ultimate goal of this Kingdom War. Acquiring it alongside the bear would be a monumental advantage. Thor's heart raced at the possibilities. The gathered gazes bore into Thor, his heart fluctuating as conflicting thoughts intertwined. The presence of the Earth-Violent Bear alone was enough to make his eyes light up. After all, it was the Earth-Violent Bear, a magical beast with the potential to grow to Tier 5 or even reach Tier 6. Such a temptation was something most nobles couldn't resist, but it wasn't just about the Earth-Violent Bear. There was also a fragment of a law. This was the foundation of the Kingdom's War. The number of law fragments one could obtain essentially determined the rewards of this Kingdom War. Moreover, unlike others, Thor possessed a law mark. If he could acquire a matching law fragment, it might further enhance the power of his law mark. Given his current strength, strengthening his law mark would undoubtedly result in the most evident boost in power. However, as Thor reviewed the lines of information, his expression grew solemn. Unlike the fortunate individual who discovered the Earth-Violent Bear's lair, Thor was less lucky. The lair was over 100 miles away. Even without considering other factors, it would take him an entire day to reach the bear's location. If he waited for the abyssal gale to subside, there would be nothing left for him. But venturing out of the safe haven prematurely was incredibly risky. Even in the core area, one could be swept away by the abyssal gale. Thinking of this, Thor's face turned even more serious. He deliberated on how to respond, as time silently slipped by. Moments later, boom, a surge of tremendous life energy erupted. Around Marshall, waves of life force soared and his aura expanded outward. Midstage Earth Knight, Thor's contemplative gaze shifted, instinctively glancing at Marshall in the distance. He murmured, then returned his attention to his thoughts. With the life fruit, Marshall had already reached the peak of early-stage Earth Knight. Advancing to mid-stage Earth Knight was hardly surprising. It was only a small step forward, inside the cave. In the following hours, more energy fluctuations broke past their original levels. Vast quantities of resources were consumed enough to spark chaos in the northern province, yet here they were swiftly absorbed by the knights. Gradual transformations began taking shape. Though no one achieved the rank of Grand Knight this time, breakthroughs among official knights were rapid. In just a short time, more knights reached the peak of official rank, and it was foreseeable that many would soon ascend to the Grand Knight level. Of course, this required time, perhaps 1 or 2 days, 10 days, or longer. Even with the blood and flesh of the Griffin River monster enhancing everyone's talents, the improvement wasn't uniform. Those with strong innate potential became even more gifted, while those with weaker talent experienced smaller gains. Thus, among the Fiftiplus knights, noticeable changes were evident, though still subtle at this stage. Night passed gradually. A new day arrived as promised. The world outside remained shrouded in gray. Faint light pierced through the overcast sky, casting an oppressive mood. Prepare yourselves. Soon there will be magical beasts attacking. Dante let them break into the cave. Thor stood up, glancing at Marshall, who was meditating nearby. He didn't disturb him and instead gave orders to Ryan. Understood. Ryan nodded and immediately gathered knights who had finished their cultivation to defend the cave entrance. Arriving at the entrance, the group was met with bone-chilling cold and a sky that seemed on the verge of collapsing. Even after experiencing this from yesterday to today, the sight still filled their hearts with unease. No one is to leave the cave. Deal with any beasts that manage to get inside, Ryan instructed, organizing the dozen or so knights behind him. Soon after his arrangements, a deafening roar echoed through the gale. Roar, scarlet eyes appeared amidst the raging winds, accompanied by a nauseating stench. Beasts lunged forward, and the knights felt the hairs on their backs rise. Stay sharp. This is a large magical beast horde, Ryan warned, gripping his knight's lance tightly as his expression grew grim. Even with the gale as a barrier, Ryan could sense over 100 auras within the windstorm. Among them were undoubtedly powerful magical beasts. Yes, sir, understood. The knights' responses were filled with determination, though their faces were serious. Large magical beast hordes were no trivial matter. Still, with Ryan and their lord present, their confidence held firm. Roar. Another roar echoed as a black shadow darted through the gale, rushing toward the cave. More shadows followed. These were peculiar beasts with boar-like bodies and tiger heads, scarlet eyes, and mouths brimming with sharp fangs. Drool dripped as they charged forward. Delicious, unimaginable food awaited them inside the cave. If they could break through, the treasures and shelter within would belong to them. Boom! Ryan's lance erupted with a radiant force. With one sweep, a charging shadow was flung away like a rag doll. Without pausing, his lance struck again, repelling 3 more attackers. The Boar-Tiger beasts, though primarily at Tier 2, were no match for Ryan. Even without utilizing his law mark, his strength far surpassed most peak Earth Knights. Despite the beasts' efforts, none could break past Ryan's defense. One by one, they were thrown back or killed outright. Ryan and his team formed an impenetrable wall, halting the assault. As the battle wore on, the Boar-Tiger horde swelled, and the knights began to tire. Most of them were merely official knights, struggling to hold their ground against Tier 2 beasts. Fortunately, reinforcements soon emerged from within the cave. Knights who had been cultivating joined the fray, easing the burden on their comrades, just as the pressure subsided. Watch out! Anna's warning rang out. Thor's gaze snapped to Ryan, focusing on 2 shadows lunging from the left and right. These 2 larger Boar-Tiger beasts struck with incredible speed, aiming for Ryan's head and heart. They moved with precision, exploiting the moment when everyone had let down their guard. However, they underestimated Ryan. Boom! Life force surged as Ryan's figure vanished in a flash of lightning. Crash. The ground trembled as the first beast's head was pierced clean through, its lifeless body collapsing. The second beast, now trembling in fear, attempted to flee. No chance. Ryan moved again, finishing the second beast in an instant. With the leaders of the horde slain, the remaining beasts fell into disarray. Many fled back into the gale, while those who remained were swiftly dispatched. By the end, over 50 corpses littered the ground, though about half the horde had escaped. Thor chose not to pursue them into the abyssal gale, deeming it suicidal. Instead, he ordered the beasts' magic cores to be extracted, and their bodies sealed in ice by Anna's magic. This prevented their scent from attracting more predators. For the next few days, while smaller attacks continued, they were easily repelled. After 3 days, Marshall completed his cultivation, advancing to late-stage Earth Knight. Subsequent battles became even more manageable, sometimes not even requiring his involvement. 10 days passed in this way. The abyssal gale showed signs of weakening, as predicted. With this change, Thor knew the gale would likely dissipate completely in 15 days. Time passed steadily. Over the next few days, the overall strength of Thor's knights showed a noticeable improvement. The number of Grand Knights increased from 3 to 5, and the number of knights at the peak of formal knighthood also grew significantly. By now, everyone had surpassed the early stages of formal knighthood and had at least reached the mid-stage. However, the most critical improvement wasn't just in rank, but in their combat capabilities. During these 10 days, the cave they resided in was frequently assaulted by waves of magical beasts. As a safe haven, the cave naturally attracted the attention of many magical beasts, leading to inevitable conflicts. Initially, Thor had asked Ryan to step in during these battles. However, as the magical beasts were not particularly high-level, Thor began allowing his knights to handle the threats themselves. After numerous battles, injuries were unavoidable, but so was the resulting growth in strength. Compared to 10 days ago, the aura of everyone in the Knight Corps had undergone a significant transformation. It was foreseeable that, even without further opportunities, the future of the 50+ knights Thor had brought would be much brighter. Even Marshall, a Grand Earth Knight, experienced a marked improvement in his combat abilities. While Marshall had already been proficient in battle, his breakthrough to the rank of Earth Knight left him with limited experience at this level. Over the past 10 days, repeated battles against magical beasts, including several Tier 3 ones, greatly benefited Marshall's development. Under the dim sky, a faint light spread out, heralding the arrival of a new day. The time had reached the 11th day, and the power of the abyssal gale outside had noticeably weakened further. On this day, the number of magical beasts attacking the cave significantly decreased. By nightfall, there had only been one assault, mostly consisting of Tier 1 and Tier 2 magical beasts, with no Tier 3 ones in sight. Phew, just one more day. Thor exhaled a deep breath and gazed at the distant sky with a slightly solemn expression. However, he had made up his mind. Over the past few days, he had pondered a lot. For him, the Earth-Violent Bear presented a massive opportunity, not just because of the law fragment it guarded, but also the bear itself. If he could secure both, the benefits would be unimaginable. As for the risks, the abyssal gale had already diminished to a manageable level. Still, to avoid unforeseen circumstances, Thor decided to wait another day. With a clear plan, he patiently awaited the daily information update. As night deepened, the familiar mechanical voice echoed once again. Soon, rows of text appeared before him. Daily information updated. 3 hours later, a group of nobles from the Scorching Kingdom, noticing the weakening of the abyssal gale, left their safe haven to explore the surroundings. However, they unexpectedly encountered a group of Tier 4 magical beasts and were completely annihilated. 2 day later. 1 day later. 2 days ago, in the forest 100 miles ahead of the large tree to the right of your safe haven, an adult earth-violent bear gave birth to its cub. Due to the arrival of the abyssal gale, numerous magical beasts gathered. A group of earth dragons targeted the weakened earth-violent bear. To draw them away, the bear, despite its frailty, launched an attack against the earth dragons. The day after tomorrow, the first wave of law fragments will descend upon this foreign world. One law fragment will land directly in the earth-violent bear's lair. Though you will discover that it is not an ice, thunder, or death law fragment, you will realize that law fragments resonate with one another. At that moment, you will encounter a duke's descendant from the Macedonian kingdom, who also possesses a law fragment. You will acquire an ice law fragment, greatly enhancing your law imprint. 4 days later, as the abyssal gale subsides and news of the law fragment spreads, battles among nobles will erupt. You will be attacked by knights from the Spencer family. Thor's gaze fixated on the text. When he read the first line, his brow furrowed. He hadn't expected another group to share his thoughts, only to meet a tragic end. Evidently, even with the gale weakening, the core region remained perilous. Fortunately, this seemed to be the only such incident, as the subsequent lines didn't indicate additional threats. This reassured Thor. His relief was accompanied by excitement. The information revealed that not only was the earth-violent bear within his grasp, but he could also gain 2 law fragments, one of which was ice. The ice law fragment was especially crucial to Thor, representing a unique opportunity to enhance his strength rapidly. Unlike others who could only collect and hand over law fragments to their kingdoms in exchange for merit points, Thor could directly absorb suitable fragments, such as those of ice or death. This also applied to Ryan, who was on the verge of condensing a thunder law imprint. If he could obtain a thunder law fragment, it might complete his imprint. Though the fragment in the earth-violent bear's lair was yet to be identified, the ice law fragment alone left Thor resolute in his decision. With anticipation brimming, the night passed. As dawn broke on the 12th day, the abyssal gale weakened further. The skies were clearer, revealing distant valleys. Though still hazy, the scene was far less oppressive. Prepare yourselves, we are leaving. As the knights awakened, Thor addressed them. Yes, Ryan, Marshall, Anna, and the knights voiced no objections. Even though the gale outside persisted, they obeyed Thor unconditionally. After preparing, Thor ordered the knights to bind their left hands with grass ropes, forming a chain to prevent accidents in the gale. Once ready, they stepped out of the cave. The moment they emerged, the violent winds struck, making it feel as if their bodies would be lifted off the ground. Use life force to resist, Thor instructed, taking the lead. Even he felt the gale's strength, wondering how terrifying it must have been on the first day. At that time, even weakened winds in the core region would have easily swept away an Earth Knight. Only Sky Knights might have barely held on, while those in the outer regions likely stood no chance. A faint green glow enveloped the group as life force burst forth. Together, they trudged forward against the wind. However, after some time, Thor realized the knights could barely cope. Even Grand Knights struggled under the intense gales. Marshall, Ryan, through life force, Thor relayed his voice to the two. Yes, my lord. Thor, Marshall, Ryan, lead the knights back to the cave. I'll return within 5 days. Yes, Ryan and Marshall exchanged glances before nodding. The group split up. Ryan and Marshall led the knights back to the cave, while Thor and Anna pressed forward. Without needing to protect the knights, their pace quickened. Soon, magical auras surrounded them, reducing the burden of the gale. The two figures vanished into the storm. Meanwhile, back in the cave, the knights, though frustrated, understood their limitations and began training diligently. Time passed as Thor and Anna advanced through the gale. Despite the challenging environment, Anna's ice elemental abilities allowed them to navigate effectively. They encountered several Tier 3 magical beasts, which were swiftly dealt with by Thor. However, the battles slowed their progress. What should have taken half a day stretched into an entire one. Finally, as night fell, they reached their destination. Master, there's a high-level magical beast here. Anna's voice was tense, her instincts alerting her to danger. Don't worry, it's fine, Thor reassured her with a smile, his confidence growing. Anna hesitated but trusted Thor. Let's search for the lair. Today might bring great rewards, Thor said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Anna nodded, and the two began their search. With Anna's guidance, they quickly located the Earth-Violent Bear's hidden lair. The lair of the Earth-Violent Bear was nestled within the belly of a mountain. Its massive entrance was strikingly conspicuous. With Anna's assistance, the pair quickly found the entrance to this cave. Upon arrival, Anna's expression immediately turned tense. Her elven sensitivity allowed her to instinctively sense a suffocating threat emanating from within the cave. "Master," Anna blurted out instinctively. "Don't worry," Thor reassured her gently, calming her down before stepping into the cave first. Anna's heart raced, but she followed Thor into the cavern nonetheless. The cave was vast. It wasn't too dark either, its interior appearing unusually open and spacious. As soon as Thor entered, he scanned his surroundings, searching for his target. Thankfully, it didn't take him long. Before long, Thor heard faint snoring. His eyes lit up as he quickly followed the sound. After a short moment, Thor discovered a large nest made of withered grass at the center of the cave. However, the nest itself wasn't the main point of interest. It was the creature lying atop it. A small being, roughly the size of an adult yellow dog, was curled into a ball. Its fluffy body was covered in soft brown fur, resembling an oversized fluffy ball. Breathing evenly, it appeared to be sound asleep. Sunlight streamed through crevices in the rocky ceiling, casting dappled light upon its body. The gentle breeze carried a slight chill, as if softly draping a gossamer veil over the sleeping creature. Thor's breath quickened as he observed the small figure. This furry being was none other than the cub of an Earth-Violent Bear. Judging by its size, it was likely only a day or two old, its eyes still sealed shut. This was undoubtedly the perfect time to form a contract. As a Tier 5 Holy Domain magical beast at adulthood, the Earth-Violent Bear was highly intelligent. Even as a cub, once its eyes opened, forming a contract would become exceedingly difficult. Even with daily information reports guiding him, Thor couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief upon confirming his find. "Master, this is..." Thor exhaled a long breath as Anna blinked in astonishment, her expression incredulous. Anna's elven heritage included inherited knowledge about Earth-Violent Bears. She never expected that Thor, after braving the abyssal gale, would find an Earth-Violent Bear's lair and even encounter a cub. "Anna, now it's your turn," Thor said, his voice steady as he looked at Anna. "I need to form a contract with it." Thor hadn't forgotten that the son of the Macedonian kingdom's duke would soon arrive here. Acting swiftly was paramount to avoid unforeseen complications. "Yes, master." Anna quickly composed herself, nodding in response. However, after a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Master, will you use a pet beast contract or a slave contract?" Her tone carried a hint of inquiry. Contracts with magical beasts could vary. At least in Anna's inherited knowledge, there were two types, the pet beast contract and the slave contract. In modern times, most opted for slave contracts. However, pet beast contracts were still an option. "You know how to form a pet beast contract?" Thor asked in surprise, turning to Anna with some curiosity. Thor was aware of pet beast contracts, one of the mainstream methods of forming bonds between humans and magical beasts in ancient times. A pet beast contract allowed the magical beast to become a companion and partner. Both parties could grow and advance together. As the pet advanced, the contract would bolster the human's strength. Similarly, as the human grew stronger, the magical beast would benefit as well. Over time, however, humans became the dominant species on the continent. Due to certain factors, pet beast contracts became rare, and most magical beasts were bound by slave contracts. Unlike pet beast contracts, slave contracts did not enable mutual growth. However, a slave contract had an unparalleled advantage: complete subjugation. Magical beasts bound by a slave contract would obey unconditionally, even if ordered to die. "Yes, master. My elven heritage includes the knowledge," Anna confirmed, nodding. "Then let's use the pet beast contract," Thor decided after a moment of contemplation. The Earth-Violent Bear's high potential capable of reaching Tier 6 prompted Thor to opt for the pet beast contract. This choice would not only allow the bear to grow quickly, but also significantly benefit his cultivation. "Understood." Anna nodded, wasting no time as she quickly began tracing runes with her staff. One magic core after another was activated under her control. Before long, a magical array was etched onto the cavern floor. "Master, drop a drop of your blood into the array. Then draw a drop of blood from the Earth-Violent Bear as well," Anna instructed, her voice slightly strained from exertion. Thor nodded. With a thought, a drop of his blood appeared in his palm. With a wave of his hand, the sleeping Earth-Violent Bear cub twitched slightly as a small prick on its paw drew a drop of blood. However, it merely shifted before curling back up, continuing its slumber. The blood floated midair, glowing faintly. As soon as the blood appeared, the array activated, emitting a dazzling ice blue light before gradually taking on a reddish hue. Without hesitation, Thor let his own blood fall into the array. The moment the blood entered, the two drops intertwined, sending a ripple through the air. Thor felt his body tremble slightly. A warm current surged through him, radiating from within. Strong vitality coursed through Thor, and he could feel his body undergoing a transformation. Unconsciously, Thor closed his eyes as the process continued. Time passed. The light of the magical array flickered. A connection formed between Thor and the earth-violent bear cub. Anna watched nervously from the side. As night fell, a familiar mechanical voice sounded, followed by a series of messages. Thor, however, was too immersed in the contracting process to notice or check the notifications. The night gradually gave way to dawn. The wild winds outside the cave subsided slightly, as the first rays of sunlight broke over the horizon. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Thor. He had advanced to the late stage of Earth Night. Thanks to the pet beast contract, the immense vitality of the Earth-violent bear helped Thor leap from the mid-stage to the late stage of Earth Night. However, Thor's greatest transformation wasn't in his nightly cultivation, but in his physical body. The pet beast contract enhanced both parties. The Earth-violent bear's vitality had already begun fortifying Thor's body bones, muscles, and cells alike. This transformation would continue as the bear grew. Eventually, Thor's physical strength might rival that of the Earth-violent bear itself. This was the power of the pet beast contract. In the entire continent, forming such a bond with a powerful magical beast was a rare and arduous opportunity. The cave gradually returned to stillness as the array dimmed. Thor opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. He instinctively looked at the earth-violent bear cub. Through their bond, he sensed the cub's weak yet clear consciousness. Thor smiled, stepping forward to pick up the cub. Feeling the movement, the earth-violent bear opened its eyes, its dazed expression staring at Thor before transmitting a simple thought. Hungry, Thor, understanding through the contract, pulled out a Tier 2 magic core. Channeling life force into it, he crushed it into powder. The cub sniffed the powdered core and eagerly began licking it up. As it consumed the core, faint yellow light enveloped its body and vitality surged within. Thor could feel his body strengthening again. After finishing the core, the cub continued eating 3 more. Once sated, it let out a satisfied sigh before falling asleep again. In its infancy, the earth-violent bear would sleep for extended periods, absorbing energy to grow rapidly. In less than 3 months, the cub could reach Tier 3, and within a year, Tier 5. With good fortune, it might even awaken its bloodline to become a Tier 6 beast. This rapid growth rivaled, or even surpassed, that of dragons. From now on, I'll call you Clay, Thor murmured, placing the cub back into its nest. Feeling his own transformation still ongoing, Thor turned his attention to the daily information report. However, his expression changed as he looked toward the cave entrance. The once-bright sky had suddenly darkened. High above, a brilliant light appeared before shattering into fragments that shot toward the continent's core. One of these fragments pierced through the sky, crashing into the cave. In the dim sky, radiance spread out in all directions. Countless beams of light scattered beneath the heavens, forming intricate patterns. At this moment, countless individuals witnessed the spectacle. What is that? A voice cried out in astonishment. For some reason, the speaker suddenly felt a tremor deep in their soul. Some had flickering eyes, their hearts tinged with unease. However, amidst the howling abyssal winds, very few dared to step out of their safe zones to pursue the source of the light. Although no one acted immediately, many marked the positions where those beams of light fell. 20 miles away from Thor's location, in a cavern, a group of people appeared particularly disheveled. Millen Smith felt as though he had been plagued by bad luck recently. He had confidently joined the Kingdom War, but before he could showcase his abilities, the war's structure underwent a drastic transformation. The original battle format was replaced by an entirely new mode, and that wasn't the end of it. 10 days ago, he discovered a star moon fruit tree and was about to claim it when a peak 4th-tier magical beast appeared. His entire night squad suffered heavy casualties, and his bodyguard and mentor, a Sky Knight, had to lure the beast away. Before he could harvest the fruits, a terrifying storm swept in. He watched in horror as a 3rd-tier magical beast disintegrated in the wind's flesh, bones, and body dissolved. This sight terrified him into fleeing with all his might. He fled for days until he accidentally fell into a cavern, finally escaping the deadly storm. But after all these mishaps, his once-large contingent of knights had been reduced to less than 20. The strongest among them were 2 Earth Knights, alongside himself as a peak Earth Knight. Frustration and resentment filled Millen's heart. Damn it, what kind of place is this? Unable to suppress his anger, he slammed his fist on a nearby table. Young Master Milling, this cavern runs deep. We have yet to fully explore it, a knight reported respectfully, though his disheveled appearance betrayed his exhaustion. Unexplored, then why did you come back? Milling snarled in irritation. Before he could vent further, a sudden roar interrupted him. Boom, a beam of light descended from the sky, scattering brilliance everywhere. Milling's gaze was instantly drawn to the light, and his heart inexplicably trembled. What is that? Milling muttered to himself, his eyes fixated on the light. He forgot his anger and immediately declared, "Let's go check it out." He stepped into the storm without hesitation. Young Master Milling, it's too dangerous. A knight protested anxiously. No, it's not. The storm seems to have weakened. If we delay any longer, someone else might claim it. I feel it's definitely something valuable. Millen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he ignored the knight's warning and ventured into the storm. His remaining knights exchanged worried glances but eventually followed him. As the group neared Thor's location, the beam of light descended into a cavern in front of him. Suspended midair was a fragment emitting a faint yellow glow. What is this? Anna, startled by the sudden light, was now filled with curiosity as the glowing fragment hovered before her. This should be a law fragment, the very item we need to compete for in this kingdom war, Thor explained softly as he reached out to touch the fragment. Buzz, his hand easily passed through the light and grasped a pea-sized object. The moment he touched it, ripples spread out, and a booming sensation filled Thor's mind. Closing his eyes briefly, he perceived countless glowing orbs in a pitch-black void. At the same time, information flowed into his mind. An earth element law fragment, he murmured as he opened his eyes, gaining a clearer understanding of the object. The earth element law fragment allowed him to sense all other earth element law fragments scattered throughout this world, whether claimed or unclaimed. If he acquired fragments of other elements, he would similarly be able to locate fragments of those types. However, fragments of different elements could only be clearly sensed when they were in close proximity to each other. At this moment, he could feel the earth element law fragments dispersed throughout the world. Unfortunately, Thor sighed. Although the daily information had indicated he would not receive a death or ice element law fragment, confirming it still left him somewhat disappointed. Both death and ice fragments would have been preferable. Shaking his head, he prepared to pocket the fragment when he felt a tug at his pant leg. Looking down instinctively, he saw Clay, his young earth bear, tugging at him with its chubby paws and gazing longingly at the fragment in his hand. "You want this?" Thor asked curiously, his eyes on Clay. The cub nodded enthusiastically. Thor glanced between the cavern and the fragment, a strange thought crossing his mind. Could this fragment have fallen here specifically for this earth bear cub? Otherwise, why would it land so coincidentally in this cavern and attract the bear so strongly? Despite his doubts, Thor hesitated only briefly before handing the fragment to Clay. As the fragment neared Clay, it glowed brighter. Clay closed its eyes as the fragment floated into its forehead, merging seamlessly. Clay's body glowed faintly with an earthy yellow light and swayed slightly before crawling back into its nest and falling into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Thor felt the powerful vitality from his contracted beast continuously enhancing his body, further strengthening him. Phew. Exhaling deeply, Thor smiled. Although he had hesitated to part with the fragment given its value and its utility for locating more fragments, he ultimately decided it was best to use it now. After all, the earth element fragment wasn't one he could absorb, and Clay, as a cub, couldn't absorb much either. Moreover, hoarding fragments would only attract unwanted attention from powerful nobles. In the Tulip Kingdom and even beyond, Thor's current strength wasn't enough to fend off such threats. "Thank you, Master." Anna's eyes sparkled as she expressed her gratitude. "Thor, Nico wants one too. Nico wants a law fragment." The ice sprite flitted out, her voice brimming with excitement. "All right, you LL have one too," Thor chuckled, promising without hesitation. With numerous earth element fragments scattered across the land, it was likely there were plenty of ice element ones as well. Before they could continue their conversation, noises echoed from outside the cavern. Nico dove into Anna's body for safety, and Thor's eyes narrowed as he turned toward the entrance. "They've arrived," he murmured. The abyssal winds howled, obscuring perception. It wasn't until Milling Smith and his party arrived outside the cave that Thor detected their presence. At this moment, with the disturbance outside the Earth-Violent Bear's cave, Thor's mind immediately recalled the information reports about a lucky individual from the Kingdom of Macedonia. Rustle, rustle, the sound of footsteps treading on dry branches echoed. Simultaneously, a cautious voice spoke out. "Milling, be careful. Quick, follow the young master. Stop talking nonsense and hurry. That thing must be valuable." Amidst these mixed voices, the sounds gradually grew closer. Over there, the group also quickly sensed the presence of others inside the cave. "Who's there?" A cold shout rang out, followed by a surge of sword energy slicing toward the area where Thor and Anna were situated. From the hymn of life, the call of ice and snow, "Please heed my summons, Ice Guard." Magical elements surged around Anna as she quickly completed her chant. The next moment, a massive ice wall materialized before the two of them. Boom! The sword energy collided with the ice wall, producing a deafening roar. Fragments of ice scattered, but the sword energy was successfully blocked. "There really are people here," a slightly surprised voice remarked. In the next moment, a group of people appeared before Thor and Anna. Among them, Milling Smith quickly scanned the area, his gaze settling on Anna and Thor before fixing on the sleeping Earth-Violent Bear. This is. Milling Smith muttered to himself. His pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid and heavy. The moment he saw the slumbering bear cub, he instantly recognized it. It was unmistakably a newborn earth-violent bear. Dear friends, we mean no offense. Did you, by any chance, see the light that descended just now? An elderly man beside Milling Smith frowned slightly, but still addressed Thor and Anna in a soft tone. Semir, this is no time for idle talk, dear friends. It seems, unfortunately, that you one be leaving here today. Milling Smith spoke coldly as he drew his knight's longsword. In a kingdom embroiled in wars, nobles from any empire were considered adversaries, let alone the fact that he had just discovered a newborn earth-violent bear, an entity that could be contracted. He couldn't risk letting this information leak. Moreover, he knew that there was a fragment of the law here. On his way here, he had already obtained one fragment. Although his perception indicated no ice attribute law fragment in the vicinity, he had seen the light descend with his own eyes. Thus, he was convinced that another law fragment must be here. A law fragment was too valuable to miss, and he was determined to claim it. Boom! Milling Smith's powerful life force erupted. His aura revealed him as an Earth Knight, not an ordinary one, but one at the peak of the Earth Knight realm, Master Milling. As Milling Smith's aura surged, the elderly man, Semir, appeared slightly surprised but quickly unleashed his own formidable life force. He too was at the peak of the Earth Knight realm. The remaining dozen knights surrounded Thor and Anna, sealing off all possible escape routes. 2 peak Earth Knights and 15 Grand Knights. Impressive strength, Thor remarked, raising an eyebrow. He hadn't expected the first noble he encountered in this foreign realm to possess such formidable power. 2 peak Earth Knights and a dozen Grand Knights, such a lineup would be rare even among the most powerful noble families in the Tulip Kingdom. Typically, this would be the strength of at least a high-ranking count. Moreover, it seemed this noble had suffered considerable losses in the abyssal windstorm. Their original strength was likely even greater. Thor only mused briefly on this. For him, 2 peak Earth Knights and 15 Grand Knights were no longer a significant threat. In fact, even Anna alone could handle them with ease. Anna was now a Tier 3 mage, and dealing with Tier 3 Earth Knights was child's play for her. Anna, take care of them. Thor's calm command ended the conversation. He resumed focusing on observing the changes in Clay after he absorbed the Earth attribute law fragment. Yes, Master. Anna responded respectfully, stepping forward, arrogant. Hearing Thor's words, Milling Smith was momentarily stunned before his expression turned livid with anger. Did he hear correctly? This young noble had just instructed his maid to deal with them. The audacity almost made him laugh, but before his anger could fully manifest, Anna raised her magic staff. Magical elements began to converge rapidly. O pure and solid ice, grant me your strength. As she chanted, ice elements coalesced swiftly. Milling Smith froze in shock. Damn it, she's a Tier 3 mage. Master Milling, retreat now. Semir's urgent warning rang out as he lunged toward Anna. As a knight of the Smith family, Semir understood the terrifying power of a Tier 3 mage. Even with 2 peak Earth Knights, they wouldn't stand a chance against her. At best, they could stall her for a short time. The longer the battle dragged on, the more inevitable their defeat would be. Engaging in close combat was a distant possibility. At their current distance of about 100 meters, Semir knew he wouldn't make it in time. As for capturing Thor, he didn't dare entertain the thought. A person who commanded a Tier 3 mage as a maid was undoubtedly far more powerful than he appeared. Semir steeled himself, preparing to sacrifice his life to buy his master time to escape. However, against a prepared mage bolstered by the ice sprite, even a peak Earth Knight like him stood no chance. Boom! A surge of overwhelming ice power spread out instantly, freezing everything in its path. Frost crept across the ground. Semir's body stiffened mid-charge, his blood freezing within his veins. Ice quickly spread up his legs, encasing him entirely. How is this possible? Semir's pupils widened in terror. Even though he knew Tier 3 mages were formidable, Anna's power far exceeded his expectations. He thought he could at least stall her briefly, but now he realized he had been mistaken. Finished. As his final thought flickered, Semir's body froze completely. Not just Semir, the 15 Grand Knights who sensed the danger tried to act, but were similarly overtaken by the frost. They were transformed into lifelike ice sculptures before they could even cry out. By contrast, Milling Smith reacted more quickly, retreating the moment Semir issued his warning. Although the frost didn't fully reach him, his face turned deathly pale. In a single exchange, his trusted followers and knights had all been annihilated. Milling Smith realized with dread that he had underestimated his opponent. Sir, this is a misunderstanding. I am willing to compensate. I am Milling Smith, heir of the Smith family of the Kingdom of Macedonia. I can offer gold 100,000 gold coins. No, 200,000. Milling Smith pleaded desperately, his arrogance utterly gone. He anxiously turned to Thor. Anna paused and glanced at Thor for guidance. Kill him, Thor said calmly. To Thor, gold was meaningless. Milling Smith had already chosen to attack, and Thor saw no reason to show mercy. Better to eliminate the threat entirely, sir. Milling Smith's face twisted in despair, but before he could utter another word, the frost surged again, silencing him forever. The ice sprite had silently appeared above the cave. As it hovered, its icy power blanketed everything. With Anna's command, Milling Smith's body was completely encased in ice. Thank you, Nico. Anna smiled warmly. Hee, Anna, those were bad people. Nico doesn't like them. The ice sprite twirled in the air, its cheerful voice filling the space as the frost began to recede. The frozen cave gradually returned to normal. However, the shattered bodies of the fallen knights lay strewn across the ground. Among them, a faint light shimmered from Milling Smith's remains. Anna, it seems to be a fragment of the law. It's an ice attribute law fragment. The ice sprite flew excitedly toward the source of the glow. Master. Anna instinctively turned to Thor. Thor opened his eyes and approached. As he drew near, the symbol of the ice attribute law appeared on his forehead, emitting a faint glow. The light hovered into his palm as he reached out. Thor gently grasped the fragment, and ripples of energy spread outward. His mind trembled as numerous light clusters appeared in his consciousness. Like the earth attribute law fragment, the ice attribute fragment revealed countless clusters of knowledge within his mind. Each represented a piece of the ice attribute law. Thor closed his eyes, and the ice sprite Nico fell silent. Time passed slowly. After a moment, Thor exhaled deeply, a smile spreading across his face. Just as he had suspected, the ice attribute law fragment was part of a larger whole. Thor theorized that the fragments had once formed a complete law that shattered and scattered across this foreign realm. He even speculated that other fragments, beyond earth and ice, might exist. Nico, I'll need this fragment for now. In a few days I'll search for more, Thor explained to the ice sprite. This one. Oh, all right, Nico replied, slightly disappointed, her small head drooping. Haha, don't worry. With this fragment I can locate others. Soon, not only you but also Anna and I will benefit, Thor reassured her with a smile. Really, we can all use them. Nico's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, I wouldn't lie to you. Yay. Then let's collect lots and lots of fragments. The ice sprite's cheerful voice filled the cave, all traces of her earlier disappointment gone. Thor obtained an ice attribute law fragment, and as the evening of the 14th day arrived, less than half a day remained until the abyssal gale subsided. During this period, Thor refrained from leaving the cave. Even though he sensed another ice attribute law fragment about 50 miles away, he chose not to rush. With the daily information system, Thor decided to wait for its next refresh before taking action. The closer to the event's occurrence, the more detailed and reliable the information provided by the system, ensuring greater safety. As the night passed, the gale's intensity decreased slightly by the 14th day. Thor and his companion prepared their prearranged meal within the cave and started dining. Clay, the young earth-violent bear, awoke briefly during this time. Thor ground 3 second-tier magic cores into powder and fed them to Clay, who quickly fell back into slumber. To grow, the young earth-violent bear needed a substantial amount of energy. After absorbing the earth attribute law fragment, its energy requirements became even more demanding. Fortunately, Thor had enough resources from the beasts hunted by Ryan and others back at the safe haven to temporarily meet Clay's needs. As the night quietly passed, the abyssal gale, which swept across the continent, began receding to the outer regions. Despite this, survival was still impossible in the peripheral zones. Thor, however, had little concern for this. With the passing of time, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Thor's ears. Daily information has been updated. Open it. Thor instinctively responded without hesitation. A ripple spread out and rows of text emerged. Daily information update. One malice from the world. The abyssal gale has stopped. 20 miles ahead, a group of earth dragons is moving toward your location. They will reach the cave in 3 hours. 2 to the west, 100 miles away, a wind attribute law fragment has appeared, causing a group of beasts to fight. A powerful noble from the Kingdom of Water has discovered this fragment. 3 to the north, 200 miles away, tomorrow at noon, a count from the Kingdom of Marin and a count from the Kingdom of Saki will both discover a water attribute law fragment. Their conflict will attract 2 other nobles from neighboring kingdoms, leading to a chaotic battle between 4 knight orders. 4 to the north, 50 miles away, a group of earth dragons will pass by. Among the trees in their path, there is a tree bearing a high-quality divine wood fruit. 5, 6, 7, 15 days later, the Aubi family from the Purple Golden Flower Kingdom will suffer heavy losses during a battle with earth dragons when they are ambushed by Smith from the Macedonian Kingdom. 2 law fragments, including one of the death attribute, will be stolen from them. Thor scanned the information, his gaze sharpening. As expected, the cessation of the abyssal gale and the appearance of law fragments had ignited disputes among nobles in the core area. Many families Thor was familiar with, such as the ill-fated Smith family defeated by Anna or the Aubi family led by Jas, were embroiled in conflicts. The chaotic battles were inevitable as all living beings, nobles and magical beasts alike, were confined to the core zone. Despite its vastness, the area couldn't contain the sheer number of participants. Even without external provocation, conflicts would naturally arise. With the added allure of law fragments and the backdrop of a kingdom war, the outcome was clear. Thor anticipated that the scale of this kingdom war would surpass any prior ones, leading to unprecedented casualties. This time, instead of unified kingdoms, each noble acted independently. This shift in dynamics ensured relentless internal and external struggles. With the fragments scattered and diminishing over time, the battles would only intensify as nobles vied for dominance. After taking a deep breath, Thor muttered to himself, "My strength is still insufficient." His gaze fell on the isotribute law fragment in his hand. To join the final competition, he needed to acquire more fragments, otherwise his current strength wouldn't suffice. As the night gave way to dawn, the core region became a battlefield for knights and nobles seeking law fragments. Even those without fragments started mobilizing, realizing their immense value. Far to the west, over 5,000 miles from Thor, Count Angel led the Dressrosa family's night order. Unlike Thor, Angel's team had landed directly in the core zone, narrowly escaping the gale's fury by hiding in a cave. Driven by the glow of a fragment and a sense of destiny, Angel ventured out with Michael to retrieve it. Their luck held as they discovered a fire tribute law fragment within hours. Realizing its significance, Angel hurried back, ready to lead his knights on further expeditions. However, navigating the gale proved treacherous. Though Angel eventually retrieved fragments, both fire and wind attributes, his team suffered repeated attacks from beasts, including a fourth-tier monster. While Angel managed to repel it, he sustained serious injuries, and his night order bore heavy losses. Boom! A surge of powerful life force erupted. Count Angel's face was pale and grim. His right arm now hung limply by his side, forcing him to rely solely on his left hand to wield his knightly longsword in battle. The near exhaustion of his life force made even flying a challenging task at this moment. The entire Dressrosa Knight Order had been plagued by a streak of misfortune. After an initial lucky encounter, their fortunes rapidly turned. First, they were ambushed by a Tier 4 magical beast, one that was at the peak of its rank. Then successive waves of Tier 3 magical beasts followed. Now their endurance was almost at its limit. "Lord Count, we'll hold them off here. You must retreat." Michael, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, spoke urgently. "Yes, Lord Count, you must leave. Only if you survive is there hope." Cheshire, his face equally ashen, echoed. Continuous battles had left both men severely injured. What's more, they were now trapped in a cave. Aside from Count Angel, who could still fly, the others had virtually no chance of escaping. Silence. Count Angel's deep voice rang out with a grim determination. "We came here together, I won't flee alone." Life seed energy surged within him as he pushed his body to its limits, trying to unleash greater strength. However, his previous fight with the peak Tier 4 magical beast had left him dangerously overexerted. Despite squeezing out more of his energy, his combat power barely increased. Just as despair began to grip them, a voice suddenly called out with a hint of excitement. "Lord Count, there's an underground river further inside the cave." The words were like a spark of hope, jolting Count Angel back to life. Earlier, he had sent someone to explore deeper into the cave, and it seemed their efforts had paid off. "Everyone, retreat into the cave. I'll cover you." Count Angel's voice was resolute. "Move." Michael and Cheshire's faces lit up with relief as they quickly led the remaining knights further into the cave. As the knights retreated, the pressure on Count Angel increased dramatically, but only for a moment. A massive burst of life force erupted from him as he swung his sword, sending a slash of energy crashing into the cave wall. Boom, rumble. The sword strike caused the wall to collapse instantly. Several Tier 3 magical beasts were crushed beneath the falling debris before they could react. Though the rocks weren't heavy enough to hold the beasts indefinitely, Count Angel gave them no opportunity to recover. A flurry of life-poured sword slashes followed, causing more sections of the cave to collapse and sealing the entrance completely. Pale-faced, Count Angel staggered backward. The rockfall buried most of the Tier 3 magical beasts, while others were trapped outside the sealed entrance. Inside the darkened cave, the group pressed on, relying on their heightened senses. They ran deeper for over half an hour before finally stopping to rest. At this point, Count Angel could no longer suppress his injuries. He coughed up a mouthful of blood and nearly collapsed, only to be caught by Michael's quick reflexes. "Lord Count," Michael's expression was filled with concern. "Don't worry. I won't die," Angel said, shaking his head, "but we need to move quickly. That barrier won't hold them for long." He knew their real threat wasn't the Tier 3 magical beasts, but the peak Tier 4 beast. Though he had severely wounded it with his desperate tactics, magical beasts had far superior regenerative abilities compared to humans. It wouldn't take long for it to catch up. "Understood." Michael nodded, hoisting Count Angel onto his back. The The group pressed on deeper into the cave while Cheshire and the other knights destroyed the path behind them to slow down their pursuers. It was a desperate gamble. If the underground river led nowhere, they would be trapped forever. Eventually, after another quarter hour of running, they reached the underground river. Into the water, Count Angel ordered without hesitation. Though the river posed its own dangers, it would mask their scent and allow them to escape. Even if the Tier 4 beast caught up, it would struggle to find them. Splash! One by one, the knights dove into the river. Michael followed, carrying Count Angel with him. The river was deep and fast-moving, but their knightly training allowed them to stay afloat despite their exhaustion. They drifted along the current for an indeterminate amount of time. Just as Count Angel's consciousness began to fade, a faint light appeared ahead. The group swam toward it. After half an hour, Michael emerged from the river into a subterranean space, gasping for breath as he laid Angel on the ground. "Damn it, this isn't an exit," Michael exclaimed upon seeing the enclosed space. The faint light didn't come from the outside world. Instead, it emanated from a massive, glowing root in the center of the cavern. The walls around them were entirely made of dirt, with no visible way out. "Let's rest for now," Angel rasped. Though weak, his tone left no room for argument. They were in no condition to continue exploring. Any further dangers could be fatal. The group climbed onto a nearby platform, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. Angel distributed bottles of life potions among them, reserving a high-grade restorative potion for himself and Michael. These potions were precious, but survival took precedence over cost. Time passed, and after a day of rest and recovery, the effects of the potions began to wear off. Angel's right arm had healed, but his life force and mental energy remained depleted, leaving him at only 30 of his peak strength. "Michael, how are you?" Angel asked. "About 50 recovered," Michael replied bitterly. "Even another high-grade potion wouldn't fully heal me." Angel shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his eyes. The odds were stacked against them. Though the Tier 4 beast was also injured, its recovery would undoubtedly outpace theirs. Standing up, Angel began surveying their surroundings. As his gaze fell on the glowing roots, a look of shock crossed his face. "What is this?" he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Lord Count?" Michael asked, confused. "Let's take a closer look," Angel said, his heartbeat quickening. He approached the roots with Michael close behind. What they saw left them both speechless. At the center of the intertwined roots was a cluster of glowing liquid, radiating a rich life aura. "Life essence," Angel whispered, his voice trembling with excitement. The significance of this discovery was monumental. Life essence, formed by ancient trees over tens of thousands of years, was a treasure beyond compare. Just a single drop could enhance a knight's talent, extend their lifespan, and aid in cultivation. And here lay an entire cluster, equivalent to more than 20 drops. This must be a blessing from the goddess of life." Angel laughed, his previous despair replaced by uncontainable joy. Count Angel's heart surged with excitement as he quickly motioned for Michael to follow him toward the cluster of life essence. As the two approached, the dense life energy seemed to seep into their bodies through their very pores, slightly restoring their nearly exhausted forms. The effects were unimaginable. What would happen if they fully consumed this life essence? "Michael, use your life energy to support it. I'll collect it," Count Angel instructed softly. "Understood." Michael nodded, not daring to delay. He moved forward swiftly and wrapped the cluster of life essence with the small amount of life energy he had just recovered. Meanwhile, Count Angel retrieved a crystal vial from his pocket, one left over from a high-grade recovery potion he had recently used. It was perfect for containing the essence. The life essence, enveloped in Michael's energy, was slowly and cautiously moved. With Michael's careful handling, it gradually flowed into the crystal vial. When the cluster of life essence was entirely sealed within, both men let out a sigh of relief. "With this life essence, our gains this time may be far greater than anticipated." Looking at the vial in his hand, Count Angel couldn't help but smile. The emergence of the life essence had lifted a significant weight off his heart. The 20+ drops of life essence were enough for him to fully recover, make a breakthrough, and significantly enhance his current knightly talent. For someone of his aptitude, reaching the Sky Knight level was already near the limit. Further progress seemed unlikely. However, the life essence offered a chance to elevate his talent further, even making the leap to Holy Knight a slim possibility. A Holy Knight. The very thought of it sent waves of excitement through his heart. Michael shared the sentiment, trembling with anticipation. The two soon returned to their group. After some thought, Count Angel decided to use half of the life essence. This 3 drops would go to him, hoping to push him into the late Sky Knight stage. 2 drops would go to Michael, 1 to Cheshire, and 4 drops would be distributed among the surviving knights. With this life essence, everyone's strength and talent would undoubtedly improve significantly. Michael, in particular, had a high chance of advancing to Sky Knight with 2 drops. For Cheshire, it was an opportunity to reach the peak of Earth Knight and potentially gain the qualifications to become a Sky Knight. If successful, the Dressrosa family would boast 3 Sky Knights. They wouldn't be far behind the 3 great marquee families in strength. Faced with Count Angel's generosity, the knights including Michael and Cheshire were visibly moved. Michael especially couldn't contain his excitement. He never imagined he would receive 2 drops of life essence. With his current strength, these 2 drops offered a high probability of breaking through. Cheshire, take this. Distribute it evenly among the knights, ensuring everyone can absorb it. Michael, come with me. Count Angel handed 5 drops of life essence to Cheshire and then led Michael to another area. The two arrived once again at the base of the tree. With the life essence removed, the faint glow around the area had dimmed, though traces of life energy still lingered, hinting that another cluster of life essence might form in 10,000 years. However, Count Angel didn't bring Michael here to contemplate such possibilities. Watch my movements carefully. Count Angel began demonstrating a technique. Yes, my lord. Michael, though puzzled, focused intently on Count Angel. As he watched, Michael's expression gradually shifted to one of shock. The technique Count Angel was demonstrating was a knight's breathing method, and not just the usual eagle breathing technique. Even observing it, Michael could feel its profoundness. It was undoubtedly a top-tier breathing method. Do you remember it? Stopping, Count Angel turned to Michael. Yes, my lord, but what is this technique? Michael asked hesitantly. Michael was well acquainted with the Dressrosa family's resources. When had they ever possessed such a high-level breathing technique? This is the Silver Moon breathing technique, gifted by Thor. Although incomplete, it is still superior to the eagle breathing technique. With 2 drops of life essence in this breathing technique, you should soon become a Sky Knight. As for me, while I may not reach the late Sky Knight stage, I should at least achieve the peak of the mid-stage. Together, we might even be able to handle that peak 4th-tier magical beast. Count Angel spoke softly. Understood. Thank you, my lord. Michael, momentarily stunned, quickly recalled the enigmatic Thor. He nodded earnestly, gratitude evident in his tone. After issuing instructions, Count Angel sat cross-legged and consumed a drop of life essence. The moment the essence entered his body, it transformed into potent life energy, surging through him and healing his injuries and exhaustion at a visible rate. Moments later, Count Angel exhaled deeply and opened his eyes. The first drop had fully healed him and slightly increased his life energy, bringing him closer to the mid-Sky Knight stage. Without hesitation, he consumed a second drop. This time with no injuries to repair, the essence rapidly boosted his life energy, solidifying the convergence of sky and earth within him. Moments later. Boom, a powerful aura erupted as Count Angel advanced to the mid-Sky Knight stage. Glancing at Michael, who was still meditating, Count Angel swallowed a 3rd drop of life essence. Time passed, but the effects of the essence began to diminish. Although his aura surged, it ultimately stalled at the peak of the mid-Sky Knight stage, failing to break into the late stage. Opening his eyes, Count Angel sighed and shook his head. Despite anticipating this outcome, he couldn't help feeling a twinge of disappointment. After some hesitation, he decided not to consume another drop. Each drop of life essence was as valuable as a high-grade life potion, and wasting it seemed unjustifiable. At that moment, boom, a surge of life energy erupted from Michael as his previously turbulent life energy solidified. He broke through. Count Angel, overcome with excitement, looked at Michael. Even though he had been confident of Michael's success, witnessing it firsthand was exhilarating. With another Sky Knight in their ranks, the Dressrosa family now had the potential to rise significantly, perhaps even to the level of the top-tier marquee families. The breakthroughs didn't stop there. Cheshire reached the peak of Earth Knight, and several other knights advanced as well. Some even noticed significant improvements in their talents, paving a brighter future. When the knights opened their eyes, the hardship they had endured was replaced by elation and excitement. 2 knights even crossed into the Earth Knight realm, a feat they had never imagined possible. As excitement filled the air, Count Angel led the group back, confident in their ability to face the peak 4th-tier magical beast. Elsewhere, Thor had also begun his next mission. Enduring minor battles, he decided to reunite with the Knightly Order before retrieving an isotribute law fragment. With new challenges ahead, his journey continued. A chorus of surprised exclamations echoed through the air. Over 2 days had passed, and even though the abyssal gale had subsided, Thor and his group, including Ryan and Marshall, couldn't help but feel a hint of unease. After all, the entire world remained an enigma to them, no matter how powerful Thor was. In an unknown world like this, they couldn't predict what might happen. It wasn't until Thor returned at this moment that everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Prepare yourselves. We're leaving immediately, Thor instructed, nodding to the group before directing his orders to Ryan and Marshall. The Issealment Law fragment wouldn't wait for him indefinitely. Thor could sense its presence, and naturally, others who sought the fragment could sense it too. It was imperative that he obtained it as soon as possible. Understood. Ryan and Marshall exchanged glances before nodding. While they were somewhat puzzled, they dared not delay Thor's command. Half an hour later, the entire Knight Order was ready, and they set off again, their destination being the location of the Issealment Law fragment. Due to the detour Thor took on his return, the fragment was now roughly half a day's journey away. As they moved forward, the sky gradually darkened, but by the end of the day, they finally reached their destination. Though they had encountered several magical beasts along the way, the presence of Ryan, Marshall, and the 54 knights ensured relative safety. Under the dim sky sprinkled with starlight, the oppressive heat of the day faded into a coolness as they approached the site. A thin layer of frost coated the leaves, spreading across the area. In the distance, Thor noticed an unusual location, a small knoll. Unlike the surrounding terrain, this spot wasn't just covered with frost, layers of ice had spread across it. Even in the otherwise scorching surroundings, snowflakes drifted gently down from this knoll. Thor, look. It seems like there's a law fragment over there. Nico, the ice sprite, flew excitedly from Anna's shoulder, her small body quivering with excitement as she gazed at the knoll. Let's go take a look, Thor gestured, leading the group toward the small hill. As they approached, the coolness intensified, gradually turning into an unbearable chill. Many among the group had to activate their life energy to fend it off. However, even life energy wasn't enough for some after a certain point. Everyone else stop here and rest, Thor ordered. Ryan, Anna, ULL, come with me. Frowning, Thor decided not to push the entire night order forward. Instead, he led Ryan and Anna toward the knoll. The closer they got, the colder it became. The icy aura seemed to penetrate their bones. Fortunately, both Thor and Ryan were Earth Knights, with life energy strong enough to resist the chill. Thor, in particular, had already mastered the Isilment law imprint, making him naturally resistant to ice-based attacks. As the three advanced through the icy terrain, Nico fluttered in the air, the surrounding wind and snow swirling around her. Anna also exuded a faint white light, seemingly resonating with the environment. Thor's brows furrowed in surprise. The reaction this fragment elicited was far greater than the previous Isilment fragment he had encountered. Could it be that the last fragment hadn't influenced its surroundings because I retrieved it so soon after it fell? Thor mused. Or is this fragment particularly special? Regardless of the reason, Thor quickened his pace, following his senses to the fragment's location. At the top of the knoll, he finally saw it, a faintly glowing, cold radiance emanating from a floating fragment about 30 centimeters above the ground. Thor, Nico exclaimed joyfully as she darted around the fragment. As she moved, tendrils of cold gathered around her, and the glowing fragment trembled slightly as if responding to her presence. Thor reached out without hesitation, his hand piercing the glowing sphere to grasp the fragment. A surge of knowledge. As Thor's hand made contact, the fragment quivered, releasing a torrent of information into his mind. Simultaneously, the cold aura that had blanketed the area began receding, retreating back into the fragment. Snow stopped falling, frost melted, and the icy winds ceased. The fragment now rested quietly in Thor's hand, and the knoll returned to its original state. Nico's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at the fragment in Thor's hand. It's yours, Thor smiled, tossing the fragment to the ice sprite. Since he had already promised Nico the fragment, he wouldn't go back on his word, especially after confirming that the environmental changes were due to the fragment's prolonged exposure rather than its inherent uniqueness. Thank you, Thor, Nico beamed, cradling the fragment before merging it into Anna's body. Rest and preparation. Thor called for the group to rest for the night. As darkness fell, the familiar mechanical voice of the daily information system echoed once more, presenting 10 new pieces of information. Thor reviewed them with a somber expression before settling into a deep sleep, continuing the journey. The next day, refreshed and guided by the intel, they encountered only minor obstacles, occasional attacks from third-tier magical beasts. After 3 days, they located another Isilment law fragment, this time embedded within a second-tier Gale rabbit. Though the rabbit couldn't absorb or digest the fragment, its exposure had turned it into a near elemental being. Thor, Anna, and Nico worked together to subdue it and retrieve the fragment. This time, Thor decided to absorb the fragment himself. His progress as an Earth Knight had reached the late stage, but his combat power hadn't increased significantly. Mastering more of the Isilment law imprint's power was essential for further enhancement, unlocking potential. In a secluded cave, Thor instructed Ryan and the others to stand guard as he prepared to absorb the fragment. Placing the fragment before him, Thor closed his eyes, allowing his spiritual energy to connect with the law fragment and the faint imprint on his forehead. The process was transformative. The cave grew colder, frost spreading across the ground. Thor's aura became overwhelmingly icy, forcing his companions to retreat further and further until only Anna could remain nearby. By dawn, Thor's law imprint had solidified further, and his life energy had evolved, integrating the essence of the law fragment. Thor opened his eyes, the ice-blue imprint on his forehead glowing faintly before fading. With renewed strength and a deeper mastery of the Isilment laws, he was ready for the challenges ahead. A single shard of Isilmental law not only deepened Thor's comprehension of the law, but also brought about a profound breakthrough. Through the shared contract with the elf, Thor vaguely sensed a newfound connection to the essence of the law. Although this realization did not grant him the ability to manipulate the law entirely, it resulted in an extraordinary transformation. With a thought, Thor stood up and took a step forward. His figure vanished from its original position, reappearing outside the cave. Standing tall at the cave's entrance, he closed his eyes. The icy blue law imprint on his forehead began to glow, and a wave of cold energy suddenly emerged from the surrounding space, not emanating from Thor himself but materializing out of thin air. As the cold spread, frost began to coat the surrounding area. The wind stirred and delicate snowflakes descended from the sky. "What's this?" Ryan instinctively followed Thor but abruptly stopped. Ahead of him, in an area of about 50 square meters, a whirlwind of snow and ice took over, replacing the previously sunny skies. The biting cold spread outward, creating a sharp contrast with the hot weather that had caused the vegetation to droop. Marshall, who had just stepped out, was equally stunned, his mouth agape. "Young Master Thor," he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. What happened next left everyone even more astounded. Within the snow-filled space, Thor began to levitate. Clang, look. By the goddess, the Lord is flying. A thud accompanied the gasps of knights rushing out to witness the scene. Over 50 knights looked up at Thor, their eyes wide with shock and their breathing heavy. Flight, something only sky knights or mages could achieve, was now happening before them. Thor, without using magic, was soaring through the snowstorm. The shock was indescribable, especially for Ryan and Marshall. Marshall nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. Thor's mastery of the snowstorm was already impressive, but his ability to fly within it was beyond comprehension. "Young Master Thor, he's broken through," Marshall stammered, his voice trembling with excitement. To him, even learning that Count Angel had advanced to Sky Knight wouldn't have been as shocking. Thor, only 21 years old, had achieved something that could shake not only the Tulip Kingdom, but also its neighboring nations. Marshall knew what this meant. A 21-year-old Earth Knight was already a rare prodigy, but a 21-year-old Sky Knight. Such news would stir even the greatest empires. However, Marshall was unaware that Thor hadn't actually broken through to become a Sky Knight. Instead, he had utilized the power of the law and unlocked an exceptional ability, the pseudodomain. Unlike a true domain, which only those in the Saint Realm or higher could create, a pseudodomain could be formed by anyone who had sufficient comprehension of the law. By influencing the surrounding space, the pseudodomain mimicked the effects of a true domain, albeit without its full capabilities. Even so, compared to those without any domain, the pseudodomain offered immense advantages, suppressing opponents, creating a favorable environment, and for Thor, enabling flight. Within the pseudodomain, Thor could fly like a Sky Knight, though this ability disappeared outside its boundaries. Still, the pseudodomain was a game-changer. Thor could create it within just a few breaths, giving him an edge even against genuine Sky Knights. Suspended in midair, Thor immersed himself in the sensation of power and the swirling snow. After a moment, he descended, the law imprint on his forehead fading as the cold dissipated under the sun. Within minutes, everything returned to normal, leaving only pools of melted frost behind. Phew, Thor exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. "I can probably absorb at most 2 more law shards. I wonder if after that, my pseudodomain could rival the domain prototype of a half-step Saint Realm." Thor pondered aloud. He knew the kingdom was teeming with participants, including many on the verge of the Saint Realm, who had already grasped domain prototypes. These individuals represented the pinnacle of power in the upcoming Kingdom War. But for now, Thor set such thoughts aside. While his pseudodomain was formidable, he acknowledged that he still wasn't a match for a peak Sky Knight. Strengthening himself remained his priority. Glancing at the sky, Thor activated his Golden Finger ability. Lines of text from the refreshed daily information appeared before him. One aspect of the Golden Finger he appreciated was its automatic updates every midnight, allowing him to view intel anytime throughout the day. Scanning the information, Thor noticed signs that conflict in the foreign space was escalating. As nobles and lords grew desperate for law shards, their greed overshadowed any hesitation. After all, these shards were key to ascending to the divine realm. Law shards scattered in the wild were quickly being gathered. Even Thor's current shard had drawn the attention of others. He retrieved the elemental shard from his pocket. A ripple spread as his consciousness plunged into a pitch-black space. Points of light representing law shards dotted the darkness, most now clustered together. Only a few isolated points remained, while large clusters glowed brightly. Thor sensed one such cluster moving toward him. It wasn't just 3 ice shards grouped together, it was someone who had collected them and was now targeting his shard. Daily information confirmed this. A marquis from the Saki Kingdom was heading his way, intent on seizing both Thor's ice shard and a nearby lightning shard. The Saki Kingdom, located south of the Tulip Kingdom, was slightly weaker in strength. However, this marquis was among its most powerful, commanding 2 Sky Knights, albeit newly advanced ones. "Looks like things are about to get troublesome," Thor muttered, shaking his head. While he preferred to keep a low profile for now, the situation forced his hand. "Ryan," he called out. "Yes, my lord." Ryan quickly responded. "Prepare for battle. Someone is coming." "Yes, sir." Ryan's heart skipped a beat, but he swiftly mobilized the knights. Thor, meanwhile, continued reviewing the daily information. Confident in his pseudodomain, he no longer feared ordinary Sky Knights. Unbeknownst to the approaching Marquis, Thor was ready to turn the tables. The Marquis Bartholomew Bianchi had been fortunate in the foreign space, collecting rare magical plants and 4 lost shards, 3 ice and 1 lightning. Now he was eagerly pursuing 2 more shards. "Move faster. We should secure that ice shard by today," Bartholomew ordered, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Speed up a bit. We should be able to obtain that ice attribute law fragment today." Bartholomew Bianchi spoke with excitement, his eyes gleaming. At present, he had already secured 5 law fragments. If he could add the one ahead, that would make 6 in total. These fragments held immense value, whether handed over to the royal family of the Saki kingdom or kept for the benefit of his own family. As for the potential attention drawn by such a collection of fragments, he was unbothered. The Bianchi family wasn't a mere trivial existence. They were connected to a duke of the Saki kingdom through marriage. By submitting part of the fragments and joining forces with that duke's family, he could ensure their safety. However, while on the move, Bartholomew suddenly sensed the ice attribute law fragment shifting. "What's going on?" He halted abruptly and carefully extended his senses. After a closer look, his expression darkened slightly. Indeed, the fragment was moving, indicating that someone else might have already claimed it. Bartholomew hesitated for a moment, scanning the surroundings. Soon, he realized that apart from this fragment, the nearest fragments were hundreds of miles away, some even farther. His expression fluctuated before his eyes finally gleamed with ferocity. "Prepare for battle." He issued the command, calling out to his knights. Giving up on this fragment was out of the question, especially since it was so close. He couldn't guarantee the holder wouldn't target him. His best course of action was to confront the situation head-on. If the opponent proved too strong, he could retreat and avoid unnecessary risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't hesitate to seize the fragment. At his order, the knights swiftly prepared themselves. The distance of dozens of miles was quickly traversed. Bartholomew soon spotted the location of the fragment. Indeed, there was a knightly group present, an eagle crest. "Which family is this?" Bartholomew murmured, a puzzled look on his face. He knew the crests of all the top noble families in the surrounding kingdoms, but this eagle crest didn't match any of them. This realization brought a smile to his face. If this group didn't belong to a top noble family, their strength, while decent, was unlikely to be overwhelming. This impression deepened as he observed that the group ahead consisted of just over 50 knights. While numbers weren't everything, they often reflected a family's overall power. A powerful count's family would rarely field only a few dozen knights in kingdom conflicts. Such small groups were usually the domain of viscounts or newly ascended counts. Though this world might pose losses for entrants, the unfamiliar crest further solidified his judgment. As delight spread across Bartholomew's face, a calm voice interrupted his thoughts. Bartholomew Bianchi, hiding in the shadows, is unbecoming of a noble. The simple words, amplified through the power of life energy, startled him. What shocked him wasn't he being discovered, but that someone up ahead actually knew who he was. Recovering from his surprise, Bartholomew emerged from the forest with his knights, numbering several hundred. His gaze immediately locked onto a young figure at the forefront. "Do you know me? Who are you?" "I don't recall knowing you," Bartholomew asked, his curiosity tinged with caution. The joy from moments earlier had subsided. "No, I don't know you, but you here for this, aren't you? As for me, I am just a viscount from the Tulip Kingdom. Naturally, someone like you wouldn't recognize me." Thor smiled faintly as he raised his hand, a law fragment hovering silently above it. "So you did claim it. That spares me some trouble. I'll give you a chance, hand it over." Hearing Thor's identity, Bartholomew's wariness vanished and a grin appeared on his face. A mere viscount, even from the Tulip Kingdom, posed no threat to him. Thor's words even confirmed his earlier assumptions. Bartholomew's tone turned cold. No, Bartholomew Bianchi, you've misunderstood. You want this, I want yours too. Additionally, it's not you giving me a chance, it's me giving you one. Hand over all your law fragments, and I'll let you leave peacefully." Thor chuckled softly, retracting the fragment into his palm. "Arrogant, you insolent brat. If you know who I am, you should also know that I am a marquis, while you raid just a viscount. What chance do you think you have?" Bartholomew laughed in anger, stepping forward as a surge of life energy erupted. His figure rose into the air. He wasn't alone. Another elder behind him also took to the skies, unleashing formidable life energy toward Thor's group. The surrounding air grew turbulent, oppressive waves radiating outward. Behind Thor, his knights felt the weight of the pressure, their bodies straining under it. Even Ryan's expression shifted. But as the pressure reached its peak, Thor stepped forward. A faint ice-blue mark appeared on his brow. A law mark. Bartholomew sneered at first, but when the mark fully manifested, his expression changed slightly. Yet, upon sensing that Thor was merely an Earth Knight, he burst into laughter. Kid, a law mark is impressive, but it only represents potential. If you die here, there's no future for you. His tone turned chilling, and a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Thor's calm voice responded, "Is that so?" As the words fell, his law mark glimmered faintly. Buzz, ripples spread across the surroundings. Frost quickly began to form within a 5-diameter radius, the temperature plummeting. Water droplets froze, while frost spread across plants and trees. Natural wind rose, carrying with it snowflakes that started to fall. Bartholomew's knights quickly sensed something was wrong. What is this? The elder beside Bartholomew muttered in disbelief, his pupils constricting. "Bartholomew, retreat," he shouted, but his movements became sluggish, his body seemingly frozen in place. Even his blood felt like it was turning to ice. Bartholomew, equally horrified, struggled to channel his life energy, but it too seemed coated in frost, moving sluggishly. Looking below, he saw many of his knights had already turned into ice statues, with others retreating in terror as the frost continued to spread. Screams echoed, but they were swiftly silenced as the frost claimed more victims. Both Bartholomew and the elder, relying on their life energy, managed to break free momentarily. Domain prototype. This can be. Bartholomew's face turned pale, his arrogance replaced by fear. A domain prototype was a sign of someone nearing the holy domain, something even peak Sky Knights rarely achieved. This revelation left him reeling. "Sir, this is a misunderstanding. Here, take the fragments. In addition, to make amends for my offense, I am willing to offer 100,000 gold coins as compensation." No 200,000 gold coins. Bartholomew Bianchi was overwhelmed with fear, but his actions and words were direct. With a wave of his hand, 5 law fragments appeared, and he hurriedly added his offer. Clearly, this man was much more perceptive than the one Thor had previously encountered. Unfortunately for him, Thor had no intention of revealing his pseudodomain. To Thor, this was a crucial trump card, one he intended to keep secret, at least until the right moment. Moreover, Thor had sensed the killing intent emanating from this man earlier. In the Kingdom's War, Thor had no reason to let such a threat go unpunished. Now, deciding to hand them over S&T a bit too late, Thor's voice carried a playful chuckle as he slowly rose into the air. His tone was light, even teasing. "Lord, this is truly a misunderstanding. 500,000. I can offer 500,000 gold coins as ransom, and I can also help you gather more law fragments." Bartholomew Bianchi's voice trembled as he spoke again, sweat starting to seep from his body. Even though he was a Sky Knight, he was painfully aware of the vast gap between himself and a half-step holy like Thor. However, his words were met only with Thor's silent shake of the head. This made Bartholomew's face instantly turn even paler. Snowstorms swept across the landscape, and waves of cold air permeated the world. Initially, the chilling aura extended only 50 meters, but as Thor slowly levitated, the cold air expanded outward in all directions. Now, a radius of 100 meters was blanketed in a terrifying frost. Amid the snowstorm, Thor stood as though he was the sole master of the snow and ice, a godlike figure. Bartholomew Bianchi's expression of terror grew increasingly pronounced, his body trembling. He tried to speak, but what greeted him was Thor stepping forward with a knight's longsword in hand, surrounded by the raging snowstorm. "My lord, my lord." Bartholomew Bianchi instinctively tried to speak again, but in the next moment, boom, a sword light enveloped in snow blasted forth, slashing directly toward Bartholomew Bianchi. Startled, Bartholomew frantically unleashed a surge of life force and raised his knight's longsword to block. Yet in that instant, he resigned himself to the possibility of death. A half-step sanctuarial power was not something he could resist. As his life force erupted to its limits, even draining his life seed, Bartholomew clashed with the snowy sword light. Boom, bang, bang, bang. When the two sword lights collided, an overwhelming frost seeped into Bartholomew's arm. Ice rapidly spread along his arm, forcing him to retreat midair. After retreating nearly 10 meters, he barely managed to stabilize himself. The frost continued to spread from his sword, freezing his entire right arm, and even his breath turned to frost. Yet Bartholomew froze in place, both physically and mentally. The terror on his face transformed into bewilderment. Facing a half-step hollow-level attack, Bartholomew had expected certain death, yet the sword light wasn't as formidable as he imagined. Although it inflicted significant injuries, freezing half his body, he had survived. He muttered in disbelief, staring at his trembling knight's longsword, then looking at Thor, who hovered in the distance. A mixture of shock and wild joy appeared on Bartholomew's face. "You are not a Sky Knight." Bartholomew's voice trembled, a blend of incredulity and elation. His joy stemmed from realizing Thor wasn't as powerful as expected. But his disbelief arose from the fact that Thor, without reaching Sky Knight rank, had already grasped the prototype of a domain, a feat even peak Sky Knights might struggle to achieve. Thor's extraordinary talent had once again exceeded his expectations. Bartholomew, what are you saying? Another Sky Knight nearby, who had just recovered from the shock, asked in disbelief. He's not a Sky Knight, he's merely an Earth Knight. Bartholomew replied hoarsely, his voice heavy. How could this be? The older Sky Knight exclaimed instinctively, the revelation shocking him deeply. This seems impossible, but it's true. He cannot withstand the power of a half-step holy. Let's join forces and finish him. Bartholomew's fear gave way to determination. Even with the prototype of a domain, Thor was still an Earth Knight. With their combined strength as Sky Knights, Bartholomew was confident they could win. Understood. The older knight nodded quickly, setting aside his shock. The two unleashed surges of life force, charging directly at Thor. Although they were helpless against a half-step holy power, against an Earth Knight, even one with a pseudodomain, they had no reason to fear. Thor hovered calmly in midair, watching the two rush toward him. He wasn't surprised. Since he couldn't instantly eliminate them, it was inevitable they'd discern his level during the battle. But that didn't matter. Though still an Earth Knight, he was close to reaching Sky Knight rank. Moreover, with the support of his pseudodomain and law imprints, even against true Sky Knights, he had nothing to fear. Especially when these opponents were merely newly advanced Sky Knights, they stood no chance. Boom! Thor unleashed his life force, surrounded by snow and ice, and met Bartholomew head-on. Bartholomew's eyes glowed with determination as he channeled his life force, convinced Thor couldn't withstand his power. And indeed, when their swords collided, the frost spreading through Bartholomew's sword was shattered by his immense life force. Thor's power appeared suppressed. Meanwhile, a shadow silently emerged behind Thor, aiming a lance at his back from an unassailable angle. Thor's senses tingled. Despite the deadly attack, he didn't dodge. This was his pseudodomain. While it lacked the full control of a true domain, Thor had already sensed the ambush. Snow and ice swirled, forming an ice wall behind him. Boom. The lance struck the ice wall with terrifying force, shattering it into countless fragments. The attack was halted momentarily, but the battle continued. As Bartholomew launched another attack, the three combatants entered a fierce high-speed exchange. Snow and frost spread outward, saturating the battlefield. On the ground below, spectators gazed upward in awe. Ryan looked at Marshall, his expression uneasy. Marshall, too, felt uneasy. If Thor had broken through to Sky Knight rank, the fight would be ended by now. But it seemed he hadn't, which left Marshall worried. Against two Sky Knights, Thor didn't seem to have the upper hand and was instead being pressured. If anyone can help Thor now, it's you, Ryan, Marshall said, his voice heavy. Ryan nodded, ready to assist. But before he could move, Anna's voice rang out. Don't worry. Master will be fine. It's almost over. Her calm tone surprised Marshall and Ryan. Almost over. Ryan asked, puzzled. Master's power is spreading. Haven't you noticed how the enemy's movements are slowing? Anna explained. Hearing this, Marshall and Ryan exchanged glances and looked upward again. Upon closer observation, they realized the two Sky Knights were indeed moving slower compared to the start of the battle. Their eyes filled with astonishment. Thor, Marshall began, but words failed him. Master is merely getting accustomed to his power. Otherwise, this fight would be ended already. Anna's explanation resonated with the truth of the situation. Indeed, Thor was using the Sky Knights as tools to refine his control over his pseudodomain. If he wanted to, the fight could be ended much sooner. High above, Bartholomew finally noticed something was wrong. What's happening? After another clash, he retreated, his expression darkening. The joy on his face vanished, replaced by dread. We're not getting weaker, he's getting stronger. Realizing this, Bartholomew panicked. You've figured it out. Perfect. Time to end this. Thor smirked coldly. Retreat, quickly, Bartholomew roared, bursting forth with life force to flee. But it was too late. His body froze midair, his face contorted in terror. Thud, a clean slash severed Bartholomew's head. Blood sprayed into the air, freezing into crystalline droplets. His body fell, shattering into fragments upon impact. Thor exhaled deeply, collecting 5 law fragments from the battlefield. The snowstorm dissipated and the frost receded. Thor descended calmly, contemplating his newfound strength. He realized that even against more experienced Sky Knights, he could now hold his ground with ease. If he fully utilized his law imprints, the battle would be ended far quicker. My lord, Thor. His allies rushed to greet him, their eyes filled with newfound admiration. Lord, young Master Thor, Lord, one after another, voices called out, and the gazes directed at Thor underwent a subtle but significant change. They had witnessed something truly extraordinary. 2 Sky Knights renowned for their might had been easily subdued by their lord. For Marshall, the impact was especially profound. The recent breakthrough of Count Angel had already seemed miraculous, signaling the imminent rise of the Dressrosa family. But Thor's overwhelming display of power, effortlessly defeating an Earth Knight, left him speechless. The sheer force of the battle haunted him even as he reflected on it afterward. Amid his shock, Marshall also felt hope for the future of the family. With Thor at its helm, the Dressrosa family would not decline. Even after Count Angel's era, Thor would undoubtedly carry the mantle. However, no matter how bold his imagination was, Marshall could never have anticipated Thor's swift ascent. 2 Sky Knights neutralized just like that. And it wasn't just Marshall who felt this way. Aside from Anna, everyone present was equally stunned. They had never imagined their lord possessed such formidable strength. Now that it was revealed, the mixture of surprise and excitement was unmistakable on their faces. Seeing their expressions, Thor smiled and then turned his gaze to Ryan. After a moment of consideration, he tossed a fragment of a lightning elemental law toward him. Lord, this is. Ryan instinctively caught the fragment, and the faint outline of a law mark appeared on his brow. He felt an inexplicable connection to the fragment. This is a law fragment of the lightning element. See if you can absorb it, Thor explained gently, noticing Ryan's confusion. Lord, Ryan was startled and instinctively wanted to refuse. Don't decline. The coming conflicts won't be easy. You need to strengthen yourself quickly to assist me, Thor insisted firmly. Yes, my lord. Despite his hesitation, Ryan nodded resolutely. After handing over the law fragment to Ryan, Thor turned to Anna and called out softly, Nico. A ripple spread in the air, and the next moment Anna glowed faintly as the drowsy Nico emerged. As soon as she appeared, Nico's eyes sparkled. Laws, so many laws, she muttered, flying toward Thor excitedly. This is for you, Thor said, handing her an elemental law fragment. Thor, you are such a good person. Thank you. Nico's eyes lit up as she quickly accepted the fragment, her cheerful words causing Thor's lips to twitch. A good person card from an ice sprite, huh? Shaking his head, he turned back to Anna. Anna tried to absorb this, but if it's too difficult, don't force it, he said, offering her one of the remaining elemental fragments. Thank you, master. Anna replied sweetly, taking the fragment. Thor distributed other cultivation resources among the knights before ordering them to clean up the battlefield. Having defeated a powerful marquis of the Saki kingdom, the spoils were substantial. An hour later, Marshall and the knights had cleared the battlefield, yielding an impressive haul. Several rare magical plants, a high-grade divine wood fruit, 20 intermediate life potions, 3 high-grade recovery potions, and over 100 basic life potions. Among the treasures, the high-grade recovery potions stood out, valued at over 10,000 gold coins each. Thor distributed most of the resources, keeping only the high-grade potions and rare magical plants for further research or strategic use. With the battlefield cleared, Thor decided to rest at the site. Both he and his companions Ryan, Anna, and Nico needed time to absorb the law fragments. Additionally, there was no urgent need to move as no other law fragments were nearby. In a secluded area, Ryan and Anna began their attempts to absorb the fragments. Thor, meanwhile, ascended to the top of the cave to continue his own absorption process. Unlike Ryan and Anna, Thor didn't need to test his compatibility, having already absorbed one fragment, taking in a second posed little challenge. As the icy law energy flowed into him, the law mark on his brow emitted a soft glow. The process was smooth, with no disruptive side effects. However, after several hours, Thor opened his eyes with a sigh. As expected, the improvement isn't as dramatic. He muttered to himself, realizing that the second fragment had only refined his law mark from 10 to 12, far less than the leap from 2 to 10 with the first fragment. It was evident that the effects of absorbing fragments diminished over time, and his body might not be able to withstand much more law energy. Just as Thor prepared to rise, his senses sharpened. He appeared in the cave instantly. Lord, the sudden appearance startled the knights, but Marshall quickly stepped forward. No need for alarm. Ryan's strength is likely undergoing another breakthrough, Thor declared. Everyone retreat at least 100 steps from this area. Marshall obeyed immediately, though not without a tinge of envy as he glanced at Ryan. He vividly recalled Thor's similar breakthrough earlier that day. Could Ryan achieve the same leap in power? Marshall suppressed his envy, knowing his own limits. Becoming an Earth Knight's peak was his realistic goal. Meanwhile, Thor and Ryan were destined for far greater heights. As the knights retreated, Thor remained with Ryan and Anna. He noted Anna's situation. Her contract with the ice sprite had created a miniature ice domain around her, isolating her completely from external forces. Satisfied, Thor summoned another lightning elemental fragment and sent it toward Ryan. The fragment resonated with Ryan's law mark, amplifying his surging life force. Thor's expression brightened. Just as I thought, he murmured, observing the harmonious interaction between Ryan and the fragment. Although Ryan's affinity wasn't as strong as his own, he was still making remarkable progress. Time passed. As Ryan and Anna's auras gradually stabilized, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in Thor's mind. Daily information has been updated. Open, daily information updated. 1. The resonance of Ryan's lightning power has awakened the Thunder God's artifact buried in the abyss. In one day, the damaged divine weapon, the Thunder Spear, will appear here, transforming the surroundings into a thunder prison. Ryan will leverage this thunder prison to fully integrate the law fragment, reaching the peak of an Earth Knight. Reading the first entry, Thor's eyes widened. Thunder God, a divine artifact in a thunder prison, he muttered, his initial shock giving way to a complex expression. On this continent, there is no shortage of lucky individuals. The tales of bards are often filled with legendary stories, most of which are based on real events. Among these figures, the Marquis Raymond stands as a shining example. In just a few short decades, without the backdrop of war, he rose to prominence, elevating his family to the rank of Marquis. His legendary rise has been widely circulated throughout the Tulip Kingdom, stories that the protagonist's predecessor had heard since childhood. Beyond this, Ryan and Anna have similarly carved out their places among legends. Throughout their journey, opportunities seem to continuously fall into their laps, almost rivaling those granted by the protagonist's own cheat-like advantages. It was simply astonishing. In the depths of a cavern, Thor exhaled a long breath of turbid air, retracting his gaze from Ryan. He glanced at the daily intelligence updates once more. Lines of text emerged anew, daily information updated. 1. The resonance of Ryan's thunder power triggers the intertwining of laws, awakening the thunder god's divine artifact, which has been slumbering in the abyss. Within a day, the thunder spear will manifest here. Though a fragmented divine artifact, its power far surpasses ordinary weapons, instantly transforming the surroundings into a thunder prison. Using the power of the thunder prison, Ryan will fully integrate the laws of thunder, elevating his strength to the peak of Earth Knight level. 2. In a day, Ryan will fully integrate the imprint of the laws, inscribing the thunder attribute law imprint, along with the projection of the thunder god's artifact. 3. In the thunder prison, the spreading rules from the thunder god's artifact will attract a large number of thunder beasts. By slaying a sufficient number, one can comprehend the laws of thunder. For 130 miles northwest, in 3 days, a terrifying battle will erupt between a Duke of the Scarlet Flame Kingdom and a Duke of the Macedonian Kingdom. The Scarlet Flame Kingdom's Duke will suffer a crushing defeat, with the Knight Order sustaining heavy losses. 5. 300 miles northeast, in 6 days, the Knight Order of the Dressrosa family will suffer a devastating attack from a Spencer family branch of the Tulip Kingdom, nearly facing annihilation. 12 days later, the Aubi family from the Golden Flower Kingdom will be ambushed by Smit from the Macedonian Kingdom while battling Earth Dragons. They will sustain heavy losses, and 2 law fragments, including one with death attributes, will be stolen. Thor scanned the intelligence, particularly noting the 3rd entry about the thunder laws. He muttered to himself, puzzled. Even through text, Thor could discern a distinct difference between thunder laws and thunder attribute laws. However, despite his knowledge, he couldn't fully comprehend the distinction. He decided to set it aside for later. After briefly contemplating the implications of the 5th entry, Thor frowned. He had anticipated challenges for the Dressrosa family's Knight Order upon entering this otherworldly realm. Still, the intelligence update confirmed his concerns. The situation painted a grim picture of likely casualties across Dressrosa's branches. Yet, even with the daily information system, its limitations such as its 3,000-mile range and focus on events directly involving him made it impossible to grasp every unfolding event. Fortunately, with 6 days to cover the 300-mile distance, Thor was confident he could intervene in time. Time passed and dawn broke, heralding a new day. Ryan remained deeply immersed in his meditation, while Anna's aura was entirely shrouded in frost and snow. Both of their energies surged steadily. By the 2nd day, the cave began to change. Streaks of lightning scars appeared on the walls and floor. Thunder energy started to weave through the surroundings, and faint flashes of lightning flickered in the air. Ryan's presence seemed to merge with the heavens and earth, while deep underground, beneath the cave, a massive corpse lay submerged in magma. Before it stood a colossal spear, brimming with thunder energy, forming a phantasmal thunder prison above the magma. Suddenly, a ripple spread out, accompanied by the infiltration of law energies. The thunder prison trembled violently. Boom. The thunderous roar shook the subterranean world, causing the surrounding rocks to collapse. Yet, as the falling rocks neared the corpse in the thunder prison, they were instantly pulverized into dust. A terrifying thunder prison formed amidst countless arcs of lightning. Outside, the mountain cave began to quake violently, waking Thor from his meditation. It has begun. He whispered, his expression solemn. Recognizing the awakening of the thunder god's artifact, Thor quickly relocated Anna and the Knight Order to a safer distance. As the mountain continued to crumble, a towering pillar of lightning surged skyward, illuminating the dark heavens. The cave and mountain collapsed entirely under the onslaught of thunder, obliterating everything in its path. At the center of this chaos sat Ryan, untouched by the destruction, as lightning coiled around him. The law imprint on his forehead glowed brightly, absorbing the surrounding thunder energy. Even as the knights watched from afar, awe and trepidation filled their gazes. Thor confirmed to Marshall and the others this is likely the resting place of a fallen deity. Ryan has resonated with its power. Once the thunder prison stabilizes, we will enter together and seize this opportunity. Hearing this, the knights could hardly contain their shock and anticipation. The chance to interact with divine power, even remnants, was an opportunity beyond their wildest dreams. Thor, however, remained composed. His primary goal was to harness this chance to strengthen his forces and possibly inscribe a third law imprint for himself. As the Thunder Prison fully formed, Thor led the knights into its heart, bracing for the challenges and rewards ahead. Amidst the newly formed Thunder Prison, countless beasts of thunder energy manifested, their forms ethereal yet vibrant. Each step closer to them brought flashes of destructive lightning, reducing the surrounding area to scorched wastelands. Above, dense storm clouds gathered, heralding an unparalleled clash of forces. Thor's resolve deepened as he stepped into the chaos, ready to seize destiny. The thunder roared. As soon as Thor stepped inside, he felt surrounded by dense, thunderous energy. Even his life source power began to stagnate. An invisible force in the air suppressed the vitality coursing through his body. Simultaneously, countless bolts of lightning intertwined, forming thunder beasts made entirely of thunder energy. In an instant, his figure was enveloped by these thunder beasts. This moment felt reminiscent of when he first entered the divine ruins. Back then, there were also manifestations of laws, and similarly, each individual was isolated from one another. So-called divine ruins were essentially projections of a divine kingdom. Now, with the presence of a divine being's corpse and the resonance triggered by Ret, a space akin to the divine ruins was formed even though no divine kingdom had descended. Thor closed his eyes. The next moment, his figure moved, charging directly toward the thunder beasts. From the daily briefings, Thor knew that engraving laws required the elimination of a sufficient number of thunder beasts. Without hesitation, he engaged in battle. Although his life source power was suppressed, Thor, now an Earth Knight with a contract with the Earth Violent Bear and the Ice Sprite, possessed physical strength and spiritual resilience far beyond ordinary individuals. Even when faced with thunder beasts, he retained formidable combat prowess. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as a thunder beast failed to react in time and was instantly obliterated. Unlike the illusory death shadows, the shattered thunder beast transformed into an incredibly dense thunder energy that enveloped Thor's entire body. Electricity crackled around him, making his body tingle. However, his robust physique recovered almost immediately after just a brief moment of numbness. Gripping his spear, Thor charged toward a second thunder beast. Boom, 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 the battle raged on as power surged. A large number of thunder beasts were slain, their energy converging upon Thor. Gradually, Thor's body began absorbing the vast thunder energy. Time slowly passed. The sun dipped below the horizon and night fell. Ding, daily intelligence updated. Would you like to review it? A familiar mechanical voice sounded, but Thor was too immersed in his battle with the thunder beasts to pay attention. One thunder beast after another fell. His clothes were now entirely scorched, and his skin emitted a faint smell of burnt flesh. Despite his strong physique, the increasing strength of the thunder beasts corresponding to the growing number he defeated made it harder for him to endure. Even with his body enhanced by the Earth Violent Bear, Thor was reaching his limits. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Thunder Prison, the knights Thor led were also locked in combat. Though their progress was slower and they faced weaker thunder beasts, they persevered despite the challenges. Boom! Marshall punched a thunder beast, forcing it back. Still not enough. Gazing at the retreating beast, Marshall sighed. Unbidden, his thoughts turned to Ryan and Lord Thor. Truthfully, before arriving at Eagle Ridge, Marshall had been supremely confident. His talent was among the best in the Dressrosa family. At under 60 years old, he had reached the threshold of becoming an Earth Knight. Upon arriving at Eagle Ridge, it only took him a few months to break through fully. Such an achievement would make him a shining figure in the Dressrosa family. But compared to Lord Thor and Ryan, his accomplishments paled into insignificance. He wasn't even 60 years old, yet Lord Thor and Ryan were only 20. I have to become stronger. Resolved, Marshall clenched his teeth, determination blazing in his eyes. If he didn't seize this opportunity, it wouldn't be long before Lord Thor and Ryan left him far behind. With renewed resolve, Marshall charged toward the Thunder Beast again, and the battle resumed. Amid the continuous clashes, at the core of the Thunder Prison, where the original pillar of light had pierced the sky, Ryan remained seated cross-legged. Around him, a sea of thunder surged, and a thunder mark appeared on his forehead. If anyone were present, they'd notice that Ryan's aura had reached the peak of the Earth Knight level. Though slightly unstable, he was just a step away from becoming a Sky Knight. What was even more astonishing was his harmony with the thunder. Thunder law energy naturally coursed through his being. Ryan's transformation was even more profound than Anna's, who was also in the midst of her epiphany. His aura rose steadily as subtle changes occurred in his body. Thor, unaware of all this, remained entirely focused on his battle with the thunder beasts. On his forehead, the faint outline of a law mark appeared. Unlike the icy blue mark from before, this one was pure blue, resembling Ryan's in some ways. However, the mark was still hazy, almost imperceptible. Clearly, the engraving process was still ongoing. Boom! Thunder clashed with Thor's spear. The deafening sound echoed through the Thunder Prison as rocks crumbled further. Thor's knight spear, unable to withstand the strain, began to crack. Frowning, Thor tossed the weapon aside. The next moment it shattered into dust. Such terrifying power, Thor muttered, his gaze fixed on the thunder beast before him. The creature's strength was on a whole new level, its form larger, its thunder energy denser, and its intelligence far sharper. After barely defeating a previous thunder beast, this one had ambushed him. Were it not for his immense strength, the attack could have caused serious harm. Even so, his knight's spear had been destroyed. Taking a deep breath, Thor concentrated. A faint thunder mark appeared on his forehead. The surrounding thunder energy coalesced, forming a spear of pure lightning in his hand. Though somewhat illusory, the new spear radiated a menacing aura under the lightning's glow. Being called Thor without mastering thunder, that doesn't sit right with me. With a light laugh, Thor gripped the thunder spear and charged at the thunder beast. Roar! The thunder beast roared furiously, its lightning-formed eyes locking onto Thor as he charged. Boom! The battle resumed. Despite his growing exhaustion, Thor's aura intensified as the law energy interwove with his strikes. Thunder clashed repeatedly, sending shockwaves through the battlefield. Eventually, Thor sacrificed his nearly shredded right arm to detonate the thunder spear, obliterating the thunder beast. As it exploded, thunder engulfed Thor, crackling across his body. His hair stood on end, and the smell of seared flesh intensified. The lightning coursing through him began to destroy his body, but as the faint thunder mark on his forehead glowed brighter, the energy redirected toward it. The illusory mark grew increasingly tangible. Before Thor could fully comprehend this transformation, more thunder beasts appeared, surrounding him. Good timing. With a shout, Thor raised the thunder spear and charged again. The battles continued, unrelenting. Outside the thunder prison, time marched on. Thor's knights, unable to endure, gradually withdrew. By the second day, only Marshall and 2 others remained inside. Upon exiting, the knights noticed changes in themselves. Their life source power had evolved, and their life seeds had grown stronger. Thunder energy, with its dual aspects of destruction and vitality, had significantly enhanced them. For Marshall, having slain fewer than 5 thunder beasts, the benefits were already remarkable. He could only imagine Thor's gains from persisting so long inside. Determined to protect Thor's opportunity, Marshall instructed his knights to continue entering the thunder prison in shifts while ensuring external threats like approaching magical beasts were dealt with. The battles inside raged on, and by the 3rd day, Thor's figure was charred black, save for the thunder mark glowing brightly on his forehead. As thunder beasts grew scarcer and the thunder prison began to shrink, Thor's thunder law mark was fully engraved. With one final thunderous strike, he destroyed another beast. The remaining thunder energy surged into his body, absorbed entirely by the mark, and yet before he could rest, more thunder beasts appeared, and Thor, gripping his thunder spear, charged once more. Thunder converged, and an overwhelming aura spread across the heavens and earth. Thor held a spear forged entirely from lightning. At that moment, he seemed to vaguely dominate the entire thunder prison. His silhouette, though shrouded in darkness, became an undeniable presence. Especially striking was the lightning scar that had nearly fully manifested on his forehead. Suddenly, buzz, a ripple spread outward. The next instant, boom, a terrifying pillar of light surged skyward. Amid the intertwining bolts of lightning, a colossal spear that nearly pierced through heaven and earth appeared within the light pillar, etching its form into the world itself. At that moment, not only could people within hundreds of miles see the massive light pillar reaching into the sky, but even those thousands of miles away could clearly witness it. Within the light pillar, the enormous spear carrying infinite lightning pierced through the heavens. What is that, my goddess? Quick, we must hurry over there. This terrifying lightning power, it's a divine artifact. Oh my god, there's a divine artifact here. Cries of astonishment echoed. As exclamations filled the air, more people were drawn to the spectacle. Many had already begun approaching the light pillar earlier, but the emergence of this far more terrifying phenomenon lured countless others. Some dukes in particular had their eyes light up with greed, their breathing becoming visibly heavier. Lightning intermingled as laws radiated outward. It was clearly a divine artifact. Even the lowest grade lower divine artifact was enough to make their hearts race, let alone such a powerful display. This was unlikely to be a mere lower divine artifact, perhaps a mid-grade or even upper-grade divine artifact. If it truly were an upper divine artifact, merely obtaining it would allow their family to ascend to new heights, perhaps even possess the potential to birth a divine realm. A divine realm. With just one, they could step onto the battlefield of the outer planes and earn enough merit to be crowned with glory. Everyone aware of this possibility couldn't help but display a fervent intensity. Thor, of course, knew none of this. The moment the light pillar shot skyward, he sensed it. Simultaneously, a pull exerted itself upon his body. After a brief hesitation, Thor chose not to resist. As he ceased resisting, his body slowly levitated into the air. From afar, Ryan also began to rise. Lightning surrounded the two of them, while the imprint of the thunder law between their brows intertwined continuously. Countless bolts of lightning converged, flooding into their foreheads. Meanwhile, within the vast thunder prison, thunder beasts shattered one by one, transforming into the purest essence of lightning. This, too, flowed toward Thor's forehead, inside the enormous light pillar. Where the spear that pierced the heavens lay, countless bolts of lightning intertwined. Suddenly, the spear trembled. Two illusory spear shadows emerged, shooting toward Thor and Ryan respectively. Buzz, buzz, the illusions were incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they entered the foreheads of the two men. At that moment, invisible ripples spread outward from both of them. The immense life force within them began to merge with the lightning, creating a deeper transformation in their life energy. Boom, an immense aura surged. Ryan suddenly opened his eyes, lightning flickering in his pupils. The next moment, he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning instantly gathered in his palm. Then countless bolts of lightning intertwined, forming a spear identical to the one in the light pillar, but of normal size. The moment Ryan grasped the lightning spear, his aura surged, seeming to cross into an entirely new tier. Surrounded by lightning, his figure hovered serenely in midair. It was clear that Ryan had also gained the ability to fly. As Ryan's aura erupted, Thor opened his eyes as well. Sensing the dramatic increase in his life force and the new addition of lightning power alongside death and frost, a smile formed on his face. Just as he had hoped, as he comprehended new laws and condensed new law imprints, his power ascended once more. Now, with the imprint of the thunder law and the shadow of a divine artifact in his possession, Thor felt his level vaguely surpass the limits of a Sky Knight, reaching a higher realm. Even without invoking the power of the laws, merely utilizing the lightning imprint, he could rival a mid-tier Sky Knight. Facing the two Sky Knights he had encountered earlier, he could now easily defeat them without relying on pseudodomine powers. Buzz, with a thought, countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a similar spear in Thor's hand. However, after sensing it briefly, Thor dismissed the artifact's shadow without further experimentation. There was no need to push it further. For now, merely understanding its presence sufficed. Glancing at Ryan in the distance, Thor hesitated briefly before descending to the ground. "My lord, Master Thor." As Thor landed, a group of knights rushed to greet him. Glancing over his knights, Thor couldn't help but reveal a satisfied expression. Even with a cursory scan, he could sense the improvement in their strength. The number of Grand Knights had risen from 5 to 6, and the overall combat strength of the group had advanced significantly. More importantly, the intensity of their life energy had visibly increased. Not bad. "It seems everyone has made substantial gains this time." Thor nodded approvingly. His gaze rested on Marshall, and a smile spread across his face. He could clearly sense Marshall's enhanced life energy. It was evident that Marshall's life energy had undergone an evolution within the Thunder Prison, nearly transforming into a variant life energy. "Master." While Thor observed his knights, Anna approached. "Anna, have you finished absorbing it?" Noticing the strands of frost emanating from Anna as she walked, Thor raised his eyebrows in surprise. Although he had allowed Anna to absorb fragments of the law, he had doubted her ability to do so. Ryan's success stemmed from the divine power present in the Thunder Prison, but Anna lacked such advantages. She relied on the nature sprite Nico, who had likely reached saturation in absorbing law fragments and was unlikely to assist Anna further. Yet now it seemed Anna had succeeded without divine power or Nico's aid. "Yes, Master, however, I haven't fully absorbed it. I've only absorbed a small portion, leaving the rest for Nico to store. To fully absorb it will take more time," Anna explained softly. "I see. Well, that's still remarkable progress. Anna, it seems you're on the brink of becoming a Tier 4 mage. Congratulations." Thor smiled, expressing his congratulations. With fragments of the law, Anna's advancement to Tier 4 mage was practically guaranteed. This would undoubtedly enhance the strength of his Knight Corps further. As the group conversed, Ryan's aura stabilized and he flew over. "My lord." Upon landing, Ryan spoke with excitement, visibly elated. He hadn't anticipated such a series of surprises during the absorption of law fragments. Now he had not only reached the peak of Grand Knight, but also comprehended the power of laws and engraved a law imprint. Additionally, he had acquired the shadow of a divine artifact. With all this combined, he was confident in confronting the two Sky Knights they had encountered earlier. More importantly, in his current state, he was confident he could break through to Sky Knight within 3 months. Sky Knight, a realm he had once longed for, was now within reach. When he learned that Neil Morton was a Sky Knight, Ryan had dreamed of attaining that level himself. Yet, despite his confidence in his talent, Ryan had estimated it would take decades to achieve. Now it was imminent. Impressive gains. "Get ready. It's time for us to leave. Staying here will bring us unnecessary trouble." Seeing Ryan's enthusiasm, Thor patted his shoulder with a faint smile. Earlier, he had briefly scanned the daily information system. It revealed that many individuals, including powerful nobles, were heading toward their location. Even with their newfound strength, dealing with these nobles would be challenging. Delaying their departure would make escaping later far more difficult. Yes, Ryan suppressed his excitement and responded promptly. The knights quickly began packing up. As preparations continued, Thor intended to review the daily information further. Just then, the beast space he had been constructing was finally completed. In his perception, an invisible space formed. His bond with the earth-violent bear deepened. With a thought, the sleeping bear vanished from its location. Inside the ethereal space, the earth-violent bear suddenly appeared. Thor could clearly sense the entire space and the bear within it. If he wished, he could summon the bear back instantly. Looks like my luck isn't too bad. With a light chuckle, Thor observed for a moment before refocusing his thoughts. This wasn't the time for such matters. The daily information system, increasingly relevant to him and the Dressrosa family, demanded his attention. It also hinted at looming threats. The information feed updated. Daily information update. 7 hours from now, the Sophia Night Corps from the Saki Kingdom will arrive at the Thunder Prison. Though they eagerly scour the area for traces of a divine artifact, they leave empty-handed. 10 hours from now, Duke Jan-Karen of the Macedonian Kingdom will arrive. A conflict with the Sophia Night Corps ensues, resulting in their defeat. Duke Jan-Karen claims the territory, 3 in 1 day. 300 miles northeast, 6 days later, a Dressrosa family Night Corps will be ambushed by a Count's family from the Tulip Kingdom, suffering devastating losses. 12 days later, the Aubai family from the Golden Flower Kingdom will be attacked by the Macedonian Kingdom's Smit during a battle with ground dragons. They will lose 2 law fragments, one of which is death attributed. A stream of information appeared. Yesterday's light pillar had drawn much attention, rapidly filling the daily information system with updates about the area. Scanning the entries, Thor's brow furrowed slightly. The first 3 entries alone involved powerful nobles. The fourth hinted at another significant arrival. Clearly, many strong nobles had been drawn by the light pillar, but they were bound to be disappointed. While the light pillar had indeed hinted at a divine artifact, even Thor's daily information hadn't revealed how to acquire it. For others, obtaining it was an impossible dream. This, however, was of little concern to him. Having reviewed the updates, Thor turned his attention to other entries. Meanwhile, the knights completed their preparations. Thor wasted no time and led the group away promptly. Approximately 5 hours after Thor's departure, a large night corps arrived at the site. Upon seeing the lightning-scorched terrain, the noble leading the group grew ecstatic. "My goddess, this is the power of the laws, thunder." The Law of Thunder, a colossal pillar of light, accompanied by the immense projection of a divine artifact, illuminated the skies across a 1,000-mile radius. Every noble within the vicinity sensed this extraordinary phenomenon. One by one, powerful nobles began converging on the area, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. A divine artifact, it was unmistakably a divine artifact. Acquiring it would undoubtedly be the greatest reward of their journey. However, this was no longer of any concern to Thor. As for the projected shadow of the divine artifact within the light pillar, Thor felt a fleeting temptation. But as he had mentioned before, after 2 consecutive days within the Thunder Prison without any leads related to the artifact, the odds of obtaining it seemed nearly impossible. There was no point in lingering further. Too many complications, almost no gains. In the Thunder Prison, although the first arriving nobles noticed traces of someone having been there, the shadow within the light pillar remained. Soon, they ignored the prior evidence. The choice was obvious. Swoosh, swoosh. The sound of rustling footsteps echoed from the forest. A group quickly departed, heading toward the Dressrosa family's territory as mentioned in their daily information reports. Meanwhile, about 200 miles from Thor's path, a group of over 100 knights was exploring the forest. "Father, are we really not going to check it out?" A knight in his 20s glanced toward the distant light pillar, unable to suppress his unease, and asked his father hesitantly, "Karn, you must understand that we are merely a Viscount family. That is not a place for us to meddle. Moreover," his father continued, "you should be aware of our precarious situation. Not just other kingdoms, but even the powerful nobles of our Tulip Kingdom would rather see the Dressrosa family decline than prosper further." Glenda Dressrosa glanced at the light pillar piercing the sky and the accompanying thunderous spear before sighing deeply. As the patriarch, Glenda was highly satisfied with his eldest son's knightly achievements. At 27, Karn was already a Grand Knight. Given a few more decades, there was a good chance he could become an Earth Knight before the age of 60, elevating their branch of the Dressrosa family to a Count family. However, it was only knightly prowess. In other areas, Glenda found Karn lacking. "But father, what if just maybe there is no what if?" Glenda cut him off sternly. "Karn, you must understand that the surrounding area is likely teeming with powerful nobles. Even if we managed to obtain the artifact, we would never leave the area alive. We lack the strength, not just us, but even your Uncle Angel. None of us could manage it. If we aren't careful, we could all perish there. As nobles, your first duty is to recognize your own limitations. The continent is not some bard's tale of heroism. Luck is rarely on your side. Stopping in his tracks, Glenda addressed his son with a serious expression. Father. The young knight wanted to retort but fell silent under his father's stern gaze, though his heart still yearned for action. Ha ha ha, your father is quite right. That thing is indeed beyond your reach. However, he missed one crucial point. Even if you don't go, survival isn't guaranteed. A light laugh echoed, followed by rustling in the forest. A group of knights emerged. Spotting the noble insignia on the approaching knights, Glenda's expression darkened. The Spencer family. Karn, run. Glenda barked the command. Run. It's far too late for that now, the leader sneered, his face a mix of mockery and disdain. Spencer, are you truly willing to make enemies of the Dressrosa family? Glenda asked grimly. No, this isn't us targeting the Dressrosa family. It's you who have crossed us. Did you really think that ascending to Sky Knight would be enough to suppress us? The Spencer family's disdainful leader, Lisa Spencer, spoke coldly. Months ago, the Spencers had suffered a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Dressrosa family. Their loss had become a laughingstock among the Tulip nobles. Thus, when the Kingdom War began, the Spencer family allied with 7 other powerful Marquis families to eradicate the Dressrosa family. The peculiar nature of this alternate world had scattered everyone, making encounters rare. But Lisa had stumbled upon Glenda and Karn unexpectedly. For him, it was an opportunity for revenge and reward. Karn, take the knights and retreat, Glenda whispered firmly. Father, Karn protested. This is an order, not a negotiation, Glenda commanded as he unleashed a forbidden bloodline technique, pushing his life energy to the limit. Lisa smirked. The Dressrosa bloodline's berserker art. How quaint, but you are merely a mid-tier Grand Knight. As Lisa's knights moved to surround them, Glenda's knights used their own forbidden techniques to hold the line, giving Karn and others a chance to escape. A day passed. Karn was exhausted but continued fleeing. His father's sacrifice weighed heavily on his mind, yet the Spencers were still in pursuit. Realizing he couldn't escape, Karn made a desperate choice. He headed toward the light pillar. Near the pillar, Thor observed the events unfolding. Seeing Lisa Spencer taunting Karn and delaying his attack, Thor shook his head. Typical villain behavior, arrogant and overly talkative. If he'd just finished the job, I wouldn't even have a chance to intervene. Without wasting time, Thor issued an order. Marshal, take the knights and handle them. Marshal obeyed, leading the knights to engage. Despite the Spencers' numbers, they were quickly overwhelmed. Lisa watched in shock as his forces were decimated, his confidence replaced with fear. Impossible, no. Thor dismissed him with a cold gaze, declaring, Marshal, clean up the mess. By the time the battle ended, Lisa and his knights were annihilated, leaving the Dressrosa survivors trembling in disbelief. No, impossible, damn it. Lisa Spencer's arrogance abruptly turned into astonishment. His figure retreated continuously. He never expected that this time his fishing had truly hooked a big fish, one capable of swallowing him whole. There were only about 50 knights, seemingly with the strength of a baron or viscount at most. How could they possess such overwhelming power? Even the Earth Knight from his family had been taken down instantly. Panic set in. At this moment, Lisa Spencer was truly terrified. Young Master Thor. Marshal looked toward Thor. Take them all out, Thor said calmly. Since these people intended to ambush the scions of Dressrosa, he wouldn't hold back. Slash, a head flew into the air, crimson blood spurting out. Lisa Spencer's eyes widened in disbelief, but his body fell stiffly to the ground. At the same time, the knights he had brought were swiftly taken down by Thor's knights in the chaotic skirmish. Karn stared at the scene in shock, unable to react for a moment. Give this to your father, Thor sighed, shaking his head slightly as he handed over a high-grade recovery potion. Thor glanced at the man on the ground and couldn't help but shake his head again. From the look of things, even high-grade recovery potions might not fully heal him. Not only had he suffered severe injuries, but he had also used the family's Mad Blood secret technique, a method that burns blood and life energy to achieve explosive combat power in a short time. However, the consequences were dire. Even if one survived, their body would be utterly ruined. In severe cases, their blood could burn away entirely, leaving them dead beyond salvation. This man had clearly used the technique for a prolonged period, leaving his blood nearly depleted. The faint remaining life force was likely all that was keeping him alive. Even with high-grade recovery and life potions, full recovery seemed improbable unless he could obtain life essence. Nonetheless, Thor took out the potion. After all, they were both scions of the Dressrosa family. He would help as much as he could. Yes, thank you. Karn snapped out of his daze and hurriedly expressed his gratitude, quickly taking the high-grade recovery potion. As soon as he opened it, an intense wave of life energy filled the air, causing Karn's pupils to widen. What is this? He spoke instinctively, disbelief flickering in his eyes. Though unfamiliar with recovery potions, the sheer concentration of life energy made it clear how valuable this was. Use it quickly, or the life energy will dissipate, Thor said softly, stepping aside. Hearing Thor's words, Karn quickly composed himself and administered the potion to his father. As the potion took effect, a wave of potent life energy spread through Glenda Dressrosa's body. A faint green halo surrounded him as the ghastly wounds on his body began healing visibly. However, the recovery was only superficial. The burned blood and shattered life force seed within his body were slow to heal. His life should be preserved for now. You'd better recover yourself too, or your knightly rank might fall to a regular knight, Thor remarked, shaking his head. Thank you, truly thank you for this. Karn bowed deeply, gratitude filling his face. No need to thank me. We all Dressrosa signs it's natural to help each other, Thor replied calmly. No, without your help, my father and I would had no chance, Karn insisted. I am Karn Dressrosa, and this is my father, Glenda Dressrosa. We raise scions from the southern Moon Province. I am Thor Dressrosa from the Northern Lands Province. Currently I hold the title of Viscount, Thor replied with a smile. Thor, you ray the Thor, Karn's eyes widened in shock. Yes, it seems my reputation precedes me, Thor chuckled. Over the past 2 years, Thor had become a legend within the Dressrosa family. Starting as a pioneering lord, he quickly rose to Baron and recently advanced to Viscount. His rapid ascent inspired many family scions to head north in search of opportunity. I've heard many stories about you, brother Thor, Karn said, his tone filled with admiration as he recalled Thor's earlier effortless defeat of the Spencer Knights. Just fortunate, Thor replied modestly. Rest well, I won't disturb you further. With that, Thor left, Karn, still reeling from the events, down a mid-grade life potion to recover himself. Elsewhere, Marshall approached Thor. My lord, the inventory is complete, Marshall reported respectfully. Good, compile the items. Also, set up a temporary camp. We'll rest here for a few days, Thor instructed. Given Karn's group's condition, Thor decided to pause and allow them to recover fully before continuing. This would also give him time to monitor the daily information updates for any opportunities. Understood, Marshall replied before relaying Thor's orders to the knights, who began their preparations. As night fell, the camp was completed and large bonfires were lit. Beasts from the forest were roasted over the flames, their enticing aroma spreading through the area. The scent attracted more beasts, but they were swiftly dealt with by the patrolling knights, becoming additional food for the fires. After dinner, the knights had barely rested for an hour when distant tremors and faint booming sounds reached them. It's begun, Thor murmured, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized the sound as the noble conflict mentioned in the daily information. With more nobles arriving, the scale of the battles would only grow. The rumblings continued through the night, but the distance ensured they posed no threat to the camp. By morning, Thor eagerly awaited the updated information. Daily information updated. Open it, open, Thor instructed. Lines of information appeared before him as he scanned through them. His expression shifted from frowns to silence. Finally, he let out a long sigh. 3 days passed. Each day, Thor checked the updates, but there was no news about artifacts within his reach. The only information pertained to the intensifying conflict at the Thunder Prison, where the casualties were staggering. By the 4th morning, Glenda Dressrosa finally regained consciousness under the potion's effects. His coughs echoed through the room as he looked around in confusion. Father, Karn's voice trembled with relief as he rushed in. You ray safe, Glenda exclaimed, astonished. Though puzzled, Karn explained everything. Glenda was stunned, realizing how lucky they'd been to encounter Thor. Quick, help me thank Lord Thor, Glenda insisted, refusing the potion Karn offered. Meanwhile, Thor contemplated the information reports. The Dressrosa family was clearly being targeted by powerful nobles, indicating their meteoric rise had disrupted the kingdom's status quo. His eyes flickered with resolve. A new plan was beginning to take shape in his mind. With access to daily information, Thor possessed an advantage that others could hardly compare to. Not only did it allow him to secure opportunities in unexpected ways, but it also helped him avoid countless troubles while navigating crises with ease. And this was merely the passive benefit. If used actively, the daily information could achieve far more. With 10 pieces of information refreshed every day, it only took Thor a few days to gain a thorough understanding of the surrounding situation. Since someone was targeting the Dressrosa family, Thor didn't mind delivering them a shocking lesson from a prophet. For the powerful nobles of Tulip, tracking down traces of the Dressrosa family in the vast, foreign lands was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Everything depended on luck. But for Thor, if he desired, he could pinpoint the exact location of any noble nearby. The only variable was time, and at the moment he wasn't short on time. Even though he still needed to collect rule fragments, this task didn't interfere with his plans. After all, Thor didn't believe that the powerful nobles targeting the Dressrosa family wouldn't have any rule fragments. If they didn't tea, he could simply hunt them down while searching for the fragments. Standing up, Thor was about to take action when Anna walked in. Master, Karn seeks an audience, Anna said respectfully. Let him in, Thor said, pausing and nodding slightly. Anna exited, and soon Karn entered with the still weak Glenda Dressrosa. Uncle Glenda, are you all right? Thor hurried forward, his tone tinged with hesitation as he saw Glenda's frail condition. Thank you, young Master Thor, for saving me. I am much better now, Glenda Dressrosa said gratefully. It's nothing. We are all descendants of the Dressrosa family. Helping one another is only natural, Thor replied with a smile. No, without you my son and I would have been lost to that damned Spencer family. Young Master Thor, if you ever need anything in the future, we will do our utmost to assist. Additionally, this is truly too extravagant. Even with an intermediate life potion, I doubt my body could recover much, Glenda Dressrosa said earnestly, shaking his head as he held out a bottle of intermediate life potion. Uncle, you are being too polite. Please take it will at least ensure the vitality of your life force, Thor said, refusing to accept the bottle and shaking his head. After a brief exchange, Glenda reluctantly accepted the potion, deeply grateful. Thor then hesitated momentarily before asking Uncle Glenda, we were planning to take action shortly. Would you like to join us or act separately? This, young Master Thor, may I ask what your plan is? Glenda Dressrosa asked cautiously. Their knight group had suffered severe losses, and the recent experiences had made Glenda wary of dragging Thor and his group into trouble. It's simple. Since they want to hunt down the descendants of the Dressrosa family, I plan to let them taste our wrath, Thor explained without concealment. This, young Master Thor, please proceed with caution. I overheard during my injury that it's not just the Spencer family targeting us this time. The 7 powerful marquises of the Tulip Kingdom have reportedly joined forces to suppress the Dressrosa family, Glenda warned with a concerned expression, fearing Thor might act rashly. Damn them. These people are despicable, using such underhanded tactics, Karn exclaimed in anger upon hearing his father's words. Don't worry, I know what I am doing. With my strength I can handle most of these nobles, Thor assured calmly, though he cast a strange glance at Karn. Young Master Thor, powerful nobles usually have sky knights. Even your father, Lord Angel, would struggle against so many nobles, Glenda pressed, his concern deepening. Uncle Glenda, do you think these powerful nobles will gather in one place? As long as we guarantee all in one location, they won't be either. Timing is all we need, Thor explained. If you are worried, Uncle Glenda, perhaps it's better we act separately for now. This I didn't mean that, young Master Thor, Glenda said, realizing his words might have been misconstrued. I understand, Uncle Glenda, Thor said with a smile. I'll follow you, young Master Thor, Karn declared, his eyes filled with determination. Karn, Glenda turned to his son in surprise. Father, if they dare to hunt us, we should do the same to them. I believe in young Master Thor, Karn insisted firmly. Young Master Thor, Glenda said, looking to Thor once more. Uncle Glenda, Karn is right. If they can hunt us, we can hunt them, Thor replied, nodding approvingly. Glenda, though cautious, eventually relented, agreeing to join Thor. With Glenda, Karn, and the remaining knight group members, Thor led the way. Though their forces were modest, Thor welcomed them as victims of the conflict, eager to bring them along for vengeance. As they moved, Glenda and Karn recounted their experiences in the foreign land. Thor gained valuable insights into the region's current state. The first threat of abyssal wind was not as severe as he had imagined. Most people managed to escape to the core area. However, the dangers within the core, fierce beasts and territorial disputes among nobles posed significant challenges. Thor's first target was a knight group from the Campbell family, an earl's lineage located 100 miles away. With 3 Earth Knights among them, they were a fitting initial target. It took just over a day for Thor's group to reach the location. Upon contact, a middle-aged man from the Campbell family exclaimed in excitement, we've found another Dressrosa rat. In response, Thor ordered Marshall and 54 knights to attack. Within half an hour, over 100 knights, including 3 Earth Knights, were annihilated. The efficiency and brutality of Thor's forces left Karn and Glenda stunned. Even seasoned warriors like them were in awe of Thor's strength and tactics. Thor continued targeting noble forces, identified through daily information, growing stronger with each skirmish. His knight group expanded to over 200 members as Dressrosa descendants joined him. Despite the growing numbers, the core strength of Thor's knights remained unmatched, led by figures like Marshall and Ryan. As Thor's vengeance unfolded, it became clear he was no longer a mere noble but a force to be reckoned with. In a quarter of an hour, it was ensured that no one had escaped. Even though Karn had already witnessed everything, he couldn't help but be struck with a sense of awe, while Glenda Dressrosa's jaw dropped in shock. Although he was very aware that Thor's strength was likely formidable, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to establish a foothold in the northern province and swiftly attain the rank of a viscount. This moment, when he witnessed the power of the Knights of Thor with his own eyes, left him at a loss for words. My lord, everything has been taken care of, Marshall respectfully reported. Let's go to the next place. Thor nodded, then calmly spoke. For him, this was just the beginning. Over the next few days, every time information about the 7 powerful Marquis families surfaced in his intelligence reports, Thor would lead his troops to exterminate them. With his current strength, he was confident that he could deal with not just the descendants of these powerful marquises, but even the marquises themselves. Glenda Dressrosa and Karn Dressrosa, however, could only feel numb. Even though they had overestimated Thor's power multiple times, the reality of his strength still deeply shocked them. The most serious incident along the way involved facing a Knight Order of over 800 people, with a peak Earth Knight among them, but even then, Thor easily resolved the situation. The only difference was that Marshall had been the only one to act before, but now there was an additional figure involved. And with that additional figure, the entire Knight Order of several hundred, including the peak Earth Knight, was wiped out in less than 30 breaths by a knight who looked as young as Thor. Yes, just 30 breaths. The entire Knight Order had no chance to resist. At that moment, both of them realized the terrifying strength of Rain. The young knight, who appeared to be Thor's retinue, was incredibly powerful, far beyond what they could have imagined. Perhaps his strength was no less than that of the infamous Bloody Knight Michael of the past. Allowing themselves to imagine narrowly, this was already the farthest they dared to envision. As for going beyond that, they didn't even dare to think about it. Of course, while carrying out the extermination, Thor also saved the descendants of the Dressrosa family. After some thought, nearly all of them chose to follow him, with only one group deciding to stay behind due to being separated from their loved ones. With the addition of these Dressrosa descendants, the number of Thor's Knight Order grew from over 50 to more than 200, making it comparable to a typical powerful Viscount family when seen from a distance. Of course, this only referred to numbers. If we exclude Rain, Marshall, and Anna, their strength was somewhat inconsistent. Among the 54 members of the Knight Order led by Thor, all were at least official knights, with 6 being Grand Knights. In contrast, most of the other Knight Orders from the Dressrosa family were still only trainee knights, with official knights being rare, let alone Grand Knights. After all, the Dressrosa family had previously been just a Count family. Even though the Dressrosa family was quite powerful among Count families, the scattered branches of the family were not all that strong. However, as time passed and the exterminations continued, the strength of the members of these Knight Orders began to rapidly increase through the spoils of war. Boom! In the depths of the jungle, powerful thunder roared. Moments later, 2 figures plummeted from the sky, their bodies charred black, eyes wide open in disbelief. High above, the thunderous force dissipated, and Thor's figure slowly descended, his aura remaining steady and unshaken. "My lord," Ryan spoke respectfully, handing over a fragment of a law. This time, Thor and his team had good fortune, encountering a knight squad from one of the 7 noble houses who carried a fragment of a law. Though the opposing force was strong, boasting 2 Earth Knight pinnacles, such strength posed no threat to Thor at this stage. Under Ryan's assault, the 2 Earth Knight pinnacles only managed to hold out for less than a quarter hour, and that was without Ryan going all out. Had he unleashed his full power, the fight would have ended even faster. Buzz. Thor accepted the fragment, and a ripple spread out. In his mind, a booming echoed, and within a pitch-black space, clusters of light began to emerge. This time, the fragment he obtained was neither ice nor thunder, but water-based. As time passed, most of the ice and thunder law fragments had already been gathered. The clusters of light in the dark space were gradually merging, with only a few scattered light points remaining. After a brief moment of contemplation, Thor pocketed the water law fragment. Though it was of little use to him, it was valuable to his father. Advancing to the rank of Marquis required significant military merits, and the acquisition of law fragments was a crucial metric for earning them. Once Thor secured the fragment, the knights who had been dealing with the rest of the squad began returning one by one. My lord, young Master Thor." The returning knights, particularly the newer Dressrosa descendants who had joined Thor's squad, couldn't help but look at him with awe. No matter how many times they witnessed Thor's strength, it always left them shaken. To think that a force containing 2 Earth Knight pinnacles, on par with the main family of the Dressrosa lineage previously led by Count Angel, had been so easily dismantled by Thor. This overwhelming strength left an indelible impact. Little did they know, Thor's current power went far beyond what they had witnessed. After nodding at the group, Thor's gaze settled on an entry in the daily information update from the previous day. 500 miles to the east, 6 days from now, Marquis Spencer and his knight squad, after obtaining 2 ice law fragments, clashed with a Tier 4 magical beast. They successfully defeated it and acquired an earth law fragment. Spencer 500 miles, Thor muttered to himself, a glint flashing in his eyes. His targets weren't limited to the heirs of noble families. If necessary, he didn't mind dealing with the nobles themselves. The Spencer family, being the first major noble to appear, naturally drew his interest. Thor's next direction was clear: the path toward Marquis Spencer. Pack up. we were moving out. After issuing his command, Thor's squad sprang into action. The journey. The 500-mile trek was no short distance. It took them 6 days to close in on their destination. Along the way, Thor resolved conflicts with 2 more powerful noble heirs, collecting another wind law fragment. By then, he had gathered 3 fragments in total, 1 ice, 1 water, and 1 wind. However, since they were from different elements, none were particularly prominent in resonance. As Thor and his group approached the target area, they learned that Marquis Spencer and his knights had just defeated the Tier 4 magical beast. The victory, however, came at a steep cost. Out of the 1,000-strong squad, nearly a third perished in the battle. Even Zaporov Spencer and Marquis Spencer looked disheveled. Despite the losses, their harvest made up for it. They had secured another law fragment, bringing their total to 3. Father, there's still 1 more ice fragment ahead. If we acquire it, we'll have 4. Marquis Spencer spoke with a smile, his eyes alight with ambition. While other nobles might be unaware, the Spencer family knew that law fragments were pivotal in the kingdom's wars. The more fragments they amassed, the greater their military merits would be. Though advancing to a duke's rank might be unlikely, securing enough to cultivate more Sky Knights for the family was certainly feasible. Rest for now, we'll set out soon. That fragment seems to be in the hands of another noble. Zaporov Spencer nodded with a smile, and the knight squad began to regroup. The encounter. 1 hour later, the squad moved out again, their destination leading them straight toward Thor's location. When night fell, the 2 groups finally met. Dressrosa. Under the moonlight, Marquis Spencer quickly identified the opposing emblem and paused in surprise. This is bad, it's Marquis Spencer. Within Thor's squad, many faces turned pale. Glenda Dressrosa even exclaimed, "Young Master Thor, run. Thor, you ray Thor Dressrosa." Hearing his name, Zaporov Spencer's expression hardened. His gaze locked onto Thor, and a menacing aura surged. Murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Thor Dressrosa was the one who had killed his grandson, Moravy Spencer, and humiliated him in front of Count Angel. Kill them all. Zaporov Spencer's icy command rang out. The knights quickly surrounded Thor's squad. Young Master Thor, we'll hold them off. Run. Some knights stepped forward, preparing to activate secret techniques. There's no need, Thor replied calmly, waving them off. I came here specifically to find them. His gaze swept over the Spencer knights. Through his senses, he immediately evaluated their strength. The group consisted of over 600 knights, including 10 Earth Knight pinnacles and more than 30 regular Earth Knights. Among them stood Zaporov Spencer, a mid-tier Sky Knight. The Spencer family as a marquee house was undeniably formidable, far surpassing average noble families. Even the previously dominant Assad family paled in comparison. However, that was in the past. Thor's current strength was on par with theirs. Ryan, take care of the 10 Earth Knight pinnacles. Anna, handle the rest of the Earth Knights. Uncle Marshall, lead the squad to deal with the others. Thor's orders were concise. Yes, understood. Roger that. Ryan, Anna, and Marshall quickly responded. Young Master Thor. Glenda and the other Dressrosa descendants were stunned, some beginning to protest. Before they could speak further, a terrifying surge of lightning engulfed Thor. Amid their shock, his figure began to float. He's flying. Glenda's voice faltered, his disbelief mirrored by the others. Flying was the exclusive ability of Sky Knights. Thor's flight could only mean one thing: he had reached the rank of a Sky Knight, and he wasn't alone. Ryan stepped forward, his body also lifting into the air. He's flying too. Shockwaves rippled through the Dressrosa squad. On the other side, Marquis Spencer and Zaporov Spencer were equally stunned. Impossible. Zaporov Spencer's face turned ashen. A sense of déjà vu crept over him. This moment felt eerily similar to his earlier humiliation by Count Angel. Who are you? You can be Thor Dressrosa. Zaporov Spencer's voice trembled as he spoke. At this moment, his composure completely shattered. If the mere appearance of 2 Sky Knights was enough to shock him, then the celestial phenomenon unfolding before him now filled him with sheer terror. To influence the surrounding heavens and earth, that was the power of a domain. It was a power only those in the holy domain could command. To manipulate such power before reaching the holy domain implied the individual was on the verge of stepping into that realm. Such a person far surpassed the pinnacle of an ordinary Sky Knight. Even slightly altering the celestial phenomena was terrifying enough. At the very least, it was something beyond his capability. Zaporov Spencer's face turned pale, and his heart churned with turmoil. He had already held the Dressrosa family in high regard, especially after witnessing Count Angel's overwhelming strength. That level of power rivaled even that of a formidable marquis. Yet now, as he faced Thor, he realized he had underestimated them. Dressrosa family's strength far exceeded his imagination. With such power, surpassing even a formidable marquis was possible. If this person before him broke through further, they could even aspire to the title of duke. This left him utterly bewildered. The Dressrosa family was supposed to be an ordinary earl's lineage. How could they produce such astounding strength one after another? Count Angel's case could be rationalized after all. he was a peak Earth Knight, standing at the pinnacle of the Tulip Kingdom. Breaking through to Sky Knight and wielding such fearsome power was understandable. But what of this young Dressrosa heir, who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s? What justified his incredible strength? It defied comprehension. Yet, regardless of whether he could make sense of it, Thor clearly had no intention of explaining. Amid the convergence of thunder, Thor's aura surged. His figure strode through the void, the oppressive force of his presence coupled with the crushing celestial phenomena bearing down upon Zaporov Spencer. Boom, rumble, dark clouds blanketed the sky, lightning flashing amidst them. At this moment, Thor wielded his thunder spear, his aura surging upward, seemingly reaching a brand new level in an instant. On the other side, terrifying thunder power gathered around Ryan as he stood in midair, his gaze locked onto the 10 peak Earth Knights, including Marquis Spencer. Faced with the overwhelming life force emanating from Ryan, Marquis Spencer's expression changed repeatedly. Even he had not anticipated that the situation would escalate to such an extent. What was supposed to be a mere pioneering Knight Order had unexpectedly produced Sky Knights, and not just one, but two from the start. Altogether, he must have just entered the Sky Knight realm. We still have a chance. Marquis Spencer's voice rang out, calm but resolute, as he drew his knightly longsword. Behind him, the peak Earth Knights gritted their teeth and unsheathed their weapons as well. Even when faced with Sky Knights, they knew there was no retreat they had to fight. Elsewhere, Anna raised her magic staff slowly, white frost spreading around her. 30 Earth Knights were instantly trapped within a frozen domain, a third-tier mage. One Earth Knight gasped in alarm. However, by the time they attempted to retreat, it was already too late. When mages of the same level confronted knights, it was almost a foregone conclusion. Kill. 3 battles broke out simultaneously. Marshall led his knights, charging directly at the remaining Spencer family knights. The slaughter began instantly. Boom, rumble, deafening roars echoed across the battlefield as powerful auras clashed, shaking heaven and earth. Terrifying life force surged wildly in all directions. But the most eye-catching scene was still the confrontation high in the sky, where Thor and Zaporov Spencer clashed. The two radiated overwhelming life force, colliding repeatedly. Zaporov Spencer held a knightly longsword, while Thor wielded a thunder-formed spear. Their clashes were relentless. Boom, the two forces collided again, sending shockwaves through the air. Zaporov Spencer staggered backward, while Thor merely paused for a moment. Even though Thor was borrowing the power of the Thunder Law, his enhanced strength, coupled with the violent nature of thunder and the physical reinforcement from his Earth-Violent Bear contract, made him no weaker than Zaporov Spencer, a mid-stage Sky Knight. In fact, he might even be slightly stronger. After several exchanges, Zaporov Spencer's initial relief was replaced by a grim expression. Thor's strength wasn't at the pinnacle of the Sky Knight realm, but it was evidently superior to his. Who are you? Zaporov Spencer managed to stabilize himself midair, his voice trembling as he asked again. You already know, don't you, Thor Dressrosa? Thor chuckled lightly as he looked at Zaporov Spencer's increasingly sour expression. Impossible. How could you be Thor Dressrosa? Hearing Thor's response, Zaporov Spencer's composure shattered, and he blurted out incredulously. What a joke. He had looked into Thor Dressrosa after suffering setbacks at Count Engel's hands. Although he didn't know all the details, as the 9th son of Count Engel, Thor's age could not possibly exceed 30. A mid-stage Sky Knight under 30, that was absurd. Even within the Empire, such top-tier talents were exceedingly rare. How could one emerge from the Dressrosa family? Nothing is impossible. Zaporov Spencer, if this is all you've got, then after this Kingdom War, the Spencer family will likely cease to exist. Thor's smile carried a hint of icy coldness. Among the 7 powerful noble families, the one Thor most wanted to eliminate was the Spencer family. For one, the Spencer and Dressrosa families already had deep-seated grudges. For another, the Dressrosa family's expansion plans pointed directly toward the Westmoon province. Eliminating the Spencer family would allow his father to absorb all of their industries in one fell swoop, significantly benefiting the Dressrosa family's future development. Of course, if the opportunity arose, Thor wouldn't mind taking down all 7 marquee families. Absorbing their industries would provide the Dressrosa family with enough resources to elevate themselves to dukedom. However, Thor was also realistic. Despite having a daily intelligence system, resolving the conflicts across such vast territories was nearly impossible. The Spencer family's downfall this time was largely due to luck. Next time, such an opportunity might not present itself. Arrogant. Zaporov Spencer's face darkened at Thor's words. Before he could respond further, father. A startled cry came from the distance. Zaporov Spencer turned to look and was horrified. In the distance, amidst roaring thunder, a figure crashed into the ground, leaving chaos in their wake. More importantly, out of the 10 peak Earth Knights, 3 had already fallen in such a short time. This. Zaporov Spencer's pupils constricted, his shock palpable as he turned his gaze back toward Thor. How about this? In less than 15 minutes, the entire Spencer Knight Order will be annihilated. Thor's calm smile and words made Zaporov Spencer's expression even grimmer. Dressrosa. Gritting his teeth, Zaporov Spencer's aura surged, blood-red energy radiating from his body. A secret technique. Thor raised an eyebrow but wasn't too surprised. If the Dressrosa family had secret techniques to enhance strength rapidly, it was only natural for the Spencer family, a marquee household, to possess them as well. Zaporov Spencer's life force surged to late-stage Sky Knight level, the blood-red aura threatening to tear apart the stormy clouds above. Zaporov Spencer knew he had no choice but to act quickly. Late-stage Sky Knight, impressive, but not enough. You'll all perish here together. Thor chuckled as the thunder around him dissipated, icy energy radiated from his forehead. Snow began to fall as frost spread across the ground, covering a 5-diameter radius in moments. The entire area was soon blanketed in snow. Dressrosa. Zaporov Spencer roared, his blood-red eyes locked onto Thor. The blood aura surged, but he failed to notice the snowflakes silently drifting around him. Thor, meanwhile, had no intention of continuing to rely on the Thunder Law's power. Instead, he unleashed his strongest ability. Snow and ice converged into a spear in his hand, distinct from the thunder spear earlier. This one exuded an aura of frost and snow. As the spear formed, Zaporov Spencer hesitated, his movement slowing as frost began to creep over his body. Boom! The ice spear collided with Zaporov Spencer's longsword. The terrifying cold spread rapidly, freezing his sword and creeping along his arm. Impossible. Zaporov Spencer's desperate struggle ended in vain as the ice overtook him. His body froze solid before shattering into pieces upon impact with the ground. Thor exhaled deeply, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. His strength was even greater than he had anticipated. Bang. A body crashed to the ground, instantly shattering into pieces. The remaining members of the Spencer family's Knight Regiment below were struck with terror in that moment. In the distance, Marquis Spencer, who was still struggling to hold his ground, turned abruptly and witnessed this scene. His figure froze and his pupils dilated in disbelief. How could this be, Father? Marquis Spencer's voice trembled as he stared blankly at the shattered figure in the distance. At that moment, it felt as though the world had collapsed around him. However, his momentary daze created a critical opening in their defense. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted as 2 Earth Knights were struck by the sweeping force of a lightning spear, sending their bodies flying into the distance. Marquis. The remaining 3 peak Earth Knights called out anxiously. The sudden outcry snapped Marquis Spencer back to reality, but it was already too late. Even with 6 people, they had struggled to fend off the attack. Now, with only 4 left, their resistance was futile. The power of lightning roared. In an instant, 2 more figures were reduced to charred remains, their bodies also flung into the distance. Even Marquis Spencer only managed to hold on for a moment. Despite utilizing a secret technique, it was to no avail. His heart was pierced, and the lightning's power obliterated his life force almost instantly. Schlick. The lightning spear was withdrawn, dissipating back into threads of electricity that vanished into the air. Marquis Spencer's lifeless body crashed heavily to the ground. The surrounding area, spanning several hundred meters, had turned into a scorched wasteland. The destructive power unleashed by Thor had even altered the terrain. However, the gains were substantial. 10 peak Earth Knights had all been dealt within less than half an hour. While Thor was eliminating the Earth Knights, elsewhere in a world of ice and snow, Anna emerged. Behind her was a frozen expanse stretching nearly 200 meters, where several figures had been transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. The two exchanged a glance before turning their attention to the remaining knights. With the addition of Thor and Anna, the already collapsing Knight Regiment, shaken by the death of the Spencer family's Sky Knight, offered no resistance. In less than 15 minutes, the remaining knights were wiped out. When the battle concluded, Glenda, Karn, and the Dressrosa family descendants stood in silence, staring at the corpses and the charred body of Marquis Spencer, young Master Thor. Glenda Dressrosa spoke, but she didn't know how to continue. The others felt the same. Although they had witnessed the power of Thor's Knight Regiment multiple times along the way, the strength displayed this time still left them deeply shaken. This was Marquis Spencer, a noble from one of the most powerful Marquis families in the entire Tulip Kingdom. Even though they had previously been humiliated by the Dressrosa family, no one had ever doubted the Spencer family's strength. Their display earlier had proven their power: a Middleville Sky Knight, 10 peak Earth Knights, and over 30 Earth Knights, a force terrifyingly strong. Yet such strength had been effortlessly crushed by Thor. Gulp, has young Master Thor broken through to become a Sky Knight? After a long silence, a Dressrosa family descendant swallowed hard and stammered. His question was met with silence. Isn't young Master Thor only in his 20s? Unable to bear the silence, the same person spoke again. To be precise, young Master Thor is currently only 21 years old. Glenda Dressrosa softly replied after a brief pause. 21 years old, young Master Thor. Hearing Glenda's words, the Dressrosa descendants exchanged glances before falling silent again. 21. They couldn't fathom such talent. For them, becoming an official knight by 21 was already extraordinary. Breaking through to Great Knight before 30 would mark them as prodigies with the potential to become Earth Knights. But now, Thor, at just 21, possessed the strength of a Sky Knight. They couldn't imagine or dare to predict how far Thor could go in the future. The stronger young Master Thor becomes, the stronger our Dressrosa family will grow, right? This time, our family is sure to rise to marquis status. Breaking the silence, Karn spoke, his astonishment slightly subdued. Yes, Karn is right. The stronger young Master Thor becomes, the better it is for us. Our family is bound to be promoted to a marquis family this time. Karn's words snapped the Dressrosa descendants out of their daze, prompting hurried agreements. Thor, however, paid no attention to their thoughts. He wasn't concerned about revealing his strength. During the Kingdom's War, his power would inevitably come to light. It was only a matter of time. Besides, the ones witnessing it now were all Dressrosa family members, making it even less of an issue. Descending from the sky, Thor withdrew his pseudodomain power. His aura had barely fluctuated. With my current strength, the power of the Thunder Law imprint should be roughly equivalent to an early-stage Sky Knight. It's still a bit short of mid-stage. If I combine the Ice Law imprint with the pseudodomain, I should be able to contend with a typical late-stage Sky Knight. But I am not sure if combining all my powers can match a peak Sky Knight. No, probably not. My powers are still fragmented. Even if I use them all, the improvement wouldn't be substantial. As he landed, Thor muttered to himself, reflecting on the battle. His fight against the Spencer family's Sky Knight had given him a clearer understanding of his current strength. He was undeniably strong, wielding the Thunder, Ice, and Death Law imprints alongside an artifact's shadow. Despite not breaking through to Sky Knight, he surpassed ordinary Sky Knights, even late-stage ones. However, his powers remained unintegrated. Integrating the Ice and Death Law imprints was feasible. The Thunder Law imprint and the artifact's shadow likely could as well, but merging all these powers was nearly impossible. Thus, even if he unleashed his full strength, it wouldn't be significantly stronger than the combination of the Ice and Death Law imprints. In the Tulip Kingdom, he could handle powerful marquis families like the Spencers, but against top-tier marquis families or the three ducal families, he was still lacking even with Ryan's help. Whoosh. Exhaling deeply, Thor shook his head. His current strength wasn't enough. Beyond the Tulip Kingdom lay even more powerful kingdoms and duchies. Within the kingdom itself, the top three marquis families and the ducal families were far stronger. To compete for law fragments, he needed to grow stronger. Yet reaching the next level wouldn't be easy. Even breaking through to Sky Knight wouldn't significantly boost his power. To make a substantial leap, he either needed more Ice Law fragments, especially fragments of higher levels, or to integrate his powers. Both paths were fraught with difficulty. Most law fragments were already in the hands of powerful nobles. Acquiring more would be akin to snatching food from a tiger. Moreover, fragments of higher levels might not even be absorbable for him. As for integration, it was an even steeper challenge. Even saints struggled to integrate such diverse powers. Thor pondered briefly before approaching the shattered corpse. Raising his hand, 3 orbs of light floated up, 2 Ice Law fragments and 1 Earth Law fragment. Thor examined them and felt a tinge of disappointment. The 2 Ice Law fragments were part of a set he already possessed. At his current level, he could absorb only 1 more, but the enhancement would be minimal. As for Anna and Nico, Anna likely couldn't absorb any, while Nico might manage one but with limited improvement. Even nature spirits required growth beyond simply consuming law fragments. Shaking his head, Thor pocketed the 3 fragments. They could still serve as merits to aid his father's promotion to Marquis. After collecting the fragments, Thor turned to Ryan, Marshall, Anna, and the Knight Regiment, who had finished clearing the battlefield. "How's the situation?" Thor asked Marshall. Nearly all of the Spencer family's hundreds of members were killed. Only about a dozen escaped. "Our Knight Regiment suffered 54 casualties, with 7 dead and 12 seriously injured," Marshall reported. Despite Thor, Ryan, and Anna taking on most of the burden, casualties were inevitable against such a formidable opponent. The Dressrosa family's knights suffered the most losses. Thor sighed. Despite his efforts to strengthen them, the disparity with the powerful Spencer family was evident. Prepare proper burials for the 7 dead. Distribute life potions to the 12 injured. After a brief pause, Thor issued his orders. Understood. Marshall nodded and left to handle the arrangements. Ryan, can your current strength handle an average Sky Knight? Thor asked. Almost. With the Thunder Spear, I should match a mid-stage Sky Knight if they don TU's secret techniques, but I probably wouldn't win. Ryan nodded thoughtfully. Good. Focus on comprehending the Thunder Law and see if you can intertwine it with the Death Law. If successful, your strength will grow further. Thor nodded, then turned to Anna, handing her a law fragment. Take this. Once Nico awakens, give it to her. She should be able to absorb one more fragment. Yes, master. Anna replied, accepting the fragment. Rest and recover. Also, have Uncle Marshall lead a team to clear out any remaining enemies. If they can find them, let it go. Thor waved his hand, dismissing them. Understood. The two left and Thor leapt onto a large boulder, retrieving an ice law fragment to absorb. Frost spread faintly, and the icy-blue mark on his brow grew brighter. This time it took only moments for the fragment to fully merge into his body. The night deepened gradually. A faint moonlight spread across the land as a fragment of elemental law was completely absorbed by Thor. Feeling the surging life energy within him, Thor shook his head. As he expected, this fragment of elemental law did not bring significant improvement to him. At the same time, a chilling sensation began emanating from the center of his brow, spreading through his entire body. Clearly, the power of law carried within his law imprint had reached its limit. To continue weaving laws, mere fragments of elemental law would no longer suffice. He would need to seek homologous laws within the domain of ice elements. However, acquiring homologous laws of the ice element was evidently far more difficult than obtaining and mastering another law fragment. After all, whether such homologous laws even existed in this otherworldly realm was an unknown. Shaking his head again, Thor stood up. Before he could make his next move, the familiar mechanical voice echoed beside his ear once more. Lines of new text appeared before his eyes. Daily information updated 1. The struggle within Thunder Prison has reached a fever pitch. A duke from the Violet Purpleflower Kingdom was defeated by a duke from the Saki Kingdom, suffering heavy losses. 2. 300 miles ahead, a herd of swine beasts will pass through. Their meat is exceptionally tender and delicious. 500 miles to the right, a Campbell family knight regiment is engaged in a fierce battle with a fourth-tier magical beast. Ultimately, the entire regiment was annihilated. A powerful duke from the Macedonian Kingdom has acquired numerous law fragments. Intense conflict broke out with two dukes from the Scarlet Flame Kingdom, resulting in heavy losses for the latter, forcing their retreat. 8. 2,500 miles ahead, the Tulip Kingdom's Duke Lepor clashed with the Red Dragon Grand Duke. Their fight unexpectedly drew the Angel Dressrosa Knight Regiment into the fray 15 days later. 9. As the new intel appeared, Thor quickly scanned through it. When his gaze landed on one particular piece of information, his eyes lit up. Having been in this otherworldly realm for almost a month, he had finally found traces of his father. This discovery brought a faint smile to his face. Frankly, as the days passed and daily information updates accumulated, even Thor began to worry about the safety of his father and others. Although the Dressrosa family still held decent strength in the Tulip Kingdom, their power was insignificant among the nobles across the continent. Facing the siege of 7 powerful noble families was far from ideal. Over the past few days, while clearing out nearby threats, Thor had been hoping to find traces of his father and his group. However, despite the many daily information updates, there had been no information about Count Angel, intensifying Thor's unease. Unexpectedly, this crucial intel surfaced now, 2,500 miles, 15 days, Red Dragon Grand Duke, Lepor family. Muttering to himself as he reviewed the daily information, Thor frowned slightly. Thor knew of the Lepor family. They were one of the 3 great dukes of the Tulip Kingdom. As for the Red Dragon Grand Duke, the name alone suggested he was a Grand Duke from the Red Dragon Principality. In the hierarchy of nobility, kings ranked above Grand Dukes, and thus kingdoms were above principalities. However, while kings outranked Grand Dukes, this did not mean that dukes of principalities were inferior to dukes of kingdoms. In fact, Grand Dukes from principalities often surpassed even the dukes of powerful kingdoms. Thor had not anticipated that the Tulip Kingdom's duke would clash with the Red Dragon Principality, dragging his father into the conflict. This was far from ideal. Neither the Tulip Kingdom's duke nor the Red Dragon Principality's Grand Duke could be matched by the Dressrosa family. Thor's initial joy faded, replaced by a serious expression. Covering 2,500 miles in 15 days would require traveling over 150 miles daily. For an entire knight regiment, this was nearly impossible. Even with only his regiment, the timeframe still felt too tight. Thor's mind raced as he weighed his options. Instead of rushing into action, he took time to strategize. By dawn, he had summoned Marshall, Ryan, Anna, and the other descendants of the Dressrosa family for a meeting. "Young Master Thor, are you suggesting we temporarily split up?" Marshall asked in surprise. "Yes, For now, the surrounding areas occupied by the 7 noble families' knight regiments have mostly been cleared. It's unlikely new knight regiments will converge here soon, ensuring safety. Meanwhile, I must head to a potentially dangerous area, making temporary separation the best option, Thor explained. His plan was to part ways with the Dressrosa descendants and his knight regiment. He would only take Anna and Ryan with him. With just the 3 of them, it was feasible to cover 2,500 miles in 15 days. Danger. Marshall and the others were visibly alarmed. Don't worry. The danger is minimal for me but might be significant for you. This break will also give you time to recuperate and consolidate your gains, Thor reassured them. I understand. Rest assured, young Master Thor, I will manage the regiment well, Marshall said after a deep breath, nodding resolutely. Thor's decision was firm, and everyone, including Marshall, recognized that they might be holding him back. Even during the battle against Marquis Spencer, their contributions had been minimal. Thor and his companions could have easily handled the situation alone. After issuing some final instructions such as avoiding Thunder Prison and steering clear of the 7 noble families, Thor entrusted the group to Marshall's leadership and set off with Anna and Ryan. The 3 moved swiftly. With Anna's magic, they soared through the skies, significantly increasing their travel speed. On the first day alone, they covered over 100 miles, despite spending considerable time making preparations. Without those delays, they could have covered up to 200 miles in a single day. Over the next several days, the trio encountered increasingly formidable magical beasts and noble knight regiments. However, any opposing forces they encountered were swiftly dealt with, though their progress attracted attention, particularly from nobles who recognized Thor's Dressrosa emblem. Thor paid them no mind. His focus was solely on reaching Count Angel's location. 12 days into their journey, Thor faced a dilemma upon arriving at a mountain range. According to the daily information, a group of powerful earthbound dragons resided in a valley within the range. Crossing the mountain directly would mean inevitable conflict. After careful consideration, Thor decided to take a detour around the mountain. As Thor and his group bypassed the valley, a few knight regiments later ventured directly into the dragon-infested area, likely unaware of the danger that awaited them. Thor and his companions flew at high speed, leaving the Campbell, Sears, and Ford families trailing behind. Despite their best efforts, the 3 families couldn't keep up. Although both the Campbell and Sears families boasted 2 Sky Knights each, and the Ford family had 1, they were still far behind Thor and his group. This was partly due to the time lag in receiving information, and partly because Thor's speed rivaled that of an average Sky Knight. Even when the 3 families' Sky Knights abandoned their respective knight orders to give chase, they were still left in the dust. Where are they? In the sky, an elderly man scanned the surroundings with a grim expression, his senses spreading out rapidly to search for traces of Thor. Yet nothing turned up. They've probably entered that mountain range, another elderly man said solemnly, his gaze fixed on the distant peaks. It's highly likely we've been exposed. Exactly. About a month ago, there were reports of traces of the Dressrosa family about 700 miles from here. Angel might have gone there, a Sky Knight from the Ford family added. Let's go. The lead Sky Knight from the Campbell family gritted his teeth and made a swift decision. The others nodded in agreement. Since they had joined forces to target the Dressrosa family, they weren't about to let this opportunity slip away. Even with Angel's strength, their collective power 5 Sky Knights, including 1 at the mid-tier, gave them a significant advantage. However, what they didn't realize was that their quarry wasn't Angel but Thor Dressrosa. Moreover, Thor hadn't entered the mountains instead. He had chosen a longer detour to avoid the area. Thor was well aware of the peril posed by the earth dragons in the mountain range. These magical beasts, infused with dragon blood, were formidable. Even the most ordinary earth dragon was a Tier 4 creature, and their leaders often reached the peak of Tier 4, making them nearly invincible. Uncertain of the dragon's strength, Thor deemed it safer to take a detour, even if it meant traveling a few extra 100 miles. The risk of encountering a group of earth dragons was not worth it. The 3 families, however, remained oblivious to this danger as they entered the mountain range in search of Thor. Initially, the Sky Knights detected nothing unusual as they scoured the mountains for traces of Thor. Disappointed by the lack of findings, they eventually decided to split up on the second day to widen their search. By the third day, signs of danger began to surface. Stop! One of the Campbell family's Sky Knights suddenly halted, his face turning pale. What's wrong, brother? The other knight asked, puzzled. Before he could explain, a deafening roar shattered the air, followed by an enormous surge of energy that caused the ground to tremble violently. It's from the Ford family's side, exclaimed the first knight in shock, his gaze darting toward the source of the commotion. We need to leave. This is Earth Dragon territory. The second knight hesitated only for a moment before leaping into the air alongside his companion. As they ascended, an overwhelming aura descended upon them. Another earth-shaking roar erupted, accompanied by an invisible sound wave that knocked the 2 knights off balance. from a nearby lake, a colossal creature emerged, its size rivaling 3 mammoths. Resembling a rhinoceros, the beast had a bulky body, sturdy legs, a massive horn on its forehead, and a spiked bony plate forming a shield-like structure behind its head. Its crimson eyes locked onto the 2 Sky Knights with predatory intent. Damn it, it's an adult earth dragon. Fear overtook the knight as he noticed the ground trembling under the approach of more dragons. Panic set in and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. In the distance, battles erupted in other locations as well. Both the Ford and Sears families encountered multiple earth dragons, plunging the entire mountain range into chaos. Meanwhile, Thor and his companions far away briefly paused to glance at the distant commotion. "Sir, it seems like a battle is happening over there," Ren remarked with curiosity. "Let's go. We need to pick up the pace," Thor replied, uninterested in the events unfolding behind him. The consequences for the 3 families were dire. After a day of intense fighting, only 3 of the original 5 Sky Knights managed to escape the mountains, battered and broken. The other 2 had perished in the treacherous terrain. Dressrosa, one of the survivors, growled through gritted teeth, his eyes burning with fury. But there was no time for revenge, as they had to flee before the earth dragons caught up again. Unbeknownst to Thor, his roundabout route had inadvertently caused the near destruction of 3 powerful noble families. Oblivious to their plight, he continued on his journey, gradually approaching the location of Angel, the Count of Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the central region of the foreign land where nobles converged, the allure of law fragments grew stronger. These fragments, scattered throughout the area, attracted powerful nobles seeking to strengthen themselves. Thor's collection of law fragments had grown considerably during his travels, with shards representing ice, earth, wind, lightning, and water among his spoils. However, his activities did not go unnoticed. Nobles within the vicinity began to sense his presence and the diverse fragments he carried. Roughly 100 miles away from Thor, in the temporary camp of the Kirk family, one of the top Marquis households of the Rector Kingdom, Marquis Richard Kirk, sensed several nearby law fragments. "Ha, it seems our luck is excellent," the Marquis exclaimed. Yet his excitement quickly turned to disbelief when he saw Thor's signal moving directly toward 2 enormous clusters of energy, representing 2 immensely powerful nobles. What is he doing? Richard Kirk could only watch in stunned silence as Thor plunged into what seemed like certain doom. Unfazed by the dangers ahead, Thor pressed on. He had identified his father's location among the clusters of energy and was determined to reach him. As he approached, the daily information updates provided increasing information about his father and the surrounding conflict. Thor's father, it seemed, had amassed a staggering number of law fragments, enough to draw the attention of powerful rivals. Understanding this, Thor quickened his pace, knowing that time was of the essence. Marquis Ricardo Kirk was stunned. The other nobles tracking Thor's movements were equally shocked, especially those who were aware of the far-off events. A peculiar expression crossed their faces, for it was the very place where the Tulip Kingdom's Lapor family clashed with the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon. At this moment, with a nobleman entering the scene, many began anticipating an intriguing spectacle. Thor, while unaware of their thoughts, still sensed a shift. As he approached his destination, the shadows that had been following him gradually disappeared. They chose not to continue. Even the daily information reports reflected this, presenting corresponding information. High in the air, Thor reviewed the contents of the information reports one by one and fell into deep contemplation. Both the Lapor family and the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon were undeniably formidable. Even from the information's brief descriptions, Thor could sense their strength. The Lapor family boasted 2 peak Sky Knights and 1 half-step Holy Domain combatant. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon surpassed even that. The Grand Duke himself was a half-step Holy Domain warrior, accompanied by 3 peak Sky Knights. Such strength far exceeded the current power of the Dressrosa family. Even if his father and he combined forces, they would still be outmatched by either party. More accurately, any of these 2 could utterly crush the Dressrosa family as they were now. For Dressrosa to intervene would be exceedingly difficult. In truth, while it might be possible, Thor had no intention of interfering. However, according to the information reports, neither he nor the Dressrosa family had much choice. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon had already clashed with the knights led by his father, Count Angel. Count Angel had even killed one of the Grand Duke's Sky Knights. The feud was set. It wasn't a matter of choosing whether to get involved. Count Angel were to retreat. The forces under the Grand Duke, now restrained, would be unleashed entirely. The Lapor family wouldn't stand a chance. Once the Lapor family fell, the Grand Duke would inevitably turn his sights on the Dressrosa family. What a mess, Thor muttered, shaking his head with a sigh. He hadn't expected to face a Grand Duke as his first major challenge upon arriving. A Grand Duke was far more powerful than a Duke of the Tulip Kingdom, surpassing even their top marquises. Even so, Thor quickly composed himself, pushing such thoughts aside. Together with Ryan and Anna, he sped toward the location of Count Angel. Regardless of the danger, Thor had no intention of abandoning his father. Besides, they might still have a chance. Although the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was indeed powerful, stronger than the Lapor family, his advantage wasn't absolute. He merely had one extra peak Sky Knight and 3 additional ordinary Sky Knights. Count Angel had already defeated one of the Grand Duke's Sky Knights. Now, the difference was only 1 peak Sky Knight and 2 ordinary ones. Peak Sky Knights were formidable, but Thor was confident that with himself, Ryan, and Anna working together, they could hold their own against one. If they could pin down the peak Sky Knight, Thor believed his father could handle the other 2. This would restore balance to the battlefield. Of course, this all assumed that the Lapor family could be trusted. If not, Thor wouldn't insist on intervening. With the daily information reports, as long as he could reunite with Count Angel, they could respond to the ensuing situation. While Thor and his companions approached Count Angel's location, the battle in a nearby canyon had reached a fever pitch. The Lapor family's knights clashed fiercely with the Grand Duke's forces. 2 half-step Holy Domain warriors unleashed their domain projections, battling incessantly at an altitude of over 3 kilometers. A kilometer below them, peak Sky Knights collided, while ordinary Sky Knights and knights below that rank fought further down. The battlefield was divided into 4 zones. 1 half-step Holy Domain versus half-step Holy Domain, 2 peak Sky Knights against each other, 3 ordinary Sky Knights clashing, 4 ground knights and common knights engaging below. At 3 kilometers high, 2 embryonic domains interwove with no clear outcome in sight. The Lapor family, despite being short by 1 Sky Knight, wasn't yet at a decisive disadvantage. Boom, 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 boom. The sky roared and the ground trembled violently as terrifying life force energies clashed repeatedly. Above the battlefield, 2 elderly figures stood amidst the domain's power, their auras growing stronger with each collision. Ha, Lapor, it seems your last divine awakening granted you quite the gains enough to stand against me, the Red Dragon Grand Duke taunted, his red-bearded face alight with a mocking grin. But do you think your Tulip Kingdom nobles will really give you an opportunity? The slender Lapor elder remained silent, but his heart sank. He knew that depending solely on Count Angel and the Dressrosa family to hold back the Grand Duke was nearly impossible. If the Grand Duke's Sky Knights defeated the Dressrosa forces, their troubles would multiply. Yet knowing this changed nothing. Lapor had already mustered all his strength. Unless the other 2 dukes of the Tulip Kingdom arrived, the situation was grim. Unfortunately, those dukes were over 5,000 miles away. By the time they arrived, likely in half a month, it would all be over. Lapor's expression shifted constantly, but he remained silent, continuing to focus on his domain, clashing against the Grand Duke's projection. On the canyon's other side, 50 miles away, Count Angel and his remaining forces were in dire straits. Michael had lost his right arm entirely. Even Count Angel bore a massive wound, blood seeping unceasingly. From a unit of dozens, only 3 remained: Count Angel, Michael, and Cheshire. The rest were all dead. Knowing the inevitable clash with the Grand Duke, Count Angel had disbanded his knights, keeping only the 3 strongest to draw the enemy's attention. Michael, Cheshire, you 2 must leave. Take the knights and find Thor. Head west, there should be no strong nobles in that direction, Count Angel said, his voice hoarse as he gasped for breath. Michael smiled bitterly. My lord, Cheshire should go. I can leave now. Michael, Angel began, but Michael cut him off. My lord, I was the one who delivered the final blow to that Sky Knight. The Grand Duke let me go. He continued with a smirk. Besides, with me here we have a chance against a peak Sky Knight. Without me we have none. Angel fell silent for a moment before finally nodding. Cheshire, you must go. The Dressrosa family needs a future. Count Angel spoke seriously. I understand. Cheshire's expression slightly changed, and then he let out a long breath, nodding heavily. Count Angel then took out the vial of life essence he had obtained earlier. It originally contained about 10 drops, but after using several along the way, only 5 drops remained. After a brief moment of contemplation, Count Angel took 2 drops and handed the remaining vial to Cheshire. Give this to Thor. Tell him to work hard. He is the eagle of our Dressrosa family. Count Angel spoke with a smile. Understood. Cheshire nodded solemnly, then quickly took the crystal vial and hurried off towards the distance. Here, the peak of the Sky Knight, it's just the right time to see if we can handle it. Count Angel tossed a drop of life essence to Michael, his voice carrying a light chuckle. Indeed, he never fought a peak Sky Knight before. If we win, will those damn old fools still dare say I have no talent? Michael also laughed heartily and nodded. The 2 of them quickly swallowed the life essence drop. The intense life force blossomed around them, and the injuries on their bodies rapidly healed at an almost visible speed. Although Michael's arm did not fully recover, the life force within him, which had nearly been exhausted, reignited with vitality. At the same time, Count Angel's nearly fatal wounds also began healing at an incredible rate. Just as the 2 were recovering, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from above the sky. They instinctively looked up and saw two figures floating in midair. These were two elderly men, their hair already graying, and one of them had a face filled with wrinkles. At that moment, however, Count Angel and Michael grew extremely serious, because it was this wrinkled-faced elder who, with just one clash, had nearly crippled them. In the end, it was Count Angel and Michael who used secret techniques to barely escape, but they only barely managed to escape. They had caused no harm to the opponent, and instead, Count Angel was heavily wounded, nearly cleaved in half, while Michael's right arm was severed. Oh, it seems you have a lot of good things on you. The side effects of the blood secret technique and the wounds on your bodies have healed so quickly. The elder's light laughter rang out as his gaze involuntarily turned towards the two figures below. Good stuff. Of course we have plenty. If you have the ability, come and take it. The peak of the Sky Knight, I haven't killed one yet. Michael responded with a light laugh, and then the two began to slowly float into the air. Meanwhile, the life force that had just healed their bodies surged again. Facing the peak of the Sky Knight, neither of them dared to hold back. Especially after witnessing the terrifying strength of their opponent earlier, the two instantly activated their secret techniques once again. Blood began to spread, and the life force started to take on a red tint. Boom. Terrifying energy surged. In this moment, facing a peak Sky Knight and another Sky Knight, both Count Angel and Michael instantly activated their secret arts. Their life force transformed into a fiery red hue in an instant. Blood-red energy spread, and the crimson glow illuminated the entire sky. At this moment, the aura of both reached an extreme limit. Is this the mad blood secret art? Unfortunately, it's not enough. The old man's calm voice echoed. Midair, an equally overwhelming no, an even more powerful life force erupted from him, surpassing that of Angel and Michael. Boom, rumble. Deafening explosions erupted as dark clouds engulfed the sky. A peak Sky Knight could already partially influence the environment, and the dark clouds covering the entire sky signified that the old man's cultivation was far beyond that of an ordinary peak Sky Knight. He was only one step away from forming a domain and reaching the half-step sanctuary realm. The Red Dragon Grand Duke. Granted his title for his meritorious deeds, his strength far exceeded that of an ordinary duke. Even in the alien world, his overall strength was far superior to the dukes of top-tier kingdoms. The Tulip Kingdom's leper family paled in comparison, let alone the Abai family of the Golden Flower Kingdom, who also fell short of such a noble of this caliber. In fact, during Kingdom Wars, the Red Dragon Grand Duke even had the privilege to abstain from participating, something other nobles were not afforded. Sensing the dark clouds engulfing the sky, Count Angel and Michael's expressions subtly changed. Yet at this moment, retreat was no longer an option. In their hands, knight swords appeared as they charged toward the old man. The dark clouds churned as waves of cold air spread. The old man clenched his right hand lightly, and flames burst forth. In the next moment, a fiery red knight's spear materialized in his grasp. As he gripped the spear, the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Below, grass, flowers, and trees withered, their leaves turning yellow at an alarming rate. Even Count Angel and Michael felt an intense heat bearing down on them. And then, before the two could react, the old man vanished from sight. Not good. Count Angel and Michael's faces changed drastically, instinctively attempting to evade, but it was too late. The old man's speed far exceeded their perception, and he appeared abruptly beside Michael. Watch out. Noticing the old man's presence in his peripheral vision, Angel's voice rang out. Michael reflexively raised his knight's sword. Boom. The spear struck down from above, igniting the air with flames. Michael felt as though he had been hit by a mature land-bound dragon. His internal organs quaked violently, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He lasted less than a second before his body was hurled like a cannonball into the distance. Borvar McGill, finish him. The old man commanded, his voice stern as he glanced at another figure nearby. Yes. The figure responded and darted toward Michael, who had been flung away. Count Angel instinctively wanted to act, but before he could move, an overwhelming aura locked onto his body entirely. Sweat dripped from Angel's forehead as his movements froze involuntarily. He knew well that any action on his part would invite the old man's devastating counterattack. Exhaling deeply, Angel suddenly smiled. His smile caused the old man to frown, and just as the old man frowned, sensing something, he instinctively looked toward the distant figure of Michael, who had crashed earlier. Boom. A massive burst of flames erupted. Ha ha ha, old man, I was waiting for this moment. Laughter echoed as the flames engulfed the forest. A figure, almost entirely consumed by flames, emerged, cloaked in a blood-red aura that obscured the area. Michael's energy surged once more, reaching the mid-stage Sky Knight level. From within the flames, a charred figure was flung out. It was another Sky Knight of the Red Dragon Grand Duke. This knight's body was ablaze, his chest pierced by an enormous gaping hole. The last vestiges of life rapidly faded. His scorched features were frozen in disbelief. As a peak early-stage Sky Knight, he should not have been defeated so easily, let alone killed outright. Michael, gravely injured by the old man, should have been an easy target, but no one anticipated that Michael had held back his strength. You all. The old man's face darkened as his gaze shifted between Angel and Michael. An uncontrollable fury began to swell within him. He had underestimated Count Angel, a mere noble of a minor kingdom. Repeated miscalculations had cost him dearly. First, one Sky Knight was killed instantly, catching him off guard. Now, even under his direct involvement, another Sky Knight had fallen. For the Red Dragon Grand Duke, losing 2 Sky Knights in such a short time was an unbearable blow. "What's wrong, old man? Did you think you had us completely under control?" Michael's laughter resonated as his flames raged, his blood-red aura intertwining with the heavens. His form ascended, markedly transformed from his earlier state. As a Blood Knight, Michael was one of the most formidable knights in the Tulip Kingdom and the Northern Tri-Kingdoms. He was not without his tricks. Angel, too, was no exception. Boom. The flames surged as Michael charged at the old man once more. Simultaneously, Angel's body ignited with a terrifying blaze. His aura, originally at the peak of mid-stage Sky Knight, climbed further, reaching late-stage Sky Knight at its peak just a step away from the pinnacle. Their combined flames turned the sky into a sea of fire. Years ago, both had explored a relic from the southern moon. From it, they not only ascended to Earth Knights, but also obtained a top-tier secret art and inheritance from the legendary Phoenix clan. By activating the secret art, they could temporarily elevate their strength by 1 tier. At their peak as Earth Knights, they had been able to rival ordinary Sky Knights. Furthermore, the Phoenix clan's secret art enhanced their vitality and physical transformation upon defeating their enemies. This made them unparalleled among Earth Knights at their peak. Boom. The fiery sea raged, and the high temperatures enveloped everything. Both Angel and Michael seemed to be burning themselves. No, they were indeed burning. The Phoenix clan's secret art came with a price. Its power to enhance strength burned everything, and prolonged use would ultimately consume the user. While the current stalemate persisted, Angel and Michael were racing against time, as their own lives would be the ultimate cost. The old man soon realized this. His initial fury subsided, replaced by calm calculation. If he could outlast their flames, victory would be his. Thus, he slowed his attacks, conserving his strength. Outside observers, however, were unaware of these intricacies. The sea of fire in the sky and the overwhelming aura of Sky Knights could be felt for dozens of miles. In the valley, figures turned their gaze toward the distant battle, astonished. Above, at an altitude of 3,000 meters, 2 figures clashed fiercely, their embryonic domains colliding. Boom. The Duke Lepor laughed, his oppressive demeanor lifting slightly as he mocked Grand Duke. "It seems your 2 Sky Knights are now down to 1. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's expression turned grim. Far from the battlefield, he could sense only one remaining Sky Knight. In such a conflict, a missing presence spelled a grim fate. 2 Sky Knights' irreplaceable losses had fallen. Meanwhile, the Duke Lepor's smirk deepened. The escalating battle engulfed the valley in flames. As domain powers collided, the surrounding nobles watched eagerly, waiting for their chance to strike if both sides were severely weakened. Boom. Flames surged, turning the entire sky into a sea of fire. Even from dozens of miles away, Thor could feel the overwhelming vitality and 2 very familiar auras in the distance. "Father, Uncle Michael," Thor murmured, his gaze instinctively drawn to the distant inferno, his expression filled with shock. "It's Lord Count." Thor wasn't the only one who sensed the presence of Count Angel and Michael. Ryan also felt it. His pupils dilated, his expression tinged with disbelief. The rapid progress he had made recently had filled Ryan with confidence. Yet, sensing the boundless vitality in the distance at this moment left him speechless, his mouth agape. Master, Lord Count must have used some kind of secret technique. His life force is burning rapidly. He can hold on much longer. Amid their shock, Anna's voice rang out. "Secret technique. This is bad." Hearing Anna's words, Thor was startled, but he quickly grasped the situation. Although he wasn't sure what level or nature of secret technique Count Angel and Michael were using, the consequences were clearly severe. Otherwise, Anna wouldn't have detected that his father and Uncle Michael's life forces were burning. Elves were known for their acute senses. If she sensed it, it had to be real. "Let's go." With a low shout, a surge of immense vitality erupted from Thor's body. At the same time, the mark of Thunder's Law appeared on his forehead. He stepped into the void, his figure darting forward like lightning. Boom, the air exploded in his wake, and Thor's figure shot into the distance like a flash. "My lord," Ryan called out, but he couldn't afford to hesitate. His law mark also manifested, and he followed closely behind Thor. "Elements of ice within this space, gather your strength within me. Grant me the power to soar through the sky's wings of ice." As Anna chanted, dense magical elements swirled around her. Soon, wings made entirely of ice formed on her back. With a flap of her ice wings, she soared forward, her speed matching Thor and Ryan, who had burst forth with the power of their laws. Boom! Within the sea of fire, a clash erupted again, sending three figures scattering. Lord Count, this can go on. Let me handle this. Michael's voice was firm, his eyes filled with determination. At this point, he could feel his body reaching its limit. The flames were no longer just burning his flesh, even his soul had begun to ignite. At this rate, he would be consumed by the inferno in just 20 breaths. Not only him, but Count Angel was also in the same predicament. The flames had already engulfed his body, and his remaining time was limited. Rather than meet such an end, Michael had decided to use his final burst of strength, hoping to severely wound the Peak Sky Knight before them and give Count Angel a chance to survive. Silence. Count Angel's voice was stern, cutting Michael off. Engulfed in flames, his face obscured by the inferno, Count Angel still managed to project an aura of command. You and T have a chance. This high-level secret technique is indeed powerful, but your strength is insufficient, the Elder's calm voice echoed. Standing within the sea of flames, parts of his body already ablaze, he remained unnervingly composed. The surrounding fire seemed to be influenced by his tranquility. Clearly, the prototype of his domain was forming. Once completed, the Elder's strength would undoubtedly step into the realm of the half-sanctuary. Lord Count, Michael, filled with urgency, tried to protest instinctively. A fiery bird's phantom suddenly appeared on Count Angel's body. Lord Count, Michael's expression changed drastically. What shocked him even more was that the flames consuming him were being drawn away, forcibly halted in their tracks. Boom. A massive surge of fire erupted from Count Angel, engulfing the surroundings. If someone must go, it will be me. Michael, you are not strong enough. From now on, the family will depend on you. Count Angel laughed heartily, his eyes filled with resolve. From the moment the battle began, Count Angel had realized that even with the secret technique and burning everything, they couldn't defeat the Peak Sky Knight before them. Their opponent was already infinitely close to the half-holy realm, with a domain nearly formed. Even with the aid of the secret technique, their combined strength barely reached the level of an average Peak Sky Knight, far from being a match for such an opponent. Stopping Michael earlier was because Count Angel had no intention of letting him sacrifice himself. Stop. Angel, you are insane. What about your family? Michael's face turned pale, his words no longer formal, but it was too late. A powerful sea of fire erupted. Boom! A towering pillar of flame shot into the sky, deepening the fiery glow of the heavens. Count Angel's body, vitality, and soul began to burn at an alarming rate. The secret technique's ultimate strike involved burning everything for a moment of transcendence. As a Peak Sky Knight, pushed by the secret technique to a state infinitely close to the peak, this momentary burst of power could not defeat their opponent, but could potentially inflict a serious wound. And that was enough. The Elder facing him, sensing Count Angel's overwhelming aura, couldn't he help but feel his expression shift. What is this? His pupils dilated, disbelief written on his face. He hadn't expected the secret technique to further elevate its potency under such circumstances. Feeling the deadly pressure from Count Angel, the Elder was momentarily frozen. Flames surged around him, and even the fire he had suppressed began spreading over his body. Before he could react further, Count Angel vanished, reappearing above the Elder in an instant. The knight's longsword, now a part of the flames, tightened in Count Angel's grip as he punched downward. The Elder instinctively raised his weapon to block, but before he could fully act, an unrelenting sea of fire engulfed him. Boom, the inferno erupted, and with a single punch, the Elder spat blood that evaporated the instant it appeared. His body was hurled backward, his face pale. One strike. Just one strike had injured him. Count Angel, in his transcendent state, had reached an entirely new level of power. Boom, rumble. Within the sea of flames, the battle resumed, this time with an accelerated rhythm. But unlike before, this time the old man was completely suppressed by Count Angel. His figure continuously crashed down from midair, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth only to evaporate, his aura fluctuating violently. At this moment, he had completely lost the ability to resist. However, as the battle continued, Count Angel's aura also began to wane. Under the extreme sublimation, even his peak state could not last. You won't hold on, you'll die first. Steadying his body, the old man, now enraged, barely managed to stand upright and coldly shouted. Yet he faced Count Angel, whose fiery assault and torrential strength continued like a thunderstorm. Wounds also began to appear on Angel's body, and the scent of charred flesh from his scorched body wafted through the air, a result of the intense flames. Boom, another punch landed, flames surging. The old man's figure was sent flying far into the distance. At this moment, Count Angel hovered in midair, the flames around him flickering erratically. His body even began to turn faintly illusory. Have I reached my limit? Count Angel sighed softly, his gaze instinctively shifting to the distance. Then his body began transforming into a mass of pure flames, ready to chase after the falling figure below. Even if he couldn't finish him off, he had to deal severe damage. Otherwise, the Dressrosa family would face serious trouble in the future. But just then, buzz, a ripple spread outward, and a chill instantly began to diffuse across the sea of flames. Someone's here. Count Angel's expression changed. What is this? His face was filled with shock. Before he could react further, a terrifying icy force spread across the heavens and earth. The flames, already flickering as they neared their limit due to the secret technique, began to extinguish rapidly. The scorched ground, along with the charred plants and trees, was quickly covered by a layer of frost. Layer upon layer of ice spread, turning the surrounding 50-meter radius into a frosty white world in the blink of an eye. Snow and wind began to swirl in midair. The surging flames surrounding Angel were being swiftly suppressed. In a panic, Angel instinctively tried to unleash another burst of power, but at that moment, a familiar voice called out, "Father." The worried voice startled Angel, making his pupils widen as he quickly turned to look into the distance. In that instant, his tension melted away. "Thor." Count Angel murmured in disbelief, as if doubting his senses, until that familiar voice rang out again. "Father, quickly end the secret technique, or your body won't hold out." Thor's voice was heavy with concern. On his forehead, a sigil representing the law glowed vividly, and an icy aura spread across the entire battlefield. "Nico, Anna." After addressing Angel, Thor swiftly turned to Anna. "Understood. Got it, Thor." Two voices responded. Anna raised her magic staff and began to chant, "Ice elements in the space around us, gather your power in my hands. Freeze the earth, turn the mountains to ice, and shroud all creation in a blanket of white." Anna's incantation rapidly unfolded, and an even denser icy aura spread across the battlefield. Meanwhile, the ice sprite Nico began to dance around, and the surrounding snowstorm expanded further. In the blink of an eye, the chill intensified, extinguishing the remaining flames and transforming the scorching heat into biting cold. Even the flames enveloping Angel dimmed significantly. "What is this?" Feeling the bone-chilling cold suppressing his secret technique, Count Angel's eyes widened, but he quickly understood and stopped the secret technique without hesitation. The cold permeated him, extinguishing the burning blood, cells, soul, and life force within him. Eventually, Count Angel's figure emerged completely from the flames. Thor exhaled slightly in relief. When he first rushed in, even without the sensory abilities of a spirit, Thor had immediately sensed Count Angel's life force rapidly depleting. Without hesitation, he unleashed the power of his pseudodomine to freeze the surrounding sea of flames. Yet even his pseudodomine power struggled to fully suppress such terrifying flames. Had things continued, Count Angel would likely have burned out in less than 10 breaths. Fortunately, he had brought Anna and the ice sprite with him this time. With Anna's Tier 3 spell, Frozen World, and Nico's power, they had barely managed to suppress the flames. This prevented Count Angel's body from being completely incinerated. However, Angel's aura was now incredibly weak, his body and even his head charred black. His life force had almost entirely dissipated, and even his soul showed signs of severe damage. "Father, take these first." After a brief moment of thought, Thor tossed over the bottle of high-grade life potion, an advanced recovery potion that Angel had given him earlier. The icy aura spread outward, frost covering the entire realm. With Thor's pseudodomine power combined with Anna's snow-laden techniques and the ice sprite's abilities, the chilling atmosphere extended beyond a mere 50-meter radius, encompassing an area of over a kilometer. Snowstorms swept through the scene, gradually driving away the previously rising temperatures. The flames burning on Count Angel's body were gradually suppressed. Holding the high-grade recovery potion and high-grade life potion thrown over by Thor, Count Angel appeared momentarily stunned, as if unable to react. "Father, please take them quickly," Thor urged again. "All right." Count Angel took a deep breath, no longer hesitating as he opened the high-grade life potion and drank it down. As the potion coursed through his body, an immense vitality surged within him, rapidly healing the severe injuries caused by his secret technique at a visibly noticeable rate. However, a single high-grade life potion was insufficient to achieve a full recovery. Even with a high-grade recovery potion added, it was barely enough to restore a fraction of his condition. The remaining injuries, particularly the damage to his soul, would require a much longer period to recover fully. Count Angel glanced at the recovery potion in his hand and descended towards the nearby area. There, Michael had barely managed to stand. Michael, feeling both shocked and relieved, noticed that the flames raging within his body and externally had calmed significantly under Count Angel's extraction and the freezing effect of the snowstorm. "Lord Thor." As Count Angel and Thor descended, Michael couldn't help but speak up. "Michael, take this and drink it immediately." Count Angel shot a glance at his son, then tossed the high-grade recovery potion to Michael. "This." Michael instinctively caught it, hesitating as he was about to respond. Drink it. Your injuries are no less severe than mine, Count Angel said impatiently. If you don't stabilize your condition, we may not make it until we acquire the life essence, life essence. Thor's brow furrowed. While his father's actions didn't surprise him, he was intrigued by this new term. Understanding Thor's curiosity, Count Angel explained with a smile, Thor, you're not the only one who has gained something. Earlier, we managed to secure several drops of life essence. If high-grade recovery potions were unavailable, even a single drop of life essence could likely restore a considerable amount. Hearing this explanation, Thor was stunned. Even he hadn't expected his father to have made such a substantial gain. Life essence, compared to high-grade life potions, was far more precious. Typically, it only appeared in ancient trees over 10,000 years old, and even a single drop contained vast amounts of life energy. It could replace high-grade life potions and provide extensive healing. Despite his daily information gathering, Thor hadn't come across a single drop during this period. Yet his father seemed to have acquired several. This was simply unbelievable. Father, you. Thor started to speak but was momentarily at a loss for words. Before the father and son could continue their discussion, a massive surge of life energy erupted in the distance. Thor's gaze immediately shifted in that direction, as did Count Angel's and Michael's. At that moment, a figure soared skyward, fleeing rapidly into the distance. It's him. Michael's face darkened as he blurted out, HMPH, how quick to escape. Count Angel snorted coldly. Despite the brief encounter, he had already realized that his son's current strength might rival his own or even surpass it. With their combined strength, bolstered by a high-grade life potion and recovery potion, they could likely defeat the fleeing opponent together. But the enemy had chosen to flee immediately. Meanwhile, Croes was overwhelmed with terror. The snow-covered world had nearly frozen him in an instant. Had the approaching figure not held back, Croes felt he might have perished on the spot. Now that he had narrowly escaped, fleeing was his only option. The power of a domain, a pseudo-domain, was nothing he could contend with. Even though he was considered the closest to becoming a half-step saint, he had yet to reach that realm. Facing a half-step saint wielding a domain, he stood no chance. If he didn't seize this opportunity to escape, the consequences would be dire. Boom, Croes' figure accelerated, even activating a secret technique as he dashed toward the valley at breakneck speed. Quite the cautious one, Thor sighed. It's a pity, he added. Thor hadn't deliberately missed his chance earlier. His domain's expansion made precise action difficult. He had planned to strike after the situation stabilized, but Croes had seized the moment to escape. Now, pursuit was futile. Thor, please locate Cheshire. I sent him away earlier, Count Angel said after a brief pause. The Lepor family and Grand Duke Red Dragon are currently at war. We must prevent Cheshire from being dragged back into it. He headed west. Uncle Cheshire understood, Thor replied. Ryan, Thor called out to the high-altitude figure. I am on it, Ryan replied before vanishing instantly. Once Ryan departed, Michael and Count Angel exchanged glances, both deeply shaken. Despite already sensing Thor's strength, the sight of the frozen surroundings and the chilling air left them astounded. And when they observed Ryan's commanding presence and his overwhelming life force, they couldn't suppress their emotions. Lord Thor, you and Ryan. Michael hesitated but couldn't help voicing his thoughts. We haven't yet broken through to Sky Night, we're only at the peak of Earth Night, Thor explained with a smile, cutting off Michael's unfinished question. The peak of Earth Night. Michael was stunned. Despite their ability to soar through the skies without any sign of magic, they had not yet reached the Sky Night realm. It's the power of laws. Ryan and I have begun to grasp the power of law marks, Thor clarified. Laws, you've mastered law marks. Count Angel's eyes widened, his gaze locking onto Thor with a mix of disbelief and excitement. Yes, though it's only a preliminary mastery. Full control is still some distance away, Thor confirmed. Excellent, truly excellent, Thor ha. Hearing this, Count Angel's eyes lit up with joy. Mastering the power of law marks guaranteed Thor's eventual breakthrough into the saint realm. A saint. With a saint in the Dressrosa family, their rise to a ducal title would be inevitable, and perhaps even the establishment of a duchy might become possible. For both Count Angel and Michael, this realization brought unparalleled excitement. After discussing law marks with Thor, the conversation shifted to Thor's experiences. Thor explained his recent journey, prompting further awe and admiration from his father and Michael. In turn, Thor inquired about their own experiences, curious about their rapid progress in reaching mid-Sky Night and Sky Night levels, respectively. Count Angel and Michael shared their extraordinary encounters, leaving Thor dumbfounded by their sheer luck. Whether it was stumbling into a core area, casually obtaining fragments of laws, or gaining life essence after surviving attacks from Tier 4 magical beasts, their fortune seemed unmatched. Dad, you. Thor was at a loss for words. Ha, unbelievable, right? Even I think so. This time it feels like I've been favored by the goddess of life, just like you." Count Angel laughed heartily. Thor opened his mouth but hesitated to explain that his own fortune stemmed from a cheat ability rather than divine favor. As their conversation continued, Ryan returned with Cheshire, who carried life essence. Seeing Cheshire's elevated aura, now comparable to Michael's at the peak of Earth Night, Thor's interest in the life essence deepened. "Thor, this was originally prepared for you, but now I'll need to use some," Count Angel said, taking 2 drops of life essence and leaving one for Thor. "Thank you, Father," Thor said, accepting the remaining drop without complaint. Compared to obtaining the life essence, Thor was even more intrigued by the essence itself. According to his father's accounts, even a single drop of life essence was far more effective than a high-grade life potion. And that was just a side effect. The true purpose of life essence was to heal injuries and replenish vitality. Thor was curious about how effective it truly was in restoring wounds and rejuvenating life force, just as Thor was observing the life essence and carefully sensing its properties buzz. A sudden ripple spread out. The next moment, an intense heat surged forth, instantly dispelling the surrounding chill. Thor's heart skipped a beat as his gaze instinctively turned to his father. The power of the law mark in the center of his brow almost instinctively prepared to activate, but in the blink of an eye, Thor froze mid-action. His pupils widened in disbelief. At that moment, flames once again surged from Count Angel's body. However, unlike before, the flames were no longer emanating from his soul, but rather from his physical form. This time, they didn't burn his body, but instead fused with it. Rich vitality enveloped the flames. It seemed as though the flames were undergoing a transformation, becoming something more. If the previous flames were a destructive force, obliterating everything in their path, these new flames carried a life-giving vitality that nurtured all things. The scars on Count Angel's body began healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, wrapped in the flames. Simultaneously, the law fragments embedded within his body started glowing. Fiery red light spread across the surroundings. A searing heat began to expand, rapidly driving away the cold from Thor's pseudodomain, Anna's icy landscape, and even the frost aura emanating from the ice sprite, Nico. Crack. A sharp cracking sound echoed as one of the law fragments shattered, transforming into a pure flame that merged into the fire surrounding Count Angel. As this flame merged, the fiery aura around Count Angel expanded even further. The surrounding temperature rose visibly. Even Thor couldn't help but take a step back, as the heat emanating from Count Angel was now too much for him to withstand. Around Count Angel, the ice that had previously frozen everything was melting at an astonishing speed. The snowstorm in the sky receded in reverse. Crack. Moments later, the sound of cracking echoed again. This time, 2 fiery law fragments shattered in quick succession. 2 flames merged into Count Angel's fire. Screech. A faint, crisp sound rang out, and the next moment, a colossal phantom of a firebird appeared above Count Angel. With the firebird's emergence, boom. A suffocating heatwave burst out from Count Angel, spreading rapidly in all directions. Within seconds, the fire's intensity melted all the ice and snow within a 100-meter radius. Retreat. Thor called out softly, flashing beside Michael and pulling him backward. As they moved abruptly, Michael snapped out of his daze. Upon realizing it was Thor, he sighed in relief. Before long, the group had retreated 200 meters. "My lord." Rain hesitated, looking toward Thor. "Uncle Michael, what's happening to my father?" Thor turned to Michael curiously. Although Thor had arrived late earlier, he knew his father and Michael had used the same secret technique. Given the situation, Michael might have some answers. Thanks to the life essence, Michael had recovered significantly. However, his severed arm remained. Regrowing a limb required far more than 1 or 2 drops of life essence, at least 20 drops. Still, Michael wasn't too concerned about that at the moment. His gaze was fixed on Count Angel, who was now enveloped in a sea of fire, and he couldn't suppress his excitement. Seeing Michael's expression, Thor's curiosity deepened. Clearly, Michael knew something. "Young Master Thor, 20 years ago, the Earl and I acquired a high-grade secret technique in an ancient ruin," Michael began, recounting their experiences from 2 decades past. Listening to the story, Thor couldn't hide his astonishment. He hadn't expected his father and Michael to have such a remarkable adventure. The high-grade secret technique was far more powerful than Thor had imagined. While the technique burned the user's essence, it temporarily granted power far exceeding their current level. For example, when they were Earth Knights, the technique allowed them to rival ordinary Sky Knights. Now, it enabled them to suppress even half-step domain saints. Moreover, the technique carried an undying trait that could trigger a transformation after extreme ascension. Count Angel was evidently undergoing such a transformation. Not only was the fire from the secret technique fueling this change, but the fire-attributed law fragments were also elevating the process to a whole new level. Thor couldn't help but be impressed. His father's luck was extraordinary. Even Thor's timely intervention during the extreme ascension using his pseudodomain, Anna's icy domain, and Nico's ice sprite power had been a stroke of luck. Without the combined ice attributes counteracting the fire, it would have been impossible to suppress the flames. To add to the fortune, high-grade recovery potions, and the timely introduction of life essence ensured Angel's vitality, triggering the undying trait. Everything seemed perfectly aligned by luck. Yet Thor wasn't just marveling at the circumstances, he was eager to see the extent of his father's transformation. Currently, Angel was at the midstage of a Sky Knight. With this transformation, he might leap to the peak or even beyond. Thor's gaze remained fixed ahead. The sea of fire had expanded, enveloping the area in flames that continued to spread. Even the air seemed to burn. At the center of the blaze, Count Angel stood tall as his aura climbed higher and higher. Boom. With a sudden surge, Angel's aura broke into the late stage of Sky Knight, but it didn't stop there. His life force intensified as flames swept across the area. Screech. The Firebird Phantom solidified, exuding an overwhelming majesty. The flames around Angel seemed to become part of him, emanating a divine presence. The fire enveloping Angel now appeared to contain its own domain-like power. Though it hadn't fully formed, it was close. As expected, Thor muttered, excitement flickering in his eyes. Count Angel had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His strength now rivaled the peak of Sky Knights, and he was on the cusp of forming a domain. A sea of fire swept across the sky, spreading intense heat that permeated the heavens. The entire sky was dyed a fiery red, and even tens of miles away, one could feel the terrifying phenomenon surrounding Count Angel. Countless people couldn't help but turn their gazes in this direction, their faces filled with confusion and astonishment. What is that? My God, why has that area turned into a sea of fire? It seemed like a battle broke out there just now. Could this be the power of a domain? Voices filled with shock and exclamation erupted everywhere. The emotions carried by these voices were a mix of curiosity, astonishment, and bewilderment. However, no one dared to approach. Even the powerful nobles with their own designs refrained from moving closer. They all knew that this was the battleground between the Red Dragon Grand Duke and the Lepor family. Entering the fray now would likely lead to both sides teaming up to eliminate any intruders. No one was foolish enough to take such a risk at this moment. Amidst their waves of emotions, shock, confusion, and awe, the distant valley fell silent. The fierce battle momentarily ceased. A powerful aura emanated from afar, startling both sides. Even in the skies, where the Lepor family's elder duke and the Red Dragon Grand Duke were locked in combat, the two paused simultaneously. Both frowned slightly. The aura from afar grew increasingly terrifying. First, a sea of fire surged, and the aura seemed to reach the peak of a Sky Knight's strength. But it didn't end there. Soon, the sea of fire was extinguished, and a freezing aura spread from the distance. More importantly, a peculiar energy fluctuation began to ripple outward. Both combatants instantly recognized it was the power of a domain. This signified the emergence of a top-tier entity on the brink of stepping into the domain of a saint. The realization left the two of them in disbelief. The domain's aura was entirely unfamiliar. As the shock settled, another change erupted from the distant commotion. The frigid aura dissipated, giving way to a massive surge of flames. A scorching presence shot straight into the heavens. The two combatants were left even more bewildered, unsure of how to react or even how to describe the situation. Fortunately, the mystery did not linger for long. The next moment, a streak of light flew rapidly toward them from the distance. The aura fluctuated, and the figure looked utterly disheveled. Both the Red Dragon Grand Duke and the Lepor family's elder duke were startled again, but they quickly regained their composure. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's face lit up with joy, while the Lepor elder duke's expression darkened slightly. The newcomer was none other than the peak-level Sky Knight under the Red Dragon Grand Duke's command. This arrival would undoubtedly upset the balance of power. What was more unsettling was the faint domain aura emanating from the figure. Clearly, they were only a step away from forming a domain prototype. Croyce, ha, you've taken care of those filthy rats, haven to you. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's hearty laughter echoed as he gazed at the approaching figure. The aura emanating from Croyce filled the Grand Duke with barely concealed delight. It was evident that the war had propelled Croyce to the brink of a breakthrough. Once he succeeded, the Red Dragon Principality's strength would undoubtedly rise to another level. Two near hollow-level powers would place them among the top contenders in the kingdom's wars. Your Grace, well. Croyce's aged face twisted awkwardly. He stopped in his tracks, hesitating to speak under the Grand Duke's intense gaze. His reaction did not escape the notice of either the Red Dragon Grand Duke or the Lepor Elder Duke. The Grand Duke frowned, while the Elder Duke's eyes gleamed with newfound hope. What's wrong? Sensing something amiss, the Grand Duke instinctively asked. Your Grace, it seems the Dressrosa family has reinforcements. Croyce hesitated to speak, but under the Grand Duke's cold stare, he finally forced out the words. Reinforcements. The Grand Duke was momentarily puzzled. His confusion wasn't about the reinforcements themselves, but about why they were a problem. A mere count's reinforcements couldn't possibly pose a threat. Croyce was not only a peak-level Sky Knight, but was also one step away from the semi-holy level, capable of contending with ducal families in the kingdom. Your Grace, a domain-wielding expert has arrived. I had no choice but to retreat. Seeing the Grand Duke's perplexed expression, Croyce gritted his teeth and elaborated. A domain-wielding expert? How can that be? The Grand Duke's pupils contracted at the mention of a domain expert. His exclamation slipped out involuntarily. Halfway through his words, the earlier domain aura that had spread across the battlefield flashed in his mind. His expression darkened and his pupils shrank further. Your Grace, Croyce hesitated, wanting to say more but holding back. Ha ha ha, Red Dragon Grand Duke, it's not a matter of defeating us anymore. Have you thought about how you'll escape this foreign domain? The Lepor Elder Duke, sensing the shift in the battlefield, broke into laughter. His earlier worry dissolved, replaced by a riot. Yet within his amusement lingered a trace of doubt. The semi-holy from the Dressrosa family, where had they come from? Moreover, why had they chosen to aid the Dressrosa family instead of him? Had they joined forces, they might have been able to inflict significant damage on the Red Dragon Grand Duke. Nonetheless, the Lepor Elder Duke kept his doubts to himself, choosing not to act rashly. Whatever the reason, this development was the best possible outcome. Without it, defeat had been all but certain. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's strength, coupled with Croyce's arrival, had already tipped the scales against the Lepor family. In response to the Elder Duke's laughter, the Grand Duke's face fluctuated between anger and unease. After a long pause, he glanced at the fiery glow in the distance. Lepor, you've been lucky this time, but luck doesn't last forever. The Grand Duke snorted coldly and raised his hand. A massive domain burst forth, spreading across the battlefield. Boom. The overwhelming domain enveloped the area, dividing the battlefield. Retreat, the Grand Duke barked his order. With that, he led his forces away without further engagement. The situation had spiraled beyond his control. Initially, he had expected a swift victory. A mere ducal family in the Tulip Kingdom couldn't possibly withstand him. But not only had they held their ground, but they had also delayed him long enough for reinforcements to arrive. Adding to his frustration was Croyce being stalled by a count, followed by the sudden appearance of a semi-holy ally on the enemy's side. With so many uncertainties, retreat was the only viable option. As the Grand Duke's forces withdrew, the Lepor Elder Duke made no move to pursue. He understood his limitations. Their losses over the past few days had been substantial. Pursuing the Grand Duke would achieve nothing. As for the mysterious reinforcements, the Elder Duke refrained from acting recklessly. Regroup, send someone to investigate the distant area. The Elder Duke issued orders as he descended, distributing high-grade healing potions to his injured Sky Knights. Yes, Your Grace. Thank you, Your Grace. Yes, understood. Relief washed over the Lepor forces as they obeyed the orders. The pressure of facing the Red Dragon Grand Duke had been immense, and many soldiers collapsed from exhaustion. Only the higher-ups of the Lepor family remained tense. What's the status? Have we made contact with the other two ducal families? The Elder Duke turned to his son, his tone serious. The distances are too great. We haven't established contact. His son shook his head with a wry smile. I see. The Elder Duke nodded, not surprised by the answer. From the beginning, he had suspected the reinforcements were from the other ducal families. This made him even more curious. Dressrosa. He murmured, recalling the unexpected support from the Dressrosa family. Despite being a mere count's family, they had held off a portion of the Red Dragon Grand Duke's forces. Without their intervention, the Lepor family would have been defeated. Their resilience left the Elder Duke both grateful and intrigued. Father, hearing his father's musings, Irakli Lepor spoke up instinctively. Irakli, what do you know about the Dressrosa family? The Elder Duke asked hesitantly. They rose to prominence over the last 3 centuries. Their ancestors were frontier lords from the west. They only achieved the rank of Count about 100 years ago. Recently, Count Angel reportedly broke through as a Sky Knight, but it seems he had long surpassed that level. They even have 2 Sky Knights. They might be aiming to elevate themselves to a marquee family during this kingdom's war. Irakli explained after some thought. Pioneer lords from the west. Are you saying they were not originally from the Tulip Kingdom? The Elder Duke asked, surprised. Yes, details are unclear, but I learned this after Count Angel defeated a Sky Knight from the Spencer family. Irakli explained further. The Elder Duke fell into deep thought but didn't press the matter. His gaze turned toward the distant battlefield, his curiosity growing stronger. Meanwhile, Thor was unaware that his intervention and the Sky Knight's retreat had prematurely ended the battle. Not that it mattered to him at the moment. His focus was entirely on the strange energy intertwining around Count Angel. It was the power of laws. The 3 fragments of law had fully fused with Count Angel's body. Amid the soaring flames, the power of fire-based laws wove together continuously. Yet in the end, no mark of law emerged on Count Angel's body. Clearly, forming a law imprint was not an easy feat. However, within this spread of fire-based law power, his body was not left unchanged. As the laws intertwined, an invisible ripple began to form on him. It originated from the life seed. At this moment, the sky and the earth had turned into a sea of fiery red, resembling a world constructed of flames. Within the fire, the life seed emitting a faint glow started to intertwine with strands of law power. A crisp sound echoed. A crack appeared on the surface of the life seed. The moment the crack emerged, countless strands of law power and fiery red energy from the surroundings seemed to be drawn in, surging madly toward the fissure. Explosions followed. Within Angel's body, tremors began to erupt. A vast surge of life force burst out from the life seed. Simultaneously outside, a ripple swept out instantly, spreading across the surroundings in a flash. As the ripple spread, the sea of fire surged again. In an instant, an area spanning over 100 meters around was engulfed by the terrifying sea of fire emanating from Angel. Unknowingly, Angel's body started to levitate. At this moment, endless flames began swirling around him. His aura surged further. What is this? Thor's pupils contracted sharply, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never expected that in such a scenario, his father would be able to achieve yet another breakthrough. The surging waves and the all-encompassing sea of fire were entirely different from before. Previously, the fire merely served as a visualization induced by a secret technique. But now, the sea of fire had nearly materialized, isolating everything around them as if by divine intervention. To achieve this, there could only be one explanation. A domain, only a domain could produce such an incredible phenomenon. Lord Count, Rain murmured to himself, his eyes reflecting deep shock. At that moment, no one responded to his words. Thor's gaze was fixed in the distance. After his initial astonishment, a glimmer of joy appeared in his eyes. This time, his father had undoubtedly reaped the greatest rewards. Not only had his cultivation soared from mid to peak Sky Knight, but he had also formed a domain. Even though the domain was only in its infancy, and its power might not rival Thor's, this breakthrough clearly signified that Count Angel had taken a massive step toward becoming a hollow-level powerhouse. With the sublimation of fire, Count Angel had cleared all obstacles on his path to the hollow level. Previously, with his natural talent, reaching the peak of Sky Knight was considered his limit. Progressing further, let alone stepping into the hollow level, seemed impossible. Even forming the embryonic domain was beyond reach. After all, Count Angel was nearing 70 years of age. The time he had left was likely insufficient for a breakthrough. But now, not only had he achieved the level of a half-step wholly, but Thor could also sense the unprecedented vitality radiating from his father. Clearly, the transformation triggered by the secret technique had elevated more than just his strength, it had also enhanced his life essence. In the truest sense, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis. The flames surged once more before gradually subsiding. Count Angel slowly opened his eyes. Within his pupils, two flames flickered momentarily before extinguishing. So this is the power of a domain. He murmured to himself, feeling his current state with a trace of disbelief on his face. Even he hadn't expected that in the face of a life-and-death crisis, he would undergo such a transformation. Not only had his strength broken through, but he had also gained control over a domain. Even though it was merely in its embryonic form, it had already left him awestruck. This was the power of a holy. Amid his delight, Count Angel seemed to sense Michael nearby. After a brief moment of thought, his domain extended once again, enveloping Michael this time. Flames surged around Michael, enveloping him completely. Unlike ordinary fire, these flames carried an infinite vitality, rapidly healing Michael's injuries. Moments later, Michael opened his eyes. Lord Count. Michael spoke softly, his voice tinged with emotion. Let's go. Count Angel smiled and walked toward Thor. Michael nodded and quickly followed. Father, Uncle Michael, Lord Count, my lord. When the two landed, Thor and the others hurried to greet them. Thor, I owe this all to you, Angel said with a sigh. He understood that everything he had achieved was because of Thor. Without Thor, not only would he have failed to reach this level, but his survival itself would have been uncertain. The extreme burning of his life force was unstoppable. Most likely, the final outcome would have been his death, with his opponent at most severely injured. Thor's arrival had not only halted his secret technique, but also provided the possibility for his transformation. Father, you overestimate me, Thor replied with a smile, glancing briefly at Michael. Compared to his previous state, Michael now looked much better. Moreover, his cultivation had visibly improved from the burning of the secret technique, reaching the mid-stage Sky Knight level. Such rapid progress was astonishing. However, Thor knew this was an exception. Under normal circumstances, such quick advancement was almost impossible. Even repeating the process might not yield the same results. After all, triggering the undying characteristic of the secret technique was uncertain. If it failed to activate, there would be no hope of survival. Even with high-grade life potions and life essence, full recovery might not be achievable. Just like before, Michael's strength had burned almost as fiercely as Angel's, yet his undying characteristic had not activated. Despite the use of high-grade life potions and life essence, his recovery was limited. Ultimately, only the undying flames and Angel's embryonic domain fully healed him. As the group conversed, a figure rapidly approached from the distant sky. When it was still several miles away, Anna, Thor, and Count Angel all sensed its presence and turned to look. Upon seeing the approaching figure, everyone tensed. They hadn't forgotten that the Red Dragon Grand Duke was still at war with the Lepor family. The only ones appearing in the skies at this time could belong to either the Red Dragon Grand Duke's forces or the Lepor family. "Father, what do you know about the Red Dragon Grand Duke's strength?" Thor asked Angel, curiosity evident in his tone. Although he had gathered some information in daily reports, he lacked specific details. "You've learned about it?" Angel asked, surprised. "Just a bit," Thor nodded. "The Red Dragon Grand Duke's strength is formidable, ranking among the strongest in this kingdom-wide war. The Lepor family is likely no match for him." Angel's tone was serious. After being embroiled in this conflict for some time, Angel had come to understand the Red Dragon Grand Duke's power. He knew that even with his newfound strength, the Dressrosa family could hardly rival the Grand Duke. The Grand Duke not only had half-step hollow-level powerhouses, but also numerous Sky Knights, including 3 at the peak of the Sky Knight level. Beneath the Sky Knights, his forces were even stronger. Hearing Angel's explanation, Thor couldn't help but feel solemn. Even though he had known some details beforehand, learning about the Grand Duke's full strength still left him deeply shaken. The Grand Duke's forces were unmatched, not just against the Lepor family, but even compared to 2 of the kingdom's 3 other dukes combined. The Grand Duke himself, standing far above most half-step holies, had a near-complete domain. It was only thanks to the strength of the Lepor family's elder duke that they had barely managed to hold the Grand Duke at bay when Angel and the others departed. However, Angel was well aware that this stalemate couldn't last long. As the group pondered and discussed, the approaching figure became clear. When they finally saw who it was, Angel's expression froze. "It's him," he murmured in surprise. "Father," Thor asked curiously. "Thor, that's Sakar Lepor, the second son of Duke Lepor, a member of the Lepor family." Angel explained briefly, his confusion deepening. It had been the Grand Duke's forces who retreated earlier. Why was a member of the Lepor family appearing now? Did they still have the strength to send reinforcements? Setting aside his doubts, Angel remained silent. The figure, Sakar Lepor, soon landed before them. Sakar scanned the group, his gaze briefly lingering on Thor, Rain, and Anna with some confusion. His grandfather had mentioned individuals entering Angel's battlefield earlier, only for them to disappear. "Count Angel," Sakar greeted upon landing. "Lord Sakar, what brings you here?" Angel asked directly. "The Red Dragon Grand Duke has retreated. My grandfather sent me to check if you needed assistance," Sakar replied quickly, though his tone held some doubt. "Please thank Duke Lepor for his kindness," Angel said. "Everything here has been resolved, though it's a pity the enemy fled too quickly." "Count Angel, you were too kind. This time it's all thanks to you," Sakar said. "My grandfather would like to invite you over if it's convenient." After a brief hesitation, Sakar added, "He wishes to better understand the situation." "It's an honor to be invited by Duke Lepor," Angel replied after a moment of thought. Glancing at Thor and seeing no objection, he agreed. The Lepor family had always left a good impression on Angel. Despite being dragged into the conflict, they had tried to help him. Faced with such an invitation, he had no intention of declining. "Thank you. There's no rush," Sakar said quickly. Angel smiled, then turned to Thor and Michael. "Thor, will you come with us or part ways here?" Angel asked. "I'll come with you, father," Thor replied after some thought. Since there was no urgency to leave, Thor decided to use this opportunity to visit the Lepor family and assess their strength as a ducal household. It would help him gain a clearer picture of the kingdom's noble power structures amid this war. "Very well. Come with me," Angel said, nodding in agreement. Now a half-step holy, Angel felt confident in their safety, even if the Lepor family outclassed them. Under the guidance of Sakar Lepor, Thor, Count Angel, and their group quickly arrived at the valley. The battle in the valley had already concluded, and the Lepor family forces were resting. Even just by observing the surroundings, one could imagine the sheer horror of the previous fight. The entire terrain of the valley had visibly changed. Numerous trees had been uprooted, and massive rocks lay shattered. The landscape resembled the aftermath of a seismic upheaval. Even Thor couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows slightly. Such destructive power was clearly beyond his current level. Count Angel's expression also carried a hint of solemnity. "Count Angel, father has been waiting for some time now." As they approached, Irakli Lepor stepped forward to greet them, speaking softly. "Apologies for the delay," Count Angel replied, and then along with Thor followed Irakli Lepor deeper into the valley. As for Ryan, Anna, Michael, and Cheshire, they were left behind. Under Irakli Lepor's lead, Count Angel and Thor soon reached their destination. Grand Duke Lepor, Grand Duke Lepor. Upon seeing the elder Duke Lepor, both Count Angel and Thor quickly offered their respects. Angel, not bad. It seems you haven't suffered any injuries, the elder Duke Lapor said with a smile, first looking at Count Angel then at Thor. His gaze carried a trace of contemplation. Indeed, I've been fortunate, Count Angel responded with a slight smile. Grand Duke Lapor, this is my son, Thor Dressrosa. Ah, the Eagle of Dressrosa. Thor Dressrosa, an excellent name. The elder Duke Lapor smiled warmly, though there was a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. As someone on the verge of the Holy Realm, he found himself unable to sense the life force within Thor. To him, Thor felt like a veil of mist, elusive and unclear. However, despite his curiosity, the elder Duke didn't dwell on it. Instead, he offered praise with a smile. Thor responded with a polite thank you. After some brief pleasantries, the elder Duke and Count Angel began discussing the matter at hand. Angel, the reason I asked you to come here is to see if you'd be willing to form an alliance with us tulip nobles. The elder Duke Lapor took a deep breath before speaking, his tone contemplative as he looked at Count Angel. Tulip Nobles Alliance. Count Angel was slightly taken aback, and even Thor's interest was piqued. However, he refrained from interrupting, choosing instead to listen quietly. Grand Duke Lapor, may I ask, what exactly is the Tulip Nobles Alliance? Count Angel inquired with a mix of curiosity and puzzlement. Clearly, he had never heard of such an alliance before. The fact that it existed made him all the more intrigued. Yes, the Tulip Nobles Alliance, the elder Duke confirmed, his expression turning serious. Count Angel, are you unaware of the specifics behind the Kingdom War? The specifics of the Kingdom War. These words caused both Count Angel and Thor to stiffen, their expressions sharpening. Thor, in particular, seemed to have an epiphany. He had long suspected that the Kingdom War might be something completely unfamiliar to most nobles, especially a sudden, unconventional Kingdom War like this one. While ordinary nobles remained clueless, for top-tier noble families, it was likely no secret. It seemed his assumptions were correct. As the elder Duke Lapor prepared his explanation, he spoke cautiously. The Kingdom War is usually an evolution of an interdimensional war. Historically, most Kingdom Wars were designed to test the capabilities of nobles. This time is no different, the elder Duke said calmly. An evolution of interdimensional wars, a test of noble capabilities. Count Angel and Thor repeated the phrases instinctively, their expressions betraying their surprise. Yes, a test of noble capabilities, the elder Duke reiterated. I don't know all the details, but one thing is certain. The Kingdom War plays a significant role in how the Empire evaluates kingdoms. The higher the evaluation, the greater the rewards the kingdom will receive during interdimensional wars. Previously, Kingdom Wars involved exploring and conquering an ordinary alien world. However, this time, fragments of laws have appeared. These fragments have become the key evaluation criteria. Acquiring enough fragments earns enough merits. To obtain more law fragments, each kingdom's top nobles have already formed alliances. As the elder Duke Lapor continued, both Count Angel and Thor gradually pieced together the truth. Indeed, top-tier nobles had long been aware of the situation, leaving only families like theirs and other nobles in the dark. The definition of top-tier nobles was evident. They were none other than the three great ducal families. Whether other nobles were involved was uncertain. Few. Grand Duke Lapor, if the top-tier noble alliance is inviting us to join, doesn't that mean the Dressrosa family's strength isn't sufficient? Taking a deep breath, Count Angel suppressed his thoughts and hesitantly voiced his concern. Despite his recent breakthroughs, Count Angel knew his strength still fell short compared to the three ducal families. Not only was there a gap in top-tier combat power, but their knight order was also vastly inferior. In fact, the disparity in knight orders was like a chasm compared to the gap in individual strength. Even with recent improvements, excluding Count Angel and Michael, the Dressrosa family's knight order barely rivaled those of a typical marquis family. Competing with the ducal families was an impossibility. No, your strength is sufficient. The Tulip Nobles Alliance includes not just the three ducal families, but also three top-tier marquis families. Your family's strength is no less than that of those marquis families, the elder Duke clarified with a shake of his head. As he spoke, he revealed his observations. Count Angel's current aura had reached the peak of the Sky Knight level. Considering Count Angel's talent and his rapid recent progress from barely reaching the late Sky Knight stage to this level, in such a short time, his future breakthrough to the Holy Realm seemed highly probable. Recruiting someone like this into the alliance would be highly beneficial for the Lapor family's future. Hearing the elder Duke's words, Count Angel hesitated. The Tulip Nobles Alliance, as a coalition of the three ducal families and three top-tier marquis families, was undoubtedly powerful, but joining such an alliance carried immense risks. While the Dressrosa family had grown stronger recently, recklessly participating in this alliance would still pose dangers. Yet refusing might mean missing out on opportunities or worse, becoming a target of the Tulip Nobles Alliance. Grand Duke Lapor, may I ask if there's anything else required in the Kingdom War besides gathering law fragments? Thor broke the silence, his tone calm but probing. The elder Duke Lapor was surprised by Thor's question but smiled and replied, we must also intercept alliances from other kingdoms. The empire provides kingdoms with unlimited opportunities, and kingdoms pass these opportunities to their nobles. In return, nobles must demonstrate their capabilities to their kingdom and the empire. One thing you might not know: the performance in the Kingdom War is critical in determining eligibility for interdimensional wars. The Elder Duke's words left Count Angel and Thor exchanging a glance, both startled by the revelation. They hadn't realized that the Kingdom War was tied to interdimensional war qualifications. Even though they didn't know much about interdimensional wars, they were aware that for a family to rise to ducal or royal status, participation in such wars was essential. Without it, a marquis family was the highest they could aspire to. There were no exceptions. Time passed as they mulled over this information. Finally, Count Angel broke the silence. Grand Duke Lapor, what would the Dressrosa family need to do to join the Tulip Nobles alliance? Thor remained silent, clearly agreeing with his father's words. The Elder Duke smiled knowingly. He had anticipated this decision. Rest assured, you need only reach the core area in 30 days. Even if battles occur, they will likely have little to do with you, the Elder Duke assured them. 30 days then. Count Angel nodded, no longer hesitating. The Dressrosa family will join. But Grand Duke, may we trouble you to provide more detailed information about the Kingdom War and interdimensional wars? Of course, the Elder Duke agreed readily. As the night deepened, a large bonfire was lit in the valley. The Elder Duke and Count Angel continued their conversation, with Thor listening intently. Though disappointed that the Elder Duke knew little about interdimensional wars, Thor still gained valuable insights about the Kingdom War. For Thor, this knowledge was crucial for planning their next moves. By midnight, the discussions concluded. At that moment, Thor heard the familiar notification from his system: daily information updated. Open now, the familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and lines of text began to appear. Rows of information updates refreshed continuously. Upon entering the core area, the information in the daily updates underwent significant changes. Among the 10 entries, over half pertained to conflicts among nobles, while the rest involved other related events. Even with just a cursory glance, Thor felt his scalp tingling. 30 days. His thoughts churned briefly before he drifted into slumber. The night passed gradually. With the dawn's first rays, a new day was announced. The camp soon grew lively. Thor emerged from the tent assigned by the Lepor family. At the same time, on the other side, Count Angel also stepped out. Father. Thor greeted with a smile. Count Angel nodded in return, also smiling. The two soon joined and headed towards the center. Father, what should we do next? As they walked, Thor turned to his father for advice. Right now, it's uncertain. I've already sent Cheshire to summon the knights. They should arrive in a few days. Gather your knight order as well. Only by assembling everyone can we ensure relative safety. Count Angel spoke softly. Understood. Thor pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Given the current situation, the upcoming conflicts would undoubtedly be intense. Allowing the knights to remain scattered would not be a wise choice. While Marshall was strong, ensuring the entire knight order remained safe was still a significant challenge. It would be better to consolidate their forces. With the Tulip Nobles alliance present, their safety would be relatively assured. By the way, Thor, you should consume that drop of life essence as soon as possible. See if you can break through to the Sky Knight rank. I have a feeling things won't be easy moving forward. Count Angel paused, seemingly reminded of something. His gaze turned to Thor with a hint of hesitation. Father, the life essence may not have much effect on me. What I need to improve now is my comprehension of the power of laws. Thor deliberated briefly before responding softly. He wasn't being modest. Having experienced the life essence's power, he knew that relying solely on it to break through to Sky Knight was unlikely. Even if he succeeded, the improvement in his strength would be limited. What he needed was the power of laws, or more precisely, the comprehension of them. If he could transform his pseudodomain into the embryonic form of a true domain, that would mark a significant breakthrough in his strength. However, achieving this was no small feat. Breaking through to Sky Knight was already challenging. Even at the pinnacle of Sky Knight, stepping into this realm was uncertain. The half-step holy domain was a monumental barrier for nearly all Sky Knights. Crossing it was unimaginably difficult, and most Sky Knights never succeeded. Thor, possessing the imprint of laws, had a slightly better chance compared to others. Yet it was still just a probability, not a guarantee. Count Angel was momentarily stunned upon hearing Thor's words. His brows furrowed slightly. The power of laws, the one you comprehending, should be the law of ice. I don't seem to have anything related to it here. Should I ask Grand Duke Lepor? After a moment of contemplation, Count Angel voiced his query. No need, father. We have a better way. Thor shook his head with a smile. A better way. Count Angel paused, intrigued. Yes, a better way. Father, the Red Dragon Grand Duke possesses a significant amount of the power of laws, even more than Grand Duke Lepor. What if we take him down? What do you think? Thor's tone was light, but his words caused Count Angel to freeze in shock. He halted, turning to Thor with an incredulous expression. Thor, you know that the Red Dragon Grand Duke's strength is beyond us. Even with the Lepor family's help, defeating him would be difficult, and even if we succeed, the cost would be catastrophic. Other powerful nobles in the area would undoubtedly swarm in. After some deliberation, Count Angel shook his head, speaking softly. He was well aware of the Red Dragon Grand Duke's might. The fact that the Archduke had previously suffered a loss didn't mean he was weak. In truth, as Count Angel mentioned, even if they allied with the Lepor family, taking down the Red Dragon Grand Duke would be near impossible. The Red Dragon Grand Duke had only one half-step Holy Domain warrior and 3 peak Sky Knights. However, the Archduke himself was stronger than the aging Grand Duke Lepor. Among the 3 peak Sky Knights, one was on the verge of forming a domain. Their combined strength surpassed the Lepor families and the Dressrosa families. Moreover, even if they managed to defeat him, the aftermath would be devastating. The surrounding powerful nobles would pose an insurmountable threat. Father, that scenario assumes the Red Dragon Grand Duke is still at his peak, with his knight order intact. Thor's calm voice responded to Count Angel's concerns, while his eyes focused on text visible only to him. Daily information updated 1. Due to the arrival of an unknown half-step Holy Domain, the Red Dragon Grand Duke of the Red Dragon Principality has retreated from his conflict with the Lepor family, preparing to leave. However, he encountered an attack from 2 ducal families of the Macedonian kingdom. Although the Red Dragon Grand Duke repelled them, his forces suffered significant losses. While recuperating, he accidentally entered the lair of a 5th-tier magical beast. 7 hours later, the severely injured Archduke and his 3 peak Sky Knights, along with less than 10% of his knight order, managed to escape, heading north. However, they encountered a group of earth dragons. Seeing the updated information, Thor couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Since leaving yesterday, it seemed as though the Red Dragon Grand Duke had been cursed with unimaginable bad luck. First, he faced an assault by 2 ducal families. Then, he stumbled into the lair of a 5th-tier magical beast. Finally, after barely escaping, he ran straight into a pack of earth dragons. After this series of unfortunate events, it was doubtful whether the Red Dragon Grand Duke could survive without shedding several layers of skin. Of course, despite the absurdity of it all, Thor's mind quickly got to work. Under normal circumstances, even the combined forces of the Dressrosa and Lepor families couldn't handle the Red Dragon Grand Duke, but if the Archduke's forces had been decimated, it would be an entirely different story. With his losses compounding, how much strength could the Red Dragon Grand Duke still muster? Count Angel was unaware of these details. However, he had seen his son's extraordinary insight before, so upon hearing Thor's proposal, his pupils contracted sharply. Are you certain? Count Angel's breathing grew heavier. Father, the Red Dragon Grand Duke was attacked by 2 Macedonian dukes yesterday. Although he defeated them, he later stumbled into a 5th-tier magical beast's lair. Thor calmly relayed the details from the daily information. A 5th-tier magical beast. Gulp. Even Count Angel couldn't help but swallow audibly upon hearing this. He knew all too well the terror of a 5th-tier magical beast. Even at his peak, the Red Dragon Grand Duke would suffer severe losses against such a foe, let alone after battling 2 dukes. Let's go. Thor, we must inform Grand Duke Lepor immediately. Count Angel, his breathing ragged, decisively turned and headed off, his movements brimming with urgency. Thor followed with a smile, keeping pace. It didn't take long for the two to meet Grand Duke Lepor. Oh, you're leaving. Grand Duke Lepor looked surprised after hearing Count Angel's request to depart. Yes, Grand Duke, we need to regroup with our knight order. My son also needs to reunite with his forces. Thank you for your hospitality during this time. Count Angel smiled and nodded. I see. Very well, but don't forget, the timing for the assembly is crucial. Miss it, and there won't be another chance. Grand Duke Lepor nodded slightly, not pressing further. After all, they were from different families. If Count Angel chose to leave, there was no reason to stop him. As for the law fragments in Count Angel's possession, they were his property after the alliance was formed. Grand Duke Lepor harbored no resentment. Besides, the upcoming conflict held greater significance. Unless it involved vast law fragments like those of the Red Dragon Grand Duke or a noble title that strengthened their standing, it wasn't particularly enticing to Grand Duke Lepor. Grandfather, the Dressrosa family is just an earldom, shouldn't we? After seeing Thor and Count Angel off, Sacker Lepor spoke hesitantly. Sacker, your foresight is still lacking. Didn't you notice that Count Angel's aura has already surpassed yours? Grand Duke Lepor sighed, shaking his head. Surpassed me. Sacker Lepor froze, his eyes widening in shock. not just Count Angel. Even his son, his strength likely already matches that of an Earth Knight. An Earth Knight under 30 years old, such a talent could qualify for the Empire's prestigious Canaan Academy. What a pity. Grand Duke Lepor lamented with a sigh. While he couldn't sense Thor's precise strength, his observations confirmed that Thor had reached the rank of Earth Knight. This discovery stunned him. An Earth Knight in his 20s was a rarity, even in the Tulip Kingdom. Such a talent would shine brightly in the Empire. Grandfather, this. Sacker instinctively muttered, Sacker, go contact the Dressrosa family and ensure they formally join the alliance. Also, inform Karenina and the others to pick up the pace. Time is running out. If we delay further, we might lose our opportunity. Grand Duke Lepor dismissed his son's shock and issued his commands. Understood. Sacker Lepor collected himself, nodded, and left to carry out the orders. Once Sacker departed, Grand Duke Lepor returned his gaze. Canaan Academy this semester should be ending soon. I wonder if 13 will secure a spot. If he does, the Lepor family may have even greater prospects. Grand Duke Lepor's voice carried a hint of melancholy, accompanied by a sigh. Even he knew how difficult it was to secure a position. At the Empire's Canaan Academy, one needed to break through to Sky Knight before the age of 60 just to qualify an already daunting requirement. Even then, success wasn't guaranteed. Achieving this was nearly impossible without exceptional talent, as exemplified by the Academy's legendary prodigy, who became an official knight at 15, an advanced knight at 20, an Earth Knight at 35, a Sky Knight at 48, and reached the peak of Sky Knight by 60. Recalling that figure, Grand Duke Lepor sighed once more. His son once had a chance to connect with that individual, but the prodigy had mysteriously disappeared years ago, leaving no trace. His son thus missed his best opportunity. Lost in thought, Grand Duke Lepor allowed his mind to drift. Meanwhile, Thor and his party had no interest in the Archduke's musings. After bidding farewell, they set out once more. Their target, the location of the Red Dragon Grand Duke, or more precisely, the site detailed in the daily information. While Count Angel, Thor, Ryan, Anna, and Michael were in action, over 200 miles from the valley, a group of disheveled figures emerged from a river. The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon was pale-faced, accompanied by 3 Peak Sky Knights in terrible condition. One had lost an arm, another was being dragged along by someone else, and the third had a pierced shoulder blade. The rest of the Knight Regiment had suffered catastrophic losses. Originally numbering several thousand, the regiment now had fewer than 200 members, all of them battered and with unstable auras. Damn it, why are there star wolf beasts here? The Grand Duke of the Red Dragon looked into the distance with lingering fear. The recent ordeal had shaken him to his core. After their retreat, they encountered an ambush from 2 Duke families of Macedonia. Though he swiftly crushed them with his power, the resulting battle drew them into the territory of a 5th-tier magical beast, the Star Wolf Beast. Facing such a creature, even their strength was insufficient. In just one encounter, the regiment suffered severe casualties. It took the combined efforts of the Grand Duke, the 3 Peak Sky Knights, and all the other Sky Knights to barely hold their ground. But that resistance lasted only a few hours, during which several Sky Knights fell. In the end, the Grand Duke made a painful decision, sacrificing the majority of the Sky Knights and the Knight Regiment to escape. However, the price of escape was enormous. The Onsamite Regiment had lost 90 of its strength. From thousands, only 200 knights remained, with 3 heavily injured Peak Sky Knights and fewer than 5 Sky Knights left. Your Grace, we. A hoarse voice broke the silence. Crowy's, pale and missing an arm, was visibly weakened. His concern, however, was directed at the dire state of the regiment. Previously, their strength was sufficient to deter potential threats, but now, with such losses, encountering a powerful noble could spell disaster. Let's head west and see if we can rendezvous with the forces of the Red Dragon Principality. The Grand Duke took a deep breath, his tone tinged with helplessness. He regretted suppressing the power of the Red Dragon nobles over the past century. Now, even if he sought help, he had no one to turn to. Understood. Crowy's nodded and the group moved again, but luck was not on their side. Roar. A thunderous, beastly roar resounded. The faces of the Grand Duke and his men changed dramatically. Damn it, this is retreat quickly. Their frantic shouts were filled with urgency. Before they could escape the forest, it was too late. Boom, rumble. Deafening roars shook the forest, causing the mountains to tremble. Massive earth dragons emerged, surrounding the group. Their feral eyes locked onto the Grand Duke and his knights. Days earlier, one of their kind had been wounded by humans who fled too quickly to be caught. Now, to their surprise, more humans had intruded. Roar. A dragon lifted its head, unleashing a terrifying breath of dragon fire. Damn it. The Grand Duke cursed. An immense surge of life energy erupted from him, spreading a powerful aura across the land. Buzz. A domain expanded, forming a barrier. Boom. The dragonfire collided with the domain, creating an earth-shaking explosion, but the danger was far from over. Roar, roar. More dragons roared as waves of dragonfire engulfed the area. Boom, boom, boom. The repeated collision sent the Grand Duke staggering back, blood dripping from his lips, his face growing paler. Even as the flames subsided, the dragons charged. Their colossal skulls aimed directly at the knights, forcing them into another intense battle. Although these dragons were not as powerful as the 5th-tier star wolf beast, their 4th-tier strength, especially with many at the peak of the tier, overwhelmed the weakened knights. In moments, the Grand Duke's forces began to falter. Sailby Arnold, Dalalu Luke. The Grand Duke issued orders, his gaze falling on specific figures, Kiriam Yano. At the call of their names, these individuals sighed and stepped forward. Among them, 3 peak sky knights also advanced. Boom. Suddenly, a surge of life energy erupted from their bodies as they began to burn their life force. The Dressrosa family had its secret arts, and so did the Red Dragon Grand Duke. Though not as potent as the Dressrosa's Phoenix arts, his techniques far surpassed the Mad Blood secret art. Burning life energy in blood, the secret art temporarily enhanced their strength. With these sacrifices, the Grand Duke ordered a retreat. 2 peak Sky Knights and a Sky Knight led the remnants of the group to flee, leaving behind the Grand Duke and 5 others to fend off the Earth Dragons. Moments later, the Grand Duke soared into the sky, roaring dragons in pursuit. The 5 who stayed behind were overwhelmed. 4 Sky Knights were torn apart, and even the peak Sky Knight was devoured. The forest remained turbulent, the echoes of battle fading into the distance. The Grand Duke's survivors fled for over a day and night before stopping to rest. Looking at what remained of his forces, the Grand Duke fell silent. The losses were staggering, bordering on total annihilation. The few survivors were gravely injured, and even the Grand Duke doubted he could muster a tenth of his usual strength. Croes approached, his voice hoarse. "Your Grace, rest and have the knights secure the perimeter," the Grand Duke sighed. "Understood." Croes nodded and left to carry out the orders. The Grand Duke, meanwhile, sat down, retrieving a high-grade recovery potion. Before he could drink it, a chilling aura spread. Frost began to cover the ground. What's happening? The Grand Duke froze, only realizing too late. Frost crept up, cold winds howled, and snowflakes fell. His body stiffened as the frost took hold. His widened eyes reflected his realization. A domain. His voice trembled. "Prepare yourselves." But it was too late. The frost engulfed nearly 100 knights, freezing them instantly. Only 3 Sky Knights and a few peak Earth Knights broke free. The Grand Duke looked to the sky. "Who's there?" A light voice answered you, groaned sluggish. "Grand Duke of the Red Dragon." Thor emerged amidst the storm, exuding a regal presence. To the Grand Duke's horror, Thor bore the insignia of the Dressrosa family, the very group they had previously encountered. Thor smirked, his words cutting. "It's an honor you remember us, Grand Duke, but this is where your story ends." The domain swept across the battlefield, radiating a searing aura that engulfed everything. Thor's pseudodomain of snow and wind instantly collapsed. Ice melted, frost retreated, and even the swirling snowstorm was forced upward into the sky. This was the power of a true domain, though it was only a nascent form. It still completely surpassed Thor's pseudodomain, existing on an entirely different level. In midair, Thor couldn't help but retreat, his expression growing grave. Even though he had anticipated such an outcome, the strength of the Red Dragon Grand Duke still exceeded his expectations. The Red Dragon Grand Duke wasn't at his peak, his aura was waning, and his domain trembled as if on the verge of collapse. Yet even in this weakened state, the moment his domain expanded, it instantly shattered Thor's pseudodomain. It was easy to imagine that if the Red Dragon Grand Duke were at full strength, Thor's current power wouldn't he even last 30 breaths before he was eliminated. The Red Dragon Grand Duke wasn't an ordinary half-step holo-level combatant. He was an existence that stood only a single step away from holo-level. Even in the context of this kingdom-wide war, the individual combat strength of the Red Dragon Grand Duke likely ranked in the top 10. Despite this, Thor's expression carried only solemnity. He wasn't alone at this moment. As Thor retreated, the Red Dragon Grand Duke's domain expanded further, sending invisible ripples through the heavens and earth. At the same time, the laws of ice elements began to converge. Ice elements within the space: gather your strength into my hands, freeze the earth, turn mountains to glaciers, and shroud all things in a world of white. Anna began chanting swiftly, and in the next moment an even denser icy chill spread throughout the land. A frigid aura erupted not far from the Red Dragon Grand Duke, as Ice Sprite danced in the air, further amplifying the cold. The chilling energy spread, far surpassing Thor's pseudodomain in intensity. At the same time, Thor's collapsed pseudodomain reappeared. Although a pseudodomain was inferior to a nascent domain, it had an advantage. It couldn't be completely destroyed. Thor's pseudodomain being shattered earlier had almost no impact on him. Buzz, ripples spread as the mark of laws appeared on Thor's forehead. He once again activated the power of his pseudodomain. 3 waves of terrifying cold instantly spread outward, once more surging toward the Red Dragon Grand Duke. What's this? A third-tier spell, Ice Sprite. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's expression shifted slightly as he finally noticed Anna and the Ice Sprite nearby. He hadn't expected a third-tier peak, possibly even fourth-tier mage to approach him unnoticed and cast a top-level third-tier spell within such a short period. To make matters worse, the Ice Sprite were aiding her. Boom, the freezing energy surged. The ice and frost, which had been rapidly melting earlier, instantly solidified again. An even more terrifying chill began to spread. Even the Red Dragon Grand Duke's expanding domain trembled under this cold. HMPH, just a third-tier spell. Even with the Ice Sprite enhancement, it's still no match for a domain's power. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's expression was grim, but his tone remained cold and confident. Boom, a more powerful wave of life force erupted around him, shaking the heavens and earth. Even from a distance, many nobles could feel the terrifying force of his life energy. What is this? What terrifying life energy? This is domain power. Voices filled with shock and disbelief echoed from various directions. About 20 miles away, a group of knights from the Abai family was in a wretched state. Their misfortune had been compounded first. They encountered a group of fourth-tier magical beasts, and then they were ambushed by a top-ranking noble. These events had left their knightly force severely weakened. Even Isabel's stunning beauty was marred by exhaustion and disarray. What's that? Someone in the knightly group suddenly cried out in alarm, drawing everyone's attention to the distant horizon. Damn it, there's trouble even here. Isabel's delicate face turned pale as she sensed the terrifying energy from afar. We need to leave here immediately. A man's deep voice, laced with gravity, broke the tension. As another half-step hollow-level combatant, he could clearly feel the distant energy far surpassing his own. With a quick decision, they began retreating from the area. Similar reactions occurred among other nearby nobles. Many chose to flee. However, a few dared to approach, either because of their arrogance or confidence in their strength. The Smith family was one such group. Their eyes glimmered with interest as they cautiously moved closer to the battlefield. None of this was known to either the Red Dragon Grand Duke or Thor, but Thor was well aware that the battle couldn't drag on. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's earlier experiences were enough to explain why. From the moment he acted, Thor had been going all out. The laws of ice and death intertwined, spreading through the battlefield. Dual-element laws brought Thor's power to its theoretical limit. As for his lightning laws, they remained too difficult to fuse with his current level of mastery, so he chose not to rely on them. Meanwhile, Anna and Nico worked in unison, their icy auras intensifying as the Ice Sprite amplified Anna's spells. Despite their combined efforts, however, they struggled to overpower the Red Dragon Grand Duke's domain. Ice began to melt, frost shattered, and the overwhelming life force of the Red Dragon Grand Duke continued to expand outward, seemingly unstoppable. Boom explosions echoed across the skies. The terrifying shockwaves tore through trees and altered the terrain, showcasing the incredible power of half-step hollow-level combatants. Yet the battle wasn't over. Buzz, a flash of icy light appeared. The Red Dragon Grand Duke suddenly felt a chilling sensation pierce his very core. His body instinctively twisted in response. Boom, a bolt of lightning roared past him. Crimson blood splattered through the air, instantly evaporating in the heat before being sealed in ice. A muffled groan escaped the Red Dragon Grand Duke's lips as his face turned even paler. He shifted his gaze toward the source of the attack, his expression darkening. A new figure emerged, further souring his mood. Well, it seems you've come prepared, but don't you think this is enough to kill me? Boom. A surge of blood-red life force erupted from the Red Dragon Grand Duke as he activated a secret technique. The potent energy rapidly healed his injuries. Not good. Stop him. Thor's expression changed, and he immediately lunged forward. A spear of ice materialized in his hands as he charged toward the Red Dragon Grand Duke. The others followed suit, converging on the center of the battlefield. Their timely intervention forced the Red Dragon Grand Duke to halt his secret technique midway. Even so, his strength took another leap forward, gradually suppressing Thor and Ryan. Despite his growing power, the Red Dragon Grand Duke's frustration mounted. He knew his secret technique couldn't last long, especially in its incomplete state. The battle showed no signs of ending. Though his strength had recovered, it wasn't enough to overcome Thor, Ryan, Anna, and the Ice Sprite combined. As the situation grew increasingly dire, the Red Dragon Grand Duke gritted his teeth and made a desperate decision. From the center of his forehead, a diamond-shaped mark appeared. With its emergence, a torrent of blood-tinged life force erupted from him, accompanied by a feral, beast-like intent. Roar, the red dragon Grand Duke's pupils morphed into those of a beast, his eyes turning crimson and his aura growing increasingly savage. The transformation wasn't tea without reason. Years ago, during an interdimensional war, he had fused with a drop of red dragon blood, allowing him to wield draconic power at the cost of his sanity. Each use brought him closer to irreversible transformation. But now, facing imminent defeat, he had no other choice. Roar. With another deafening roar, his feral energy spread, disrupting the ice and frost around him. Even the combined power of the pseudodomins and ice sprites struggled to hold against the rising heat. So it's finally come to this, Thor murmured calmly, unfazed by the transformation. Ryan understood. Ryan nodded, unleashing a terrifying wave of lightning energy. A second pseudodomin of thunder expanded, shrouding the skies in darkness. Thor also fully unleashed his power, with marks of ice, death, and even lightning laws appearing on his forehead. Anna Nico understood. Anna's voice rang out as she and Nico released another surge of icy energy. Under the combined pressure of 4 pseudodomins, the Red Dragon Grand Duke's movements were momentarily stifled. In that instant, a fiery streak of light pierced through the battlefield, soaring like a phoenix toward its target. The Red Dragon Grand Duke's eyes widened in shock as a fiery lance impaled his chest. Crimson blood splattered, evaporated, and froze in an instant. A muffled groan escaped his lips as he looked down at the weapon. The fiery knight's lance had pierced him completely, radiating intense heat that vaporized his blood. Puchai, the sound of flesh being pierced was crystal clear under the otherwise silent sky. Red Dragon Grand Duke looked down at his chest, now impaled. His eyes were filled with confusion and disbelief, but before he could process it further, flames erupted instantly. The immortal phoenix flames engulfed his body in the blink of an eye. Aha! A blood-curdling scream echoed. Attack! Thor gave a low shout. In the next moment, both he and Ryan moved. The icy aura dissipated as thunder converged. In an instant, a spear formed entirely of lightning took shape in Ryan's hand. The moment the spear appeared, the entire sky was blanketed by thick, dark clouds. Boom, rumble, the deafening sound of thunder roared. In the blink of an eye, 2 figures shot toward Red Dragon Grand Duke like streaks of light. Lightning spear, radiating terrifying power and surrounded by arcs of electricity, was as imposing as a divine weapon. Boom, a massive explosion erupted as the 2 lightning spears, charged with immense power, pierced through Red Dragon Grand Duke, who was still engulfed in flames. Instantly, the combined forces of fire and lightning enveloped him. Amidst the blazing flames and crackling thunder, Thor caught a clear glimpse of the Grand Duke's appearance. Red Dragon Grand Duke had undergone a transformation. Scales covered his body, a horn was beginning to grow on his forehead, and his pupils had turned entirely into beast-like slits. Fire and lightning intertwined. Though his body struggled to move, his vitality was rapidly dissipating. Even the immense life force from his dragon transformation was draining away. A charred aroma began wafting through the air, quickly followed by the smell of burning flesh. Roar. Another beastly roar erupted, but this time it wasn't tea from the mouth of Red Dragon Grand Duke. Instead, it came from a massive, spectral red dragon that materialized behind him. Retreat, Thor gave a short command. Without hesitation, he, Ryan, and Count Angel swiftly retreated. The spears of flame and lightning remained embedded in Red Dragon Grand Duke's body. Boom, rumble, a massive explosion erupted as fire and lightning scattered in all directions. Terrifying energy swept across the surroundings. The 3 landed on the ground, panting slightly. But amidst their exhaustion, hints of joy couldn't help but show on their faces. The aura of Red Dragon Grand Duke had completely disappeared. He was a powerhouse, just a step away from the Holy Domain. Even in a kingdom's war, he would have been considered a top-tier combatant, yet he was defeated by them. Ryan, Anna, go help Uncle Michael. Thor gave instructions to Anna and Ryan. Yes, understood. The 2 quickly responded and rushed toward the distance. In the distance, the knights under Red Dragon Grand Duke had naturally noticed the turn of events. Panic spread among them. Instinctively, they attempted to flee, but it was too late. Ryan and Anna swiftly joined the battle, tilting the scales. One by one, their opponents were taken down. Even the 2 Peak Sky Knights and 1 Sky Knight couldn't escape defeat. They had already been severely injured, while Ryan and Anna were merely fatigued. The outcome was inevitable. Not far away, as the explosions gradually subsided, Thor and Count Angel exchanged a glance before moving closer to where Red Dragon Grand Duke had fallen. As they approached, both froze slightly. What is this? Count Angel instinctively voiced his curiosity. At the center of the explosion, aside from scattered motes of light, there was a single drop of golden liquid. The liquid wasn't too large, but radiated an intense and violent aura. From the blood, one could faintly hear the roars of a terrifying beast. This drop should be the red dragon blood that Red Dragon Grand Duke consumed, Thor explained softly. Red dragon blood. Count Angel nodded in understanding. Father, store this blood away. It should be enough to strengthen the family's power or enhance someone's innate talent. However, it's important to avoid dragon transformation, or else they'll lose their sanity and become an uncontrollable red dragon, Thor cautioned. He had little personal interest in the blood, believing it would serve his father better. After all, with this accomplishment, his father's promotion to Marquis was nearly guaranteed. However, their family's current strength was insufficient to support a powerful Marquis household. All right, Count Angel replied, giving Thor a deep look before nodding. Taking out a crystal vial, he used life energy to draw the golden blood into the container. Thor turned his gaze to the scattered motes of light floating in the air. These were fragments of laws. As the Grand Duke of the Red Dragon Principality, Red Dragon Grand Duke was exceptionally powerful and possessed an impressive number of law fragments. Over 20 fragments of various attributes floated in the air, including ice, earth, fire, and wind, as well as some rarer ones. With a wave of his hand, Thor drew the fragments to him, carefully examining them. After a moment, he separated the fragments. Of them, 3 caught his attention, ice-like in nature, but distinct from typical ice fragments. Snow Law, Thor murmured, his face lighting up with joy. He hadn't expected to encounter fragments related to another aspect of the ice element. Snow Law, a subset of Ice Law, was highly valuable to him. Thor then shifted his focus to the remaining fragments. Among them, Lightning Law fragments dominated, with a total of 12 pieces, while the rest were fewer. For Thor, both the snow and lightning fragments were immensely beneficial. Father, the rest are for you, Thor said, setting aside the 12 lightning fragments and 3 snow fragments while handing the remaining ones to Count Angel. Count Angel hesitated, frowning slightly. Father, you need these law fragments more than I do right now. The family's promotion and future growth will require significant contributions, Thor said earnestly. Understanding Thor's reasoning, Count Angel sighed and accepted the fragments. Let's leave this place. The battle's over, but others will surely come, Thor urged, his gaze turning to the horizon. Recognizing the urgency, Count Angel nodded. Together, they quickly cleared the battlefield and retreated. Several hours later, another group arrived at the battlefield, only to find ruins and the lifeless body of Red Dragon Grand Duke. Shocked, they hesitated to pursue Thor's group, fearing the strength of those who could slay such a formidable foe. Meanwhile, Thor and his companions set up camp in a mountain cave, preparing to rest before reuniting with Count Angel's knights the next day. Thor planned to absorb the law fragments and see if he could strengthen himself further. Father, I am going to train and try to absorb the law fragments, Thor informed Count Angel. All right, Count Angel replied with a smile. Thor sat cross-legged in a corner, taking out the 3 snow law fragments. A frosty aura filled the cave as he began his meditation. Watching Thor, Michael couldn't help but sigh. He's truly remarkable, Michael murmured, recalling Thor's growth over the years. How about it, Michael? Thor is truly the pride of Dressrosa, Count Angel teased. Count, my daughter is only 6 years old, Michael retorted helplessly. So what, in 10 years she'll be old enough? Count Angel laughed. But aren't you discussing a marriage alliance with the Vieira family? Michael asked, exasperated. Count Angel and Michael's conversation was unknown to Thor at this moment. His mental power was entirely focused on the fragments of laws. A faint frost spread outward as the cold aura radiated around him. Compared to the fragment of the law of ice, the fragment of the law of snow was undoubtedly less profound in meaning. However, it served as the perfect supplement to Thor's law imprint. The fragments of the law transformed into strands of power and began merging into Thor's own law fragments. Thor's aura started to undergo subtle changes. Crack. A crisp cracking sound rang out as a fragment of the law of snow shattered. The power of the law completely transformed into a torrent, surging into Thor's law imprint. Buzz. A ripple spread outward and the cold aura instantly intensified. Simultaneously, snowflakes began to condense around him, gently floating downward. This was the power of the law of snow. As the snowflakes fell, patches of frost began to spread, deepening the surrounding chill. Inside the cave, figures were forced to retreat. Even Count Angel and Michael, who had been conversing, stepped back. What is this? Michael instinctively spoke, his eyes widening with astonishment. The power of the law, it's almost forming a domain. Count Angel's murmured observation carried a note of gravity as his attention remained fixed on Thor. At this moment, as someone who had reached the threshold of the holy domain, Count Angel could clearly perceive the changes occurring within Thor. The purest strands of law energy intertwined around him. Judging by the current degree of interweaving, Thor's pseudodomain might soon transform into the embryonic form of a true domain, young Master Thor. Michael was visibly stunned upon hearing Count Angel's words. Even he hadn't expected Thor's progress to be this rapid. Retreat further. The cold aura will soon engulf this space. Nodding slightly, Count Angel warned Michael before vanishing on the spot. As they moved, the cave was filled with cracking sounds. Crack, crack, crack. 2 distinct shattering sounds resonated, one rapid, the other slower. Instantly, the power of 2 fragments of the Law of Snow surged into Thor's body. Boom. With the infusion of the law's power, Thor's aura skyrocketed. The cold aura shot straight into the sky. Inside the cave, dense frost and icy power visibly spread outward, quickly filling the space. Wherever the frost extended, snowflakes began to condense in the air, falling softly. Thor remained seated, his eyes closed. However, he could now clearly sense the changes around him. A subtle thought stirred within him. Buzz. A ripple spread outward as the pseudodomain of ice was activated. Instantly, the already pervasive cold aura rose to a higher level. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky also seemed to carry faint traces of transformation. Puff, puff, puff. Snowflakes fell, landing on stone walls, plants, and trees. Ice flowers bloomed wherever they touched. The power of the cold deepened further. Thor stood, taking a step out of the cave. The storm of snow and wind enveloped him as he hovered in midair. "Father, Uncle Michael, can I trouble you to test something for me?" After a brief pause, Thor looked toward Count Angel and Michael in the distance, his voice clear and resonant. Hearing Thor's words, the two turned their gaze toward him. "Thor, what do you need us to do?" Upon noticing Thor in midair, Count Angel's tone carried a hint of curiosity. "Father, Uncle Michael, please test the strength of this pseudodomain." Thor requested, "Very well." Exchanging a glance, Count Angel and Michael stepped forward together. The moment they entered Thor's domain, a surge of cold energy spread out. The chilling aura enveloped them, forcing them to summon their life energy in defense. However, to avoid shattering Thor's pseudodomain, Count Angel refrained from deploying the full power of his domain. What next? Count Angel asked Thor, "Father, Uncle Michael, brace yourselves." Thor warned, the imprint of the law glowing faintly on his forehead. Snowflakes began forming midair, descending gently. "What is this?" Count Angel and Michael exchanged surprised glances as the snowflakes surrounded them. Suddenly, a snowflake landed on Count Angel. Puff. A sharp sound rang out as the snowflake transformed into an ice flower that blossomed instantly. The flower's chill surged into Count Angel's body, spreading rapidly. Count Angel's pupils constricted in surprise. Before he could react further, more snowflakes descended. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, ice flowers bloomed, each radiating cold energy that seeped into his body, threatening to freeze his internal organs. Moments later, boom. A wave of intense heat erupted from Count Angel, flames surging skyward. The ice flowers shattered and the frost melted away. Count Angel stepped forward from the ice, his gaze turning to Michael. At the same time, a faint flame rose from Michael's body. Although his pace was slower, the frost around him eventually dissipated, revealing his form. Unlike Count Angel's calm demeanor, Michael was panting slightly, evidently drained. "Michael, how are you?" Count Angel asked with concern. "I am fine. Young Master Thor's cold aura is terrifying. I nearly didn't make it out." Michael let out a wry chuckle. "If I remained trapped in this storm without a domain prototype, I fear I wouldn't survive." Hearing this, Count Angel laughed heartily. "Thor, you've done well. Your pseudodomain is close to forming into a true domain." Count Angel praised, his tone filled with admiration. "Father, this is not enough." Thor shook his head with a bitter smile. He wasn't satisfied with merely this level of power. Even Michael, a mid-stage Sky Knight, wasn't fully restrained. The pseudodomain, even with the enhancement of the Law of Snow, still had significant limitations. A mid-stage Sky Knight wasn't someone he couldn't defeat before. Why would he need such a troublesome method now? Not enough. Both Count Angel and Michael were stunned by Thor's response. They hadn't expected Thor to find the pseudodomain's overwhelming strength insufficient. "Uncle Michael, please step aside for now." After some thought, Thor turned to Michael and spoke. "Understood." Michael nodded, though with a hint of helplessness. Thor's words were clear. Despite his recent breakthrough as a Sky Knight, he was still considered weak. "Father, please be careful. I will use the power of the Law of Death next." Once Michael had stepped away, Thor addressed Count Angel with a serious tone. Although he was worried about involving his father, there were some things only direct comparison could clarify. Besides, his father was now a half-step into the holy domain. Even if Thor unleashed the power of the Law of Death within his pseudodomain, he likely wouldn't face any danger. Understood. Count Angel nodded solemnly, recognizing the need for caution. Buzz. A ripple spread out as a dark flame began burning faintly amidst the icy blue glow on Thor's forehead. A sinister aura of death intertwined with his law imprint. The pseudodomain trembled slightly, and the frigid atmosphere became tinged with an eerie chill. Thor had mastered the Law of Death alongside the Law of Ice. In earlier battles against the Northern Alliance, he had relied on the two laws to eliminate many Earth Knights despite being one himself. However, in recent times, the absence of fragments of the law of death had reduced his reliance on it. Most of its uses were in tandem with the law of ice. But now, Thor pushed the law of death to its full potential. Boom. Thunderous sounds echoed as dense black clouds gathered across the sky. A suffocating aura spread outward. Although the cold aura didn't intensify further, the pseudodomain exuded a more dangerous energy. Even Count Angel's expression grew serious. This aura. He murmured, his own life energy surging outward to counteract the oppressive atmosphere. It begins now, Father. Thor's voice rang out as the storm intensified. Thicker snowflakes began descending, each laced with traces of black energy. When they touched the ground, flowers of ice bloomed, spreading cold and death. Nearby plants and trees, their vitality drained, withered visibly under the influence of these ice flowers. Count Angel's fire-based energy managed to incinerate the ice flowers at first. However, the relentless bloom of new ones began to suppress even his flames. Finally, as the clash of powers reached its peak, the pseudodomain exhibited qualities nearing that of a true domain, shocking Count Angel to his core. This is unbelievable. Count Angel whispered, staring at Thor in awe. Boom, the power of two domains clashed violently, producing an entirely different scene from before. Flames surged while frost spread outward. A massive amount of cold air was evaporated, yet even denser frigid energy began to spread in all directions, momentarily holding back Count Angel's flame domain. Even though Count Angel's domain prototype had just barely taken shape and couldn't compare to the domain of Red Dragon Grand Duke, it was, after all, a true domain. Compared to Thor's pseudodomain, it was on an entirely different level. Theoretically, no matter how strong a pseudodomain's power was, it would be instantly overwhelmed by the force of a domain prototype. After all, a pseudodomain merely influences the surrounding environment, while a true domain creates a space of its own. The two are fundamentally not on the same level, yet at this moment, Thor's pseudodomain held its ground. Of course, this wasn't because Thor's pseudodomain had somehow gained the full power of a true domain. Instead, it was the sheer density of frost and snowflakes around him that had grown exponentially, directly countering the domain's expansion. This resistance, however, came at an immense cost. The light emanating from the law imprint at Thor's brow grew increasingly dazzling, and the life energy within his body was consumed at an almost visible rate. 30 seconds, Thor murmured softly, shaking his head. Even though his pseudodomain's power had grown stronger, it remained a pseudodomain. It couldn't truly compete with the prototype of a domain. Even against Count Angel's newly formed domain prototype, Thor estimated he could only hold out for 30 seconds at most, and the energy expenditure would be enormous. If he were to face other half-step Holy Realm individuals, particularly someone like Red Dragon Grand Duke. Even if he didn't get instantly overwhelmed like before, the most he could hope for would be 20 seconds. In some cases, his pseudodomain might collapse within 10 seconds. Still, that was already enough. It meant that he now possessed the capability to engage in battles involving half-step Holy Realm combatants. Even if only for 10 seconds, it represented a significant breakthrough. Buzz, the light of the law imprint dimmed, and a ripple spread out. Thor's pseudodomain disintegrated in an instant, and Count Angel's flame domain swept across the surroundings, enveloping Thor within it. However, the fiery domain did not harm him. Instead, it exuded a faint vitality, and Thor's immense energy depletion visibly began to recover. Gradually, the flames dissipated, and Count Angel's figure emerged. Not bad. With this power, you could already defeat a considerable number of peak Sky Knights. This is a fusion of the law of death, the law of ice, and the law of snow, isn't it? Count Angel couldn't help but marvel as he gazed at Thor with admiration. For a brief moment, even he felt a sense of threat. Had his reaction been slower and had more snowflakes fallen, even as a half-step Holy Realm combatant, he might have lost half of his life force. As for peak Sky Knights, there would be no need to say more about their fate. Still not enough. What a pity. Thor shook his head, a trace of helplessness in his expression. He had believed that his pseudodomain attack enhanced by the law of death, combined with the laws of ice and snow, and inspired by ideas from his past life would pose a threat to half-step Holy Realm individuals. Clearly, he had overestimated its effectiveness. The reaction speed and adaptability of half-step Holy Realm combatants far exceeded his expectations. As for Red Dragon Grand Duke, had the latter not been severely injured, even with the same level of effort, they likely wouldn't have been able to defeat him. Thor, you're being too hard on yourself. This is already exceptional. You just need to continue growing stronger. Once you reach the peak of the Sky Knight level, you should naturally be able to condense a domain. By then, no one below the Holy Realm will be your equal. Count Angel shook his head, speaking earnestly. I understand, Father. It's just, for now, this level of power still feels insufficient to me. Thor chuckled bitterly. While he understood his father's words, his experiences made him feel his current strength was far from enough. In the past, it didn't matter as much, but ever since the divine revelation began, the scope of his encounters had expanded dramatically. His perspective was no longer what it had once been. When he first left the Dressrosa family, gaining information reports daily, his greatest ambition was to break through to the rank of Earth Knight. If he could reach the rank of Sky Knight, that would have been a dream come true. Beyond that, he hadn't dared to consider or imagine anything further. However, during the divine revelation, he not only witnessed the descent of Holy Realm experts and the emergence of divine revelations, but also the appearance of divine realms, behemoth kings, and Tier 7 beastmen. Even now, in the midst of the Kingdom War, Sky Knights played only a minimal role. Only half-step Holy Realm individuals or those infinitely close to the Holy Realm held any meaningful authority or power. All these experiences had reshaped his outlook. Hearing Thor's words, Count Angel fell silent. He naturally understood what Thor meant. Thor had been thrust into these events prematurely. Originally, Thor shouldn't have been involved in such matters. Even if he experienced the Kingdom War, he should, by all accounts, still be struggling to survive in this foreign world or living at the bottom rungs of the Kingdom War. If fortunate, he might have earned some merit. Thor. Instinctively, Count Angel began to speak but hesitated, unsure of what to say. Father, don't worry, I am fine. Thank you for everything this time. Thor smiled, shaking his head. His figure descended, landing gently. Rest well for now. Count Angel's voice softened as he offered a final piece of advice. I will, Father. Thor nodded with a smile, watching Count Angel leave before returning to his cave. At this point, the cave was uninhabitable for anyone else due to the lingering frost permeating the area. Without Thor's intervention, the icy cold made it impossible for others to rest there. Thor, however, had no intention of removing it. The others had already set up camp farther away. Returning to his original spot, Thor sat cross-legged. With a gentle wave of his right hand, shards of laws imbued with faint traces of lightning appeared before him. Unlike the fragments of the Law of Snow, the abundance of lightning attribute fragments seemed to create a miniature thunder prison in the air. The moment they were brought out, the lightning imprint at Thor's brow began to pulse uncontrollably, manifesting immediately. Crackle. Lightning arced and intertwined as Thor silently observed the law fragments. This was by far his greatest haul of same attribute law fragments, 12 fragments of the Law of Lightning. Such a large quantity was unparalleled even in the foreign realm. No other lightning attribute fragments came close to this magnitude. Thor had already considered how to handle these fragments, but the earlier display of his pseudodomain gave him a new idea. Previously, the combination of the Law of Ice, the Law of Snow, and the Law of Death had created a pseudodomain capable of resisting a domain prototype. So could he replicate this concept with the Law of Lightning and Thunder? Would it be possible to construct a unique lightning attribute pseudodomain using the lightning imprint in these fragments? Could he even forge his own lightning attribute domain ahead of time? It was a bold and audacious idea. By conventional wisdom, it was impossible. Thor wasn't even a Sky Knight yet. His life energy reserve shouldn't have been sufficient. Even if he broke through to the Sky Knight level, it would still be nearly impossible. Sky Knight peaks are only eligible to condense domains because their life energy has reached its limit. At that point, they can engrave and manifest their life energy's imprint into a domain. Thor had yet to reach that stage. He had formed his earth, but not his sky. His life seed hadn't matured, let alone the idea of constructing laws for a domain. Moreover, he possessed 3 different law imprints, death, ice, and lightning. Balancing these 3 would be an immense challenge. It seemed utterly infeasible. However, the earlier success of his pseudodomain gave Thor a glimmer of hope. If he succeeded, his strength could ascend to an entirely new level, giving him a real chance to contend against half-step Holy Realm opponents. His idea was simple: replace domains with pseudodomains. If creating a domain wasn't possible, then he could attempt to construct a pseudodomain using law imprints and fragments. His earlier pseudodomain of ice laws was already very close to the real thing. That was why it managed to resist a domain prototype. If he could achieve something similar with lightning, particularly by combining the power of 12 lightning fragments, the lightning law imprint, and additional lightning attribute fragments, he might be able to create a pseudodomain strong enough to rival a domain prototype. Such an accomplishment would also greatly aid his future breakthroughs. Reaching the Holy Realm wouldn't be easy. Thor knew he wouldn't abandon any of the laws he currently wielded. He would likely strive to balance all 3, death, ice, and lightning. The challenge of fusing these 3 laws would be immense. If he could construct pseudodomains and begin the fusion process now, it would make things significantly easier when he reached that stage. When the time came, stepping into the Holy Realm would be a natural progression. If fusion proved too difficult, he could at least make informed decisions about which laws to prioritize. His thoughts whirred rapidly. Without hesitation, Thor raised his hand. A single lightning fragment was drawn by his mental power, its energy slowly flowing into his lightning law imprint. Laws intertwined as the imprint on Thor's brow began to glow. Lightning surged around him, sparking and crackling with energy. Thor focused on absorbing the law fragments. While his vision for a pseudodomine was clear, the immediate priority was strengthening the lightning imprint to wield true pseudodomine power. The current state of his lightning law imprint wasn't sufficient. Time passed slowly. Stars began to dot the sky. One fragment after another shattered. 3 fragments were absorbed before any noticeable change occurred. Boom, rumble. The sky darkened as clouds gathered overhead. An oppressive and stifling pressure spread across the area. At the distant camp, the resting knight's expressions changed abruptly. "What is that?" Count Angel appeared in an instant, his gaze fixed on Thor's location. When he sensed the oppressive aura radiating from Thor, his eyes widened in shock. Count Michael appeared beside him, looking toward Angel with confusion. "Count, sir." Ryan and Anna arrived as well, all eyes on the thunderclouds above. Boom, thunder roared as lightning spread across the sky. Buzz, a ripple emanated from Thor's position, rapidly spreading outward. 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. In the blink of an eye, a 200-meter radius was enveloped by terrifying lightning. Around Thor, fragments of laws shattered one by one, transforming into pure lightning energy that fused with the surroundings. Boom, rumble. The thunder grew louder and more intense. Thor's eyes snapped open, and his immense life energy intertwined with the power of lightning laws, surging into the sky. Within the thick storm clouds, countless bolts of lightning converged, forming a massive, silver-white hammer the size of a fully grown boar beast. As it materialized amidst the lightning, the hammer pulsed with an overwhelming sense of destruction. Thor's thoughts stirred, and deathly energy began to flow into the pseudodomine. The silver hammer darkened, its edges tinged with black. Its terrifying aura intensified further, exuding a power that seemed to embody annihilation itself. It resembled the weapon of a thunder god, brimming with unparalleled destructive force. "Fall," Thor uttered the words softly. At his command, the colossal silver hammer of lightning descended from the heavens, shattering the clouds as it plummeted to the ground. Lightning engulfed the area, resembling divine punishment unleashed from above. Boom, rumble. A colossal silver warhammer descended from the heavens, crashing down. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. Countless bolts of lightning rampaged, carrying unparalleled destructive power. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed on the verge of being overturned. The terrifying power shattered the stones below and obliterated the withered trees, leaving utter devastation in its wake. Within the countless flashes of lightning, flames surged higher. In an instant, the entire surroundings transformed into a world of blazing fire. This. Michael's eyes widened, his pupils filled with disbelief. Thor's pseudodomine from earlier had already overwhelmed him greatly. When Thor erupted with power once more, though Michael couldn't feel it directly, Count Angel's activation of his embryonic domain's power made it clear just how terrifying Thor's subsequent explosion would be, but he had never imagined. Everything he saw earlier wasn't even the end. This was the real strength young Master Thor was capable of demonstrating. At this moment, the earth veins trembled violently. The ground ahead had turned into a sea of fire. The waves of terrifying aura could be felt distinctly even from several hundred meters away. Michael couldn't imagine the consequences if he had been caught within it. Lightning, death. Count Angel muttered to himself, his expression showing a trace of shock. Thor's pseudodomine, formed by combining the laws of death and ice, had already been surprising enough, but Angel hadn't expected Thor to merge the laws of death with the laws of lightning. Judging solely by the potency, this time's power was clearly much stronger than before. Even he couldn't guarantee survival if caught within that force. This was power capable of obliterating everything, a force that could annihilate all. Below the holy domain level, even those who had condensed embryonic domains would struggle to withstand it. Lightning laws. Ryan's eyes glimmered as he sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Thor. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, but at this moment none of their reactions had any bearing on Thor. The hammer of lightning descended. Within a radius of several hundred meters, everything changed entirely. Flames engulfed all, yet none of this seemed to affect Thor. His eyes were closed. He was carefully experiencing the enlightenment of this moment. With the intertwining of the powers of the lightning laws and the death laws, coupled with the support of the divine artifacts shadow and fragments of laws, the power Thor unleashed this time far surpassed any of his previous attempts. This provided him with entirely new insights. These insights were of extreme importance to him at the moment, especially the fusion of the fragments of laws and the shadow of the divine artifact. Initially, Thor had failed when trying to incorporate the fragments of laws into his domain. However, he soon discovered that the fragments could be fused with the shadow of the divine artifact. He quickly adjusted his approach, completely integrating the remaining 9 fragments into the divine artifact's shadow. This also altered the appearance of the divine artifact's shadow. Originally, the shadow resembled a spear, but after some thought, Thor transformed it into a hammer. Encased in the pseudodomine, with the combined forces of lightning and death, it descended from the heavens. All of this embodied the peak of his current power, and the results were undeniably remarkable. This strike's sheer strength alone rivaled, if not surpassed, that of a half-step holy domain. It might even be stronger. Perhaps the only issue was that the domain's spread lasted slightly longer, but that was hardly a problem. After all, he had other means at his disposal. By leveraging his pseudodomain formed by the laws of death and ice, this attack could serve as a trump card. This way, it would undoubtedly be more concealed and catch others off guard. Huff, Thor exhaled deeply, pulling his thoughts back, and a faint smile emerged on his face. At this moment, he finally possessed the strength to truly make a mark in this kingdom war. He was now on an entirely different level from before. With Count Angel by his side, they could even be considered some of the strongest participants in the entire kingdom war. This was more than enough to ensure that no unforeseen accidents would occur. In fact, he could now achieve far more. Ding, your daily information has been updated. Would you like to open it now? Just as Thor was preparing to strategize his next moves, a familiar mechanical voice echoed again, as it had every day. Open. Thor froze slightly, then looked to the sky. The moonlight above had already unknowingly climbed high. Daily information updated 1. The fall of Red Dragon Grand Duke has caused panic among the surrounding nobles. Many nobles have fled the area, spreading the news of the Grand Duke's demise. 3 days later, the Lepor family receives this information and grows curious about your identity. 2. 120 miles to your right, a group of earth dragons has grown restless. A powerful noble from the Siam kingdom inadvertently entered their territory, encountering a fifth-order earth dragon. The entire knight regiment was annihilated. 500 miles to your west. 4. 3 days later, your knight regiment. 5. 6. One line of information after another appeared. As usual, the first few entries were of little significance. The first entry was merely ordinary information, even more irrelevant to Thor. He quickly skimmed past them, but when his gaze landed on the 6th entry and beyond, his pupils constricted sharply. This is, Thor muttered to himself, his mind reeling. 7. 15 days later, a new conflict erupts as alliances formed by the core Eastern kingdoms converge. Your outstanding performance in this conflict draws the attention of the Macedonian kingdom's noble alliance, which plans to act against you. 8. 25 days later, the divine body within the Thunder prison shows signs of awakening due to excessive bloodshed. 9. 30 days later, the divine body awakens, and a god returns from the past. 10. You die. As his gaze moved line by line, Thor felt his scalp tingle. Especially when he reached the last line of information, his mind exploded. It had been nearly 3 years since his transmigration. During these 3 years, Thor had gained much through the daily information system. From a knight of the Dressrosa family who couldn't condense a life seed before 18, he had grown into a peak Earth knight capable of challenging half-step holy domain powerhouses. Yet no matter how perilous his past experiences had been, the system had never foretold his death. But this time, the daily information system explicitly displayed his death. Thor had rarely contemplated death since his transmigration. Even in this extraordinary world, his reliance on the system made the likelihood of facing death incredibly slim. As for dying of old age, he was only 20. With his knightly cultivation and the opportunities provided by the system, reaching old age seemed far off. Knights might not live for centuries like characters in cultivation novels, but those who reached a certain level could significantly extend their lifespan. A Sky Knight could live beyond a century. At 20, Thor was far from such concerns, but now, against all odds, the system foretold his death in 30 days. Even though the prediction was merely 3 words, Thor's heart trembled. For the system to warn of death meant that without intervention, it was inevitable. His brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze shifted back to the 8th and 9th entries. Clearly, his death was closely tied to the events described in those lines, not just because his death was listed after them, but because those lines contained a detail that sent chills down his spine. The revival of a god, Thunder Prison. It's too late. Thor stared for a moment, then shook his head and let out a soft sigh. The best course of action, without a doubt, would have been to stop the mutual slaughter of the nobles at the Thunder Prison, but clearly, it was already too late. He had left there nearly a month ago. Before his departure, there had already been several outbreaks of fighting, and now he had no idea how many more times it had occurred. Even if he rushed over now, it would be too late. It could even trigger new unforeseen complications. 30 days. Muttering to himself, Thor once again looked at the daily information system. His gaze moved down the list, scanning the first few entries one by one. Unfortunately, even though he carefully examined all 10 daily reports, there was still very little of note. Clearly, no new information had emerged. Shaking his head, Thor suppressed his unease. There wasn't much he could do at the moment. All he could do was continue waiting and see if any new daily information reports were refreshed. The awakening of a god was beyond his current capabilities to influence. Night gradually passed, but this night was destined to be sleepless. When the morning sun broke through, Thor opened his eyes. He had spent the entire night pondering the information in the daily reports. Unfortunately, the available details were too few. Whether he had died due to divine awakening was still unknown. There was little he could think of to do or any actions he could take. In the end, Thor could only choose to give up. He temporarily pushed aside that thought. After all, there were still at least 30 days left. After the daily reports, the 9th entry was about 30 days later. While the 10th entry did not show a specific time based on past patterns, it would usually appear after the 9th entry, or at the very least at the same time. 30 days, 10 daily reports per day, which meant 300 reports in total. Thor still believed there was a possibility. After all, with so many nobles involved in the kingdom wars, once they were all dealt with, the major kingdoms might end up paralyzed. Not to mention, the kingdoms would never allow complete destruction, and even the empire wouldn't permit it. And while a god was powerful for the empire, it might not be as much of a threat as he imagined. Otherwise, divine awakening would have already spread across the entire continent, and that would surely present an opportunity. He just needed to seize that opportunity. Thoughts whirled in Thor's mind, but he quickly suppressed them. He decided not to discuss this matter with his father. Some things, even if spoken aloud, would be meaningless and might only cause unnecessary concern. After a brief period of reorganization, the group set off once again. 3 days later, the group finally arrived at the rendezvous point with Cheshire. Upon seeing Count Angel's night order, Thor couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although the number of knights had been halved, the overall strength of the night order had significantly improved compared to when they first entered the alien world. The numbers of Grand Knights and Earth Knights had both visibly increased. Particularly among the Earth Knights, Thor sensed 3 individuals in his perception. It was worth noting that before this, aside from Cheshire and Michael, Count Angel's night order had no Earth Knights. Clearly, these 3 must have advanced after entering the alien world. This rate of improvement was even greater than what Thor's night order had achieved. Thinking about the life essence they had unexpectedly acquired, Thor could largely understand why this was the case. With the improvement of cultivation talent from life essence, combined with the gains from the alien world, their advancement speed naturally surpassed normal circumstances. Otherwise, Michael would not have been able to break through to become a mid-stage Sky Knight in one leap. Lord Count, young Master Thor. As the groups gathered, everyone greeted Thor respectfully upon seeing him. Thor, what should we do next? Count Angel nodded and turned to his son. Father, we need to head for the core area. There's not much time left before the deadline set by Grand Duke Lepor, Thor said after a brief moment of contemplation. Several days had passed, and the daily information reports in his mind had become more detailed, but he still hadn't uncovered any key information. For now, he could only head toward the Nobles' alliance. After all, in the context of the kingdom-wide war, the ones least likely to face danger were undoubtedly the top noble alliances. Approaching them might be the only way to seize a real opportunity. All right, Count Angel nodded in agreement without objection. After Count Angel gave his approval, Thor immediately instructed Ryan to assemble the Night Order members. Ryan left to carry out the task, while Thor, Count Angel, and their group moved toward the core area. At this time, they weren't the only ones heading toward the core. Countless top nobles had already set their sights on the same destination. Thor could clearly sense, through his perception, clusters of light rapidly converging. The numbers were staggering. Under the 2 empires, there were numerous kingdoms and duchies. Among these, some were powerful, while others were relatively weaker. The Tulip Kingdom was not the strongest, but could be considered above average. Only middle-ranked kingdoms and above had the qualifications to participate in this kind of struggle. Even most duchies found it challenging to gain entry. By now, most of the law fragments had already been collected in significant quantities, leaving only scattered remnants with little impact. Meanwhile, unlike the clustering groups, some nobles chose to withdraw to the outskirts, especially those who understood the situation better. As time passed, Thor's group traveled for nearly 7 days and finally neared the core area. During those 7 days, Thor learned more from the daily information updates. As night fell. Ding, daily information has been updated. Do you want to open it? Open. Daily information updated. 2 days later, you will arrive at the Tulip Kingdom Nobles gathering place. Your arrival will surprise the Tulip Nobles, but sensing Count Angel's strength, they will ultimately accept you. By then, numerous nobles will already have gathered there. 5 days later, at the Eastern Core, alliances formed by various kingdoms will converge, initiating new conflicts. Ancient dueling rituals will reemerge. The Tulip Kingdom will find itself at a disadvantage in these struggles due to its relatively weaker strength. 15 days later, in the Thunder Prison region, a divine body will begin showing signs of awakening due to extensive blood sacrifices. 20 days later, the divine body will awaken. As the deity returns, the enormous commotion will prompt noble alliances to investigate. Having foreknowledge of the event, you will decide not to join them. 721 days later, the divine body will fully awaken, and the divine realm will descend. The god, returning from the past, will reappear in the mortal world. Within a radius of 10,000 meters around the Thunder Prison, the area will become a divine kingdom. Noble bodies will collapse, leading to death. Amid mass sacrifices, some unknown rules will activate, and a figure will descend upon this alien world. 8. The divine war erupts, shattering the alien space. You will die. Few. Exhaling deeply, Thor shook his head. For the past several days, the final entry in his daily information report always predicted his death. The only slight relief was that things had finally started to change. Initially, he hadn't even known how he would die. It wasn't until 3 days ago that he discovered the cause of his demise when the divine realm descended. The noble alliances, foolishly curious, ventured into the divine realm and were annihilated in one fell swoop. Faced with such overwhelming divine power, their strongest half-step holies were utterly powerless. What made matters worse was that this thunder god bore a deep grudge against humanity, having been slain by humans. The outcome was predictable. Not just Thor, but over half of the noble alliances were annihilated within the divine realm. Divine war, Thor muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the 9th entry. As he expected, the daily information reports hinted at a turning point. Humanity did indeed have gods, and those gods descended into this alien world. However, the divine war was far more terrifying than he had imagined. It directly shattered the entire alien world. Thor was clearly unable to avoid this crisis and perished alongside many others. However, he wasn't too concerned. The information reports confirmed that there were survivors. Although their numbers were small, about a tenth of the nobles survived the Kingdom War. If these individuals could make it through, there must be a chance for him as well. Phew. Under the starlit sky, Thor exhaled a long breath. Retracting his gaze from the information report, he fell into deep thought before finally resting. The night passed. A new day arrived. The group resumed their journey. 2 days later, Eastern Core region. Within a forest, the 6 major noble families of the Tulip Kingdom gathered. These were the 3 ducal families Karenina, Lepor, and Skodar, and the 3 top Marquis families McKinley, Ivanov, and Sorrow. As the strongest families in the Tulip Kingdom, their power was unparalleled within the nation. Even among the Marquis families, each had at least 2 Sky Knights in their ranks, including one at the peak of the Sky Knight level. As for the ducal families, they typically boasted no fewer than 5 Sky Knights each. The Karenina family, for instance, had as many as 7 Sky Knights, including 2 at the half-step holy level. Even the relatively weaker Skodar family had over 5 Sky Knights, with 1 at the half-step holy level. When assembled, their combined force included over 10 Sky Knights and 4 half-step holies. Yet, even this level of strength was insufficient. Among the various kingdoms vying for supremacy, the Tulip Kingdom's strength was relatively weaker. For instance, the Golden Flower Kingdom had 7 half-step holies and over 10 peak Sky Knights. Then there were the formidable Macedon and Saki kingdoms, not to mention other powerful entities. Grand Duke Lepor, is it true that the Dressrosa family possesses such strength? Marquis Sorrow curiously asked. Indeed, Count Angel's strength should have reached the half-step holy level, Lepor replied seriously. Is that true? An elder from the Karenina family turned to Lepor, his expression curious. It's true, Lepor confirmed. This news brought smiles to the Duke's faces. For them, a stronger Tulip noble faction meant greater advantages overall. Good, haha, it seems the Tulip Kingdom is about to see the rise of another powerful noble family. The elder laughed heartily, and the other dukes followed suit, their faces lighting up with satisfaction. However, the Marquis's smiles were noticeably forced. The rise of the Dressrosa family would inevitably challenge their interests. In the current Kingdom War, they could cooperate, but once the war ended, the Dressrosa family's ascent would undoubtedly impact their share of power and resources. This was an indisputable fact. Nonetheless, they dared not voice any objections. In the Tulip Noble Alliance, their lack of a half-step hollow-level combatant made them less significant than the Dressrosa family. The 3 Marquises exchanged helpless glances. By the way, Grand Duke Karenina, has a decision been made on the method of contention? Lepor asked cautiously, breaking the silence. No final decision yet, but it's likely they will choose the ancient gladiatorial method, Karenina replied after some thought. Ancient gladiatorial combat. Hearing this, the gathered nobles frowned. Clearly, such a method would be disadvantageous to the Tulip Noble Alliance, given their relatively weaker strength. In the northern 3 kingdoms, they ranked second. With the Fierce Flame Kingdom not participating, the Tulip Kingdom was the weakest among the 2 remaining contenders. Grand Duke Karenina, how many kingdoms are confirmed to be participating in the core struggle? Currently, 14 are confirmed. The exact number is uncertain, but it should not exceed 20, Karenina explained. Among these were powerhouses like the Macedon Kingdom, Saki Kingdom, and Golden Flower Kingdom, as well as others such as the Greenfield Kingdom, Divine Wood Kingdom, and Sierra Kingdom. The mention of these powerful kingdoms was enough to make the gathered nobles feel a sense of foreboding. Only by including the Dressrosa family could their strength surpass some of these kingdoms, leaving them just below the top 6.